The plane crashed, and the son-in-law and his beautiful wife found themselves stranded on island, embarking on a survival journey. However, for Wang Xin, surviving in the wild was just a part of daily life. Here, I am the king. This island is my backyard. Chapter 1. Stranded on a deserted island. Wang Xin, what are you trying to do? On the beach, Zhang Rui, with a sprained ankle, looked at Wang Xin warily. Feeling Wang Xin's hand reaching out, Zhang Rui's heart immediately raced, and she quickly shouted to stop him. I'm not trying to do anything. Wang Xin, you better behave. If it weren't for my dad forcing me, I wouldn't have accepted you as a son-in-law. Her tone was cold yet anxious yet angry. Looking at this wife in front of him, Wang Xin helplessly shook his head, glanced at Zhang Rui's swollen ankle, and turned to look at the vast ocean beside them. Zhang Rui, wake up. Do you think this is your company where you can show off, or your vacation paradise? Wang Xin pointed at the deserted beach around them and calmly said, the plane crashed, falling from 10,000 meters. We were lucky to survive, picked up a life, and ended up on this deserted island. Do you know what that means? Wang Xin rolled his eyes helplessly and smiled bitterly. All right then, now tell me, how are you planning to drag your sprained foot to find food and water? Hearing Wang Xin's words, Zhang Rui stubbornly turned her head away. Don't even think about making me beg you. Dream on. What did I ever make you beg me? Wang Xin looked at Zhang Rui in disbelief. What on earth is she thinking? Seeing Wang Xin's innocent expression, Zhang Rui sneered, don't daydream. Even if I starve to death or die of thirst, I absolutely won't beg you. If you want me to trade my body for food, that's even more impossible. Wang Xin opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but ultimately sighed helplessly. It's pointless to argue. It would be better not to say anything. 2 years ago, as a war god, he led his brothers on a top-secret mission, but due to intelligence errors, they fell into heavy enemy encirclement. Fighting desperately, he survived, but the price was the tragic death of his brothers, and he was left severely injured, with his strength reduced to almost nothing. The operation failed, and the superiors blamed him. Although it wasn't his fault, the tragic deaths of his brothers left him disheartened. They say a day as a husband is 100 days of grace. I didn't expect that after being married for 2 years. In your eyes, I'm just an opportunist. Wang Xin shook his head as he walked further away from the beach. Seeing Wang Xin leave, Zhang Rui hurriedly called out, where are you going? Looking for food and fresh water, trying to find a way to make fire, and see if I can find some plane wreckage. Wang Xin's lazy voice drifted back. Food, water, fire. Zhang Rui could understand those, but what use was finding plane wreckage? As if sensing Zhang Rui's confusion, Wang Xin explained, you sprained your ankle, and there's already bruising on his skin. In these harsh conditions, if not treated promptly, the bruise could fester, leading to infection. If you want to save your life, amputation might be the only option. After saying that, Wang Xin deliberately paused, giving Zhang Rui a moment to react, then continued seriously, we are at least husband and wife. I definitely can't just watch you. I need to prepare tools for your amputation in advance. You're scaring me, Zhang Rui said anxiously. Believe it or not, Zhang Rui frowned, half convinced, muttering, is it really that serious? You are my wife, how could I lie to you? Suddenly, Wang Xin's voice came from beside her, startling Zhang Rui. Are you a ghost? You walk without making a sound, you scare me to death. Zhang Rui screamed. Zhang Rui, at a time like this, instead of worrying about whether I'm a human or a ghost, you should care more about yourself. Wang Xin raised an eyebrow and pointed at Zhang Rui's ankle. On this deserted island, even a small injury can be life-threatening. Your current situation is very dangerous, Wang Xin said, his voice calm yet serious. What can I do? There's nothing here, not even a band-aid, Zhang Rui said, her anger mixed with helplessness. Maybe it was the fear from Wang Xin's words that made her look at her ankle with worry in her eyes. If I had known, I wouldn't have worn high heels. Who knew I would be so unlucky? Zhang Rui's voice grew lower, filled with grievance. Seeing this scene, Wang Xin felt a twinge of emotion after being married for so long. He rarely saw Zhang Rui in such a helpless state. Thinking about it, usually in the big city, with her high education and strong background, what problem could she not solve? But in a place like this, even the greatest background and highest education are less useful than a piece of bread. All right, stop crying. I learned a few tricks from an old Chinese medicine practitioner before, and I should be able to help you set the bone to as long as the blood circulation in your ankle is restored. Some of the bruising will naturally absorb, and it shouldn't easily get infected. Wang Xin said. Chapter 2. A Sense of Awe. Hearing Wang Xian's words, Zhang Rui excitedly looked up and asked, "Really? Of course it's true. We've been married for 2 years. If I really wanted to take advantage of you, would I have waited until today? Besides, who wants to touch a stinky foot? I don't have that kind of special fetish, so don't think too much." While speaking, Wang Xian reached out and ruffled Zhang Rui's hair, comforting her, "Don't worry. It won't hurt much. I'll be gentle." "Okay, you must be gentle. I'm afraid it will hurt." Zhang Rui ultimately agreed to let Wang Xian help her set the bone. Still worried about the possibility of amputation. "It seems like the injury is quite serious. Don't move around. Let me stretch your muscles and bones first." Zhang Rui removed her hand from her ankle, her gaze fixed on Wang Xian, fearing he might do something unreasonable. Wang Xian smiled at the extremely nervous Zhang Rui and, taking advantage of her momentary relaxation, swiftly clicked the bone back into place. "Ah, it hurts, but it doesn't hurt anymore?" Zhang Rui's face was filled with confusion. In that instant of setting the bone, Zhang Rui truly felt like her ankle was about to break. Just as she was about to scream loudly, she suddenly realized that the pain in her ankle had completely disappeared, and even the swelling was gone. This miraculous scene made Zhang Rui's eyes widen in disbelief. Her previously sprained ankle, swollen like a pig's trotter, had now receded. "Is it all better?" Zhang Rui looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. She suddenly discovered that her seemingly useless husband from the sky actually had such a miraculous skill. Wang Xian smiled faintly, offering no explanation, his eyes gazing at the sea. Wang Xian had once been a war god. Although his strength had significantly declined, survival skills in the wild were basic skills. However, these skills had lost their usefulness after he began living an ordinary life. "What are you pretending for? It's just setting a bone. Do you think you're a great hero now? Hurry and look for others. See if there are any survivors or injuries," Zhang Rui urged. She initially wanted to express her gratitude to Wang Xian, but seeing his indifferent attitude, her heart was suddenly filled with disdain. "I'm not pretending. I'm surveying the terrain of this island," Wang Xian explained. Zhang Rui rolled her eyes, not believing such nonsense. "Do you think you're omnipotent? You can even survey the terrain? Then calculate when we can leave here," Zhang Rui mocked. Wang Xian fell silent and said nothing. "Great. I thought you, Zhang, were in trouble. I didn't expect you to be alive." At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from afar. Zhang Rui and Wang Xian both looked toward the source of the voice. And moments later, 4 or 5 familiar figures emerged from the distant woods. These people were all employees of Zhang Rui's company, and the company's vice president, Sun Wei, who organized this company trip, was among them. "Oh, the son-in-law of President Zhang has also survived. What a lucky guy. Can't die even after this. Damn, so unlucky. A broom star comes out, and being with him is sure to bring bad luck. If I had known, I wouldn't have participated in this company trip. Luckily, I'm lucky. Damn it, son-in-law, pretty boy, why don't you go die? What's wrong with being a son-in-law? Is it any of your business? Your mouth is really foul. A moment of luck doesn't mean a lifetime of luck. Be careful not to die on this island." Wang Xian's expression turned angry as he wanted to explode, but Zhang Rui stopped him. "President Sun, where did you and the other survivors land on the island?" Zhang Rui asked. "We landed on the other side of the island. We're searching the entire island for any survivors," Sun Wei replied. Zhang Rui nodded, her gaze shifting to the backpack behind Sun Wei. "President Sun, do you have water and food?" "Yes. I was lucky. I found a lot of water and food near the wreckage of the plane where I landed. You know my way of working. I don't fight unprepared battles. Bringing so many people to search for survivors, supplies are a top priority," Sun Wei said proudly. Hearing Sun Wei's words, Zhang Rui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled. On this deserted island, while one could catch fish and crabs to eat, collecting fresh water was much more difficult. It was an extremely scarce resource. Seawater is undrinkable. It only makes you thirstier. Now that Sun Wei had fresh water, there was still hope. As long as they could hold out until the rescue team arrived, they could be saved. Meanwhile, Wang Xian frowned slightly, glancing at the smiling Sun Wei, feeling that the other party wouldn't be so kind. "President Zhang, don't you have any food or water?" Sun Wei glanced at Wang Xian and Zhang Rui, noticing their empty hands, and his smile grew even wider. Zhang Rui nodded, forcing herself to stand despite the pain in her ankle, frowning as she said, "We don't have any wreckage here. There's nothing to eat. Luckily we ran into you. Otherwise, we would have starved or died of thirst." Chapter 3. Snatching the backpack. "President Sun, hurry and give me some food and mineral water." Upon hearing Zhang Rui's words, Sun Wei smiled insincerely and said, "No problem." Saying this, he unbuckled the backpack from his shoulder. "I brought extra supplies for this trip to search for survivors, just in case of emergencies. President Zhang has taken such good care of me at the company. Now that you're in trouble, it's only right to share some with you. However what? Zhang Rui asked, puzzled. You can forget about your useless husband, Sun Wei said. Hearing Sun Wei's words, Zhang Rui was taken aback. Before she could respond, Wang Xin stepped forward and coldly retorted. When did the scattered supplies from the plane become yours alone, Sun Wei? While at the company. This vice president's son had been eyeing Zhang Rui's beauty and deliberately targeting Wang Xin. He had been taught a lesson by Wang Xin, and at that time, it was Zhang Rui who mediated, arranging some financial compensation to keep Sun Wei from escalating the matter. In truth, Wang Xin wasn't afraid of Sun Wei making a big deal out of it, but seeing how concerned Zhang Rui was for him at that time, he wanted to enjoy it a bit longer, so he chose silence. Little did he know that after that incident, he gained the title of a useless person, and now, Sun Wei was actually taking advantage of the situation, holding the life-saving supplies, seeking revenge. Zhang Rui's expression darkened as she said unhappily, President's son. What you're doing is not right, is it? What's wrong with it? He broke several of my ribs that time. Do you think a little money can settle it? Do you think I need that little money? Sun Wei shouted angrily. At that time, I chose not to report it out of respect for President Zhang. Now that we are stranded on this deserted island, heaven has given me the opportunity to control food and water. Do you think I would generously give it to this useless person? Everyone knows how scarce food and water are on this deserted island. Even if I agree to give it, no one else will agree to give it to a useless person. Everyone, don't you agree? Sun Wei shouted. Yes. President Sun is right. We can't waste food and water on a useless person. We don't have enough to eat ourselves, so we can't give it to him. If he wants to eat, let him find it himself. We can't give it. Sun Wei. Seeing this, Zhang Rui was truly angry and directly shouted. Wang Xin advised from the side, forget it, Zhang Rui, don't worry about me. You go get some food and water, your body is weaker, and I can hold on. Right now, we're on a deserted island. Here, laws, degrees, connections, and money are worthless. Zhang Rui wanted to use her position as a superior to pressure Sun Wei, but it had no effect. It would only provoke Sun Wei's desire for revenge. From the moment Sun Wei began to speak, his sarcastic tone made it clear that he no longer held any respect for Zhang Rui as a superior. Sure enough, President Zhang, stranded on a deserted island. Don't think about any rescue team. Who knows when they will come? First, think about how to survive. If you behave obediently, I guarantee your food and freshwater supply. However, if you try to pressure me with your superior status to hand over supplies, I advise you to give up on that idea. After saying this, Sun Wei revealed a disgusting smile at the corner of his mouth. By the way, General Manager Zhang, let me remind you, we are planning to return. And it will be dark soon. Who knows if there will be wild beasts on this deserted island? Do you want food and fresh water? Decide quickly. If you want it, you will have to listen to me from now on. Sun Wei urged. Looking at Sun Wei's greasy face, Zhang Rui gritted her teeth and said, Fine, then I won't care about Wang Xin. Just give me my share. As the company owner, Zhang Rui was not a fool. She quickly saw the situation clearly. The other party held the core resources and had a group of followers, while she was weak and unable to resist. Besides, having some is better than having none. She would just give Wang Xin half and eat a little less herself. Even if she looked down on this useless husband, in the end, they were still a couple. And Wang Xin had just saved her. Zhang Rui raised her head and suddenly saw Sun Wei's indescribable smile, a strange smile that made her very uncomfortable. As if he could see through her, leaving no privacy at all. Zhang Rui frowned and asked, Sun Wei, you don't even want to give me my share? Do you think I'm a fool? Sun Wei sneered. What do you mean by that? Zhang Rui's expression turned angry. She strode towards Sun Wei. But after just 2 steps, she suddenly felt a hand pat her shoulder. What do you want? Zhang Rui said irritably. You go with them. Get yourself something to eat first, Wang Xin said. Chapter 4. Half a bottle of mineral water. Hearing Wang Xin's words, Zhang Rui was taken aback. Her expression complex. Then what about you? I'm a big man. Can I starve to death here? You're weak and can't handle this hardship. Go with them. Don't worry about me. This big island can't be completely empty. I'll find something myself. Wang Xin comforted her. After saying that, Wang Xin didn't give Zhang Rui a chance to refuse and pushed her forward. Zhang Rui hesitated, looking back at Wang Xin with a complex expression. For the first time, she felt that this useless husband didn't seem so useless after all. At least he cared about her. However, how long could he last alone on this deserted island without food and fresh water? Sun Wei watched the scene with great enjoyment, especially when he thought of the place he had settled in. Those beautiful legs, that perfect figure, that fair and tender skin, how wonderful. Sun Wei's mind was filled with those sordid images, and when he saw Zhang Rui being pushed forward by Wang Xin, a smug smile appeared on his face. Let us go, General Manager Zhang. Before Sun Wei could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a sudden burst of yellow sand. Wang Xin attacked with ghostly speed, and at the same time, He planted his feet in the sand and exerted a little force, immediately creating a cloud of sand, acting as a smoke bomb. Damn it, Wang Xin, you bastard. Sun Wei instinctively closed his eyes, cursing, and before he could open them, he felt his backpack being yanked away. Damn you, how dare you steal? I want to let you off. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and everyone became nervous, except for Wang Xin, who wore a faint smile, seemingly disdainful of everything. In his hand was a backpack with one shoulder strap broken. At that moment, Zhang Ruwei was confused. She didn't know what had happened, only feeling a flash in front of her eyes. When she looked closely, she saw that Wang Xin was actually holding Sun Wei's backpack. Wang Xin, what did you just do? Zhang Ruwei said in surprise, her mouth agape, unable to believe it. Don't talk, run, Wang Xin shouted, picking Zhang Ruwei up and fleeing. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Ruwei felt both embarrassed and anxious as Wang Xin carried her. In less than a minute, Wang Xin had shaken off Sun Wei's curses and pursuit. Phew, it's been a while since I've run with a load. It's really tiring. After running several kilometers while carrying Zhang Ruwei and confirming they had evaded their pursuers, Wang Xin set her down behind a large rock. Are you okay? You were so fast just now, and by the way, you're so strong. Why are you running? Can't you fight them? Looking at Wang Xin, who was drenched in sweat, Zhang Ruwei asked softly. She couldn't understand why Wang Xin had such explosive power just now, carrying a person and running so swiftly on the beach. I can fight them, but what about you? Don't you know how hostages come about? To put you in danger for a bit of food. Am I a fool, or are you a fool? Wang Xin rolled his eyes. In fact, there was something he didn't say. Most of what he learned were killing techniques, even without using those. Relying solely on strength could easily injure the bones of ordinary people like Sun Wei. On this deserted island, even a small injury could be fatal. He didn't want to kill in front of Zhang Ruwei. Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and see what's in this bag. Wang Xin smiled, hearing Wang Xin's words. Zhang Ruwei shook her head. Why did you steal? What will they do if you took their food? Zhang Ruwei said. Huh. Wang Xin frowned. Besides, if the rescue team doesn't find us, who knows how long we'll stay on this deserted island? You just offended everyone by stealing food. What if we get isolated later? Amid Zhang Ruwei's various doubts, Wang Xin couldn't help but roll his eyes, stopping the action of rummaging through the bag. Looking at Zhang Ruwei with a look of disbelief. Zhang Ruwei, do you really think that just because you say a few words, offering that Sun Guy a share of profits or a raise, he will willingly give you these water and food? Wang Xin mocked. Zhang Ruwei's eyes were filled with confusion. I thought you were pretty capable at handling things in the company. Why are you being so foolish now? Before you passed out and hadn't woken up, I had already checked the terrain of this island. The surrounding sea is vast, and there are many reefs nearby, creating a thick fog that surrounds the island within 100 meters. I estimate that it will take at least a few months, if not longer, for the rescue team to find us. Wang Xin shook his head and continued to search the bag for more. Chapter 5. Unfiltered Fresh Water. Inside the backpack were only 3 cans and a bottle of mineral water that was 8/10 full. Wang Xin was somewhat disappointed. The cans were acceptable, but that mineral water bottle was just too small. However, at least it was better than nothing. No matter what, that bastard at least had one thing right. To wait for the rescue team, they first had to survive here. Saying this, Wang Xin took out everything from the backpack. But we have no supplies. If the rescue team can't find us, or if it takes a year or more to find us, do you think your talk of equity dividends and promotions will matter to Sun Wei? Wang Xin said. The company has been away from you for so long. Whether it still exists is another matter. At that time, what do you think will attract Sun Wei besides your body? Vulgar. Zhang Rui's face changed slightly, and she unconsciously cursed. She didn't even know if she was cursing Sun Wei or Wang Xin. Food is easy to solve, but collecting fresh water is a bit troublesome. Here, you drink a little less first. Wang Xin didn't mind Zhang Rui's cursing and directly opened the bottle cap and handed it over. Zhang Rui was not polite and gulped down 3 big mouthfuls. In fact, Zhang Rui knew that fresh water was very important to them at this time, but she was just too thirsty. Once her mouth touched the fresh water, she couldn't stop. Hey, take it easy. Seeing this, Wang Xin raised his eyebrows. At this rate, even another bottle wouldn't be enough. He ruthlessly pressed Zhang Rui's chin, snatched the water bottle away, which had previously been 8/10 full and was now less than 3/10. Sai, what can I say to you? Wang Xin shook his head helplessly. Zhang Rui, still unsatisfied, licked her lips, glanced at the mineral water bottle, and gave Wang Xin an apologetic look, saying, I'm sorry. I was just too thirsty and couldn't hold back. It's fine, no worries, I'll think of other ways to get water. Hearing Zhang Rui's apology, Wang Xin could only smile it off. What else could he do? Wang Xin picked up the bottle cap, carefully poured a capful, and then, under Zhang Rui's astonished gaze, enjoyed it all in one go. You only drank that little? Zhang Rui couldn't help but say, "It's just this little bit of sweet and tasty fresh water. If I drink it all, what will I drink tomorrow?" Wang Xin replied, with a look full of regret on Zhang Rui's face. Wang Xin put away the mineral water bottle and then opened a can of fragrant chicken. Zhang Rui didn't think much and directly wolfed it down, instantly finishing off more than half the can. Wang Xin shook his head at her brutal eating style. "This is too salty. I'm going to find some wild fruits." In fact, Wang Xin had ways to solve the water and food problem, but the taste was extremely bad. He could manage, but Zhang Rui might not endure that hardship. The first day was somewhat manageable, but by the second day, Zhang Rui couldn't eat the chicken anymore because it was just too salty. And they didn't have enough fresh water to alleviate the saltiness of the food. Faced with the fruits Wang Xin found, the pampered young lady clearly couldn't stomach them. After all, these fruits weren't cultivated and were either sour or astringent. Taking a bite was enough to make her teeth ache, and she couldn't swallow them, let alone enjoy any sweetness. By the second evening, Wang Xin had no choice. If this continued, Zhang Rui would definitely get sick. So he took out a few plastic bags from his backpack and found a damp spot. After some careful preparation, Wang Xin comforted Zhang Rui, saying, "All right, tomorrow we will have water to drink." "Really? A torn plastic bag and a little pit can produce water?" Zhang Rui looked doubtful. "Don't you know wilderness survival skills? Even elementary school science lessons teach that." Wang Xin casually lied. He didn't want Zhang Rui to know about his past because it was filled with blood, coldness, and darkness. Originally looking forward to it, Zhang Rui lost all interest upon hearing Wang Xin's words. With a cold snort, she directly burrowed into the grass nest Wang Xin had prepared for her and went to rest. Without enough food and fresh water, it was hard for a person to sleep through the night. Wang Xin was aware of this, so he managed to sleep fairly well until the dawn broke. "We have water. We really have water. Wang Xin, come look." Zhang Rui's excited shouts woke Wang Xin, who got up with a helpless expression and went to the little pit. Seeing that a thin layer of white mist had indeed formed on the plastic bag, Wang Xin said, "Don't touch it now. Wait until the sun rises, and there will be more water. If you move it now, it will all be in vain." "Yes. Okay, I understand. I won't touch it," Zhang Rui said, excitedly circling the little pit. Chapter 6. Creating Water. To be honest, Wang Xin was quite worried that Zhang Rui would get so excited that she would step into the little pit, which would really ruin everything. Fortunately, until the sun was shining brightly, nothing unexpected happened. Zhang Rui glanced at the sun overhead and then looked down. There was indeed a small amount of water collected in the plastic bag, but it was very little, probably only enough for one sip. Why is there so little water? It's not enough to drink. Better than nothing. Persistence is victory, Wang Xin said with a bitter smile to comfort himself. Zhang Rui couldn't help but pick up the bottle cap, collect the water, and carefully taste a sip, her face instantly turning extremely ugly. "What's wrong?" Wang Xin asked in surprise. Although it was only a small bottle cap of water, Zhang Rui took more than 10 seconds to swallow it down with great difficulty. Then looked at Wang Xin with a frown and said, "It's too awful. It has a strange taste." "Really? Let me try." Wang Xin cautiously took a little water with the bottle cap, tasted it carefully, and then calmly swallowed it down. The taste is indeed not as good as the filtered water we usually drink in the city, but in this environment, having this water to drink is already pretty good, Wang Xin said softly. "But it's too terrible," Zhang Rui muttered softly. "What? You don't want to drink?" Seeing Zhang Rui's hesitant expression, Wang Xin said directly, "Forget it. You can drink the leftover mineral water. I'll drink this." Zhang Rui remained silent. Wang Xin frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Is there another problem?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Rui stared at Wang Xin and softly said, "Thank you. Oh, we are like an old married couple now. Why say such things?" Wang Xin smiled and shook his head, a sweet feeling crossing his heart. It seems this wife finally understands. This plane crash could be a blessing in disguise. Given time, I will surely touch her heart. Suddenly, Zhang Rui let out a long sigh and gritted her teeth, saying, "No. I have to go find Sun Wei and ask him for fresh water and food, and you need to hurry and find my mom and dad." Wang Xin's good mood instantly vanished. Over the past 2 days, Zhang Rui had been bringing up the need to find her parents and go to Sun Wei for water, but Wang Xin had denied all her suggestions. It wasn't that he didn't want to look for them. It was that at 10,000 meters in the air, with the plane crash, her parents' safety was likely in grave danger. Even if they wanted to search, they had to ensure they had enough supplies first. Right now, the two of them had nothing. How could they search? By the time they found them, Zhang Rui would likely be too weak from hunger. As for Sun Wei, there was no need to mention it. Wang Xin could go alone to seize food and fresh water, but he couldn't leave Zhang Rui alone in the grass nest. He couldn't rest easy. Taking Zhang Rui along would inevitably mean he couldn't take care of her, which was like sending a sheep into a tiger's den. Now hearing Zhang Rui mention this again, Wang Xian was too lazy to explain further. All right, stop fussing. Let's save our energy and pray that the rescue team finds us soon. Wang Xian said, didn't you say there is heavy fog surrounding the island? What if the rescue team can never find this island? Zhang Rui said softly. Hearing Zhang Rui's words, Wang Xian furrowed his brows. Yes, our current task is to survive. That's serious. Zhang Rui rolled her eyes. What do you mean? Wang Xian frowned. Our current goal is to survive, but this water, as you said, isn't regular drinking water and hasn't been filtered. What if there are bacteria? Wouldn't that pose a threat to our health? What's the difference from toxic water? Even if you want to protect me, with your body, can you handle drinking this kind of water regularly? What if you collapse and Sun Wei comes looking for us? What then? Zhang Rui explained. In fact, there was something Zhang Rui didn't say. This unfiltered water was really hard for her to swallow. A sip or two was manageable. But thinking about drinking this every day made her scalp tingle. Wang Xian frowned and asked, then what will you use to exchange for Sun Wei's fresh water and food? I'll think of a way. How can we know if we don't try? Zhang Rui said, as if she were throwing a tantrum. Seeing this, Wang Xian stopped saying more and walked towards their grass nest. No matter what they did next, resting well and conserving energy was the most important thing. After being woken up by her countless times throughout the night, he quickly lay down to sleep. Wang Xian said. Zhang Rui saw Wang Xian burrow into the grass pile and hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed suit. Watching Wang Xian comfortably lying in the grass pile, Zhang Rui approached with concern and touched Wang Xian's forehead. What's wrong? Wang Xian was taken aback, looking at her in surprise. Zhang Rui said seriously, you seem very tired. Of course, I can't eat enough or drink enough every day. I'm not Superman. Am I supposed to be on standby for 24 hours? Wang Xian rolled his eyes, a bitter smile on his face. Zhang Rui shook her head and continued. You don't have a fever. So could it be for other reasons that you're so tired? Like what? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow. For example, a bacterial infection? A virus? Zhang Rui counted on her fingers. All right, stop. Zhang Rui, please rein in your imagination and just calm down for a while. Wang Xian held his forehead, showing a pained expression of helplessness. Zhang Rui couldn't help but ask, are you really okay? I'm really fine. No, you have to promise me. I'm worried you'll infect me. Zhang Rui said. Fine, I promise, I'm absolutely fine. Even if something happens, I definitely won't infect you. Wang Xian said earnestly. Sigh. Zhang Rui sighed and said no more, directly lying down on the pile of grass, next to Wang Xian. Wang Xian turned his head to glance at Zhang Rui, who was so close, and he was quite surprised. He didn't expect her to be so obedient and lie down right away. You see, in the past, Zhang Rui had to keep a distance of at least 3 meters from him. The more obedient Zhang Rui was, the more uneasy Wang Xian felt. Are you okay? Wang Xian asked. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. The rescue team will be here soon, and before they arrive, we have to find my parents. We need to set off today? When Zhang Rui mentioned her parents, Wang Xian frowned again. This is the real Zhang Rui. Wang Xian took a deep breath and said, you need to relax a bit. What if the rescue team doesn't come and you end up getting depressed? That would be a problem. You're just cursing me. You'd rather I lose a limb or hope I get depression. Is that what you want? Zhang Rui couldn't help but curse. It was only then that Wang Xian realized Zhang Rui was still remembering how he had scared her. It was out of necessity. If he hadn't scared Zhang Rui, would she have obeyed and let him touch her feet? In such a broken place, if not treated in time, the consequences might not be much better than losing a limb. If you keep drinking that poison, what will I do if something happens? Zhang Rui suddenly said softly. Hearing her words, Wang Xian looked a bit surprised. Don't think too much. I don't have many merits, just a hard life. Don't worry, with me here, you don't have to be afraid. Saying this, Wang Xian took hold of Zhang Rui's cold little hand. Zhang Rui was startled by Wang Xian's sudden action, but she didn't struggle, just letting him hold on. Neither of them spoke or slept, lying quietly until suddenly interrupted by a series of chaotic sounds. Thud. A small stone hit the ground next to Wang Xian. He immediately jumped up, looking ahead with a vigilant expression. On one hand, he was angry that someone had broken their rare moment of peace. On the other hand, he was worried that some wild beast might suddenly appear because it was really not easy to find a clean place to rest on this deserted island. As Wang Xian stared warily ahead, a familiar face pushed through the grass and revealed its figure. Brother Xian, President Zhang, it's me, don't be afraid. A haggard-looking man walked out. Seeing the newcomer, Wang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Rui asked in surprise, Zhou Qiang, how did you find me? I heard from Sun Wei that you guys took his fresh water and food, so I followed the traces you left and came bit by bit. Zhou Qiang explained. Then what do you mean by coming here? Doesn't that brat know you're here? Wang Xian asked, frowning. I came secretly. I've been working hard for Sun Wei these past 2 days because President Zhang usually treats me well, and Brother Xian takes good care of me. I heard you were targeted, so I wanted to come and check on you." As Zhou Qiang spoke, he took a couple of steps forward and pulled out a bottle of mineral water and a large loaf of bread from his bulging backpack, handing them to Zhang Rui. "Thank you. This bread is not the overly salty canned chicken." Zhang Rui took it from Zhou Qiang's hand with a speed as if she were snatching it. Zhou Qiang then sat down on a rock, looking at the wary Wang Xian. "Brother Xian, you don't need to be nervous. No one followed me. I was very careful all the way." Zhou Qiang was the child of Wang Xian's former neighbor. He had been able to work at Zhang Rui's company thanks to Wang Xian's request to Zhang Rui. Therefore, Wang Xian felt quite gratified that Zhou Qiang had secretly come to help them. "If you could follow the traces here, that brat must know we're here," Wang Xian said. "Brother Xian, you really have a keen insight. Actually, Sun Wei has known you were here for a long time, but he is too lazy to come find you because he is busy with other things," Zhou Qiang said. Hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Wang Xian's expression softened slightly, but he still kept a basic level of vigilance in his heart. "Do you know why he isn't coming?" Zhang Rui asked. "Isn't it obvious? On this broken island, with no food or water, what can he do if he comes? He can't beat me and can't catch up with me, so it would be pointless," Wang Xian explained. "Right, Brother Xian is right. Sun Wei himself said he'd come back a week later when you're starving and weak. If you're dead, he'll just vent his anger on your corpse. If you're not dead, you won't have any strength left. And then he can still do whatever he wants." Chapter 8. The Local Tyrant. Is Sun Wei really that petty? Why does he have such hatred for Wang Xian? Zhang Rui said in disbelief. Venting anger on a corpse. Zhou Qiang scoffed. "President Zhang, you don't know the situation over there. That brat now relies on having food and fresh water, and he doesn't take anyone seriously. He is simply a local tyrant." "Not taking anyone seriously? Local tyrant? What does that mean? What has he done?" Zhang Rui asked, puzzled. Wang Xian could imagine what Sun Wei, with his character, could do on this deserted island. Without legal constraints, plus the fact that he had survived a great disaster, the tense emotions needed to be vented, so he would do anything to survive. Wang Xian said on the side. "Brother Xian is truly impressive." Zhou Qiang showed an admiring expression and gave Wang Xian a thumbs up. Zhou Qiang looked at the puzzled Zhang Rui and explained, on Sun Wei's side. "Weak men and ugly women have to go out every day to help him find water and food. As for strong men, they become Sun Wei's lackeys and thugs, while the pretty women suffer torment every night at the hands of Sun Wei and his gang. That's Sun Wei." Hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Zhang Rui froze for a moment, unable to suppress her fury. What is Sun Wei doing? Is he taking advantage of others' misfortunes? Disregarding the law? But upon further thought, in this place, who could control him? "Don't get angry. It's not worth exhausting your strength over such scum." Wang Xian comforted Zhang Rui, then looked at Zhou Qiang and asked, "Did you find a water source? Did you find any edible food?" "Huh. There is absolutely no fresh water. The water in the woods has a strange taste and is practically undrinkable. As for food, we found some wild fruits on the trees. But someone died after eating them yesterday," Zhou Qiang said with a bitter smile. Hearing this news, Zhang Rui looked nervously at Wang Xian. "What are you looking at me for? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" Wang Xian shrugged, indicating he was unharmed. "What do the poisonous fruits look like?" Wang Xian looked at Zhou Qiang and asked. "They're red, about the size of an apple, and they look very much like apples. Except they have some dark red spots on them. If you eat wild fruits, you must be careful. Eating this type of fruit will cause poisoning and death half an hour later," Zhou Qiang said. Hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Wang Xian and Zhang Rui nodded and committed the characteristics of this poisonous fruit to memory. This was something that others had exchanged their lives for. And it must be remembered, now that they couldn't find new food, didn't that mean the food over there was gradually decreasing? Wang Xian suddenly asked. Zhou Qiang once again gave a thumbs up and said to Wang Xian with admiration, "Brother Xian, you are really amazing. If there is no food source over there, just consumption without replenishment means that supplies will dwindle. Moreover, ever since that person died after eating wild fruit yesterday, no one dares to try eating wild fruit anymore." Zhou Qiang paused, glanced at Zhang Rui and Wang Xian, and continued. Sun Wei saw that no one was looking for wild fruit and directly issued an ultimatum. Whoever doesn't go will no longer be entitled to food distribution. Hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Zhang Rui asked in surprise, "Has it reached this point?" In her opinion, things should be going well over at Sun Wei. But the reality seemed otherwise. The supplies searched from the plane wreckage were already limited, and with the rescue team still missing, we can't just sit here and wait. Going out to find food is unavoidable, Zhou Qiang said. Wang Xian interrupted Zhou Qiang and said directly, "Although Sun Wei's move seems unreasonable, it is actually very clever. Forcing Zhou Qiang and the others to find something edible can reduce their internal consumption on one hand and also decrease the population. Decrease the population? The four words, casually mentioned, seemed to reduce human lives to mere weeds. Both Zhang Rui and Zhou Qiang showed incredulous expressions. They had never considered this layer. However, Wang Xin seemed to see through Sun Wei's scheme. Sun Wei is truly ruthless. It amounts to letting people exchange their lives for non-poisonous wild fruit, quickly and effectively exploring the usable resources on the island, while the food he can control will increase, and the reduction in population will only further solidify his position. I came quietly while looking for food. Otherwise, I would have been discovered. I still need to continue searching for wild fruit. And I'll see if I have a chance to bring you something tomorrow. Saying this, Zhou Qiang turned to leave. Okay, but you must pay attention to safety. Try not to eat those unidentified wild fruits, Zhang Rui said with a worried expression. Zhou Qiang nodded and slipped into the woods. Chapter 9. Seeking Refuge. After sending Zhou Qiang off, Zhang Rui looked worriedly at Wang Xin. What should we do next? Zhang Rui asked. Zhang Rui had always regarded Sun Wei as a last resort. At least he had plenty of food and water, and if there were no other options, it would be acceptable to lower her head and ask him for some food. But now it seemed that this route was no longer feasible. Sun Wei's hatred for Wang Xin had reached the point of wanting to humiliate him. There was no doubt that Sun Wei would not let Wang Xin go. Moreover, with the low status of women over there and the decay of life, Zhang Rui did not want to and dared not go over. Furthermore, if Sun Wei used food as a reward to incite others to kill Wang Xin, many people would probably fight hard for food. Although the situation is a bit dire, we don't have to worry too much, Wang Xin said calmly. Seeing Zhang Rui's puzzled expression, Wang Xin explained, someone will rebel soon. Rebel? Zhang Rui frowned. Otherwise, why do you think Zhou Qiang came over at this time? It's only been a few days since the plane crash, and Sun Wei is already oppressing everyone. The ideals of equality from modern civilization will definitely lead some people to want to resist. If you don't believe it, just wait and see, Wang Xin said with a confident smile. Wang Xin's guess was correct, but the speed of the rebellion was even faster than he had anticipated. The next morning, just as Wang Xin and Zhang Rui were preparing to collect dew, a sudden sound of footsteps and low conversations came from afar. What sound is that? Zhang Rui whispered. Wang Xin, vigilant, turned to Zhang Rui and said, you hide for now. I'll go take a look. Zhang Rui didn't hesitate, nodding in agreement and walking behind a large rock. She knew that staying by Wang Xin's side would only be a burden. Wang Xin quietly approached a patch of grass, parted the grass, and looked ahead. Behind the trees, Zhou Qiang was rushing over with several people from their former company, both men and women, stumbling towards this side. Upon seeing Wang Xin behind the grass, Zhou Qiang hurriedly greeted him. Brother Xin, we really couldn't stay over there any longer. We've come to seek refuge with you. You mustn't refuse. You have to take us in. Zhou Qiang shouted. So soon? Wang Xin was surprised but did not refuse. He looked at Zhou Qiang in astonishment. The speed of the rebellion exceeded his imagination, indicating that the situation over at Sun Wei was far worse than he had thought. Hearing Wang Xin's words, a stout woman beside him cursed. Don't even mention it. Last night, the security guy was forced by Sun Wei to eat a newly picked wild fruit. He seemed fine when he went to bed, but when he woke up in the morning, he was already cold. That son of a gun is simply killing people. Everyone should work together to survive instead of living through this hellish life. Who can stand it anymore? Zhou Qiang said. Brother Xin, it's really unbearable over there with Sun Wei. Please take us in, said a beautiful woman. This woman was stunning, and her figure was eye-catching. Although her clothes were tattered, one could still see her curvy shape. In such a miserable situation, she added a touch of fragile beauty. It was likely that any man who saw such a woman would be moved. Wang Xin vaguely remembered that this woman seemed to be from the company's public relations department. What a charming enchantress. Wang Xin thought to himself as he looked into her alluring eyes. Since that's the case, if you don't mind that my place is humble, then let us all rely on each other, Wang Xin said. Seeing that no one from Sun Wei's side was following, Wang Xin could roughly guess that aside from Zhou Qiang genuinely wanting to come over, the others probably had no choice but to do so. After all, no one wanted to die. After confirming that the newcomers posed no threat, Zhang Rui also walked over. Since Brother Xin has nodded, we'll all listen to you from now on. Brother Xin, let me introduce you to him. His name is Jiang Lei, nicknamed Stone, because he is all muscle. So we gave him this nickname. He used to be in the company's security department. Zhou Qiang directly began introducing the people who came with him to Wang Xin. Jiang Lei looked quite honest. He nodded at Wang Xin and then respectfully said to Zhang Rui, "Hello, General Zhang." After saying that, he even scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Brother Xin, this is our company's public relations manager, Wen Jing, Zhou Qiang said as he walked over to the curvy woman. Upon hearing Zhou Qiang's introduction, Wang Xian suddenly remembered that this enchanting woman was indeed the public relations manager. No wonder she was so captivating. Brother Wang, from now on, I'll be your person. You have to take good care of me. Wenjing directly ignored Zhang Rui's presence, leaned toward Zhou Qiang, and casually linked her arm with Wang Xian's. Chapter 10. Enthusiastic Wenjing. Wenjing's actions made everyone feel awkward. If he remembered correctly, this was their first meeting, and her enthusiasm seemed inappropriate, right? Even if she came to seek refuge, there was no need to be so proactive to show loyalty, was there? However, it had to be said that Wenjing's figure was truly flawless. And coupled with her flirtatious movements, it was quite striking. Can you please let go of my hand? Let's talk properly without any physical contact. Wang Xian glanced at Zhang Rui out of the corner of his eye and noticed her face was darkened with anger. He quickly pushed Wenjing aside. He couldn't understand what Wenjing was trying to do. The company boss was right there, and she actually dared to openly provoke the boss's husband? Was she stupid? Her audacity was too much. Wang Gu, what are you looking at over there? I'm right here. Once again locking eyes with Wenjing made Wang Xian's heart start racing. Zhang Rui's company had developed so well, and it seemed that Wenjing must have played a significant role in public relations. Her skills were definitely impressive. It was known that although Wang Xian and Zhang Rui had been married for 2 years, they had never been intimate. Wang Xian was a normal man, and if Wenjing kept teasing him like this, how could he endure it? With Wang Xian's iron will, he was struggling to hold on, let alone an ordinary man who would probably be completely captivated by just a glance. A gentle breeze blew by, and Wang Xian surprisingly caught a whiff of Wenjing's faint fragrance. They had been stranded on this deserted island for several days, and he couldn't understand how she managed to keep smelling so good. Cheap. Gao Qian shot a disdainful glance at Wenjing and Wang Xian. Her words startled Wang Xian. Zhang Rui hadn't said anything yet, but this woman couldn't stand it. However, Wang Xian understood that Gao Qian was Zhang Rui's secretary, and their relationship was naturally close. Gao Qian's insults were mainly to defend Zhang Rui's honor. Who are you talking about? Let me tell you, you don't need to be sarcastic. Only I deserve a good man like Wang Gu. Just look at your fat figure. Don't dream. Wenjing shouted angrily at Gao Qian. Seeing Wenjing suddenly become so aggressive, Wang Xian was taken aback. Although Wenjing was arguing with Gao Qian, she didn't forget to tightly hold onto Wang Xian's arm. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Wang Xian had a strange feeling. He suspected that Wenjing was doing this on purpose. What? What does that mean? Although his cheap wife was right beside him, Wang Xian wasn't afraid of her. The reason was simple. Although they had the title of husband and wife, they were not intimate. Zhang Rui looked down on Wang Xian, and he couldn't be bothered to greet her. They usually just went about their own business without interfering with each other. Although Wang Xian wasn't afraid of his wife, he still had to give Zhang Rui some face in front of so many people. So, he reluctantly pulled his hand out of Wenjing's embrace. Dear, you mustn't misunderstand. I didn't do anything, Wang Xian hurriedly explained in front of Zhang Rui. Wow, this is so embarrassing. Wang Xian didn't understand why he instinctively ran to explain himself to Zhang Rui. He frowned and thought for a long time, but found no answer. Sigh. What is the use of explaining? She doesn't care at all. Humph. Zhang Rui snorted coldly, said nothing, and just shot a glare at Wang Xian. Could it be that Zhang Rui was jealous? Before they got married, Wang Xian and Zhang Rui had made a written agreement. Although they had the title of husband and wife, they agreed not to interfere in each other's feelings as long as it wasn't common knowledge. Even with the agreement, Wang Xian and Zhang Rui had remained very well behaved after marriage, with no transgressions. Zhangzong, did you see that? Wenjing is clearly trying to flirt with Wang Gu. Aren't you going to do something about it? Gao Qian glared at Wenjing and ran over to Zhang Rui's side. Zhou Qiang, seeing that a war between women was about to break out, quickly pulled the security guard nicknamed Stone away, fearing to get caught in the crossfire. Now Wang Xian finally understood what it meant that 3 women meant a drama. Want to control me? What gives you the right? Wenjing coldly huffed, looking fearless. After saying that, she walked over to Wang Xian's side and tightly hugged his arm. Wang Xian looked like he had eaten something unpleasant, feeling completely innocent. He wasn't a shield. Why should Wenjing run to him when she got into trouble? Why didn't she go hug Stone's arm instead? Wenjing, you need to understand your position. Zhang Rui didn't even look at Wenjing's actions and chose to ignore her, speaking calmly. Although Zhang Rui's tone was very calm, the aura she exuded was aggressive. Chapter 11. Impure Motives. You want to talk to me about identity? If it weren't for you insisting on organizing the company team building, would we have ended up in this situation? You think your status as the boss matters here? Here, everyone relies on their own abilities to eat. As expected of the public relations manager, her words were sharp, and when she insulted someone, it was like a machine gun, non-stop. Hearing Wenjing accuse Zhang Rui, Wang Xian quickly glanced at Zhang Rui with concern. To his surprise, he actually saw a hint of guilt in Zhang Rui's eyes. It wasn't Zhang Rui's fault. She had good intentions in organizing the team-building event, but no one could have predicted such a natural disaster. This couldn't be blamed on Zhang Rui. Why should she feel guilty? Seeing that look, Wang Xin felt a flash of doubt in his heart. Wen Jing, I haven't treated you poorly at the company, right? You've been there for so many years, and isn't your commission the highest? Don't you have the best treatment? Now you're clinging to my husband in front of me. Do you think that's appropriate? Zhang Rui said coldly. Each of Zhang Rui's words hit a sore spot for Wen Jing, causing her to instinctively release her grip. It seemed that Zhang Rui was not just a boss for show. With just a few words, she had subdued Wen Jing. Don't try to scare me here. There's no need for you to flaunt your boss authority. We're equals now. Although Wen Jing still felt unconvinced, her tone had clearly softened a lot. Even though Zhang Rui never mentioned Wang Xin's name, he still had self-awareness. Wen Jing looked at Wang Xin with a resentful gaze and softly said, Wang Go, do you really dislike me that much? If you abandon me, what meaning does my life have? Better to live than to die, if you want to die. No one will stop you, but think it through. Wang Xin frowned and said. To be honest, Wang Xin felt that Wen Jing was overacting. Everyone knew that he was the live-in son-in-law of Zhang Rui's company, so even though his wife was the general manager, no one respected Wang Xin. He also remembered that whenever he went to the company to find Zhang Rui, he would occasionally see the public relations manager Wen Jing. At that time, Wen Jing never regarded Wang Xin highly. Her attitude was dismissive, and she wouldn't even take the initiative to greet him. But now, she suddenly became so enthusiastic. Wang Xin was not only taken aback, but also deeply puzzled. Could it be that his abilities had reached their ears, and they were forced by circumstances to come to him? Would he have to protect these people in the future? No, Wen Jing must have other motives. She was so beautiful, articulate, and skilled in public relations. With her abilities, she would definitely be thriving in Sun Wei's department. There was no need for her to come and suffer here. Wang Gu, what I just said wasn't wrong. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have ended up in this broken place. Wen Jing said to Wang Xin. All right, no more talking. Wang Xin said impatiently. My wife organized this team-building trip for your benefit, and everyone voluntarily participated. She didn't intentionally want to harm you. I, as her husband, along with her, ended up here. You can blame fate or anything else, but you can't blame her. Wang Gu, don't be so loud. Don't be angry, okay? I was wrong. Wen Jing said with a pitiful tone. After being loudly reprimanded by Wang Xin, Wen Jing finally shut her mouth. However, even though her mouth was closed, her actions did not stop. Seeing Wen Jing trying to run over again, Wang Xin quickly took 2 steps back. At this moment, he must not have any physical contact with Wen Jing. Otherwise, not only would he fail to catch the fox, but he would also end up with a lot of trouble. Most importantly, Wang Xin was convinced that Wen Jing had ulterior motives. Furthermore, Wen Jing, let me remind you, don't think about stirring up trouble here, or I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. After Wang Xin finished speaking, he laughed at himself, making his threat feel utterly unthreatening. But only Wang Xin knew that he never talked big. When he said something, he meant it. Zhou Qiang walked beside Wang Xin and asked with a smirk, That's impressive, Xin Gu. Even this flirtatious Wen Jing, you managed to handle with just a few words. You know she is one of the 3 beauties in the company. Just thinking about her flirty nature is thrilling. After saying that, Zhou Qiang shot Wang Xin an evil glance. Thrilling, huh? What were you thinking? In your imagination, did you picture Wen Jing as the female lead? Wang Xin laughed. Men together always love to discuss such nonsense. Chapter 12, Endurance. Don't try to change the subject, Xin Gu. Tell me honestly. What were you thinking when Wen Jing was hugging you just now? Zhou Qiang looked at Wang Xin with a mischievous grin, as if he had shared a hug with her himself. Wang Xin didn't respond, and Zhou Qiang felt awkward to press further. Noticing Wang Xin's furrowed brows, Zhou Qiang seemed to sense some doubt, so he asked, Xin Gu, I didn't bring many people this time. Compared to Sun Wei's side, we are at a disadvantage. So we have to be extra careful. Also, let me remind you, don't fall for that vixen's tricks. I was joking. But you should pay attention to this. When I told everyone I was coming to seek refuge with you and your sister-in-law, Wen Jing was the first one to raise both hands in agreement. I'm not trying to speak ill of her, but we need to be cautious of such women. She is quite the seasoned player in the workplace, very slippery. Hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Wang Xin nodded. Indeed, it was just as he suspected. There was something off about Wen Jing. This Wen Jing worked in PR at the company, and she was the PR manager with excellent acting skills. He had to stay vigilant against her. By the way, what about Shirtu? What kind of person is he? Wang Xin asked. Zhou Qiang thought for a moment and said, Shirtu is quite straightforward. I usually have a good relationship with him, so he can be trusted. However, Xin Gu, my words are just a reference. You decide for yourself. As for Gao Qian, I don't know much about her since she usually interacts more with your sister-in-law. After saying that, Zhou Qiang glanced at Wang Xin, thinking he would know Gao Qian. In fact, Wang Xin had only interacted with Gao Qian a few times. After all, his relationship with Zhang Rui wasn't very harmonious, and they didn't have much contact. When he went to the company, he had only seen Gao Qian a few times and exchanged a few words with her, nothing more. These people, Wang Xin couldn't help but sigh. Their cohesion was quite poor. Let's not think too much for now. We can only take one step at a time. Falling into this rundown place without being killed is already a stroke of luck. Zhou Qiang said helplessly. Really? Let's go then. Wang Xin said. I've also gone out looking for fruits and only found a small amount. How did they find so many? Is there some special way? Wang Xin felt puzzled. He had undergone specialized training and searched for so long without finding a large number of wild fruits. What could be the reason? Zhou Qiang nodded and hesitantly said. They paid the price of their lives to find these fruits. One person, I don't know what bit him or how, but he suddenly swelled all over and died from poisoning within 24 hours. Upon hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Wang Xin frowned. Even if there is danger, we have to go. The food we have is simply not enough to sustain us. Although Zhou Qiang mentioned the danger, they had reached a point of running out of supplies, and Wang Xin had no choice. But who should go? Zhou Qiang asked. Of course, we all go together. Wang Xin said. Together? What if someone dies? Zhou Qiang asked worriedly. To be honest, facing the unknown danger, Wang Xin was also quite worried. Although he had skills, that was under conditions of rich backup resources and full equipment. Now, without any gear and zero medicine, even with extraordinary skills, he couldn't escape death if he sustained any injuries. But if they stayed here without looking for food, they would eventually die of starvation. So it was better to actively seek food than passively starve to death. Zhou Qiang nodded in agreement. Regarding the search for wild fruits, Wang Xin and Zhou Qiang did not inform the others to avoid causing panic. To be honest, suddenly joining these people felt somewhat burdensome for Wang Xin. If he were only taking care of Zhang Rui, he would feel confident, but with so many people, it was inevitable that he couldn't take care of everyone. Seeing the coldness in Zhang Rui's eyes, Wang Xin felt a bit tense. He really didn't know how Gao Qian could endure Zhang Rui's aloofness. Night fell. Once night fell, the seaside became cold and damp, but fortunately, there weren't many mosquitoes. It was just a bit chilly, which was bearable. Chapter 13. The Tormenting Little Fox Spirit. The other men were fine, but now with Wen Jing added, Wang Xin had to make another grass hut. Making 2 grass huts. He let the women sleep inside while the men made do outside and kept watch. Sleeping until midnight, Wang Xin maintained a semi-sleeping state, which was the most basic form of vigilance. He had developed this habit over the years. Although there were 2 more men helping him keep watch, Wang Xin still didn't dare to let his guard down. His wariness only increased. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, Wang Xin suddenly opened his eyes. There was movement. Wang Xin turned his gaze to the left and saw Zhou Qiang and Shirtu sound asleep, snoring loudly. They were really carefree. Noticing the sound was coming from the direction of the grass hut, Wang Xin didn't rush to move. Instead, he slightly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Through a gap, he looked towards the direction of the grass hut. In the moonlight, Wang Xin clearly saw a sneaky figure. It was Wen Jing. What was this woman doing up in the middle of the night? Suddenly, Wang Xin recalled what Zhou Qiang had said today, and his heart tightened. Could she be up to no good? Seeing Wen Jing sneakily walking towards the woods, Wang Xin quietly got up and followed her, trying his best not to make any noise. Wen Jing stealthily approached a patch of grass, looked around, and then slipped in, her figure disappearing. Just as Wang Xin was about to follow, a rustling sound suddenly reached his ears. Damn it! A hint of embarrassment flashed across Wang Xion's face. If Wen Jing discovered him, wouldn't it be impossible to clear his name? Suddenly, Wang Xian felt a chill down his spine. Had he been discovered? After 2 years of recovery, had his skills weakened to the point of being noticed by a woman? If so, then where did that rustling sound come from? From behind. Could it be that Wen Jing was watching him from behind? Wang Xian turned just in time to see Wen Jing crouched in the grass, drawing something on the ground with stones. She hadn't noticed Wang Xian's movements at all. What was she drawing? Wang Xian didn't believe that after taking care of her business in the middle of the night, Wen Jing would play with stones. Was she marking something? No wonder Zhou Qiang reminded him to be cautious of this woman. She was indeed strange, performing such a play during the day and then marking something at night. Like a lunatic, Wang Xian adjusted his posture and lay back down, wanting to pretend to be asleep to avoid being discovered by Wen Jing. It was too restless at this late hour, and Wang Xian decided that no matter what, he must remind Zhou Qiang tomorrow that they must stay vigilant and not sleep at night. Gradually, Wang Xian began to smell that unique scent that belonged to Wen Jing. Although he didn't dare to open his eyes, he had a bold guess in his heart. Wen Jing was standing right in front of him. In the middle of the night, what ghostly patterns had she just drawn, And now what was she doing here? Wang Gu. Wen Jing leaned beside Wang Xian, resting against him, softly murmuring. Wang Xian's face showed no change, appearing as if he were asleep. He pretended to snore loudly, acting as if he were deeply asleep. Wang Gu, stop pretending. I can hear your heart racing. Wen Jing said playfully. Wang Gu, you still have feelings for me, don't you? Otherwise, why would your heart be racing? Wen Jing said ambiguously. One must admit, this Wen Jing was truly a little enchantress. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, she actually lay on a man's body and murmured. As she spoke, Wen Jing placed her hand on Wang Xian's chest, fully feeling his heartbeat. Wang Xian continued to pretend to be asleep, ignoring her. Wen Jing sighed and said sadly, Wang Gu, can't you be a little more honest? Your body is much more honest than you are. Please stop pretending to be asleep, okay? After saying that, Wen Jing's hand began to move down from Wang Xian's chest. Wang Xian felt a surge of emotions. What on earth did this woman want to do in the dead of night? As Wen Jing's hand continued to move down, Wang Xian's scalp tingled. He couldn't pretend anymore. If he continued to do so, something big would happen. Wang Xian suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed Wen Jing's hand, and whispered, Enough, what do you want? Chapter 14. What kind of medicine is being sold in the gourd? You're awake? Seeing Wang Xian awake, Wen Jing smiled triumphantly. Wang Gu, you're too bad. In the middle of the night, asking someone if they want to do something? Wow, that's too direct. Very risky. Very violent. Wang Xian was dumbfounded. He had initially wanted to question Wen Jing about what she was doing, but unexpectedly, Wen Jing twisted his words and deliberately misinterpreted his meaning. Wen Jing's behavior seemed eager to use her beauty to seduce Wang Xian, although he didn't know her purpose. Unfortunately for her, she was destined to fail. Wang Xian had been married to Zhang Rui for such a long time, although they had not consummated their marriage. This was due to Wang Xian's strong self-control in that regard. Wang Xian believed that a man should be devoted. Moreover, while Wen Jing was beautiful, she still lacked a bit compared to Zhang Rui, and had a bit more of a worldly aura. To put it plainly, she was not Wang Xian's type. Most importantly, Wang Xian had no idea what this suddenly changed Wen Jing was really after. In this situation, it was impossible for Wang Xian to have any inappropriate thoughts about Wen Jing. At most, he would just have some wild fantasies in his mind. After all, it's normal for a man to fantasize a bit. Brother Xian, you're a man. How can you be so timid? You've been married to Zhang Rui for so long. You haven't really been a man yet, have you? It's okay. I can teach you and let you experience the happiness of being a man. After saying this, Wen Jing took Wang Xian's hand. This Wen Jing was really something. Just by observing his reactions, she could accurately judge that Wang Xian was still a virgin. Her words made Wang Xian feel embarrassed, his face turning red. Shaking off Wen Jing's hand, Wang Xian snapped, What are you doing? I've already been married. Stay away from me. So what if you're married? Which man doesn't cheat? I've never seen a cat that doesn't indulge in meat. Wen Jing laughed lightly. Although what Wen Jing said had some truth to it, cheating still depended on the location, right? Moreover, right under his wife's nose. How could Wang Xian possibly do such a thing? Even if Zhang Rui looked down on Wang Xian, she had never done anything to betray him. How could Wang Xian take the initiative to put a green hat on Zhang Rui? Suddenly, Wang Xian heard Zhang Rui turning over, and that slight sound startled him, making him push Wen Jing away far, causing her to sit down on the ground. Wow, this Wen Jing is really clingy. Once she's attached, she can't be shaken off. No wonder she became the manager of the company's public relations department. She really has a way. Wang Gu, Zhang Rui just turned over. Do you have to be so scared? Are you really that afraid of her? In fact, I think women should be gentle when they need to be. Only then will men enjoy the joys of marriage. Wen Jing whispered in Wang Xian's ear. At that moment, their postures were extremely ambiguous. Wen Jing's wolf-like demeanor was indeed a bit much for Wang Xian to handle. Wang Xian couldn't understand. If Wen Jing really wanted to seduce him, she should be more direct, perhaps subtly hinting at it. Why did she have to say so much? The more Wen Jing tempted him, the more cautious Wang Xian became. You should go to sleep. We have things to do tomorrow. Wang Xian pushed Wen Jing hard. Regardless of whether Zhang Rui had woken up or was just pretending to be asleep, Wang Xian had no intention of letting Wen Jing continue her nonsense. If they were discovered by others, it would be impossible to clear his name. Looking at Wen Jing's departing figure, Wang Xian sneered coldly. If nothing happened with the mark Wen Jing made earlier, that would be fine, but if she had other intentions, then she shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. The next morning, Wang Xian woke Zhou Qiang, and the two exchanged glances before informing everyone about going into the woods to find food. Judging from the direction of the rising sun that the woods should be north of the island, the two set off early. The vegetation in the woods looked similar to that of a tropical rainforest, and it was unclear if there was any edible food inside. Do we really have to go look for food in the woods? Zhang Rui asked. Seeing that Zhang Rui didn't mention last night's incident, Wang Xian sighed in relief and said, "Yes, we need to go look for food. Only in the woods is it possible to find something to eat. Such a big forest, could there be danger?" Zhang Rui frowned, looking worried. "It's okay, I will protect you." Wang Xian smiled calmly. With his skills, he could handle it. Just then, Wen Jing walked over. Zhang Rui glanced at Wen Jing, but said nothing. Wen Jing shot Wang Xian a cold look and walked away. Wang Xian remained unfazed, leading everyone north, and along the way, they surprisingly saw many bleached bones, sending chills down their spines. "Wang Ge, what is this place? Why are there so many bones?" Wen Jing said as she hugged Wang Xian, not knowing if she was genuinely scared or pretending to be. Chapter 15, Following Orders. Wang Xian had seen all kinds of scenes. He had encountered far scarier things on the battlefield, so he felt nothing about these bones. Suddenly, Zhang Rui coldly said, "Men and women shouldn't be too close. Can you be more careful?" After saying that, Zhang Rui continued to whisper something to Gao Qian, and it was unclear what they were discussing, but it was obvious they were planning something. Since the unpleasantness of yesterday, Wang Xian could tell that Zhang Rui had started to dislike this former subordinate of his. Wang Xian couldn't do anything about this outcome. Wen Jing was simply too clingy, making it impossible to shake her off. "Yesterday, I discussed with Zhou Qiang that if we go further, we might find some fruits. If we can find something to eat, we can have a good meal." After a long walk, Wang Xian finally revealed the purpose of their trip to everyone. "Are you sure we can find something to eat? You've seen the way we walked. Apart from bones, there's nothing else. I can be sure of one thing. There must be danger ahead. Wang Xian, you better think clearly. What's more important, food or life?" Zhang Rui said coldly. Hearing Zhang Rui's words, Wang Xian felt a little displeased. Although life is important, without food, wouldn't he starve to death in the end? Zhang Rui had not been friendly to Wang Xian from the beginning. He had hoped that after the bone-setting incident, their relationship could ease, but unexpectedly. With the sudden arrival of Wen Jing, they returned to their previous cold state, even worse. Zhang Rui's words were obviously a sign of disbelief in Wang Xian. Having said that, "Whoever wants to follow me, come along, but I must say this first. If we find food, everyone who follows me will share. And those who don't follow can only watch, so don't complain." After Wang Xian finished speaking, his cold gaze swept over everyone. And then he was the first to walk forward. This was the only way he could think of to quickly strengthen the team's cohesion. As for who would follow him in the end, Wang Xian didn't care too much. Zhang Rui is indeed the big boss, but after all, she is also his wife. It was one thing that Zhang Rui looked down on Wang Xian before, but now, Wang Xian intended to take Zhang Rui to find a way to survive. To find a way out. If at this moment, Zhang Rui insisted on opposing him, Wang Xian felt there was no need to explain to her. Instead of wasting breath, it would be better to save some energy to deal with the upcoming dangers. "President Zhang, Wang Xian clearly doesn't intend to take us too along. Let's think of a way ourselves." It was obvious that Gao Qian was very dissatisfied with Wang Xian's attitude, as she spoke while preparing to pull Zhang Rui away. Unexpectedly, this girl Gao Qian, though not very old, had quite a temper. Wang Xian knew a bit about her. She had just graduated from university, and he really didn't know what ability she had to directly become Zhang Rui's secretary. Looking at her defiant expression, it seemed like she thought she could survive on this deserted island without Wang Xian, not to mention that they couldn't even solve the freshwater problem. How could they survive? Zhang Rui blocked Gao Qian behind her, shook her head slightly to signal her not to speak, then turned to look at Wang Xian and said coldly, "No matter what, you are the captain of our team now. You have to take responsibility for what you say and do. We will listen to your arrangements. But the premise is that you must be able to find food. If you can't find it, don't blame us for not following orders." As soon as Zhang Rui finished speaking, Wen Jing, who was standing aside, immediately teased sarcastically, clearly elongating her tone for Zhang Rui to hear. "Brother Wang, look. I'm really good to you. As the saying goes, couples are birds of a feather. When disaster strikes, they fly apart. Today I finally understand. It's really clear." Although Wen Jing's words were unpleasant, they struck a chord with Wang Xian. He was thinking of everyone, yet this wife of convenience was opposing him. Moreover, Wang Xian thought about how he had pushed away another beautiful woman just to avoid putting a green hat on this silly woman. It was simply foolish. He didn't even eat the meat that was right in front of him. Not speaking doesn't mean no one thinks you're dumb. Wang Xian glared at Wen Jing. Hearing Wen Jing's words, Zhang Rui felt a bit embarrassed, her face turning red. It was clear that Wen Jing's words had hit her soft spot. Seeing this scene, Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. Could it be that this wife of convenience really wanted to fly away when disaster struck and abandon him? Wen Jing was also startled by Wang Xian's sudden seriousness. She disdainfully glanced at Zhang Rui and continued to cling to Wang Xian's arm, completely disregarding others' gazes, refusing to let go. Soon, everyone tacitly decided to move on. No one spoke anymore, just silently walked forward. Chapter 16, hair-raising. Zhang Rui and Gao Qian walked in front, while Wang Xin and Xiangzi followed behind, with Wen Jing still holding onto Wang Xin's arm and Shitu silently at the end of the line. Although no one spoke, Wang Xin's heart was in turmoil. He really didn't expect Zhang Rui to be so realistic. If he had no ability, would he be abandoned? After thinking for a long time, Wang Xin comforted himself, saying that there was nothing to be surprised about. In such a situation, being able to fill their stomachs and survive was the hard truth. Moreover, Wang Xin and Zhang Rui didn't have any so-called deep marital feelings. They couldn't even reach the level of a brief romance. If he had no ability, why would Zhang Rui follow him? If there was no hope, why would Zhang Rui endure hardships with him? Wang Xin clenched his fists secretly. Although he wanted to prove himself, he didn't know how to do it. As everyone slowly entered deeper into the forest, many more mosquitoes and insects appeared, buzzing and disturbing everyone. Xiangzi, pick that plant over there for me. Wang Xin pointed to a succulent-looking plant not far away. This thing seems inedible, right? Xiangzi said uncertainly. Wang Xin shook his head, signaling Xiangzi to pick it first. Xiangzi grumbled as he picked it and handed it to Wang Xin. Wang Xin gently tore open the leaves, then crushed them in his palm, squeezing out the juice, and finally applied it to the exposed skin, even smearing a lot on his neck and face. Wen Jing, who had been clinging to Wang Xin's arm, could no longer endure the unpleasant smell emanating from him, standing far away with a disgusted expression, and asked, "Brother Wang, what are you doing? If you don't want me to hug you, just say it. There's no need to torture yourself like this. It stinks. It's unbearable." When they were on missions before, they often used the juice of this plant for special tasks. Staying in the mountains without some skills, how could one survive until now? Following Wang Xin's instructions, Xiangzi happily gathered a lot and distributed it to everyone, laughing as he said, "I really didn't expect, Brother Xin, you have this skill." Although Wang Xin spoke convincingly, apart from Xiangzi and Shitu, the other women seemed indifferent, appearing to dismiss Wang Xin's explanation. However, soon, reality gave them a hard slap. After Wang Xin, Xiangzi, and Shitu applied the plant juice, the mosquitoes no longer had any intention of biting them, even avoiding them from a distance, while the other women suffered, swarmed by mosquitoes, with buzzing all around, some even crawling into their ears. "Brother Wang, is this really effective? Don't lie to me." Wen Jing endured the unpleasant smell and, like Wang Xin, tried to apply it to herself. She couldn't stand the mosquito bites anymore. When the juice took effect, Wen Jing exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Wang, I really didn't expect you to know so much. It's great to follow you. It's simply amazing." Looking at Wen Jing's cheerful demeanor, Wang Xin remained calm, not feeling any waves in his heart. He secretly glanced at Zhang Rui and Gao Qian. At this moment, Gao Qian and Zhang Rui were also mimicking Wang Xin, applying some to themselves, and sure enough, the mosquitoes above their heads seemed to have encountered something terrifying, no longer daring to approach them. Although it was just a brief moment, Wang Xin still caught the hint of surprise and admiration in Zhang Rui's eyes towards him. No one should underestimate anyone. Don't think that being the big boss gives you the right to look down on others. I will prove myself. As time passed and they moved deeper into the woods, the sunlight grew dimmer, and the mood became increasingly oppressive, creating a feeling that was inexplicably terrifying. The trees here were as tall as a primeval forest, towering into the sky, and some strange weeds were blocking the path, with oddly colored moss in the grass. Vines scattered chaotically on the trees, and the air was filled with a decayed smell. Although they had walked such a long way, they still had not seen any edible fruits. Even Wang Xin began to wonder in his heart, had they made a mistake? Why had they been walking for so long without discovering a single wild fruit tree? Oh, just as Wang Xin was lost in thought, Wen Jing suddenly let out a loud scream. Her terrified voice was truly earth-shattering and heart-wrenching. In this dark and terrifying forest, it was enough to scare someone to death without any compensation. Those who didn't know would think she had been assaulted. "Wang, look, quick look." Wen Jing trembled as she pointed at a tree not far away, her face full of horror. Everyone followed the direction of Wen Jing's finger, and in an instant, they all felt a chill run down their backs, cold sweat pouring down. A corpse was hanging from the tree, its upper body bound by vines, and from a distance, it was impossible to recognize the face, but the lower half swayed wildly in the wind. Not to mention the others were scared. Even Wang Xin, who had been a soldier, felt a shiver down his spine. Chapter 17, The Search and Rescue Team. On this isolated island, seemingly closed off yet filled with a strange mystery, seeing a dead body hanging from a tree in this secluded forest was truly chilling. After a long while, everyone finally calmed down, and after confirming there was no danger, they walked over to take a closer look, discovering that this dead person was not someone they knew. In other words, it was not one of the passengers on the plane, because Zhang Rui had chartered the flight for a team-building trip. and there were no outsiders on the plane except for the company employees. It seemed that besides them, there were other people on this island. Perhaps the flight that had an accident was not just theirs. Xiangzi, standing behind Wang Xin, suddenly said. Wang Xin remained silent, his brow furrowed. He couldn't be sure if the person in front of him had committed suicide or been murdered, but in such a dark place, it wasn't strange for someone to die. What puzzled him was, besides the people on the plane, could there be others on this small island? Who were those people? Where were they? Wang Xin had a belly full of questions. He didn't know if the other party had malicious intent. It seemed that the dangers on this deserted island did not only come from wild beasts, but could also come from these people. Even if the search and rescue team arrived, those who could survive would be few and far between. Let's go. We need to leave here. Wang Xin shook his head, signaling everyone to move on. In any case, the first task now was to find something to eat. Otherwise, they would starve to death without even needing the other party to take action. With years of experience, Wang Xin knew that in such a primitive forest, there must be some plants that could stave off hunger because this was a complete ecosystem. In Wang Xin's memory, he recalled a time when he had been on a mission in a primitive forest where everyone had also faced life and death, and they had survived thanks to a certain root plant found in the forest. The distinctive appearance of that root plant was that it had some slight prickles on its stems and leaves, but its roots were rich in starch. If they could find this plant, then filling their stomachs would not be a problem. They just didn't know if such root plants existed on this deserted island. With mixed feelings, Wang Xin began to seriously search for edible plants. Although this small island appeared to have abundant vegetation, it was clear that these were all rainforest plants. And wild fruits were truly scarce. Even if there were wild fruits, they might not be edible. However, root plants might be different. Things like potatoes and sweet potatoes were quite common. As Wang Xin walked, he paid attention to some low shrubs underfoot. Those plants were all very short, and he could only find traces of them from their stems and leaves. Just as Wang Xin was about to run out of patience and was ready to give up, he discovered the type of root plant he was looking for behind a plant resembling a banana. Without thinking too much, Wang Xin immediately began to dig with his hands. But in the end, he stood up with a disappointed expression. The others looked at Wang Xin with strange expressions as he held a plant that resembled weeds, with its roots in a sorry state, already eaten by some unknown wild animal. Wang Xin suppressed his inner disappointment and forced a smile, saying, "Let's keep looking. There must be more." After saying that, he ignored what the others said and continued to search based on his years of experience. Wang Xion's approach was indeed correct. Most root plants had their fruits exposed, and only a small portion grew underground. However, he didn't dare to eat the exposed berries, as they could potentially be poisonous, with dire consequences. But perhaps those with tubers could indeed be edible. After about 10 minutes, Wang Xian finally stopped at a spot where he discovered a large area of root plants, somewhat similar to potatoes. The few people following behind looked at Wang Xian as if they were walking dogs. Wang Xian paid no attention to their odd looks, slowly peeling back the roots of the plants, and indeed found tuber-like fruits the size of potatoes. When he held the potato-like plant in his hands, he noticed the eyes of the others instantly lit up with excitement, their expressions showing a joy that was hard to describe. "Xinggu, did you find it? Is it edible?" Xiangzi asked excitedly. He guessed that what Wang Xian was holding was likely the food they were looking for, and it looked very much like a potato. "Heaven is favoring us. I'll try it first. If it's okay, the amount here is enough for us to have a good meal." As he spoke, Wang Xian carefully broke open the potato-like plant, watching the slight milky liquid ooze out. He knew this thing must be rich in starch, and when he gently licked it with his tongue, he found it had a faint sweet taste. Rich in starch, slightly sweet. "This is the food we are looking for," Wang Xian announced with a smile, holding up the potato-like plant, his expression filled with excitement. "Quick, don't just stand around. Hurry up and dig. Tonight, we can have a hearty meal," Wang Xian shouted to everyone, holding the large potato he had just dug up. Chapter 18, Conflict. Just as Wang Xian finished speaking, Xiangzi suddenly dashed over, his speed almost like lightning. They had found food. Everyone was saved. Wang Xian instinctively glanced at Zhang Rui, who happened to be looking at him as well, their gazes colliding in midair. After exchanging a glance, Zhang Rui couldn't help but blush and lowered her head, unsure if it was excitement or nervousness, but this moment of eye contact left a sweet taste in their hearts. Wang Xian originally planned to boast a little, but seeing everyone's excitement, he felt there was nothing to show off. After about 10 minutes of work, everyone had dug up over a dozen potato-like tubers, mimicking Wang Xian's actions, peeling off their skins, and each person tasted one, finding it indescribably delicious. Wang Xian laughed as he ate, saying, "Let's find a place nearby to settle down for the night. It seems we don't need to move forward for now." At this point, Wang Xian didn't know where they were, nor did he dare to confirm their current location. If they continued to move forward, they might encounter wild beasts or even get lost, which would not be a good thing. Since food was now sufficient, the main priority was still to fill their stomachs. Only after everyone had rested could they have the capital to survive. It was clear that everyone strongly agreed with Wang Xian's suggestion, and neither Zhang Rui nor Gao Qian brought up the matter of leaving the group again. Just now, Wang Xian and Xiangzi had carefully observed the surrounding terrain while on the move. Although the area was dense with trees and bushes, they could still quickly discern the direction and make their way to the beach, indicating that this forest was indeed vast. And they had only been lingering on the outskirts for so long. With Wang Xian's years of military experience, he knew that unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to venture deep into the forest. If they really went too deep, they would surely lose their sense of direction. And even if the rescue team came, it would be difficult to find their way out of the woods. Brother Xian, although finding something to eat is exciting, it won't last long. There's something I suddenly remembered that I really need to tell you. Unknowingly, Xiangzi slowly walked to Wang Xian's side, signaling him to slow down. When they reached the back of the group, Xiangzi whispered in Wang Xian's ear. Wang Xian trusted Xiangzi very much, not to mention their familial relationship. Just the bond from growing up together made Wang Xian not doubt Xiangzi's intentions. Moreover, Wang Xian knew that Xiangzi had strong observational skills and was very attentive. His words were worth pondering. Xiangzi's earlier statement was not without reason. Even if they found edible plants, there would come a day when they would run out. And at that point, they didn't know what would happen. I was at Sun Wei's place earlier, and I saw him use the compass on his phone to determine the direction, but the needle kept spinning and couldn't identify anything, Xiangzi said with a worried look. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian really wanted to curse. The compass on the phone was completely useless in this place. If it were useful, it wouldn't be called a deserted island. Xiangzi's news made Wang Xian lose a lot of hope. Now he could only rely on himself. Wang Xian comforted Xiangzi a few times, and slowly the sky darkened. Fortunately, they found a very large cave. It wasn't exactly a cave. It was more like a gap between several huge rocks, but it was barely enough to shelter them from the wind and rain. In this environment, it was already considered paradise. Brother Wang, I told you following you was the right choice. Look how great it is now. We have food and shelter. Everyone regained their strength, and Wen Jing began to provoke Wang Xian and Zhang Rui again. Wen Jing suddenly had the energy to dance in front of everyone, humming and singing as she jumped. Her voice was simply enchanting. Suddenly, Wen Jing turned around and hugged Wang Xian's neck. Wang Xian was a bit surprised. Did Wen Jing want to dance with him? Zhang Rui stood by with a cold snort, pulling Gao Qian to sit aside. You don't need to hum and pout like that. Who are you showing that ugly face to? If it weren't for Brother Wang, we wouldn't have so much food, let alone a place to stay. I don't know why you keep that sour face. This isn't a company. Now we are all equals. Without the food crisis. Wen Jing began to mock Zhang Rui coldly again. Zhang Rui didn't respond, only coldly staring at Wen Jing. Wen Jing, don't go too far. No matter what. Brother Xian is President Zhang's husband. Are you trying to be the mistress? Gao Qian couldn't help but defend Zhang Rui, angrily accusing Wen Jing. Oh, what do you think Brother Wang is? Do you really think you're something special? And what's wrong with me being a mistress? Anyway, President Zhang doesn't treat Brother Wang as her husband. I look down on people like you who pretend to be noble. Although Brother Wang is a son-in-law in your eyes. In my eyes, he's my Superman, my savior. Wen Jing hugged Wang Xian's neck, laughing as she spoke. Superman? Savior? Wen Jing using these two terms to describe Wang Xian made him feel a bit awkward. Chapter 19. Warm and Soft Jade. Wang Xian forcibly pulled Wen Jing's arm down and advised, this is a critical time. It's important for everyone to stay united. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Zhang Rui seemed completely unconcerned with Wang Xian's words, standing up and walking to his side, linking her arm with his, and smiling. I really didn't know my husband had such charm that even you would come to cling to him. When Zhang Rui linked her arm with Wang Xian's, he clearly felt the smoothness of her tender hand, a feeling that was simply indescribable, instantly causing Wang Xian's brain to flood with blood. It had to be said that after being married for so long, this was indeed the first time Zhang Rui had taken the initiative to link arms with him. In fact, Wen Jing's earlier words were also Wang Xian's inner thoughts. In the big city, Zhang Rui might look down on him. After all, being a son-in-law doesn't earn respect. Even his own family looked down on him, let alone others. Thinking about it, marrying a wife meant he could only watch from afar, not even daring to touch her hand. What did it matter if others laughed at him? Wang Xian mustered the courage to touch Zhang Rui's small hand, and he suddenly felt an immense sense of relief. Zhang Rui's initiative made him realize that Wen Jing's provocation was indeed very effective. After all, for more than 2 years of marriage, Wang Xian had always slept on the sofa and didn't dare to overstep boundaries, even hesitating to go in front of Zhang Rui's bedroom. In the company, you were the boss. Now on the island, being a boss is of no use. What's the most practical thing now? It's still Brother Wang. I can do many things for him. What can you do for him? Wen Jing sarcastically taunted. Her last sentence was deliberately raised in volume, clearly afraid that others wouldn't hear. That kind of courage truly impressed Wang Xin. You're just talking. What can you do for my husband? To put it bluntly, you're just trying to seduce him. Zhang Rui didn't take Wen Jing seriously at all. Maintaining an attitude of I'm the legitimate wife, you're just the mistress. What can I do? Just watch. Just as she finished speaking, Wen Jing unexpectedly kissed Wang Xin. That soft and enticing sensation instantly made Wang Xin's brain momentarily stop supplying blood. He never expected Wen Jing would steal his first kiss. Since they were little, Wang Xin's dad and Zhang Rui's dad had arranged a marriage for them. So in Wang Xin's heart, he had regarded Zhang Rui as his wife since childhood. Over time, this notion had become deeply ingrained. Wang Xin had never thought about other girls. He had unknowingly made up his mind to recognize Zhang Rui as his wife. He hadn't even dated any girls during school, let alone had a first kiss or anything else. Wen Jing was so bold, after kissing Wang Xin. She felt it wasn't enough and intimately linked her arm with his, seductively saying, not only can I do this, but I can also have babies with brother Wang. As soon as Wen Jing said this, Xiangzi, who was eating beside them, couldn't hold back and sprayed the food out of his mouth. Wang Xin was left dumbfounded. This woman really dared to say anything. To have babies was just to sleep with him, right? To say such things so openly was simply extraordinary. Clearly, Zhang Rui was very angry this time, a layer of anger visibly appearing on her face. She looked at Wang Xin with icy eyes and said, do you also want to have babies with her? Faced with this sudden question, Wang Xin quickly shook his head and explained, I never thought about anyone else. I only thought about having babies with you. Wang Xin said this out of urgency, and by the end, his voice was very quiet. But Zhang Rui still heard it clearly. Zhang Rui's face instantly turned red, and in anger, she scolded, good, you don't learn the proper things. But instead learn this nonsense. Seeing Zhang Rui was angry, Wang Xin immediately shook off Wen Jing's arm and stood up, expressing his stance. Zhang Rui looked at Wen Jing with icy eyes and coldly said, Wen Jing, I was blind to hire you. I brought you into the company because I valued your abilities. Now you use all that ability on my husband. You really can. You want to know what I can do for him? I'll show you right now. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Rui turned to stand in front of Wang Xin, her eyes filled with heat mixed with a hint of panic, looking at Wang Xin. Wang Xin was so nervous that he didn't know how to react. Before he could process it, Zhang Rui was already on her tiptoes, her lips lightly brushing against his in a kiss. After a long kiss, they parted. How was that? Zhang Rui asked softly. Wang Xin felt a sudden electric sensation, as if he had been shocked, and he stood there in a daze for a long time before realizing that Zhang Rui's performance today was somewhat unbelievable. I tell you, not all the time do men need a woman's body. Perhaps a kiss can make him devoted. What kind of woman can so easily offer herself? I don't want to comment further. Zhang Rui glanced contemptuously at Wen Jing, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up as she sneered. After Zhang Rui finished speaking, Wang Xin was so excited he could hardly express it. He wished he could pin Zhang Rui down right there and have her bear his children. Chapter 20. Precautions. Zhang Rui's words made Wen Jing furious. She stomped her foot hard in place and turned to stand aside. Wang Xin and Zhang Rui had known each other since childhood, and their families were considered close friends. However, after Wang Xin joined the army, they had not seen each other again until their wedding, which was their official reunion. When they were younger, Zhang Rui was not so aloof. She often followed Wang Xin around and even said she wanted to be his wife when she grew up. However, after the wedding, Zhang Rui said she wanted to test Wang Xin, and after a while, she began to grow increasingly cold towards him, nitpicking everything, pointing out what was wrong here and what was wrong there. Wang Xin could hardly believe that the person before him was still the same Zhang Rui who used to follow him around as a child. All right, let's not say anything more. We should unite now and not cause trouble. With no other choice, Wang Xin stood up to signal both sides to coexist peacefully. President Zhang, I really can't stand Wen Jing's behavior, Gao Qian whispered into Zhang Rui's ear after she sat back down. Stop talking, let's leave it at that. Zhang Rui shot a glance at Wang Xin and shook her head, indicating for Gao Qian to stop. Even so, Wang Xin still vaguely heard their conversation and felt uneasy for some reason. Wang Xin always felt that Zhang Rui and Gao Qian were hiding something from him, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, Zhang Rui was his wife. Yet, Zhang Rui would rather talk to her secretary than tell Wang Xin. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Wang Xin called out loudly to Xiangzi, Xiangzi, let's go get some water. Wang Xin secretly glanced at Zhang Rui and said somewhat defiantly, let's go. Without caring about Zhang Rui's thoughts, Wang Xin took Xiangzi and Wen Jing away. No matter what, a man still needed to stay behind. After all, there were 2 women left who needed protection. Besides, Shirtu wasn't much of a talker, leaving him was the best choice. On the way, Wang Xin was determined to win Zhang Rui's heart through his own efforts. Wang Xin initially thought of using the same method to extract water from the soil, but unfortunately, dew only condensed in the morning. So he found a damp area and dug a sand pit about 2 meters deep. After waiting for about an hour, there was a layer of clear water in the pit, enough to fill 2 bottles. Back at the camp, he gathered a lot of dry leaves and dug a shallow pit to put the prepared dry leaves in. Previously, they had been trying to find ways to start a fire, but with Xiangzi around, it became much easier. He didn't know how Sun Wei managed to bring a lighter on the plane, but Xiangzi happened to have one. Now, with a fire source, they didn't have to eat cold food, which was such a happy thing, and it also provided warmth and kept wild animals at bay. All living beings are born with a fear of fire. Digging a pit to make a fire was a win-win solution. It could prevent the fire from going out at night and allow them to roast some leftover food, similar to potatoes, which was much tastier than eating raw. Although it didn't taste as good as potatoes or sweet potatoes, having something to eat was already very good. Brother Xian, come over, I need to tell you something. Before the food was done roasting, Xiangzi waved Wang Xin over. Wang Xin walked up to Xiangzi and asked curiously, "What's up? Can't we eat first?" "I just have a couple of sentences. It won't take long," Xiangzi smiled. "Go ahead." Wang Xin nodded. Xiangzi leaned closer to Wang Xin's ear, as if they were two spies meeting, and whispered, "Do you feel like Wenjing has changed recently? What? Have you fallen for her?" Wang Xin laughed and turned to look at Wenjing. "Nonsense. How is that possible?" Xiangzi said anxiously, "I don't know why, but subconsciously, I feel like that woman has something going on." "What kind of problem?" Wang Xin asked, not paying too much attention. But Wenjing's flirtatious behavior did indeed stir something in him. That woman is not honest. I've been observing her for a long time today. No matter where we go, she always scatters some leaves or branches on the ground and even tears them apart. It's obviously marking something, especially after we found food, Xiangzi said seriously. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that Wenjing really had ulterior motives? Throwing branches and leaves aside was one thing, but intentionally making them irregular was something even a fool could understand. He remembered that during their time at the company, Sun Wei and Wenjing had an unusual relationship. They were considered mid-level leaders in the company and usually seemed fine, but colleagues said they were quite close. So Wang Xin felt he needed to be cautious. It was possible she was an undercover agent sent by Sun Wei. Xiangzi warned him. Chapter 21, Midnight Movements. Xiangzi's earlier gossip turned out to be useful now. Let's leave it at that for now. We will continue to observe. After thinking for a moment, Wang Xin nodded. Xiangzi smiled and nodded back. Wang Xin knew Xiangzi had more to say, and in annoyance, he kicked Xiangzi, saying loudly, "Can't you just say it all at once instead of dragging it out?" "Brother Xian, where are you going with this?" "It's mainly about President Zhang and your relationship. If I say too much, it'll definitely offend you," Xiangzi said somewhat awkwardly. Wang Xin really didn't know what Xiangzi wanted to say. "Haven't you noticed something off between President Zhang and Gao Qian? I felt something was wrong back when we were with Sun Wei. Don't tell me you have no feeling at all. It's impossible not to feel anything." Wang Xin had long noticed that Zhang Rui and Gao Qian were hiding something from him. But even so, he didn't want to confront Zhang Rui directly and ask why. Wang Xin shook his head with a bitter smile, patted Xiangzi on the back, and sighed, "How could it be? Right now, you're the only one I can trust. So it's better to be cautious." Xiangzi hummed, not saying anything more. Wang Xin and Xiangzi were very good friends. Although they had a family relationship, they had grown up together, establishing a deep bond that was unmatched by anyone else. Although Wang Xin believed Zhang Rui wouldn't do anything dangerous to him, he couldn't guarantee that about other matters. However, Wang Xin still needed to find out step by step what Zhang Rui was hiding from him. Right now, Wang Xin was most worried about Shirtu. If there were issues with the three women, it would be manageable, but if something happened to Shirtu, it would be a disaster. Just his muscular build alone was not something 2 or 3 people could handle. As night deepened, the pitch-black night in the forest always made people feel uneasy. When everyone was fast asleep, Wenjing got up again to relieve herself. This time, Wang Xin did not follow her, and Wenjing didn't go too far. Only a few hundred meters. Wang Xin felt something would happen. Being cautious, he didn't get up to follow but continued to observe secretly. Sure enough, Wenjing was randomly touching things on the ground, not knowing what she was grabbing or marking. At this moment, Wang Xin was fully alert. Even if he couldn't be certain, he had a strong suspicion. Wenjing definitely had a problem. Suddenly, Wang Xin felt as if a pair of eyes was staring at him. He quickly squinted his eyes into a line and pretended to be asleep without moving. Although his eyes were closed, Wang Xin's ears were still carefully listening to Wenjing's movements. No matter what, these few people were brought up by Wang Xin. And if something really went wrong, surviving on this small island would be harder than ascending to the heavens. There were only 2 explanations for Wenjing's actions. One was that she was cautious and marking her way to avoid getting lost, and the other was that she was marking for someone else. Wang Xin leaned more towards the latter. He remained silent and continued to pretend to be asleep. Wen Jing walked over to Wang Xin's side and whispered, "Brother Wang, are you asleep?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xin's heart raced. He never expected this woman to be so bold, coming to flirt with him in the middle of the night. Suddenly, he recalled what Xiangzi had said earlier that day, that Wen Jing was involved with Sun Wei. Just thinking about it made him feel disgusted. "What are you doing up at this hour?" Wang Xin did not open his eyes, his tone dark and his voice cold, adding an eerie quality to the night. "Brother Wang, what do you think I can do?" Wen Jing replied softly, "I'm not heartless like Zhang Rui and the others. During the day, you were looking for food and taking care of us, so of course, I want to do something for you." Perhaps Wen Jing was a bit scared, but after hesitating for a moment, she still spoke up. Her voice was gentle and charming. If she were in a nightclub, many would probably throw money at her. "Jing, I think you are overthinking this. I'm doing these things solely for everyone's sake, not just for you," Wang Xin said, deliberately softening his tone as he opened his eyes to continue. It seemed that Wen Jing was surprised, realizing that Wang Xin could remain so composed. "Brother Wang, I know you haven't been to the company much, but even if you go infrequently, I remember you each time. Before, you were the boss's husband. So I didn't dare to have any thoughts, but now we are all equal. Don't you want to give yourself a chance? With my figure, don't you have any thoughts at all? If you do, I would definitely cooperate with you." Wang Xin never expected Wen Jing to be so explicit. It was outright seduction. "Sorry, but I'm really not in the mood today," Wang Xin said coldly. With such a lack of self-control, how could he fight on the battlefield? After all, he was a man who had walked through blood and corpses. Wang Xin cursed Wen Jing countless times in his heart. "It's best to sleep now. Resting is the most important thing," Wang Xin thought as he was too lazy to continue paying attention to Wen Jing. Wen Jing deliberately hummed, feeling utterly pleased. Wang Xin felt a bit helpless. After all, this spot was the best lookout location, and he couldn't change places. The next morning, as dawn broke, Xiangzi and Shitu had already gotten up. Seeing Wang Xin and Wen Jing lying together, Xiangzi rushed over dramatically and said, "Bro, did anything happen last night? Any gossip? Hurry and tell me." "Get lost," Wang Xin replied. He didn't know if Wen Jing was doing it on purpose or had other thoughts, but surprisingly, Xiangzi's loud voice didn't wake her. Xiangzi didn't care about others' gazes and secretly stretched his head over to peek into Wen Jing's collar. Seeing Xiangzi act so lowly, Wang Xin really wanted to kick him, not expecting him to be so lewd, even though he had known some things since childhood. He didn't expect him to be so unrestrained as an adult. "I'm not as pure as you. Such a sexy beauty is still willing to be a virtuous person," Xiangzi said, sneaking a glance at Zhang Rui and Gao Qian's grass hut, squinting at Wang Xin. "You think everyone is like you? Brother, I'm a good person too," Wang Xin said, deliberately puffing out his chest and speaking confidently. "I know what you're thinking. You're still thinking about Zhang Zong, right?" Xiangzi said while making disgusting gestures. "Xiangzi, if you can't speak properly, then shut up. What nonsense are you saying?" Zhang Rui had already woken up at some point and was standing in front of the grass hut. Zhang Rui glanced at Wen Jing lying next to Wang Xin, her face clearly showing anger. Even so, Wang Xin didn't mind at all. Since he hadn't done anything, he wasn't afraid of what others said. Zhang Rui quickly adjusted her attitude, lightly covering her mouth with her hand as she yawned and stretched, appearing indifferent. However, that one stretch truly captivated Wang Xin. In that brief moment, he fully understood just how beautiful Zhang Rui's perfect curves were. He didn't know how Zhang Rui had developed when she was younger. She was just slightly pretty, but unexpectedly, after maturing, she became so deadly beautiful. Wang Xin turned around and, noticing Xiangzi secretly staring at Zhang Rui, kicked him hard from behind. "What are you doing, Xin Go?" Xiangzi said, not expecting the boss to be so. Xiangzi chuckled and whispered lewdly in Wang Xin's ear. "If you dare say anything again, believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out." Wang Xin interrupted Xiangzi, giving him a hard slap. Xiangzi clutched his chest, pretending to cough up blood. "This figure is simply mesmerizing. If I could be a son-in-law, I would be willing." "God is really unfair," Xiangzi said, filled with envy and jealousy. "You all are awake." At that moment, Wen Jing rubbed her sleepy eyes and came over. Wang Xin didn't believe that Wen Jing hadn't woken up earlier. She must have been eavesdropping on their conversation. "Sister, you sleep too much. This is the ground, not a bed," Xiangzi teased. "Don't call me sister." Wen Jing glared at Xiangzi and retorted loudly. "Miss Wen, can I call you that?" "No. You can't call me miss either." Xiangzi awkwardly grinned. I won't call you that anymore." "Wang Xin, what are we having for breakfast?" Zhang Rui said, brushing her hair back from her forehead with a smile. Wang Xin looked at the pale-faced Zhang Rui and remained silent, lowering his head to poke around the fire pit. Indeed, the food from last night was gone. Zhang Zong, what's wrong with you? Gao Qian, who had stood up, suddenly caught the leaning Zhang Rui. If Gao Qian hadn't been so quick, Zhang Rui might have fallen to the ground. What's wrong? Wang Xin rushed over, concerned. At this moment, Zhang Rui's face was as pale as paper, clearly very weak. Her lips slightly cracked as she weakly said, I'm fine. I probably didn't rest well, plus I'm malnourished. Wang Xin touched Zhang Rui's forehead and anxiously said, You're burning up like this and still say you're fine. If this were in the city, such a thing might not be a big deal, but on this deserted island, with no medicine and not even a drop of fresh water, they were utterly helpless. After arranging things for everyone, Wang Xin pulled Xiangzi to leave, planning to go back to the place they found small black balls yesterday to get some food. The place they stayed today wasn't far from where they found food yesterday, only a few hundred meters away. However, today he suddenly noticed many more footprints on the ground, clearly indicating that someone else had been there. Xin go, there might be people nearby, Xiangzi whispered. Wang Xin nodded in response. The two of them crouched down and stealthily made their way to the food storage area. As they got closer, they noticed the footprints on the ground becoming more chaotic. Suddenly feeling that something was wrong, Wang Xin signaled Xiangzi to move faster. When Wang Xin and Xiangzi arrived at the food storage area, their hearts sank. There was nothing left, not even a trace of the food they had found. Only bare earth remained. No matter how they looked at it, the place where they had discovered food yesterday could have provided rations for everyone for over 10 days, and now there was nothing left. Damn, bro. Where are our little potatoes? Xiangzi finally couldn't hold back his curses. Earlier, he had affectionately renamed them black potatoes. Damn it, we've been set up. Wang Xin kicked the dirt on the ground hard. Now we've lost the items, and no one has been caught. It's a complete failure. It's unbelievable that such a hidden place could be fully excavated by someone in such a short time overnight. Wang Xin stopped Xiangzi and gritted his teeth, saying, Now is not the time. If we go looking for her without evidence, we'll definitely be bitten back. Brother, what are we waiting for? It's definitely her. Xiangzi was furious, picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it into the distance. At this moment, Wang Xin's calmness was somewhat frightening. He knew that if it really was Wen Jing, he would make her pay in blood for her debts. However, the situation had already occurred, and the most important thing now was to find evidence. Wang Xin suppressed his anger and tried to stabilize Xiangzi. We can only endure for now. When the time comes, we will strike back and make Sun Wei and the others pay the price. However, Zhang Rui's condition was very poor. She was slightly trembling due to fever, likely a sign of dehydration. Brother Xin, if Zhang Zong continues to burn like this, it could be fatal, Gao Qian cried out anxiously. Wang Ge, look at her. She's burning up like this, and there's no medical facility on this island. I'm afraid it could infect others. Wen Jing covered her mouth and nose with her hand, speaking loudly with disdain. Seeing Wen Jing's sharp demeanor made Wang Xin extremely angry, and he said with rage, If you're scared, stay away from us. No one is forcing you to stay here. Brother Xin, you're wronging me. I'm also doing this for everyone's good. No one can say for sure what kind of prehistoric virus is on this island. We should stay away from Zhang Rui to avoid dragging ourselves down. It was utterly unexpected that Wen Jing could say such bitter words. Wen Jing's instigation made everyone frown. It was simply shocking. Regardless of whether she was a spy sent by Sun Wei, everyone was now thinking that way. Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Wang Xin shouted irritably. Chapter 24, Fever. Zhang Rui, how are you? Describe your symptoms to me briefly. I'll think of a way. Wang Xin looked at Zhang Rui with concern in his eyes. Zhang Rui weakly shook her head, opened her mouth, but couldn't make a sound. It seemed she was feverish, leading to dehydration, and was in a state of extreme danger, requiring effective treatment as soon as possible. Xiangzi, quickly get some water, hurry. Wang Xin called to Xiangzi to fetch water from a nearby damp area using the original method. Due to the urgency, the water that seeped out was somewhat murky. The immediate priority was to help Zhang Rui with physical cooling and then find medicine to control her condition. There was no other way. Brother Xin, our little potatoes have most likely been dug up by someone. Since they could find our little potatoes, it means our every move is being monitored, Xiangzi said in a low voice while filtering the murky water. This place is no longer safe. We must evacuate quickly. Wang Xin said with a frown, his voice low. Zhang Rui, suddenly falling ill, caught Wang Xin off guard, and he was anxious. Moreover, the Solanaceae plants they had found earlier had already been seized by others, proving that their actions were indeed very dangerous under the eyes of others. Wang Xin didn't believe it was just a coincidence. The dense forest was so vast, and what they had just discovered was dug up by others the next day. Other than the possibility of a spy in the team, he couldn't think of any other explanation. Furthermore, the ability to identify edible Solanaceae plants. Wang Xin believed that apart from himself, no one else on the entire island could recognize these plants. There was a mole in his team. First, he fed Zhang Rui some water to alleviate her dehydration symptoms. Perhaps because the water tasted bitter, Zhang Rui frowned tightly, finding it hard to swallow. Seeing this, Wang Xin silently shook his head at her. To recover quickly, she had to drink this water. In the end, Zhang Rui forced herself to drink it all in one go, but she choked and started coughing, tears streaming down her face. Everyone has rested enough. Let us pack our things and prepare to evacuate. After Zhang Rui finished drinking the water, Wang Xin pondered for a moment and said to everyone. While speaking, Wang Xin carefully observed Wen Jing's expression, looking for any clues, but found nothing unusual. Wang Xin quietly instructed Xiangzi to keep a close watch on Wen Jing in future actions to prevent her from making any other signs. Wang Xin had checked the signs Wen Jing made. They were just simple lines, drawing a few straight lines on the ground, showing no abnormalities. Like a child doodling out of boredom. Brother Wang, with Zhang Zong in such a weak condition, if we change locations now, she probably won't be able to hold on. Gao Qian clearly didn't understand Wang Xin's urgency to leave and hurriedly objected. Zhang Rui looked at Wang Xin. Her eyes filled with confusion. She didn't know why Wang Xin suddenly wanted to change locations. Surviving on a deserted island was already very difficult. And now with injuries and illnesses, taking rash actions would likely decrease their chances of survival. Since Brother Wang has decided to leave, why are you still talking so much? Just follow along. Wen Jing stood by, coldly mocking. Gao Qian, since you like staying with Zhang Rui so much, why don't you just stay and accompany her to wait for death? We can't delay everyone's hope of survival because of you too. Wang Xin frowned. Wen Jing appeared quite beautiful, but he didn't expect her to be so ruthless. Wen Jing, how can you talk like that? Don't you have any sympathy at all? When we were at the company, did Zhang Zong ever owe you anything? I didn't expect you to want to abandon her now, adding insult to injury. Gao Qian questioned Wen Jing angrily. Abandon? Adding insult to injury? It's clearly her own fault for being useless, getting sick and dragging everyone down. What right do you have to blame me? Please don't judge me from a moral high ground. We are a team now, not a company. We are all here to survive. Our statuses are equal. She is not even Zhang Zong. Wen Jing was unyielding and immediately started arguing with Gao Qian. Standing aside, Wang Xin found Wen Jing increasingly interesting. He felt that she seemed to speak half-truths, hiding half of her thoughts, as if she didn't want him to know something. It seemed that if he weren't present, Wen Jing would have more to say. Suddenly, Wen Jing turned to Wang Xin and said, Wang Gu, whether to leave or stay. What do you think? Everyone will listen to you. Zhang Rui is my wife. Do you think I would abandon her? Wang Xin glanced at Wen Jing and said. Wen Jing was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Wang Xin to say this. It was a stinging slap. Brother Wang, you treat her as your wife, but she doesn't treat you as her husband. How about you consider me? I can wash clothes and cook, be obedient, and keep you warm at night. Wen Jing flipped her hair and smiled. Uffed. Xiangzi couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Stone was also trying to hold back his laughter, his shoulders shaking, struggling to contain himself. Chapter 25, Evacuation. Wen Jing glared at the two fiercely and said irritably, What are you laughing at? Good people are being made fools of by you. Anyway, I've said what I needed to say. I'm not afraid of offending you. On this broken island, it's survival of the fittest, believe it or not. We might all die here one day. After speaking, Wen Jing angrily leaned against a tree, wearing a stern face, watching coldly. Stone was someone who had always been taciturn and had a weak presence. Sometimes Wang Xin would unconsciously overlook him. Zhang Rui's complexion was becoming increasingly poor. In fact, Wen Jing's words were not without reason. But no matter what, everyone had fallen to this state, and surviving was not easy. They couldn't do anything that would hurt each other and go against their conscience. When you joined my side, I said that I wouldn't give up on anyone. Whether Zhang Rui is my wife or not, I will not give up. Enough with the nonsense. Time is pressing. Let's evacuate quickly. Wang Xin wanted to refute Wen Jing, but after thinking about it, she was a woman who had narrowly escaped from a plane crash. On this deserted island, having such selfish thoughts to survive was not unreasonable. From a certain selfish perspective, Wen Jing's mentality was quite normal. If she were indifferent and calm, that would be strange. What Wen Jing said made sense. Life here is far more fragile and precious than in the city. I can't let my illness affect everyone. Whatever decision Wang Xin makes, I will not complain, even if it means abandoning me here. Likewise, I will not sell my body to survive. This last sentence was directed at Wen Jing. And although Zhang Rui's voice was weak, it carried an undeniable pride. Although Zhang Rui was still sick, when she spoke, she was still that powerful, high and mighty queen. Wang Xin admired Zhang Rui's spirit the most. I'm making a living with my skills. Don't speak too soon. Let's see if you still have that pride after being hungry for a few days with nothing to eat or drink. Wen Jing coldly snorted at Zhang Rui and turned her head away. Stop talking. Let us leave here as soon as possible and look for food. After saying that, Wang Xian smiled slightly at Zhang Rui and directly picked her up in his arms. Ah, what are you doing? Put me down. Zhang Rui's expression was panicked, thinking that Wang Xian had ulterior motives. But with a fever and feeling weak, being carried like this by Wang Xian made her struggle like a frightened rabbit, resisting fiercely. Don't move. In your condition, can you walk by yourself? Do you think I'm taking advantage of you? I haven't eaten yet. Carrying you doesn't tire me out. I'm carrying you to help everyone move quickly. Do you think I'm a pervert? Wang Xian rolled his eyes and explained impatiently. Hearing Wang Xian's words, Zhang Rui's face instantly flushed. Looking at Zhang Rui's stunning face, Wang Xian's heart trembled. This was his wife, and it was the first time in all these years of marriage that they were so close. Wang Xian felt Zhang Rui's body slipping a bit, so he exerted a little effort with his hands and adjusted her under her arms. Wang Xian, you jerk, you're taking advantage of me. Zhang Rui's reaction to Wang Xian's actions made her shy and directly angry. She pinched Wang Xian's waist hard, but the force was too weak, which instead felt like a tickle to Wang Xian. Zhang Rui's cry attracted the attention of several people around, their eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Big sister, I'm afraid you'll fall, so I'm lifting you up. Why are you so nervous? And why shout? Besides, you're my wife. Even if I take advantage, it's legal. The law is on my side, so shouting your throat out won't help. Wang Xian rolled his eyes and smiled helplessly. Zhang Rui blushed and didn't dare to look at others. In the end, she simply buried her head in Wang Xian's chest, out of sight, out of mind. Little one, can I deal with you? Wang Xian chuckled inwardly, using his other hand to instinctively pat Zhang Rui's taut rear. Zhang Rui trembled all over. And while no one was paying attention, she raised her head, leaned against Wang Xian's shoulder, and bit down hard when Wang Xian didn't react. Zhang Rui felt like she had bitten into a piece of iron plate. The flesh on his shoulder was so hard it hurt her jaw. While biting, Zhang Rui mumbled indistinctly, you said you didn't take advantage of me. You're touching me, and I'll bite you to death. Wang Xian grinned. The little strength Zhang Rui used to bite him was completely negligible. Rather than saying she was biting him, it was more appropriate to say she was kissing him. Go ahead and bite. Who told you I'm your husband? Wang Xian laughed. Pervert, stinky pervert. Zhang Rui struggled to get down, but Wang Xian wouldn't give her the chance and held her tightly. Chapter 26, Carrying a Burden. Wang Xian really couldn't understand. Zhang Rui was nearly 1.7 meters tall, yet she felt so light in his arms that he hardly felt her weight. The weight of women was truly a mystery. Being called a pervert by his own wife made Wang Xian feel it was absurd. New brother awesome. New brother mighty. At some point, Xiangzi appeared next to Wang Xian and gave him a thumbs up. Wang Xian naturally understood what Xiangzi meant. Zhang Rui was the big boss at the company, an ice queen, a proud CEO, and everyone in the company was afraid of her. Even though Xiangzi got into the company through Wang Xian's connections and could be considered a half-relative, he was still very afraid of Zhang Rui because she was extremely domineering and had the final say in the company. No one dared to go against her wishes. Shirtu also imitated Xiangzi and gave Wang Xian a thumbs up, then gave a silly grin. It was really not easy to gain Shida's admiration. After walking for about half an hour, Wang Xian felt his arms getting a bit sore. After all, carrying her like this was not as easy as carrying her on his back. I'll get down and walk by myself. Zhang Rui sensed that Wang Xian was a bit unusual, so she whispered. Noticing the hint of concern in Zhang Rui's tone, Wang Xian felt a warmth in his heart. It's fine. I have plenty of strength. When I did weight training before, it was much harder than this. You're so light. It's not a problem. Once we find food and fresh water, I'll put you down. Wang Xian feigned ease as he spoke. But you've been carrying me for half an hour. Are you sure you don't need to rest a bit? Zhang Rui couldn't help but say softly. Wang Xian shook his head and then whispered in Zhang Rui's ear, we have a spy in our group. If I put you down, we'll move slowly. And we might be caught up by someone. We're short on manpower. If we can't run away then, it'll be troublesome. But if you keep holding me like this for too long, your muscles will get sore. Zhang Rui couldn't help but worry about Wang Xian. Zhang Rui strongly insisted on getting down to walk, but Wang Xian didn't agree. Instead, he changed from carrying her in his arms to carrying her on his back. With his arms freed, Wang Xian felt much lighter in an instant, but at that moment, the parts of Zhang Rui he was holding started to make him unable to suppress his imagination. Don't move. Zhang Rui warned softly in Wang Xian's ear. After a moment, she asked, you suspect Wen Jing is a spy, right? You suspect her too? Wang Xian retorted. Yes, it has nothing to do with personal grievances. My intuition tells me she is suspicious. But you, a big beauty, actively throwing yourself at me, and you still suspect her. That is quite unexpected. Zhang Rui couldn't help but pout, her tone seemingly laced with a hint of jealousy. Whether intentional or not, Wang Xin suddenly lifted Zhang Rui's body a bit more securely on his back, but some unavoidable friction was inevitable. To be honest, since Wang Xin married Zhang Rui, there had been very few opportunities for them to chat alone, let alone being this intimate, which felt like a dream, giving a surreal feeling. Oddly enough, Zhang Rui did not stop Wang Xin's actions. Instead, she lightly scratched his waist. Don't think I don't know your weakness. If you take advantage of me again, I want to be polite. Zhang Rui huffed from Wang Xin's back. At that time, Zhang Rui was not as cold as she was now. Back then, they were innocent, playing and having fun together every day. Wang Xin didn't understand the deep friendship between his cheap dad and the Zhang family, a bond so strong that it could bring a poor rural boy, an orphan at that, together with the female president of a big city company. If it were just a childhood betrothal at play, that wouldn't explain everything. Unable to make sense of it, Wang Xin concluded that the Zhang family was a trustworthy family. Let's stop and rest for a bit, Zhang Rui said after walking for over half an hour. Wang Xin shook his head and said, It's fine. When I was a kid, I often carried you like this. Your weight is nothing. After saying that, Wang Xin suddenly noticed that there was no sound behind him. After about 10 seconds, Zhang Rui rested her head on Wang Xin's shoulder and softly hummed. In an instant, Wang Xin felt, whether it was an illusion or not, that their hearts seemed to draw much closer together. I know having a fever is uncomfortable. Just hang in there a bit longer. Once we find the medicine for the cold, it will be fine. You should rest for a while and not speak, Wang Xin said. Chapter 27. There are spies. This is a deserted island. Do you know where there is medicine? Is there even a pharmacy on this island? Zhang Rui couldn't help but roll her eyes. Wang Xin shook his head and said, There are no pharmacies, but there are many medicinal herbs here. The path I'm taking isn't random. Along the way, I found a lot of herbs. They just don't match your symptoms. Don't worry, we should find something soon. Medicinal herbs? Is it stupid to search aimlessly? Who knows if there are any fever reducers on this island? Zhang Rui said. Due to her extreme weakness, Zhang Rui's voice was like a soul-stirring melody, soft and gentle. Every time Wang Xin heard it, he felt very comfortable because the coldness of the president's demeanor faded a bit, replaced by a woman's frailty. If this drags on, you'll get dehydrated and die for sure, Wang Xin said. Don't talk. I will definitely find the medicine. After walking for another half hour, Wang Xin gradually felt some strain and fatigue. He gently placed Zhang Rui beside a large tree and said to Shurtu, see if there's anything edible nearby. But don't go too far. Shout immediately if there's any danger. Okay, you all rest first. I'll check it out. Shurtu nodded. Brother Xin, what a terrible place this is. It's damp and stuffy. If we keep going, I'll suffocate. Even my breath stinks. Chang sat down heavily on the ground, using a large leaf to fan himself vigorously. Less complaining and hang in there a bit longer. We haven't seen any food along the way. And Zhang Rui still has a fever. We must quickly find fresh water and some herbs to reduce the fever. Wang Xin wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the sun above, and said helplessly, Brother, do you even know about medicinal herbs? Chang looked at Wang Xin with doubtful eyes. Herbs are fine, but first, you need water to brew them, and more importantly, you need a pot, Chang said, and then suddenly stiffened, as if he thought of something. Quickly getting up and running to Wang Xin's side. Brother Xin, now that you mention it, I remember something. If it has nothing to do with medicine, just shut up and save your strength. Wang Xin said, It definitely has something to do with it, don't worry. Chang grinned foolishly, and then secretly glanced at Wen Jing not far away. Spit it out quickly. Learning that it was related to medicine, Wang Xin became energized, sitting up straight and waiting for Chang to speak. All this way, I've been keeping an eye on Wen Jing, and didn't he notice anything unusual? Is it what Chang said? Wang Xin frowned and cursed. Are you circling around me? Just get to the point. Chang scratched his head, gave Wang Xin a cheeky smile, and whispered, On the plane that crashed, there should be fever reducers. Duh. Did you need to remind me? Of course, there are medicines. Wang Xin snorted coldly and said irritably, Which flight doesn't prepare a first aid kit? These are essential supplies. What do you want to say? Hurry up. Wang Xin couldn't help but slap Chang. Brother Xin, when the plane crashed, I remember it flew into the jungle at an angle. If we find the wreckage of the plane, we might find the medicine. Chang rubbed the spot where Wang Xin had just slapped him, grimacing in pain. After speaking, Chang winked at Wang Xin and pointed in Wen Jing's direction. Wen Jing seemed to notice the unusual behavior of Wang Xin and Chang, turning to look over with a suspicious expression. Why didn't you say that earlier? We wasted so much time. Do you still remember where the plane went down? Wang Xin asked. Brother Xin, I was wronged. You were leading everyone, and I thought you had a purpose. Who would have thought you were searching for herbs aimlessly? But Brother Xin, I'm a bit confused and can't tell directions. Do you know where the ocean is? Wang Xin looked around and then pointed to one side of the jungle, saying, It should be in that direction. Wang Xin didn't expect that such a clever person as Chang actually couldn't tell directions. If he had fallen into the sea at that time, he probably would have been dead by now. Alright, now that we have a direction, let us hurry over. There should definitely be fever reducers there, Chang said while mimicking the state of the plane crashing. You idiot, put your hand down quickly. What if the spies in the team learn about our actions and get there first? Wang Xin quickly grabbed Chang's gesturing hand and whispered harshly. Brother Xin, I remember the plane wreckage fell somewhere over there. Chang seemed not to hear Wang Xin's words, carelessly pointing in a direction and loudly saying to Wang Xin. Hearing Chang's words, Wang Xin's face turned green with anger. It was obvious that Chang had intentionally said it loudly for the spies to hear. If it weren't for Wang Xin and Chang being such close friends since childhood, Wang Xin would have definitely thought Chang was the spy and would have killed him on the spot. Chapter 28, Gao Qian's Little Vault. Just as Wang Xin's face turned pale, Chang secretly tugged at Wang Xin's shirt corner and quietly said, Brother Xin, don't be angry. Look at the direction my toes are pointing. That direction is the right one. Hearing Chang's words, Wang Xin instantly felt that his intelligence had been insulted like never before. He didn't expect that Chang still had this trick up his sleeve. The direction he pointed and the direction his toes were pointing were completely opposite, clearly intended to throw off the spies in their group. Brother Wang, didn't the wreckage of the plane fall into the sea? Wen Jing walked over with small steps, looking excitedly at Wang Xin and asking. However, her reaction was a bit over the top, because everyone must have heard Chang speaking so loudly just now. At this moment, she still came to ask. You're asking when you already know? You're not deaf, are you? Chang said irritably. Wang Xin shot a glance at Wen Jing, chose not to speak, and turned to walk over to Zhang Rui. When Wang Xin got close, Zhang Rui hurriedly whispered, Is it true? Did the wreckage of the plane really fall on the island? Wang Xin nodded, turning his back to Wen Jing and winking at Zhang Rui. In the wreckage of the plane, there must be a first aid kit, and there must be fever reducers. Zhang Rui tightly grasped Wang Xin's hand. Her eyes filled with hopeful light, and even tears began to well up in her eyes. She was a strong woman, the president of a company. When had she ever been a burden to others? Now that they could find the medicine and shed the burden, Zhang Rui was extremely excited. Even her spirit, which had been weakened by the fever, was lifted. Don't be too happy too soon. We only know the direction, and we don't know what dangers lie ahead. Wen Jing walked over and pouted. Wang Xin gently embraced Zhang Rui, whispering, No matter what dangers we encounter, I will protect you. Don't worry. I will definitely find you the fever reducers. Zhang Rui's body stiffened, unable to help but push against Wang Xin's chest, and then shyly said, I don't need you to protect me. It's too dangerous. Why don't we not go? I can hold on. Maybe I can get through it. Don't worry. Your husband is quite impressive. Come here, wife, give me a kiss for some motivation. Wang Xin excitedly spoke, his voice a bit off-key, showing some pride. Zhang Rui looked surprised, her eyes wide open, and suddenly turned cold, saying, What do you want? Just because I give you a little sunshine, you shine? You were just so serious, and now you've become so lewd. The fox's tail is exposed, pretending to be so upright. Wang Xin scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and said, Really? I've always been a serious man, okay? Forget it, let us go find the plane. Wang Xin planned to split the current group into two. Of course, Wen Jing's team would go to the fake address. He intended to have Chang Zi take Wen Jing to avoid any thoughts she might have along the way. If there were any accidents, he could have Chang Zi ditch her. The other group would be Wang Xin and Zhang Rui, heading straight to the real address. Unexpectedly, during the allocation, Wen Jing stubbornly refused and insisted on sticking to Wang Xin, wanting to be in the same team as him. With no choice, Wang Xin had to decide for everyone to go together. My dear brother, haven't you heard of the saying, a mountain looks like a horse runs to death? How far can this possibly be? Will we all starve to death before we even get there? Not long after they started walking, Chang Zi began to complain. He wasn't wrong. The distance was indeed quite far. Don't forget, the plane was in a gliding and falling state. Who knows how far it flew before crashing? The little potato they had before was stolen by someone else, and now Zhang Rui was running a fever. They had no time to stop and rest, and no chance to find other food to fill their stomachs. Wang Xin never expected that he would also have a day of worrying about filling his stomach. Looking at everyone with empty stomachs, Wang Xin felt helpless. Come here for a moment, Wang Xin. Just when Wang Xin was at a loss, Zhang Rui waved at him. Gao Qian, standing next to Zhang Rui, seemed to want to stop her, but Zhang Rui silenced her with a look. Did they have some secret? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Wang Xin approached, asking with concern. You let Chang Zi go to a place where Gao Qian hid some food when she was with Sun Wei. Zhang Rui leaned close to Wang Xin's ear and quietly told him the address. Great. Wang Xin was overjoyed. He had previously suspected that Zhang Rui and Gao Qian were hiding something from him, but he didn't expect they were actually preparing something. Don't blame me for being selfish. No one knows what dangers we'll encounter on this deserted island. Besides, this is Gao Qian's stash, do you understand? If the team isn't united, that stash can serve as my and Gao Qian's last trump card. Now that we're at a critical moment, if we don't take it out, we might not live to enjoy it. Zhang Rui explained. Zhang Rui's words made sense. She truly was a visionary president. Keeping a trump card hidden, along with a loyal subordinate like Gao Qian. Wang Xin smiled and shook his head, turning to find Chang Zi and repeating what had just happened. In the dense forest, a string of mad laughter echoed. There were instant noodles, mineral water, biscuits, and some bread, all desperately desired and scarce supplies. Brother Xin, aren't these supplies from Sun Wei's side? How could they be here? Wen Jing's eyes widened in surprise, filled with disbelief. Are you going to eat or not? You're so chatty. Wang Xin opened a pack of instant noodles and said while eating. Chapter 29, a sudden scream. This little girl, starving like this, and there's food. Yet she doesn't quickly shut up. Does she need a Wang Zhongwang sausage to block her mouth? Noticing the strange expressions from everyone, Wen Jing's gaze was erratic. In silence, she picked up a piece of bread and sat in the corner to eat. In fact, Zhang Rui's ability to selflessly bring out these private supplies for everyone and even inform them of the hiding place for Chang Zi to retrieve was truly moving to Wang Xin. For someone who was once cold and aloof, being able to make such a down-to-earth gesture had already betrayed her previous principles. Walking and eating, Wang Xin carried Zhang Rui, while she fed him water and biscuits. This loving scene, if not for the environment and background, could almost resemble a couple in love, showing affection. If he were to truly become her husband and have her accept him, with Zhang Rui's character, it would be a long and arduous journey, far from reach. After walking for about an hour, Wang Xin still hadn't seen any trace of the plane wreckage, not to mention a shadow. Even the surrounding trees were in good condition, showing no signs of something sliding or crashing. At this moment, Wang Xin even doubted Chang Zi, this dog. Did he really mix up the directions? Logically, for such a large plane, even if it broke in half, each piece would still be several dozen meters long. Saying this, Wang Xin put Zhang Rui down from his back. His legs were shaking uncontrollably, a sign of extreme exhaustion. It shouldn't be wrong, although Chang Zi sounded certain. His erratic gaze and the confusion in his expression showed his inner panic. Seeing this, Wang Xin felt a chill run down his spine. This dog really wouldn't have mixed it up, would he? The surroundings felt too unfamiliar. To be honest, Wang Xin was a bit scared. He wasn't worried about himself, but about others. With so many people following him, on the way here, due to the supply issues, everyone was exhausted. Thankfully, there was Zhang Rui's little treasury. The trees around were getting thicker, sunlight couldn't penetrate, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere, and the ambience became tense. Damn it. If you didn't get it wrong, why have we walked so far? Not to mention plane wreckage, we haven't even seen a screw. Wang Xin rolled his eyes and shot Chang Zi a glare. Brother Xin, you can't blame me. When the plane crashed, it was spinning wildly. And it was moving so fast. I could only confirm a rough direction. With the speed of the plane, a slight deviation is normal. How about we change direction and walk a bit more? Chang Zi said, looking aggrieved. Screw you. Wang Xin cursed. Walk a bit more? Are you kidding? I'm not a golden retriever. This isn't a park. It's a deserted island. If we're not careful, we might just end up meeting the Buddha for tea. All right. Wang Xin finally understood. Chang Zi was just a scatterbrain with terrible directional sense, a complete mess. People say that looking at plums quenching thirst gives hope in the heart, preventing despair, but at the very least, one should be able to see some unripe plums. Damn it. Wang Xin wanted to curse. At this moment, where were their plums? They didn't even know the direction. How could they quench their thirst? Everyone leaned against a big tree trunk for a brief rest, and every face looked grim. It was strange, despite walking such a long way, besides some insects and birds. They hadn't seen a single wild beast in the vast forest. This forest seemed as if it had been looted, devoid of animals. The ecological cycle was missing an important link. So how was it maintaining balance? Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the forest, directly piercing into everyone's eardrums. Wang Xin flipped over, muscles tense, his eyes filled with alertness, scanning the surroundings. Damn it, what was that sound just now? Are there other people in this forest? That level of scream clearly indicated someone had suffered great harm. Could it be a wild beast attacking a human? Damn. Wang Xin cursed his bad luck. His team was a mixed bag, and there were even sick members. The other few big men looked pale and weak. And even he was so hungry that his legs were weak. What would they do if they encountered an enemy? Chapter 30, The Murderer. The others in the team showed extreme fear on their faces. Everyone thought this forest was safe, and they had all relaxed their guard. Suddenly, a loud noise startled them. making their blood pressure shoot up like a fountain. New brother, could it be that Wen Jing woman led Sun Wei and the others here? Xiangzi stepped forward and whispered, his expression filled with fear. Wang Xin shook his head, remaining silent, his gaze firmly fixed in one direction. The sound had come from over there. If it was Sun Wei and his gang, it would really be a disaster. Wang Xin casually glanced at Wen Jing, but found nothing unusual, like everyone else. She wore a face of panic. If it was an act, then her performance would definitely outshine many popular young stars, worthy of an Oscar. Xiangzi, did you find anything regarding the task I assigned you earlier? Wang Xin quietly asked. Earlier, Wang Xin had secretly instructed Xiangzi to keep a close watch on Wen Jing and also on Shitu. That's right, Shitu. Wang Xin trusted no one besides Xiangzi and Zhang Rui. As for Gao Qian, she was a close associate of Zhang Rui and had contributed so many supplies. So she was initially cleared of suspicion. No issues found. Xiangzi subtly shook his head, indicating he had not noticed anything unusual about the two. Hearing Xiangzi's words, Wang Xin frowned. If they ruled out spies, could it be that the screams were made by strangers? Were there other survivors from the crashed plane? Just as Wang Xin was pondering, the piercing scream came again, as if the person was in extreme pain. They must have been shouting their lungs out. The sound was coming from the direction everyone was heading, and it was on their path, provided that the direction Xiangzi indicated was correct. Xiangzi, Shitu, follow me. Wang Xin commanded. Zhang Rui, Wen Jing, Gao Qian, you three stay here and hide. Don't go anywhere. Wang Xin felt it was necessary to clarify the situation. Knowing both the enemy and oneself would ensure victory in 100 battles. After arranging things, the three of them quickly maneuvered through the woods towards the source of the sound. Wang Xion's survival skills in the jungle were absolutely top-notch. Compared to him, Xiangzi and Shitu were far behind, not even reaching amateur level. When their feet hit the ground, they made loud thudding sounds. How could they survive in the jungle or approach their prey like this? To avoid alarming the enemy, Wang Xian had no choice but to stop and quickly teach them how to step quietly and use trees to conceal their figures to achieve stealth. New brother, you're amazing. Where did you learn this skill? Xiangzi exclaimed excitedly. New brother, you're really impressive. Shitu remained silent, but looked at Wang Xin with admiration. After walking about 100 meters, the three were blocked from view by a dirt slope covered in weeds. Don't move or make a sound. I'll go take a look. Wang Xian signaled Xiangzi and Shitu to stay put, then climbed up the slope to see what was ahead. The sight he encountered made Wang Xian's heart skip a beat, and his brows furrowed tightly. On the other side of the slope stood two people who looked extremely similar. They were not very tall, but their muscles were taut, giving off a feeling of being fierce and capable. To put it another way, they looked like those professional Muay Thai fighters, skinny like monkeys, but possessing unmatched explosive power, truly terrifying. Anyone who underestimated them would face a gruesome fate. If Wang Xian's guess was correct, these two should be brothers. He sensed danger from them. If they were at their peak, he wouldn't be afraid. Taking on one against a group would be no problem. However, he was not in good shape now, and he had his family to protect. Plus, he still bore old injuries. All of this was a potential hazard. Wang Xian thought to himself, I can't fight unless it's absolutely necessary. At the feet of these two brothers lay a bloodied man, who appeared to be motionless. Was he dead? Another man was kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy, his face filled with undisguised terror. This man was covered in blood and had definitely been beaten by the two fierce men. One couldn't help but wonder what deep-seated grudge could lead to someone being beaten to death. Even for Wang Xian, who had killed countless enemies on the battlefield, witnessing such brutality was hard to accept. There was a world of difference between a quick death and being beaten to death. I can't provoke them. It would implicate Zhang Rui, Wang Xian decided firmly. Retreat. These two brothers were too ruthless. Surviving was hard enough, yet they were willing to kill without blinking. Why engage with such desperate criminals? Wang Xian wasn't afraid. He just thought it was unnecessary. He was determined to be a law-abiding citizen, hoping to return to the city one day. Chapter 31. Xiangzi is injured. That would make him a murderer, and he would end up in prison with a silver bracelet. If he couldn't provoke them, could he not avoid them? With this in mind, Wang Xian prepared to quietly climb down the slope. There was no need to look any further. The fate of the begging man was already sealed. Just as Wang Xian had guessed, one of the brothers, holding a sharpened wooden spear, casually thrust it forward, and in an instant, the spear pierced through the man's chest. The begging man's eyes widened. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he died. Seeing this scene, Wang Xian's eyes lit up. This decisiveness and ruthlessness, if placed on the battlefield and trained systematically, would definitely make him a king among soldiers. However, Wang Xian had already stepped back from that stage. What good was it to discover a good talent? Moreover, it was still unknown whether the other party was friend or foe. If a conflict really broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. New brother, what is going on? Can you tell us? Xiangzi, anxious, tugged at Wang Xian's pants, whispering, also, new brother, why are your legs shaking? Hearing Xiangzi's voice, Wang Xian's body trembled in anger, and he nearly panicked. At such a critical moment, this guy dared to speak, not afraid of alerting the enemy. Given their ruthlessness, it was impossible they wouldn't see blood. One must choose their moments wisely. My legs are shaking because I'm starving, Wang Xian replied irritably, kicking back to signal this guy to stop tugging at his pants. Ouch, damn it. New brother, you kicked my teeth. Xiangzi suddenly shouted. It was over. Completely finished. Wang Xian's heart sank. Such a loud noise could be heard even by an old man in his twilight years, let alone the two murderers standing not far away. The two fierce men turned to look at Wang Xian in unison, their movements robotic and synchronized. Their stiff motions resembled two robots, rigid and mechanical. Their eyes filled with undisguised killing intent that instilled fear. Who is there? Wang Xian quickly slid down the slope, praying to all the gods above that they hadn't spotted him. If he ran into them killing someone, and they noticed him, Wang Xian could hardly imagine they would let him and the others go. They would definitely silence him. Damn it, why are you shouting? I'd love to kick you to death right now. Forget it. If you don't want to die, just run. Wang Xian angrily slapped Xiangzi, then grabbed Shirtu and sprinted away. At that moment, Wang Xian wished he could grow 2 more legs. It's no wonder Xiangzi was so clever. Seeing Wang Xian sprinting so fast, he took off like there was a rocket under him, outpacing Wang Xian in an instant. Though Shirtu was a step slower to react, his long legs soon caught up, surpassing Xiangzi to take the lead. Damn it, Wang Xian wanted to curse. Clearly, he was the first to run. Yet now he ended up being the last. In fact, with Wang Xian's abilities, if he wanted to run, he could definitely leave Xiangzi and Shirtu far behind. The reason he was running so slowly was mainly because he had to keep an eye on the movements behind him, a role known as the rear guard. If Wang Xian didn't erase their traces, no matter how far the 3 of them ran, they would still be caught by the pursuers. After running several hundred meters, Wang Xian looked back and saw that the 2 tough-looking killers had already caught up. What the hell? They're like flying legs. How can people nowadays be so abnormal? Are they overnourished or what? Wang Xian smiled bitterly. He hadn't experienced the feeling of being hunted for a long time, and it was really uncomfortable. Running through the woods not only required speed, but also agility and quick reflexes. Otherwise, one could easily crash into a big tree. Moments later, Wang Xian reached the hiding place where Zhang Rui and the others were, picked up Zhang Rui, and shouted, everyone stick close to me. Run quickly. Xiangzi, Shirtu, you 2 stay at the back. Zhang Rui, Gao Qian, and Wen Jing looked confused, completely unaware of what was happening. They were all stunned by Wang Xian's domineering aura. The way he was running frantically looked as if there were ghosts chasing him. Although there were no ghosts behind him, it was nearly the same, with 2 murderers. Just a short distance away, Xiangzi suddenly let out a scream, a sound that seemed to come from pinching his throat. Could it be that he was attacked? Wang Xian. This is bad. Zhang Rui patted Wang Xian's shoulder and shouted in panic. Xiangzi is hurt. They have bows and arrows. What? Hearing Zhang Rui's words, Wang Xian instantly stopped in his tracks and turned around to see that although there were no arrows in Xiangzi's, but there was a wooden spear stuck in it. Damn. He really got hit. Blood was gushing out continuously. Xiangzi's face was pale, and beads of cold sweat covered his cheeks. Wang Xian's heart sank. His eyes flashed with a hint of bloodlust. Damn it. Just because I don't want to cause trouble doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. This is too much bullying. Being chased and beaten, it's like being hunted like a rabbit. Do they really think I'm weak? During this pause, the 2 tough men caught up. Stop right there. One of the tough men shouted. They were holding crude homemade bows and arrows. The bow was fine, but Wang Xian had no idea where they got the bowstring. Wang Xian calmly set Zhang Rui down from his back, took a step forward, and stood in front of Zhang Rui, calmly saying, I didn't see anything just now. You don't need to be nervous. Taking advantage of the conversation, Wang Xian assessed their equipment. There were 3 men and 3 women on their side. 1 injured and 1 sick, while the other side had 2 strong men with bows and arrows and wooden spears. With Xiangzi already injured, his combat effectiveness was negligible. As long as he didn't cause trouble, that would be fine. As for Shirtu, his combat effectiveness was unknown, and whether he could protect himself was yet to be seen. For the time being, Wang Xian couldn't rely on him to protect anyone. After much thought, Wang Xian decided to try to back down first. It wasn't time for a life-or-death struggle yet. What are you doing here? Why are you in this place? One of the tough men asked coldly. His bow aimed directly at Wang Xian's heart. The other tough man was on guard, staring at the others. It seemed that if anything went wrong, there would be a fight. Don't be nervous. We are survivors from the plane. We just happened to pass by and meant no harm. Wang Xian said with a forced smile. Damn it, Wang Xin thought, with that arrow aimed at his heart. What if someone accidentally slips? Thinking of this, Wang Xin's back broke out in a cold sweat. These two brothers were too dangerous. No matter what, he had to stabilize the situation first. Passing by. Heh. If you were just passing by, then why were you spying on us from the hillside? One of the strong men asked. Spying? What the hell? It's clearly your noise that attracted me over. Although Wang Xin thought so, he couldn't say it out loud. After pondering for a moment, he said, Brothers, I really didn't mean to spy. Just thinking about the previous scene made Wang Xin feel like he had something stuck in his throat. He didn't know where to start. He had killed countless people, but they were all enemies, those who deserved to die. As for ordinary people who were unarmed, Wang Xin couldn't bring himself to do it. Just thinking about the previous scene was simply too horrifying. You aren't working with those two guys from before, are you? You aren't here for revenge, right? The strong man with the bow questioned Wang Xin with doubt. No, we don't know them. It's all a misunderstanding. Wang Xin shook his head vigorously. What kind of joke is this? Who would be in cahoots with the dead? Do they want to live long? Are you here to rob us of our supplies? The strong man asked again. Wang Xin was speechless. Was this guy stupid? If he was here to rob, would he bring his family along? Would he be here chatting with you? He would have already gone for it. Wang Xin shook his head and said nothing. The strong man's gaze swept over Wang Xin and then looked at Zhang Rui, Gao Qian, Wen Jing, and others behind him. Sick, injured, women. This group indeed didn't look like robbers. Only then did the strong man relax a little. Brothers, don't misunderstand, and don't be nervous. Look at our group, 3 women. My wife is still burning with fever, and my friend is injured. How could we be bad people? Wang Xin lowered his posture as much as possible, hoping to avoid a pointless fight. As long as they didn't touch the bottom line, what was wrong with apologizing? After speaking, Wang Xin fixed his gaze tightly on the eyes of the 2 brothers. Wang Xin had deliberately mentioned the 3 women, as he was most worried about them. In this extravagant world, what do men love most? It's nothing but women, money, and power. I can't say all men are like this, but at least 99 of men adore these 3 things, right? Now in his group, there were 3 women, each more impressive than the last. And their looks were each unique. They were beautiful beyond compare. What man wouldn't be tempted? Didn't Xiangzi just treat Wen Jing as the leading lady of a certain film? This was enough to prove the allure that 3 women had over men. Wang Xin was worried that these brothers might have ulterior motives. Fortunately, the 2 brothers didn't even glance at them. Could it be that they were the kind of men who just talked a lot? No matter what. Since the other side didn't have any ulterior motives, Wang Xin felt relieved. In that case, let's forget about it. The strong man lowered his bow and put down the wooden spear, then gestured to his brother and said to Wang Xin, It seems we misunderstood you. My name is Chu Dabin, and this is my brother, Chu Urban. We got a bit excited just now. Sorry, I thought you were with those 2. Chu Dabin said. Big brother and second brother? They really are brothers. No wonder they look so alike. I guess their parents gave them such names to avoid confusion. This brother duo was indeed tough. Since it was confirmed to be a misunderstanding, Wang Xin didn't want to stay a moment longer. Who knew if they would change their minds and suddenly have bad intentions? It was better to leave first. Wang Xin wanted to make it clear that it wasn't that he couldn't defeat them, but if he couldn't solve the fight immediately and got entangled by them. What would happen if they took Zhang Rui hostage? Wang Xin didn't want to put Zhang Rui in any danger. Just as Wang Xin was about to say goodbye, he suddenly saw Chu Dabin take a step forward. A sneak attack? Wang Xin's muscles tensed up instantly. Was this Chu Dabin a smiling tiger? Saying one thing and doing another? Damn it. Just as Chu Dabing was 3 steps away from Wang Xin, at the moment Wang Xin was about to make a move, Chu Dabing suddenly reached out his hand. Nanny, is he going to shake hands? Wang Xin felt a flush of embarrassment. He had truly become more timid as time went on. But seriously, Wang Xin really didn't want to shake hands with a murderer whose hands were stained with blood. However, since he was extending his hand, Wang Xin couldn't just slap him, right? Reluctantly, Wang Xin extended his hand and, to avoid awkwardness, casually asked, Why did you 2 kill someone just now? As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Xin regretted it, his face turning pale. This was their business. What did it have to do with him? He was being too nosy. Chu Dabing was silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. After the plane crash, my brother and I were lucky to survive and collected some supplies along the way. Those 2 people had been following us for a long time and even tried to kill us. We had no choice but to defend ourselves. There are many survivors on this island, and there are many people like them. We have already dealt with several groups. Chu Urbeing suddenly interjected. Compared to his brother Chu Dabing, Chu Urbeing had a sickly pale complexion and spoke in a somewhat cold manner. It was as if dealing with others was as normal as breathing for him. Would an ordinary person casually mention killing? Wang Xin was sure these 2 brothers were not simple characters, but he wasn't going to press further. Generally, villains die from talking too much. Although Wang Xian wasn't a villain, he felt that heroes who talked too much would die even faster. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave, Wang Xian said. As he spoke, he gestured to Shitu and Xiangzi with his eyes, signaling them to stop dragging their feet and hurry up. Xiangzi gritted his teeth, the wooden spear in his backside hurting so much he wanted to curse. Wang Xian sighed in relief. He had no interest in reporting the Chu brothers for murder. It was just the law of the jungle. However, what Wang Xian didn't expect was that Chu Dabing suddenly turned around and said, "Friends, let me remind you. This deserted island is very large. The rules and regulations of the city no longer apply here. The dangers here far exceed your imagination. You were lucky today to meet us, but if you encounter others understood, thanks for the reminder." Wang Xian quickly interjected before the other could finish. At least it was a kind reminder. Wang Xian couldn't act aloof and reject it. Confirming there was no problem, Wang Xian carried Zhang Rui and left, with Xiangzi and the others closely following. They were still heading in the same direction as before. There was no need to calculate the direction anymore. They just needed to get away from here first. The wreckage of the plane had to be found, as only there would be antipyretics. Wait a minute. Just a few steps out, Qin Dabin's voice rang out behind them again. Wang Xian's heart ignited with anger. Damn it, how long is this going to go on? Did they really think he was made of mud? Wang Xian continued walking, pretending he hadn't heard, with no intention of stopping. Wait, don't go. Unexpectedly, the Chu brothers chased after them. Bro, is there something else? Wang Xian suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice. While speaking, Wang Xian did not put down Zhang Rui, his muscles tense. Zhang Rui, who was on his back, seemed to sense Wang Xian's unusualness, tightly gripping his shoulders and trembling slightly. Chu Dabin said nothing and directly took off the backpack on his back, rummaging through it. What the hell is this guy doing? Looking for a weapon? A dagger? Seeing this scene, Wang Xian put his hand in his pocket, where he had a sharpened wooden stake. At the same time, he slightly bent his body, slowly moving his toes back. From a distance, it looked like a standard poised to strike stance. Wang Xian did not put Zhang Rui down because he was determined that if he had to make a move, if one strike didn't work, he would immediately run away with Zhang Rui and never engage in a prolonged fight. The atmosphere froze at that moment. Found it. Chu Dabing suddenly pulled his hand out of the backpack. At that instant, Wang Xian's heart tightened, gripping the wooden stake tightly, almost stabbing it out. Chapter 34, The Real Direction. The reason he didn't stab was simple. Chu Dabing was holding half a bottle of mineral water. Not a weapon? Mineral water? Damn. Scaring someone can kill. Wang Xian's face turned slightly red. Sorry, bro, we hurt your friend. This water is our apology and compensation, Chu Dabing said, looking a bit guilty. At that moment, Wang Xian's eyes widened. Fresh water was equivalent to gold on a deserted island. Half a bottle of mineral water was incredibly precious. Wang Xian hesitated, not rushing to take the water being offered. Unexpectedly, Chu Dabing turned out to be quite considerate. Brother Xian, stop being so polite. I've already been hurt. What is a bottle of mineral water? It's even left over from someone else. Xiangzi exclaimed as he snatched the bottle away. Bro, I'm truly sorry. It was all a misunderstanding. Your injury will heal in a few days. That wooden stake didn't create a blood channel, so there shouldn't be a major problem, Chu Dabing explained. Hearing Chu Dabing's words, Xiangzi's cheeks twitched visibly. Fortunately, it didn't create a blood channel. Otherwise, with the thickness of that wooden stake, even if he had a faucet to replenish his blood, it probably wouldn't be enough. Forget it, I'll let it slide. I'm thick-skinned. Thanks for the water. Xiangzi pretended to be generous. Chu Dabing smiled, turned to leave, while Chu Erbing's expression remained gloomy, carrying an inexplicable coldness. And it was unclear what he was thinking. Brother Xian, hurry and let your wife drink some water. This is mineral water, it's not bitter. Xiangzi handed the mineral water to Wang Xian. Xiangzi, this is the water you got from being injured. You drink it, Wang Xian said to Xiangzi. Unexpectedly, Xiangzi ignored Wang Xian, his expression suddenly changing as he shouted towards the departing Chu Dabing. Hey, Dabing, wait a minute, don't go. Damn, they've already left. What is the point of shouting? You idiot, did you lose your mind from seeing fresh water? This guy is being foolish, don't drag others down with him. Chu Dabing turned his head and asked, Bro, is there something else? Although his tone was calm, it gave a chilling feeling. Wang Xian sensed something was off and quickly stepped forward, asking, Xiangzi, what are you doing? Xiangzi gave Wang Xian a glance and then stepped past him, smiling. Friends, I want to ask you something. There's no malice. What is it? This was the first time Chu Erbing took the initiative to speak. His words concise and extremely blunt. I want to ask, do you know which direction the plane wreckage is in? Xiangzi asked. Hearing Xiangzi's words, Wang Xian's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, right. Since these two brothers have supplies, it means they obtained them from the plane. They must know where the wreckage and the crash site are. It must be said, Xiangzi's observational skills definitely had the potential to be a scout. Wang Xin thought Xiangzi was going to cause trouble just now. Thinking of this, his face turned red as his intelligence was once again rubbed in the dirt. Bro, we do know, we just came from there. The Chu brothers exchanged glances, and their words made Wang Xin's heart leap. They knew where the plane wreckage was. Could you please tell us? We are looking for the plane wreckage. Wang Xin said eagerly. I don't recommend you go there. It's too dangerous nearby. With your strength, you will undoubtedly die. There will be nothing left. Chu Dabing spoke without any mercy. After finishing, he added, I'm not trying to discourage you, but the danger level there is just too high. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin felt a bit uncertain. High danger level? How high? Brother, thanks for the reminder. We must go there, and I hope you can point us in the right direction. If we meet again, I, Wang Xin, will definitely reward you handsomely. Wang Xin said anxiously. Damn it. No matter what, he had to find out the crash site of the plane and Zhang Rui's condition. There was no time to waste. All right, I'll tell you, but if something happens, don't blame us. Chu Dabing looked at Wang Xin with a complicated expression, ready to reveal the location of the plane crash. Wang Xin suddenly thought of something and quickly reached out to stop him, saying loudly, Brother, wait a moment. Xiangzi, hurry over and communicate with Brother Chu in person, quickly. Wang Xin whispered in Xiangzi's ear. Xiangzi was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood what he meant, and he hurried over, wincing from the pain in his wound. His movement resembling a running duck. Although Chu Dabing was confused and didn't know what Wang Xin meant, he still told Xiangzi the location of the plane crash. Brother, I've told your friend the position and distance of the wreckage. We'll meet again in the future. After finishing, Chu Dabing turned and disappeared into the woods with Chu Erbiang. Chapter 35, No Spy? The reason Wang Xin had Xiangzi go over to secretly talk with Chu Dabing was mainly to prevent the spy in their group. If Chu Dabing had freely revealed the location, distance, and direction of the plane wreck, that spy would likely mark it for Sun Wei at the first opportunity. If Sun Wei's people reached the plane wreck before them, it would be a disaster. Brother, the wreckage location is. Xiangzi whispered in Wang Xin's ear. After hearing this, Wang Xin nodded. The location Chu Dabing mentioned was almost the same as what Xiangzi had said before, so it should be correct. Xiangzi said uneasily. Chu Dabing also said it's very dangerous there. Many people have died. Xin go. Do you think we should still go? Yes, we must go. Wang Xin had to go. For Zhang Rui's illness and the survival supplies for everyone, they had to go. Wang Xin, if it's too dangerous, forget it. Don't let everyone take risks for me, Zhang Rui said, unable to continue. Until now, she was still being carried on Wang Xin's back. No need to say more. We are a team, and I will not abandon anyone, whether you are my wife or not. Wang Xin said firmly. All right, listen to Xin go. Let's go. We can't let a bunch of big guys be scared off by their words. Xiangzi was like he had been injected with adrenaline. However, Zhang Rui, lying on Wang Xin's shoulder, looked a bit listless, her breath tickling Wang Xin's neck. But if we go and face danger, what if everyone loses their lives? It wouldn't be worth it, Zhang Rui said hesitantly. It must be said that leaders consider problems from different perspectives. They take dangerous factors into account beforehand, unlike Xiangzi, who rushes in with a hot head. Wang Xin thought for a moment. Just as Zhang Rui said, going there would pose a risk of losing lives. If they didn't go, Zhang Rui would likely die. Neither outcome was what Wang Xin wanted to see. How about this? I'll go alone. And Xiangzi will be responsible for everything with the team. After saying this, Wang Xin gently placed Zhang Rui on the ground. This was the best choice. Wang Xin was confident that, even if there was danger, he could handle it, and his survival chances were much higher than those of these ordinary people. Wang Xin, I disagree. You can't go. Zhang Rui tightly gripped Wang Xin's arm, her cold eyes filled with angry determination. Wife, it's useless to stop me. I must go. Wang Xin said firmly, prying Zhang Rui's hand away. Damn it. Why did it feel like he was on a deadly mission, heading to the battlefield? Damn, I'm not going to die. Don't worry, no matter what, I will find the medicine. Wang Xin smiled. Xin go, your relationship with your wife is really good. Poor me. Sigh, no one loves me. Xiangzi cried dramatically, even wiping his nose with his sleeve. Xin go, I'm a single bachelor. If I die, no one will cry at my grave. I must go with you. At least I'll have someone to look out for me. Xiangzi said. After saying this, he walked aside and stopped talking. Zhang Rui gritted her teeth, glared at Wang Xin, and coldly said, Don't think that just because you're looking for medicine for me, I'll accept you. You can go if you want, I'll go too. Upon hearing Zhang Rui's words, Wang Xin jumped up. What the hell? Why would she go? Wouldn't that just complicate things? Let's set off. Zhang Rui didn't explain further and climbed onto Wang Xin's back, patting his head. Wang Xin had a look of disbelief. Damn it, did she think of him as a mount? To be honest, at that moment, Wang Xin felt a bit touched, although Zhang Rui's words were quite rude. It was just a case of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Neither his best friend nor his nominal wife had let him go into danger alone. Seeing Zhang Rui's actions, Gao Qian quickly stated, "Wherever Zhang Zong goes, I'll go." Shirtu, who spoke little, directly said, "I'll go too." Wang Xin completely ignored him. This Shirtu had been quiet since joining, and he hadn't shown much strength. Rather than saying he was honest, it was more accurate to say he was good at hiding. Anyway, until now, Wang Xin had remained wary of this Shirtu. Now only when Jing hadn't expressed her opinion. Everyone present almost simultaneously looked at her. Faced with the danger of life and death, it was up to Wen Jing to decide. If she was the spy, she definitely wouldn't take the risk of dying. "You're all going. You can't leave me behind, right?" "I'm going too," Wen Jing quickly declared. Wang Xin frowned. He didn't expect Wen Jing to say she would go. Xiangzi looked at Wang Xin with suspicion, conveying a message with his eyes. Could it be that Wen Jing wasn't the spy? Wang Xin furrowed his brows tightly and remained silent. "What else with your expressions? You're all going to look for the plane wreck. Do you want to leave me behind? I haven't offended any of you. Why do you want to isolate me?" Wen Jing said excitedly. Chapter 36. There's the sound of water. Seeing Wen Jing's reaction, Wang Xin felt a bit surprised. Who exactly was the spy in the team? Who was secretly leaking information? Wang Xin felt his mind was in chaos. Finding out the spy was really damn difficult. Since you don't want to leave anyone behind, then let us all go. We share life and death together, and we must face difficulties together, Wang Xin said, picking up Zhang Rui and walking away. Following the direction provided by Chu Dabing, everyone kept moving at a steady pace. An hour later, everyone's faces were grim, exhausted to the point they could barely walk. The air here was decent, but it was somewhat unusually humid. Every breath felt a bit moist in the throat. "Xian, go. Let us take a break for a bit," Xiangzi said, covering his butt with one hand, his face pale. Xiangzi had been shot with an arrow earlier, although it didn't go deep. Walking for this long was definitely not good. Previously, he had tied it up with a cloth, but because of the walking, blood had been seeping out. Not to mention him, even Wang Xin was feeling exhausted. Carrying someone for this long had made his legs numb, feeling as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Zhang Rui's breathing became increasingly heavy, as if the fever was worse. Her face hung limply, buried in Wang Xin's neck. And Wang Xin felt the heat radiating from that spot. The temperature was very high. "Bro, hang in there. We should be almost there. Grit your teeth and hold on." After resting for a while, Wang Xin stood up and said. Xiangzi stood up without saying a word, responding to Wang Xin's call. They gritted their teeth and forced themselves to walk for over half an hour, when Wen Jing suddenly began to shout continuously. "I'm exhausted. Whoever wants to go can go. I can't walk anymore. Xin, go. My legs are about to break. Can't you take care of me a bit? I also want to be held and supported. I can still listen and warm the bed. Xin, go. I want you to carry me. Xin, go. What Zhang Rui can give you, I can give you too. What Zhang Rui can't give you, I can give you as well." Wang Xin ignored her. This girl had no filter. "Damn it, I'm speechless. Can't you see I'm still carrying my wife on my back? This is really the wrong time to bring this up." Although Wang Xin couldn't see what was happening behind him, Zhang Rui's tight grip on his shoulder clearly expressed her inner thoughts. "So painful," Zhang Rui said coldly. "Wen Jing, I'm not dead yet. You're too eager. Haha, if you can't find the plane wreckage and have no medicine, your fate is already sealed." Wen Jing paused for a moment and continued, "And everyone is risking their lives with you. What's wrong with me asking Xin Go to carry me a bit? If you don't like him, then don't occupy the spot and not do anything, okay? That's enough, shut up." Wang Xin shot a glare at Wen Jing and asked Xiangzi, "Can you hold on?" "No problem." Xiangzi grinned, his face pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as everyone walked, they suddenly felt that the surrounding trees looked a bit different. The trees were not as dense as before, and the soil underfoot was getting wetter and seemed a bit soft. "Xin, go. Do you hear the sound of flowing water?" Xiangzi suddenly tilted his ear and said nervously. Wang Xin focused and listened, but heard nothing. "You must be mistaken, right? Is there an illusion? Where's the sound of water?" Wang Xin said. "If there is a sound of water, then there must be a stream. But it shouldn't be, because since being thrown out of the plane and landing on this deserted island, Wang Xin had explored while Zhang Rui was unconscious and found no freshwater streams, let alone lakes. I can't go on. Wang Xin put Zhang Rui down, gasping for breath. If this continued, they would be exhausted before finding the plane wreckage. The main issue was that the soil was getting softer and softer, making it impossible to walk. Suddenly, Wang Xin's eyes lit up. Soft? Wang Xin crouched down to sniff the ground and caught a familiar smell. Swamp? If there is a swamp, then there must be water ahead. And it's fresh water. That's fresh water. Stones. Wang Xin shouted excitedly. Shirtu looked at Wang Xin, puzzled. Just as he finished speaking, he thought of something and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Forget it, I'll go myself." Wang Xin briefly instructed Xiangzi and then took a wooden stick over a meter long and headed straight ahead. As he walked, Wang Xin carefully poked the ground with the stick, like testing thin ice, cautious. Without Zhang Rui, Wang Xin felt light all over, although the mud underfoot was soft. It was not to the point where his feet would sink in. Chapter 37, The Hidden Danger. However, there were some weeds blocking the view, making it hard to see clearly. In that moment, Wang Xin was excited. The only thing that could create reflections in the woods, besides water, was what? The water surface shimmered with bright light. Wang Xin jogged over, feeling excited but still remained vigilant. In the wild, places with water generally represent extreme danger, as they are often gathering spots for wild beasts. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered any swamps along the way. After running about 100 meters, Wang Xin pushed aside some weeds. A wave of moisture hit him. The dampness of the water and the fragrance of the grass filled Wang Xin's nostrils, and before him lay a stream flowing across. Oh yeah, what excited Wang Xin was the massive wreckage of the plane lying across the river. To be honest, at that moment, Wang Xin felt that heaven was truly favoring him. Not only had he found the plane wreckage, but he had also discovered a large source of fresh water. Especially when he thought about the supplies in the wreckage, it was like an incredibly tempting cake. The opposite bank was a riverbank, which looked a bit different from this side. It seemed to be a swamp. Wang Xin noticed that a small part of the plane wreckage was already sunk into the ground. This shouldn't be. Logically speaking, this place isn't that remote. And the ground is so soft, there should have been quite a few survivors when the plane crashed. However, around the plane wreckage, there was not a single trace of anyone. Even if part of it had sunk into the swamp, why was this side of the river so clean? Could it be that there were no survivors thrown out? Isn't that ridiculous? Because Wang Xin and Zhang Rui had been thrown out. Wang Xin looked around, but still couldn't figure out what danger might exist. It wasn't that Wang Xin was overly cautious. Countless life and death experiences had taught him that in the wild, especially in a rainforest environment, if one isn't cautious enough, he would definitely lose his life. Damn it. When Xiangzi arrived, he was so shocked that he even forgot the pain in his butt. With his eyes wide open, he stared at the plane wreckage and the stream before him, mouth agape enough to rival a hippo. Even sure too, this silly guy had a changed expression. While everyone else was beyond description, screaming or looking dazed, Wang Xin looked at this group of people with a frown, thinking, don't you all realize the danger? A bunch of pig brains. Roar, I'm so excited. Xiangzi actually let out an excited shout, drawing everyone's attention. Wang Xin kicked Xiangzi in the butt and scolded. Don't you know the danger? Stop making noise. Don't you fear attracting wild beasts? Xin go, I'm just too excited. So much water, and all those supplies from the plane are ours now, huh? Xin go, don't hesitate. Hurry up. If someone comes, we'll have to fight for it. Xiangzi urged. Damn it. If I could cross the river, I would have gone over already. Do I need you to tell me? Wang Xin glared at Xiangzi, irritated, and said, you usually seem so smart. How come you're acting dumb now? Use your pig brain to think. If there were no dangers around, would such abundant resources fall to us? Have you forgotten what Chu Dabin said? Damn it. Xiangzi slapped his forehead and looked around nervously, muttering. Could someone be lying in ambush, using the plane wreckage as bait? In fact, when they first arrived, Wang Xin had also considered this issue. But everyone had been observing for so long without seeing a ghostly shadow, which didn't seem like signs of anyone moving. It was completely silent. Perhaps there are other dangers? Wang Xin muttered to himself, like an examiner asking a student, or perhaps asking himself. Xin go, this is a rainforest, a deserted island. If the danger doesn't come from humans, could it come from other creatures? Gao Qian suddenly said. Gao Qian's words opened up a line of thought for everyone. It was understandable that there were no people in the swamp across the river, but there were also none here. I think the biggest problem is this river. Zhang Rui analyzed. Could it be? Wang Xin suddenly recalled an experience. He had encountered a terrifying river when he was on a mission in the Amazon rainforest. The situation at that time was very similar to the current one. The stream in front of us is much wider than an ordinary forest stream, at least about 5 meters wide, with a gentle slope, but the water flows very quickly. Xin go, what are you thinking? Gao Qian asked. Wang Xin smiled and said, with so many of us here, it seems you're the smartest. Hearing Wang Xin's praise, Gao Qian's cheeks turned slightly red. Chapter 38, Piranha. Xiangzi, throw some biscuits into the river, put some bait out. Whether it's a mule or a horse. We'll figure it out. Wang Xin said to Xiangzi. No way, we only have 1 bag of biscuits left. This is our life-saving food. It would be a waste to throw it away. Xiangzi said reluctantly. Hurry up, don't dawdle. If you want to live, throw the biscuits into the water. Wang Xin urged, doing this to verify something. Reluctantly, Xiangzi tore open the biscuit bag, then pinched a piece of biscuit, gritted his teeth, and threw it into the water. What a good biscuit. Xiangzi's words were cut off as suddenly a bubble rose from the water surface, and in the blink of an eye, the entire water surface started to boil. Damn, what the hell is this? Xiangzi cursed. The others were also frightened and stepped back several paces. Seeing this scene, Wang Xin felt a chill run down his spine, but he also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, so it really is like this. Previously, during a mission in the Amazon rainforest, he had encountered a river but had not paid attention, choosing to swim across directly. If he hadn't positioned himself at the back, he might have died during that mission. This luck is too incredible, encountering piranhas again, and judging by the boiling water. The number of piranhas seems to be several times more than that time. The sight in front of him made Wang Xin feel cold all over, and he secretly rejoiced that he and T let his head get dizzy and jumped in. If he had acted impulsively and gone into the stream, he probably would have been eaten without a trace by now. When Xiangzi and the others arrived, damn it, they wouldn't even be able to find a corpse. Brother, we're finished now. This stream is so wide, there's no way we can cross. Xiangzi stared blankly at the river surface. Wang Xin remained silent, watching the wreckage of the plane on the opposite side, feeling powerless for the first time. 1,000 alpacas galloped through his mind. Brother, let us retreat. Stop looking. It's a wasted trip. Sister-in-law's illness, let us think of another way. While it's still light, let us quickly find a place to sleep tonight. Xiangzi said with a mournful face. Bullshit, get out of here. Wang Xin angrily cursed, not aiming the profanity at anyone in particular, mainly wanting to vent the frustration in his heart. He was really unwilling to leave like this. Watching so many supplies within reach, but unable to obtain them, was too tormenting. We need to think of a way. We must get across. There are no footprints near the plane wreckage. The supplies must be well preserved. As long as we can get over, we won't have to worry about food and clothing for a short time. Wang Xin said, encouraging morale and also cheering himself up. Yes, Xin Go is right. Xin Go, keep it up. Everyone hurry and go for the supplies. Wen Jing, who had been silent, suddenly said at this moment. Shut up. Xiangzi was furious, his eyes making Wen Jing feel uneasy. Didn't you hear what Xin Go said? This is a piranha. Do you know what a piranha is? All day long, just causing a ruckus and talking nonsense. I'll kill you. Seeing Xiangzi's terrifying gaze, Wen Jing was so scared she didn't dare to speak. However, it was only a brief silence before she began to annoy Wang Xin again. Xin Go, don't be angry about what I said earlier. If we can't cross the river, then we'll just leave. But, Zhang Zong's illness, Wen Jing said with a feigned look of innocence, glancing at Zhang Rui, sighing. What a clever tactic of feigning retreat. Knowing Wang Xin wouldn't abandon them, she actively suggested retreating. Using Zhang Rui's illness to provoke Wang Xin wasn't a fool and naturally understood Wen Jing's intentions, feeling wary of this woman in his heart. Wen Jing, for the sake of the supplies on the plane, was actually disregarding her partner's lives, which was indeed a bit excessive. Xin Go, I understand your intention. The medicine is within reach, but look how wide this river is, and it stretches as far as the eye can see. Even if we wanted to take a detour to the other side, it's impossible. If you're dazed and want to jump into the river, Xin Go, I'm the first to disagree. Don't blame your brother for not supporting you. I can't just watch you go to your death. Xiangzi said. Wang Xin glanced at the agitated Xiangzi and said, Xiangzi, don't be anxious. There must be a way to cross the river. Brother Chong, do you think these fish might get full at some point? Let us figure out a way to catch some wild animals and throw them in to keep feeding them. Gao Qian said from the side. Xiangzi looked at Gao Qian as if she were an idiot and said, piranhas might get full? What do you mean? Gao Qian asked. Confused. These piranhas are social animals, very numerous. As long as there is something edible, especially meat, they swarm together. And judging by the boiling just now, there are definitely thousands of them in this river. They probably haven't eaten for a while and are probably starving. Didn't you see they even ate the biscuit? Xiangzi was more afraid of Wang Xin going into the river. Rather than explaining to Gao Qian, he was actually speaking to Wang Xin. After saying that, fearing Wang Xin wouldn't understand, he added, Xin Go, if you go down, I bet you 1 last half a minute. You'll definitely be gone without a trace. Damn, you cursed crow. You'll be the one gone without a trace. Wang Xin cursed back. Chapter 39, Jumping Over. Wang Xin didn't expect Xiangzi to know so much about these things. The more one knows, the easier it is to feel despair. Looking at Zhang Rui, Wang Xin noticed her breathing was becoming heavier, her eyes closed, her mouth murmuring, starting to talk nonsense. Wang Xin gritted his teeth and said fiercely, no matter what, we must find a way to cross the river. We can't delay any longer. Xin Go, don't rush me. Let me think, Xiangzi said, then began to observe the surrounding terrain. In fact, Wang Xin had already thought of a not-so-good plan. Since there are piranhas in the river, then we shouldn't go into the water, right? Utilizing the principle of a swing, we can make a swing using vines from the trees on this side, allowing Xiangzi, sure to, and the others to swing and jump over at the highest point. This plan seemed perfect, but was actually extremely dangerous and full of loopholes. Not to mention the height difference between the banks of the stream was nearly negligible. Just the river itself was almost 5 or 6 meters wide. If one didn't make it across, they wouldn't have any force to push off from while in the air, and once they fell into the water, it would be over in an instant. So Wang Xin thought, and ultimately rejected the idea. Xin go, I've thought it over. No matter what method we use, we can't get across. This river is too wide. Xiangzi said, full of sorrow. Isn't that obvious? Wang Xin rolled his eyes. Didn't he already know the river was wide? If we want to avoid touching the water, the only option is to jump across directly. Xiangzi said again. With poor conditions and time running out, it was hard to come up with a good plan. Jumping over seemed like the only choice. First of all, I have an injury on my butt, so I definitely can't jump over. It's not that I'm afraid of dying. Xiangzi quickly turned his back to me as if he thought of something. Even if you weren't injured, with your short legs, do you think you could jump over? Wang Xin teased. Who would go jump? Only a fool would go to their death, right? If anyone had even a slight weakness in their heart, their legs would go weak, not enough power, and once they lost their footing, it would mean death without a trace. Wang Xin was lucky today, not like a reckless fool who would directly wade across. It is estimated that many people were blinded by the huge temptation in front of them and jumped into the river to grab things. This small river has no idea how many souls have struggled in it. Just thinking about it makes Wang Xion's hair stand on end, and his back is drenched in cold sweat. Everyone fell silent. Jumping over? What a joke. The 3 women definitely can't do it. It has to rely on the 3 men. After thinking it over, Wang Xian finally sighed and said, all right, I'll go. Zhang Rue is my wife. How could I let someone else be the hero to save her? Wang Xian comforted himself in his heart. Xinjia, you can't go. It's too dangerous. Xiangzi jumped up on the spot and grabbed Wang Xian. What else can we do? Just watch Zhang Rue die? Wang Xian retorted, his voice calm but tinged with anger. This is a deserted island, and resources are scarce. A small fever or cold, or even a small wound, can be fatal. Seeing Wang Xian's expression, Xiangzi opened his mouth to persuade him, but he didn't know how to say it. His voice slightly choked. What if you fall in? It would be hard for me to collect your body. I wouldn't even be able to gather a bit of flesh. Xiangzi said, can't you wish me some good luck? You're the one who would be meat paste. Wang Xian said, measuring the distance between both sides again, stepping back 4 or 5 meters to prepare for a warm-up. Jump? What a joke. Xinjia, I'm not saying you, but looking at your movements, you're not professional at all. You think you can jump over with just a 4 or 5 meter run-up? Do you think gravity is nothing? Do you think you can rub Newton into the ground? Xiangzi looked at Wang Xin with disdain. After saying that, he pointed to the mud on the ground and said, and this mud here is soft and mushy. It sinks in when you step on it. It has no load-bearing capacity. How can you jump? Looking at the excited Xiangzi, Wang Xin was dumbfounded. Your grandmother's leg. You dog. I didn't realize you had so many dirty words before. The mention made Gao Qian blush. Wen Jing, however, had no expression. Her eyes fixed on the wreckage of the plane across the river, lost in her thoughts. Hee hee. Stone suddenly laughed from the side. Listening to that sound, it seemed like he was mocking Wang Xion's clumsy movements. But looking at his silly expression, one felt that such an honest person shouldn't mock others. What are you laughing at, Stone? Don't act like you're constipated. If you can't laugh, then don't. Xiangzi said irritably. Wang Xian guessed that Xiangzi's spirit was a bit disordered at this moment. He was saying anything that came to his mind without holding back. Let me do it. Stone ignored Xiangzi and looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian exchanged a glance with Xiangzi, both stunned. Stone, what did you just say? Xiangzi asked again as if he hadn't heard. Xinjia can't do it. I can jump over. Let me do it. Stone said succinctly. Wang Xian felt frustrated. This Stone was too blunt, and he was so concise. Chapter 40. Take off, sports student. Stone, don't brag. With your physique, do you plan to feed those piranhas with your meat? Xiangzi waved his hands repeatedly. Stone said seriously, I'm a special enrollment athlete. My best result is 5 meters 3. I just measured it, and the distance to the other side of the river is about the same. Let me jump. The chances of success are the highest. Special enrollment athlete? Wang Xian and Xiangzi were instantly excited. With Stone's honest character, he definitely wouldn't lie and had no need to. Who would joke about their own life? Stone, tell me the truth. How confident are you? Wang Xian stared closely into Stone's eyes. Lives were at stake. They were all teammates, and everyone's life mattered. Without certainty, they absolutely couldn't let Stone take the risk. 90%. Stone said. After that, he added. But you have to give me a 30-meter run-up. I tried just now, and the ground is too soft. There's no support. I can't jump. Wang Xian nodded. That was easy. They could lay down leaves and branches on the ground, stomp it down a bit, then lay leaves again and flatten it. It just needed time. Xiangzi still felt a bit uneasy and asked, "Bro, this is not the time to brag. What if you can't jump over? Then it's all over. We want to see the sun tomorrow." "I know," Stone nodded. Looking at Stone's dull expression, Wang Xin even doubted if he understood the seriousness of the situation. After confirming several times, Wang Xin and Xiangzi went to gather leaves and branches. As they walked, Wang Xin whispered, "Xiangzi, can we rely on this stone? We could lose a life if this goes wrong. Don't let him down." "Don't worry, Xinjia. Among us, he is the most reliable. If he says he can do it, then he can. Stone won't play tricks." Xiangzi said, "What do you mean? Are you implying that I'm not reliable?" Wang Xin shot Xiangzi a sideways glance. Xiangzi pulled up some weeds, threw them to the ground, then jumped on it and bounced hard, saying, "You're reliable? Reliable? Are you going to court death? Damn it, do you think I want this? It's all to save my woman." Wang Xin said irritably. Now that Stone, the special enrollment athlete, volunteered, Wang Xin felt much more at ease. He prayed in his heart that there was a first aid kit in the plane wreckage. Planes usually have first aid kits with various medicines, including fever reducers, pain relievers, and anti-inflammatories. He just didn't know if other survivors had gotten there first. "Your woman?" Xiangzi shot a sidelong glance at Wang Xin, his tone genuinely annoying. "Isn't she?" "Yes, she is your woman. But Xinjia, have you forgotten how she treated you before? I've always wondered why such an excellent man like you would be a live-in son-in-law." Xiangzi said angrily, his voice a bit agitated. "Look at how she treated you before. She didn't treat you like a husband at all. It's only because she has no one to rely on here that she clings to you." Wang Xin was stunned. He didn't expect Xiangzi to care so much about his affairs. Wang Xin patted Xiangzi on the shoulder and sighed, saying, "Let us not talk about being a live-in son-in-law. I have my own thoughts. As for Zhang Rui, wasn't she the goddess we chased after when we were kids? It's normal to lower my stance a bit for a goddess, right? What is wrong with being a goddess? Just because she is a goddess, you have to demean yourself? Do you know there is a term online that describes people like you?" Xiangzi said. Wang Xin looked puzzled. He really hadn't heard of any such term. "You're a dog that adds to the pile, a door insert. You're the ultimate kneeling and licking," Xiangzi exclaimed indignantly. Fighting for Wang Xin. "You don't understand." Wang Xin was speechless, shaking his head with a smile. "Just let me be. I want her to slowly fall in love with me, not be forced to love me because of a contract." As he spoke, memories of innocent and carefree childhood scenes flooded Wang Xin's mind. That seed had long taken root in his heart. How could it be easily removed? "All right. I won't say anything more. I just feel uncomfortable and feel wrong for you, Xinjia. As long as you can get through this, everything else can be discussed. Let us hurry. We can't delay. It's time for Stone to take off," Xiangzi said. About half an hour later, Wang Xin and Xiangzi exerted great effort and finally helped Stone lay down a 20-meter run-up track. Stone stepped on it. The hardness was just right. And then nodded at Wang Xin. "Stone, it's your turn to perform now. Ignite your little universe." Xiangzi clenched his fist and waved it hard. Xiangzi was relatively close to Stone, while Wang Xin wasn't familiar with him since he wasn't from Zhang Rui's company. After this incident with Stone volunteering, Wang Xin had changed his view of him. He could risk himself to gather supplies for everyone. To be honest, during all this time since he joined the team, Wang Xin has always regarded him as heir because he is just too silent and often gets overlooked unintentionally. "Take off, athlete." Wang Xin also started cheering for Shirtu. Now Shirtu is everyone's hope, and everyone is watching him warm up. Chapter 41, Prehistoric Monster. Shirtu finished warming up, looked at everyone, and smiled faintly. "Wow, so confident." Shirtu began to run, and everyone's hearts instantly jumped to their throats. "Stop, wait a minute." Just as Shirtu was about to jump, Xiangzi suddenly shouted, "Damn, Xiangzi, this joker." Startled everyone. If there were a rope, it would be easier to throw it over, tie one end to the tree trunk on that side. Then throw it back to tie it here, forming a cable in midair, and Shirtu could just climb over it. "Xiangzi, let's go find some vines and weave a rope." Wang Xin shouted to Xiangzi. There are many sturdy vines in the forest that can replace ropes to some extent. Xiangzi nodded and then shouted to Shirtu, "It's ready, run." Shirtu nodded, looked across the river, took a deep breath, and suddenly took off running. His rapid movement was like a small version of King Kong. The distance of over 20 meters was simply too short for Shirtu. As the running track approached the end, everyone heard Shirtu shout loudly, "Hey!" Then, Shirtu sprang into the air like a cannonball, crashing towards the other side of the river. Wow! Xiangzi's mouth dropped in shock. Even Gao Qian looked like a little fangirl, her mouth agape in surprise, holding her breath. At that moment, everyone felt like they were watching the Olympics. But the danger level was far beyond the Olympics, and no one could afford the consequences of failure. Boom! A huge muffled sound erupted as Shirtu fell like a meteor from the sky, landing in the swamp on the other side. He nearly smashed onto the wreckage of the plane. His robust physique and impact were so great that, at this moment, his entire calf sank into the swamp. Shirtu awesome. So cool. Xiangzi shouted excitedly, his face flushed. Damn, this is too fierce, jumping over a distance of 5 or 6 meters just like that. Truly a special recruit athlete. Now that he's on the other side, that's half the victory. Shirtu, wait there, don't move, be careful not to get stuck. I'll get some vines with Xian Go and then throw them to you. Xiangzi shouted loudly. At this point, Wang Xian felt that the matter was basically settled. Zhang Rui's illness had hope. Wait a minute, don't go yet. Suddenly, Shidu's voice came from across the river, low and seemingly trembling. As if he were suppressing some kind of fear. Wang Xian was about to go look for vines, but before he could turn around, he heard Gao Qian and Wen Jing scream piercingly. That scream was filled with terror, piercing his eardrums, making Wang Xian's back tingle. What the hell? How could there be such a large crocodile here? No, it doesn't look like a crocodile. Could it be a lizard? But lizards aren't this big. Its gigantic body was covered in scales, with a long tail, and its enormous mouth full of terrifying fangs. Especially its eyes, blood red like 2 lanterns. It was a hybrid of a crocodile and a lizard, and a giant version at that. With a body length of at least 5 meters, there were 4 of them. Their bloodthirsty eyes fixed on Shirtu, moving slowly. Shirtu, hurry up and get on the plane. Wang Xian shouted loudly. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. This monster was oppressive all over, and whether its tail or teeth could easily kill Shirtu. The only way now was to quickly climb into the cabin because the plane wreckage was stuck in the swamp. At least it had some height. And those cold-blooded reptiles probably couldn't climb up. At the same time, Wang Xian noticed that no matter how loudly everyone shouted from this side of the river, those crocodile-like monsters paid them no mind. Perhaps they were too disdainful? Wang Xian speculated that they were probably afraid of the piranhas in the river. It's truly a case of one creature overpowering another, with clear territorial divisions. Hearing Wang Xian's reminder, Shirtu gripped the edge of the plane and forcefully pulled his legs out of the swamp, then climbed up to the top of the cabin with unimaginable speed. Seeing this, everyone let out a slight sigh of relief. Damn, this climbing speed is definitely this year's rock climbing champion. Perhaps this is the potential for survival. As expected, those monsters kept crashing against the cabin, but couldn't climb up. These beasts are in a crawling state, and if they wanted to climb up, they would have to stand upright, which they clearly couldn't do. Now that the people were safe, a new problem arose. They couldn't stay on top of the cabin forever. Below, for prehistoric giant crocodiles were glaring hungrily, constantly pounding against it, causing the entire fuselage to tremble. Shirtu couldn't stand firm. Just imagining the consequences if he slipped down was enough to make one shudder. Chapter 42, Crazy Shirtu. Shirtu, go to the emergency door of the plane and enter the cabin. Those giant crocodiles are right below you. Don't make any noise, quietly crawl in. And we'll keep an eye on you. Wang Xian shouted loudly at Shirtu. Shirtu nodded with a grim expression and slowly began to crawl. Fortunately, those monsters were reptiles and couldn't see what was above them. Xiangzi, throw something to hit those monsters to attract their attention. Wang Xian said to Xiangzi. Huh. Xiangzi was taken aback for a moment and foolishly said, what if we anger them, and they come over? They won't. Trust me, hurry up. Wang Xian urged. If those monsters dared to come over, they would have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Seeing Wang Xian so confident, Xiangzi had no choice but to harden his resolve, picked up a handful of mud from the ground, shaped it into a ball, and threw it with all his might at the giant crocodiles on the opposite bank. Sure enough, after being attacked, they shifted their attention, thrashing their tails and roaring at the riverbank. Haha, they actually dare not cross the river. Let us see if I can't smash you to death. Xiangzi got a bit excited and started throwing mud constantly. The river in front of them seemed like a thunder pond. Those monsters didn't dare to cross it at all. And Wang Xian and the others didn't dare to move an inch. On the other side, Shirtu had reached the emergency door of the cabin. The emergency door is usually closed and only opens in emergencies. Now it was in the open position. It was likely that someone had opened it during the crash. And it was just right to save Shidu's life. I have to say, Shidu's agility is inversely proportional to his size. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. It's a truth. Shirtu slid down and instantly entered through the emergency door into the cabin. Shirtu is impressive. That agility is even better than a spy, Xiangzi said blankly. Wang Xian shook his head in silence. Although Shidu's movements were agile, they definitely couldn't match those of an excellent agent. Stop talking nonsense. Keep drawing their attention to relieve pressure on Shirtu. Wang Xian shouted loudly. Up to this point, Wang Xian had basically ruled out Shirtu as a possible spy. Which spy would put their life on the line to gather supplies for the team? This is a resource-scarce deserted island, not a movie set. Even a small wound here could be fatal. Wang Xin didn't believe that anyone could pull off such a brilliant feigned sacrifice. Now the biggest suspect was Wen Jing. Thinking of this, Wang Xin glanced at her. At this moment, Wen Jing was unusually quiet, which was very strange, but aside from being quiet, there were no other unusual behaviors. A few minutes later, Shitu's figure reappeared at the cabin's emergency door. And what excited Wang Xin was that Shitu was holding a first aid kit. Do you have any fever-reducing medicine? Wang Xin shouted loudly. Seeing Shitu nodding vigorously, Wang Xin's mood instantly soared to the sky. If Shitu were nearby, Wang Xin would definitely hug him for a bear hug. Across the river, Shitu gently placed the medicine box behind the safety door, turned around, and swiftly entered the cabin. This series of actions was done silently and efficiently. It truly echoed Xiangzi's words that Shitu was the one in their team who spoke the least and was the most reliable in doing things. This time, Shitu stayed in the cabin for quite a while, making Xiangzi throw mud while glaring at the safety door. After nearly 10 minutes, Shitu's figure reappeared. Wang Xin's heart began to race wildly because Shitu was carrying 3 large bags on his back, bulging with a rich hull. It was obvious what was inside. What surprised Wang Xin even more was that Shitu was holding a delicate crossbow in his hand, which he didn't know belonged to which unfortunate passenger. In his other hand, he held a nearly 2-meter-long metal rod, the sharp break clearly indicating it was taken from inside the cabin. The crossbow was relatively small, but exquisite. Likely a high-end decorative item, though he didn't know if it could be used. Xin, now that the supplies are out, Shitu can't get off the plane. If he leaves, those beasts will definitely tear him apart. Xiangzi suddenly realized a problem, his brows furrowing. Shitu, stay there and don't move. We'll find a way to lure those beasts away. Wang Xin shouted loudly. Unexpectedly, Shitu ignored Wang Xin, raised the metal rod, and began to strike the cabin forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it, we're done for. Shitu actually attracted the monster's attention himself. What was he trying to do? Shitu, have you lost your mind? Xiangzi shouted angrily, quickly throwing mud clumps at the monsters, hoping to divert some of their attention. However, Chapter 43, single-handedly fighting the prehistoric crocodile. The mud clumps obviously had no effect. Shitu's sound wave attack was too strong in pulling aggro. Perhaps due to Shitu's large size, he was more tempting in the eyes of those monsters. Across the river, Wang Xin looked at the terrifying fangs and enormous size, feeling an indescribable sense of oppression. He really couldn't imagine how Shitu managed to stay so calm. His mental resilience was extraordinary. If it were an ordinary person, surrounded by 4 giant crocodiles, with their mouths wide open below, they would probably be scared stiff, right? At this moment, Shitu had a blank expression. When the 4 monsters piled up to their highest point, he stood at the door, picked up the metal rod in his hand, and waited for the right moment to stab down hard. In that instant, Wang Xin's heart skipped a beat. Wow, Shitu is so fierce. An absolute steel man. That stab directly pierced the metal rod into the monster's throat, and Shitu vigorously twisted it, pushing deeper inside. The monster fell from the top, rolling on the ground in pain. From its frantic movements, it seemed that Shitu had dealt a heavy blow. Xin, why do I feel like Shitu is acting like he's in a movie? Xiangzi stared blankly, his neck stiffly turning to look at Wang Xin. Indeed, Shitu's bravery reminded Wang Xin of a very famous movie, Terminator. The same big build, with attacks that were powerful and expressionless. It was simply too fierce. Shitu was a typical human tank. It seemed that those who looked silly were not to be messed with. Having taken down 1 giant crocodile, there were still 3 left. Losing 1 companion had no effect or fear on the remaining 3 monsters, which continued to roar and charge forward, repeatedly colliding with the wreckage of the plane. They were really persistent. Shitu picked up the crossbow, drew out a bolt from his backpack, and studied it for a long time before finally loading it. Aiming, aiming, aiming. Wang Xin and the others stood on this side of the river, feeling anxious and helpless, unable to do anything. Whoosh, buzz. To their surprise, the power of that crossbow was so great that, even from such a distance, everyone heard the strong sound of the bowstring slicing through the air. Roar. One of the giant crocodiles instantly fell from the highest point. Wang Xin noticed that the bolt had lodged right in the monster's eye socket, blood gushing out. The pain continuously stimulating the giant crocodile's nerves. The giant crocodile rolled frantically in the swamp, resembling the death roll of a crocodile in the animal kingdom. As it rolled, this injured giant crocodile began to run around chaotically, as if its nerves had gone haywire. Shitu didn't continue attacking but exchanged glances with everyone, quietly watching everything unfold. To everyone's astonishment, the giant crocodile, whether blind or driven mad by pain, actually crawled into the river. In an instant, its massive body stirred up the water. At the same time, a terrifying scene that could give anyone goosebumps unfolded before their eyes. The entire river boiled, countless piranhas densely packed together. If one had to describe it in one word, it could only be likened to a locust plague. Anyone with a fear of dense crowds would not be able to stand at this moment. The river water boiled violently, and in a moment, the entire river turned into a deep red blood pool. The piranhas all gathered under the belly of the giant crocodile, and those that couldn't squeeze and leaped out of the water, jumping onto its back to gnaw at its scales. It seemed that the crocodile's skin was too thick. After biting for a while, the piranhas made no progress. From the initial violent thrashing, the giant crocodile gradually became completely still. In less than 5 minutes, its entire body was consumed by the piranhas, leaving only a skeleton and a layer of scales on its back. Wang Xin suddenly remembered a wildlife documentary he had seen on TV earlier. It said that in the Amazon basin, if a crocodile encounters a large number of piranhas, it would immediately roll over, exposing its belly to prevent the piranhas from attacking its vulnerable abdomen. This monster crocodile had many similarities with regular crocodiles. It was likely a mutated species on the deserted island. It had been shot in the eye and gone mad from the pain. So it rushed into the river without even rolling its body. No one expected that the piranhas, which were naturally terrifying, would actually help Wang Xin and the others solve a major problem. Following suit, Shirtu began to prepare to deal with the remaining 2 monsters, the crossbow already raised. However, this time luck was not on their side. The first arrow hit the monster's head, but it seemed the skin was too thick, and the arrow only penetrated the front metal part, causing no real damage. Although the monster let out a painful cry, it did not affect its subsequent actions, as it continued to roar and climbed upward, wanting to eat Shirtu. Chapter 44, Crossbow. Wang Xin saw that Shirtu seemed a bit anxious because he reloaded another bolt. But this time it missed even more, hitting the monster's back, which was almost like scratching an itch. Shirtu, stop it. Don't waste the bolts on these beasts. Lure them a bit, and when they open their mouths, shoot into their mouths. Wang Xin felt heartache as he saw the precious bolts being wasted. Those bolts would be useful later if they encountered enemies, like that old dog Sun Wei. Giving him a crossbow would be quite satisfying. Shirtu nodded, then picked up the metal rod to strike the cabin, the huge metallic humming sound stimulating the monster's nerves like a stimulant. Bang, bang, bang. The prehistoric crocodiles scrambled to climb up, opening their large mouths to bite up, but they could only bite air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shirtu directly pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Whoosh. Because the distance was too far, Wang Xin didn't know what effect the crossbow bolt shot into the monster's mouth would have. Anyway, it roared and fell down. Then it rolled vigorously, its massive tail splashing mud everywhere, and its immense roar shook the entire forest. There was still one left, and it still wouldn't give up. Cold-blooded creatures truly lived up to their name, showing no fear at all. Regardless of whether its companions lived or died, it was bloodthirsty and cold. Shirtu remained calm, dealing with the last one just as before, temporarily alleviating the danger. He picked up 3 large backpacks and hung the medical kit around his neck. Shirtu climbed onto the wing and then slid down to the ground. At that moment, everyone's heart was in their throats because the 3 giant crocodile-like monsters were only heavily injured, not mortally wounded. Everyone dared not breathe, fearing that the sound would attract them. These monsters could kill Shirtu with just a collision. Shirtu gritted his teeth, swung a large backpack, spun in place several times, and finally, with a sudden release of his hand, threw the backpack out without daring to make a sound. What the hell? Did you think you were throwing a shot put? Oh. Seeing the backpack flying over, Wang Xin and the others hurriedly dodged, but it seemed one person didn't avoid it. Wen Jing, what is this idiot doing? Doesn't she know to run from something that big? The falling backpack directly smashed into Wen Jing's abdomen, causing her body to fly backward. It seemed like Wen Jing didn't know what pain was. She quickly unzipped the backpack, and food and drinks scattered everywhere. Xiangzi, hurry up and pack this stuff. Keep an eye on the backpack. Wang Xin said coldly. It wasn't he that he was targeting Wen Jing, but the supplies were too valuable and hard to come by, so they had to be treated cautiously. Xiangzi rushed over, snatched the items from Wen Jing's hands, and packed everything up, preparing to take the backpack away, which directly angered Wen Jing. Zhou Qiang, are you sick? I just got smashed. Can I take a bottle of water? Wen Jing screeched, acting like a madwoman. Damn. You can still yell that loudly after being hit? Your physical condition is impressive. Xiangzi rolled his eyes and said irritably. Wang Xin also felt a bit suspicious. How could Wen Jing just stand there waiting to be hit by the backpack? He speculated that Wen Jing must have deliberately stood there to get hit. Damn it. A feigned injury. Trying to play tricks on me. You're still too young. Wen Jing was trembling with anger, her face pale, and she didn't speak. Seeing this, Wang Xin didn't care to deal with her. After confirming that Xiangzi had slung the backpack over his shoulder, Wang Xin walked back to the riverbank to observe Shirtu's movements on the other side. It was the same as before. He threw the remaining 2 backpacks over. instructing Xiangzi to keep watch over them, not allowing anyone to touch them. So far, only a medical kit, a crossbow, and a metal rod were left. Damn it. Sure too, there's a monster behind you. Hurry and run to the left. To the left. Just as Wang Xin was ready to catch the medical kit that Sure Tu was throwing over, two monsters swung their massive tails and chased after him. He never expected that the crossbow bolt that had just shot into the monster's throat would have no effect at all. These beasts were just too tough. Fortunately, Sure Tu reacted quickly. As soon as he heard Wang Xin's voice, he immediately swung the metal rod and jabbed it to the left. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. As if a solid object had struck thick skin, one of the monsters stopped, shook its head after a moment, seemingly unharmed. The monster's resistance to impact was simply incredible, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Sure Tu didn't disappoint Wang Xin. After throwing everything he had over to Wang Xin and the others, he actually began to sprint. What the hell? God! Sure Tu was in a muddy swamp, and now that he was sprinting, he had no solid ground to push off from, nowhere to gain strength. And the swamp's stickiness made jumping even more like seeking death. Chapter 45, Falling into the River. Just when everyone was exclaiming, thinking Sure Tu was doomed, his actions once again overturned everyone's expectations, especially Wang Xin, who completely changed his view of the seemingly simple Sure Tu. Sure Tu ran a few steps toward the river. Then on the last step, he directly stepped on one of the monster's heads and leaped into the air with force. The monster's head was stomped into the swamp, its mouth full of mud. It seemed slow, but all these actions were completed in the blink of an eye. Wang Xin, standing on this side of the river, estimated the distance and felt a chill run down his spine at Sure Tu's jumping height. He would ultimately fall into the river. Splash! Sure Tu indeed didn't make it across. He was about a meter from the bank and fell directly into the water. In that instant, everyone's hearts seemed to pause. Just thinking of the scene where Sure Tu was eaten by piranhas filled Wang Xin with endless guilt. If Sure Tu died, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Wang Xin rushed into the river at the fastest speed, and in that moment, he was horrified to discover that more than a dozen piranhas were biting into Sure Tu's legs. Fortunately, Sure Tu was wearing security rubber shoes, which hadn't been bitten through yet, but blood was already seeping from his pant legs. Hiss! Wang Xin took a sharp breath, feeling as if his own leg had been bitten. Damn it! Wang Xin pulled Sure Tu up, straining to walk toward the bank. But the water's resistance slowed him down. The expressions of the two were almost identical, showing no change, as if they were like ancient, unchanging ice, cold and merciless, with only a hint of urgency deep in their eyes. Wang Xin felt as if his legs standing in the water were constantly being stabbed with a small knife, a piercing pain that he dared not look down at, nor had time to check. A 1-meter distance could be crossed with a single big step by Wang Xin and Sure Tu. But at that moment, it felt like ages had passed, as if time had slowed down. When Wang Xin lifted his right leg, it was covered with piranhas. Damn, that's a thigh, not a sausage. Why is it so popular? Fortunately, Wang Xin had already reached the shore. Without water, the piranhas lost their swimming power. Otherwise, in the water, they could have torn his flesh off with their swimming strength. With a splash, once both of them were completely on land, Wang Xin finally felt the excruciating pain in his legs, almost unable to stand. Looking down, he saw about 20 piranhas hanging off his legs. The scene resembled Wang Xin as a fishmonger. Just as Wang Xin was about to shake off the fish, Sure Tu suddenly stopped him. Don't move. I have a way. These fish are biting our flesh, and if we shake them off hard, it will tear our flesh as well. And it will be troublesome if it gets infected and festers. Sure Tu said. Wang Xin noticed that Sure Tu took the metal rod and swiftly scraped it from his ankle up along his calf, instantly flicking all the piranhas hanging on his leg off onto the ground. As Sure Tu repeated the action a few times, all the piranhas on his other leg were also cleared away. The feeling of relief was indescribable once everything was done. Wang Xin noticed that Sure Tu's face had turned pale, probably due to blood loss. Sure Tu handed the metal rod to Wang Xin, giving him a look, and Wang Xin nodded, gritting his teeth and mimicking Sure Tu's earlier method, applying force a couple of times. After everything was sorted out, Wang Xin and Sure Tu finally escaped from danger, both of them sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. Just lost a few pieces of meat. It's no big deal, don't worry. Sure Tu was pulling at the loose skin on his calf with his hand, while grinning foolishly at Wang Xin, looking completely clueless. Like a farmer drying cured meat in the sun, Wang Xin had also been bitten, with some flesh torn from his leg, uneven and hard to look at. Those piranhas, once they bite onto something, they won't let go without tearing it off. Fortunately, the two of them didn't stay in the river for long, otherwise, they would have undoubtedly died. Xiangzi, check the medicine box to see if there's any iodine or anti-inflammatory medicine, Wang Xin shouted to the stunned Xiangzi beside him. The pain wasn't excruciating, but it tugged at the nerves from time to time, enough to drive anyone mad and make them restless. Brother Xin, we hit the jackpot this time. Do you know how much good stuff Shirtu got? There's food, drinks, and a lot of little tools, haha. After finding the medicine, Xiangzi excitedly brought it to Wang Xin. Alas, what a pity, Shirtu sighed from the side and then looked at Wang Xin, saying, Brother Xin, there's not much time. I'm worried the cabin will be crushed by monsters. Actually, there are still many things inside that we haven't taken. Chapter 46, Piranha Bites. Xiangzi, take out the food and share it with everyone. Our big harvest this time is all thanks to Shirtu. After I give Zhang Rui the fever medicine, let us celebrate. Wang Xin forced himself to stand up and walk towards Zhang Rui with the medicine box. After taking a few steps, suddenly, Wang Xin felt something was off. In the small space by the river, Wang Xin looked around and immediately frowned. One person was missing from the team. Where did Wenjing go? Wang Xin shouted loudly. The others looked at Wang Xin curiously, and Xiangzi pointed to a spot, puzzled. That is strange. She was just over there. Wang Xin, you're hurt. At this moment, Zhang Rui weakly said, instantly drawing Wang Xin's attention. It turned out that Gao Qian had helped Zhang Rui up, and Zhang Rui, half conscious, saw the injury on Wang Xin's leg. It's nothing. Look what this is, we found medicine. Wang Xin patted the medicine box in his arms, temporarily putting aside the matter of Wenjing's disappearance. Wang Xin, you. Zhang Rui only said half a sentence before suddenly stopping, and her gaze towards Wang Xin softened a bit. Moreover, Zhang Rui even smiled at Wang Xin. A smile that made Wang Xin feel like he was bathed in spring breeze, completely comfortable, if he had to compare it. It was like Xiao Linger smiling at her brother Xiao Yao and Jian San, without a trace of impurity, a shallow dimple, her expression revealing a hint of warmth. Wang Xin felt like he was about to faint, fainting from happiness. But Zhang Rui wasn't the kind of beauty like Xiao Linger. Her beauty was a noble temperament, transcendent like a celestial being. If Wang Xin had to describe what made her beauty so noble, he could only make another comparison. It was like the image of Yang Jin's mother in a TV drama, the sister of the Jade Emperor, Yao Ji, high above, radiating nobility, like a goddess. Thinking of this, Wang Xin smiled foolishly, realizing he was quite talented, using these mythological figures to beautify his girl. What a genius. Who wouldn't he want a wife like this, beautiful as an immortal, noble as a goddess? Even being a son-in-law would be very enjoyable, right? Quickly brushing away other unseemly thoughts, Wang Xin gave Zhang Rui the fever medicine and then let her drink a whole bottle of mineral water. Wow, Brother Xin. Now President Zhang looks at you differently. How sweet. Xiangzi teased from the side. Zhang Rui, indeed, looked much more tender towards Wang Xin now. Wang Xin scratched his head and smiled. This is all thanks to Shirtu. You guys are all great. Thank you for working so hard for me. Zhang Rui nodded. President Zhang, shouldn't you thank Brother Xin properly? If it weren't for him insisting on getting the medicine, we probably wouldn't have gotten it. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Like taking this opportunity. Xiangzi unexpectedly said this, even lightly tapping his lips with his hand, looking like he was asking for a kiss. Which was just too vulgar. Damn, Xiangzi's getting bolder. Sure enough, after hearing Xiangzi's words, Zhang Rui immediately frowned, her authoritative expression making Xiangzi shrink back, and the lewd smile on his face disappeared. Turns out he was still a coward, daring to joke with Zhang Rui, the cold-faced president. Wang Xin thought Xiangzi was looking for death. Wang Xin, Zhang Rui suddenly called out. Huh. Wang Xin was startled by Zhang Rui's gentle voice, feeling a bit dazed and unsure of the situation. Do you want to kiss me? Zhang Rui's voice was as soft as a whisper, almost inaudible. Seeing Zhang Rui's rosy little face and shy appearance, Wang Xin felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his whole being dizzy. Not just Wang Xin, even Xiangzi, Gao Qian, and Shirtu were a bit surprised. Was this still the aloof Zhang Rui? Zhou Qian and Xiangzi were dumbfounded. Only Shirtu sat to the side, grinning foolishly, seemingly eager to see that scene. Wang Xin had seen many grand occasions, having once held a gun and killed, steady as an old dog, yet at this moment, he was actually trembling a bit. He truly didn't expect Zhang Rui to suddenly ask such a bold question in front of her subordinates. Wang Xin was stunned for a long time, until Zhang Rui's face showed a hint of annoyance, and he couldn't wait to say, I want. Damn it. At a critical moment, he actually stuttered. Wang Xin wished he could kick himself. At such a crucial time, he was useless. Then come here, Zhang Rui said with a frown. That proud expression made Wang Xin feel a tickle, his heart rippling. Wang Xin glanced at the others, especially Xiangzi, whose eyes were glued to him, and Zhang Rui without blinking. Get lost. Do you not know how bright you are? My eyes are almost blinded by you. Wang Xin shouted at Xiangzi, also giving him a disdainful middle finger. Unexpectedly, Xiangzi raised his thumb in response to Wang Xin, excitedly shouting, Oh yeah? My brother Xian, spring has come. The wild summer is getting closer. Brother Xian, you need to be majestic and seize the opportunity. Chapter 47, The Medical Box. Wang Xian was too lazy to pay attention to the neurotic Xiangzi and directly leaned his face towards Zhang Rui's lips, excitedly saying, "Come on." After a long drought. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Really? Zhang Rui pouted, and then sneakily glanced at the others, asking in a low voice. Haha. So the cold President Zhang Rui also has a shy day. Wang Xian's heart was bursting with joy. To be honest, Wang Xian was also very nervous. He had never interacted with women before, and Zhang Rui had treated him like that before. Was this what they called love-hate? Stop dilly-dallying, just kiss already. Why is it so hard? Hurry up, let me enjoy it. Wang Xian urged, speaking his mind. Pop. Wang Xian felt nothing, just like a certain internet meme. Has it started? Is it already over? What was that? A dragonfly skimming the water? Can you take it seriously? It doesn't have to be a French kiss. But at least make it fragrant, President Zhang. This is too perfunctory. Wang Xian was a bit annoyed. Was that really what you called a kiss? The strength of a mosquito was probably greater than that. You big-headed ghost. Zhang Rui scolded, flustered and angry. Wang Xian noticed that Zhang Rui's attitude towards him had changed. She was no longer as cold as before and occasionally acted a bit spoiled, like just now. Although she was scolding him, it was soft and gentle. The more Zhang Rui acted like this, the more Wang Xian felt an endless temptation. Finally, gritting his teeth, he decided to go all in. Directly pressing Zhang Rui's head down and kissing her before she could react. This is what a wife should do. Learn from this in the future. You even need me to teach you how to kiss. How can you be a wife without a sense of responsibility? Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Xian directly tapped Zhang Rui's head and then licked his lips, as if savoring the warmth and sweetness from before. Zhang Rui widened her eyes and stared at Wang Xian for 3 full seconds, her face changing from green to white, and finally to black. A storm was brewing. Wang Xian was always sensitive to danger, and he sensed that the situation was not right. As Zhang Rui shifted from being dazed to feeling shy and angry, Wang Xian had already slipped to the side, keeping his distance. Wang Xian. The sudden increase in volume made Wang Xian a bit flustered. Back in the city, Zhang Rui often yelled at him like this, but back then her voice was so cold it felt like falling into an ice cellar, whereas now, Zhang Rui's shout resembled the roar of a lion. Could it be that being a CEO not only means having a fat wallet, but also a booming voice? You bastard! How dare you bully me? Zhang Rui glared angrily at Wang Xian. What do you mean by bullying you? I'm your husband. I can't care for you enough. You little brat, do you still want to hit me? Wang Xian felt that sometimes he quite liked to show off, to put it bluntly. He was just a stubborn duck. No matter what, as long as he felt good verbally, his heart would feel at ease. Right now, Wang Xian couldn't care less about the consequences of Zhang Rui's anger. Zhang Lei, bring him over. Although Zhang Rui had just taken antipyretics, her energy had not yet fully returned, and with her limited mobility, she directly ordered Shirtu to capture Wang Xian. Damn it, Shirtu, don't betray me. We have a bond of life and death. We're supposed to be brothers. She's just a woman. Listen to her, and be careful I look down on you. Wang Xian glanced at Shirtu, feeling a bit uneasy. It wasn't that he couldn't fight, but he didn't want to. After all, Shirtu had just helped him take risks to get medicine. Would he really hurt Shirtu in resistance? Haha. Wang Xian truly didn't expect that this fool, Shirtu, would come at him, rubbing his fists and grinning that signature silly smile. Haha, you idiot. All you do is grin. Wang Xian couldn't help but retort. And just as he looked up, he hadn't reacted when a massive figure lunged at him. Damn, at such a close distance, Wang Xian couldn't outrun the athletic Shirtu at all. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Shirtu grabbed Wang Xian from behind, his 2 strong arms pinning Wang Xian in his embrace. Shirtu was about 1.9 meters tall and weighed at least 200 pounds. Wang Xian's 150 pounds felt like a little chick in front of Shirtu. He had no strength to fight back. Brother Xian, Zhang always treated me well. She's a good boss. Can't you cut her some slack? Shirtu said to Wang Xian with a smile. After saying that, he directly carried Wang Xian to Zhang Rui. Damn it, Shirtu, let go of me, you bastard. Xiangzi, hurry up and help me. Wang Xian shouted loudly, hoping Xiangzi, who was hiding far away, could hear him. Actually, Wang Xian wasn't that scared. He mainly felt embarrassed. Brother Xian, stop shouting. I'm powerless. I have an injury on my butt. I can't fight this fool Shirtu, Xiangzi said with a frown. Chapter 48, Wen Jing is missing. Also, I think sister-in-law is a really nice person. Not only is she pretty, but she has a great figure. Brother Xian, you're taking advantage and acting coy. You're being too cocky, Xiangzi said. With that expression, even if his but wasn't injured, he probably didn't plan to help Wang Xian. And now even that little girl Gao Qian was covering her mouth and giggling. It seems that in this society, money talks. Whoever pays the salary is the boss. Looking at Zhang Rui's triumphant smile, Wang Xin's heart sank. Zhang Lei, well done. Zhang Rui grabbed Wang Xin's ear and then signaled Shirtu to let go. Raising her eyebrow at Wang Xin, laughing. Who was being stubborn just now? Why aren't you running now? Let go. Wife, be gentle. It really hurts. I'm not lying. It truly hurts. Wang Xin covered his ears. After being married for so long, Zhang Rui had never shown any violent tendencies. Could it be that after falling on a deserted island and hitting her head, she had gone mad? Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Xin noticed that Gao Qian was laughing endlessly. Wang Xin shouted, Gao Qian, if you dare to laugh, I'll spank you. Hearing Wang Xin's words, Gao Qian instantly stopped laughing, her face flushing bright red. Previously, at the company, Wang Xin and Zhang Rui rarely interacted, mostly exchanging cold glares, ignoring each other. Well, you can bully me, but you won't let Gao Qian off either. Tell me, did you do anything bad in the past? Zhang Rui said, adding more force to her grip. I said that's enough. If you twist it any more, my ear will really fall off. Don't go too far, or I'll tickle you. Wang Xin shouted. At that moment, Wang Xin noticed a hint of hidden amusement in Zhang Rui's eyes, along with a trace of tenderness that he wasn't sure if he was seeing correctly. Remembering their childhood, when they used to playfully hit each other, he couldn't help but sigh. What had changed their relationship after getting married? Now she was a high and mighty company boss, while he was a despised son-in-law. Humph. In the future, I hope you won't risk yourself for me anymore. After Zhang Rui finished speaking, she added, I don't want to owe you anything. You just want to show off. I couldn't care less about saving you. Wang Xin instinctively shot back. Zhang Rui's eyes suddenly turned red, with no warning. Catching Wang Xin off guard. Do you not understand what I'm saying? You fool. Just as foolish as when you were a child. Zhang Rui suddenly shouted at Wang Xin. Wang Xin stubbornly replied, Humph, it's none of your business. I'll do what I want. And how I do it is not up to you. If this kind of situation happens again in the future, I will still save you. No thanks needed. Hearing Wang Xin's words, Zhang Rui fell silent, her head down, burying it in her chest, her shoulders trembling slightly. Wang Xin's heart couldn't help but feel a wave of bitterness. No matter how good the relationship between two people is, once it breaks, it will take a long time and the right opportunity to repair it. As for how long that time will be and where that opportunity lies, no one can say for sure. Wang Xin was in a daze, unsure of what to say. Xiangzi pointed to an open area and said, I've been feeling uneasy. Wenjing has been missing for a while now. What if she brings people over? Damn. I almost forgot about this. Hearing Xiangzi mention Wenjing, Wang Xin slapped his thigh in frustration and quickly stood up. His excited demeanor frightened the others, who quickly looked over. Thinking something had happened to Wang Xin, their faces showing caution. Comrades, we might need to evacuate quickly. Xiangzi, you take care of Shirtu. We need to leave here fast. Wang Xin said. Saying this, Wang Xin picked Zhang Rui up on his back. He didn't have time to explain to anyone else and had to leave quickly. That little wench Wenjing suddenly disappearing was definitely not a good sign. Her various actions had basically confirmed that she was indeed an undercover agent. Wang Xin and the others hadn't eaten anything decent for days, and now that they had food and drink, Wenjing had no reason to play hide and seek. If she had contacted that bastard Sun Wei, then Wang Xin and the others would be in extreme danger, because Wenjing had already been missing for a long time. If he guessed correctly, Sun Wei was probably on his way here. They had to leave quickly. Wang Xin randomly found a direction, carrying Zhang Rui and urging everyone to hurry up and leave. Wang Xin, have Gao Qian mess up our footprints a bit. At least it can confuse them. Zhang Rui whispered on Wang Xin's back. Wang Xin followed Zhang Rui's instructions, ordering Gao Qian to walk at the back and handle the cleanup to avoid exposing their tracks. Wenjing, that shameless woman, left marks all the way. She is as meticulous as a needle. If she discovers the footprints of Wang Xin and the others, she will definitely chase after them quickly. Chapter 49, Filthy Thoughts. I didn't bother with you before. With your stinky behavior, I'm afraid every time Wenjing tempts you, you can't help but feel restless, right? Zhang Rui's tone was clearly filled with a hint of sourness. Wang Xin laughed and said, Come on, this young master, have a beautiful wife at home. I'm not interested in that kind of woman who is available to everyone. Not interested? That night, don't think I didn't know. That little flirt, humph. You probably did something bad. The more Zhang Rui spoke, the angrier she became, and in the end, she bit Wang Xin's shoulder hard, showing her strength. Hearing Zhang Rui's words, Wang Xin was genuinely shocked. It turned out that when Wenjing was trying to seduce him that night, Zhang Rui hadn't actually been asleep. She looked like she was sleeping but was actually pretending. Wang Xin thought to himself, That was close. He vaguely remembered that at a critical moment, he seemed to have heard Zhang Rui make a sound, and it turned out she wasn't mumbling in her sleep, but was deliberately reminding him. He never expected Zhang Rui to be so deep in thought. Luckily, he held back at that time. Otherwise, his innocence would have been ruined by that shameless Wen Jing. Wang Xin didn't plan to explain too much to Zhang Rui about this matter. The more one explains, the more it seems like a cover-up. So he just kept grinning foolishly. Zhang Rui naturally knew that Wang Xin hadn't done anything with Wen Jing that night. If something had really happened, she wouldn't be so good-natured talking to him. Her icy gaze would have been enough to freeze Wang Xin. Until now, Wang Xin finally understood a fact. He didn't know when Zhang Rui had slowly begun to open her heart to him. At least, she wasn't as sarcastic or confrontational as before. Thinking of this made Wang Xin very happy, like a lovesick puppy, full of energy, running wildly as if he had endless strength. This, however, made it difficult for Xiangzi, who had been following behind, with an injury to his butt. He was slower and couldn't keep up with Wang Xin. After a while, Zhang Rui asked Wang Xin to put her down, then linked her arm with his. And the two continued to walk together. Zhang Rui said, "I've taken my medicine, and I'm feeling much better. I need to get down and move around." Wang Xin glanced at Zhang Rui's pale face, smiled slightly, and said nothing. He understood that Zhang Rui was concerned about him. After all, he had been carrying her for so long, but she was just too embarrassed to say it. "I didn't tell you about Wen Jing before mainly because I was worried. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to hold it in and would chase her away, or if you told Xiangzi, he might spread it around. At that time, we were very weak, and everyone was struggling to eat enough. How could we confront Sun Wei? If Sun Wei brought people to our doorstep, we would be in trouble," Zhang Rui suddenly explained. Wang Xin nodded. That was indeed the case. Everyone was struggling to eat and sleep, and Sun Wei had many people on his side. If things turned hostile, it would be really difficult. It seems that Zhang Rui was using the strategy of if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Using Wen Jing to stall Sun Wei and his group. What a clever move. No wonder she's the boss. She can strategize in any situation. Because Zhang Rui was very weak, the pace of Wang Xin and the others slowed down. After walking about 5 miles, Wang Xin called for everyone to rest. Taking this opportunity, he took out some food to share with everyone. It's worth mentioning that Shirtu found supplies inside the plane, including not only food but also tools like flashlights and fruit knives. With these small tools, everyone's sense of happiness on the deserted island increased significantly. "Brother Xin, we don't have enough crossbow bolts. How about we make some ourselves with branches?" Xiangzi said while gulping down meat from a can. Wang Xin nodded, patted his shoulder, and said, "You can take care of this." "Huh? Is there a reward?" Xiangzi asked, pouting. "Of course. Just think, if we catch Wen Jing, I'll give her to you as a reward, and you can enjoy to your heart's content." Wang Xin laughed lewdly. "Damn." Xiangzi almost spit out the meat can in his mouth, quickly catching it with his hand and slurping it back in. "Xiangzi, you can't be that excited, right?" Wang Xin winked at Xiangzi and chuckled. Xiangzi said seriously, "Brother Xin, although I've seen countless women, I long for pure love. I may seem not serious, but I have my bottom line. That Wen Jing doesn't suit my taste. You shouldn't use her to disgust me in the future. Otherwise, I'll have to have a good talk with your sister-in-law." Xiangzi said, "What are you going to talk to her about?" Wang Xin frowned. "What can I say? Just talk about your thoughts. For example, if you want to film something with Wen Jing, something low-cost and romantic that the two of you can complete." Xiangzi tilted his head and whispered to Wang Xin. Chapter 50, Sudden Situation. "Damn it, stop spreading rumors." Wang Xin secretly glanced at Zhang Rui and found that their conversation hadn't attracted her attention, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. What the hell? Is Xiangzi a worm in my stomach? Those are my inner thoughts. No one has mentioned them. How does he know? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Wang Xin kicked Xiangzi hard, absolutely with full force, without any courtesy. Xiangzi lost his balance, not holding the can properly, and several pieces of meat fell out, making him angrily shout at Wang Xin, "Damn it, that has several pieces of meat. Brother Xin, if you bully me again, I'll tell everyone about the things you watched on your phone and fantasized about." Wang Xin reacted quickly, took a step forward, covered Xiangzi's mouth, and whispered, "Shut up. It's just a few pieces of meat. I'll give you another can. Just make sure to keep quiet." "What are you guys talking about?" Zhang Rui asked curiously. "I seem to hear something related to Wang Xin." Xiangzi smiled and said, "Nothing. I just remembered a game we played together when we were kids. Wang Xin was led astray by you guys, playing all day long and not doing anything serious." Zhang Rui glared at Xiangzi but didn't press further. Xiangzi pouted and muttered quietly, "Who did I provoke? Why is everyone venting their anger on me? Besides, it was Brother Xin who led us to play when we were kids. All right, Xiangzi, 1 can of meat plus 1 pack of biscuits. Just hurry up and shut up." Wang Xian worried that Xiangzi might say something explosive, so he quickly escalated the bribes. Xiangzi laughed and said, "Deal? Brother Xian, I'm not blackmailing you. You voluntarily offered." Wang Xian rolled his eyes. He really wanted to give Xiangzi a smack on the head. Suddenly, Wang Xian heard a rustling sound from the surrounding bushes, and his heart jumped to his throat. Is it a beast? Xiangzi also heard the sound and quickly packed up the can to avoid spilling it, then exchanged a serious glance with Wang Xian. The others, including Shitu and Zhang Rui, also sensed something was off, and everyone's nerves tightened. It wasn't likely to be a beast, because beasts wouldn't lie in wait. They would attack in the most primitive way. The visitor didn't come in peace. Shitu took up a defensive stance and readied his crossbow, stringing the arrow. Xiangzi glanced at the crossbow, his eyes narrowing. He recognized it as a Horton crossbow. Easy to carry and with great lethality. For a plane, this was definitely a prohibited item. Why was there such a thing on the flight they were on? Xiangzi had a carefree personality, and since he couldn't figure it out, he simply didn't think about it. After all, having the crossbow in his hands was better than letting it fall into the enemy's hands. Shitu bent down, aimed the crossbow at the place where the unusual sound came from, and took aim. Wang Xian raised his arm high, signaling Shitu. When he dropped his hand, it would be time to fire the arrow. Wang Xian and the others dared not breathe, their eyes fixed on the grass. Zhang Rui and Gao Qian hid behind Wang Xian, looking extremely tense, clutching Wang Xian's clothes tightly. Rustling. The grass in front of them swayed slightly, and as the sound became clearer, Wang Xian suddenly dropped his arms. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt shot through the air, piercing the atmosphere. Immediately, a scream came from the grass, filled with unimaginable sorrow. Got him! Catch him! Hurry up! Don't let him escape! Wang Xian shouted loudly, the first to charge forward. Sure enough, it wasn't a wild beast at all. Pushing aside the grass, they found a person hiding there, an arrow in his chest, screaming in agony. However, when Wang Xian arrived, 5 or 6 other people also emerged from the grass, most of whom he recognized at a glance. They were from Sun Wei's side. It really is you bastards. Xiangzi cursed angrily. Wang Xian maintained a calm expression, but a trace of suspicion flashed through his mind. Why couldn't he shake off Sun Wei's people? No matter how far he went, they could always keep up and find him. Among the 4 or 5 people, Sun Wei was present, but there was no sign of Wen Jing. Could it be that Wen Jing led them here? Wang Xian signaled Shitu to aim the crossbow at Sun Wei. If the other side made any move, they had to take out this Sun first. Seeing the danger, Sun Wei quickly dove back into the grass, hiding behind the crowd. Everyone be careful. They have weapons, surround them. Sun Wei's voice rang out from the grass. Give it to me. Wang Xian shouted angrily. He snatched the crossbow from Shitu's hands and immediately shot an arrow towards the direction of the sound, but unfortunately, thick grass blocked the way. Sun Wei stood up from the grass, holding the crossbow bolt, looking smugly at Wang Xian, and laughed. Wang, the great son-in-law, do you think the crossbow in your hands is a submachine gun, sweeping away a large area? Useless trash is still useless, even if I stand here. You might not hit me. Seeing Sun Wei's smugness, Wang Xian's face darkened. Chapter 51, Attack on Sun Wei. He quickly loaded another crossbow bolt and shot at Sun Wei again. Unexpectedly, this kid Sun Wei reacted quite quickly, immediately scurrying back into the grass like a rat. Haha. Missed again. Useless is still useless. With your skills, do you think you can hit me? Do you want me to teach you how to aim? Sun Wei poked his head out again, just like a whack-a-mole. Seeing this, Wang Xian's teeth itched with anger, and he clenched his fists, planning to rush over and beat Sun Wei. But he was also worried that Sun Wei's subordinates would bypass him and catch Zhang Rui. Bro, they have the numbers, but aren't attacking. They're probably buying time. Don't act impulsively. Xiangzi reminded Wang Xian. Wang Xian suddenly woke up. He had almost fallen for Sun Wei's trick. The other side had so many people but were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they were quietly tightening the encirclement. It seemed that Sun Wei had already arranged a strategy before the battle. Once the encirclement shrank to the smallest size, with only 5 of them, wounded and 1 seriously ill, it would be impossible for Wang Xian and the others to be a match for Sun Wei's group, especially with the combat power of the 2 women being nearly 0. Moreover, the shrinking encirclement meant a shortening of the attack distance. By then, the crossbow would be useless, and a dagger would be more effective. Xiangzi, take the crossbow. You and Zhang Rui and Gao Qian break through to the small river and wait for us. Shitu and I will cover you. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Wang Xian immediately made arrangements. Hearing Wang Xian's plan, Xiangzi panicked and shouted, Damn. You want me to be a coward? Why don't you run away? Get lost. Hurry up and run. Wang Xian scolded. Wang Xian didn't take Xiangzi's words to heart. Xiangzi was just worried about himself. As they jumped across the river filled with piranhas, Wang Xian realized that Shirtu's combat ability was not to be underestimated. With him, blocking the enemy was not a problem. If it weren't for being hungry, Wang Xian could have taken down all of them by himself. Sun Wei and his group had no long-range attack weapons. As long as Xiangzi took the two women and ran away, he and Shirtu would have no worries behind them. What else was there to fear? Wang Xian had great confidence in his ability to run through the woods, as it was his strong suit. Wife, hurry and run with Xiangzi and Gao Qian. Wang Xian shouted. After saying that, Wang Xian turned around, took out a fruit knife from his backpack, and led Shirtu to attack Sun Wei and the others first. It must be said that Shitu's height gave them a significant advantage. When Sun Wei's group saw Wang Xian trying to break out, they quickly closed in. Sun Wei, still cowardly, hid behind and shouted sharply, "Everyone, hurry up. They have a lot of supplies. If we get them, they're ours. Whoever grabs them will be heavily rewarded." Grab what? Wang Xian cursed loudly, waving the fruit knife around. Because the knife was too short, he didn't even know if he hit anyone. The approaching crowd saw Wang Xian slash wildly, and didn't dare to come closer, and Shirtu swung the metal stick like Sun Wukong from Journey to the West, creating a fierce wind. Everyone retreated in unison, none daring to compare their heads with metal. The long metal stick, when swung by Shirtu, opened up a gap. And then Wang Xian and Shirtu held their ground on both sides, allowing Xiangzi to take Zhang Rui and Gao Qian and escape. Damn it, Xian, go. You have to survive. Otherwise, I'll take your sister-in-law. Xiangzi shouted. Get lost. Hurry up and roll. Wang Xian scolded. Wang Xian didn't take Xiangzi's words to heart. Xiangzi said that only because he was worried. When Sun Wei saw the supplies and Zhang Rui being taken away by Xiangzi, he wanted to call people to chase them, but unfortunately, Shitu's metal stick was swinging fiercely. Perhaps due to the urgency of escaping, Xiangzi, along with Zhang Rui and Gao Qian, ran very fast, showing no signs of their injuries. Get those two first. Sun Wei glared at Wang Xian with a dark expression. Receiving the order, Sun Wei's subordinates quickly surrounded Wang Xian and Shirtu, encircling them without attacking. Wang Xian and Shirtu stood back to back in the center, their eyes vigilant. To be honest, at this moment, Wang Xian was particularly afraid of these people using a will tactic. If it came down to courage and his combat skills, he might be able to take advantage of the chaos to break out. However, if the opponent used a will strategy, his insufficient stamina would make it only a matter of time before he was overwhelmed. Shirtu, do you still have strength? After swinging that big iron rod for so long, I wonder how Shirtu's stamina is. Yes. Shitu's voice was low, succinct, and then he was panting heavily. Damn it, do you have strength or not? Wang Xian's heart gradually sank. Chapter 52, when Jing appears. Wang, the great son-in-law, you're really lucky to have helped us get so many supplies. Thank you for your hard work. Sun Wei, don't be too pleased too early. Be careful not to let your blood rush to your head. If you serve me well, maybe I'll reward you with some food later. If I'm not happy, you'll get a taste of the fruit knife. Wang Xian sneered. Damn it, Sun Wei was indeed after the supplies. He was simply asking for trouble. Shirtu, let us stand back to back and break through towards Xiangzi's direction. Wang Xian's verbal sparring with Sun Wei was actually to buy Shirtu some more time to rest, as the intimidating feel of the large metal rod was quite strong. Just as Wang Xian finished speaking, Shirtu swung the metal stick, mimicking Guangong wielding his broadsword, and fiercely tossed it towards Sun Wei's group. Xingji, let's charge. Shirtu shouted in a deep voice. Seeing Shitu's bravery, Wang Xian also felt energized. Honestly, Shirtu really had some skills. With just a few swings, he managed to intimidate Sun Wei's gang. The heavy metal rod whipped through the air in Shitu's hands, creating a whooshing sound, and no matter how Sun Wei commanded from behind, his men kept their distance, fearing they would be hit by Shirtu. Taking advantage of this moment, Wang Xian gently pushed Shirtu and whispered in his ear, "Run." Shirtu once again got fierce, swinging the metal rod with all his might. And when those foolish subordinates were far away, the two of them immediately sprinted out. Wang Xian had just sent Xiangzi and the others to the riverbank, as he had his plans. Only there was a chance for them to turn the tables. Otherwise, being relentlessly pursued by Sun Wei would eventually wear Wang Xian and the others out. After running about 2 or 3 kilometers, Wang Xian felt some cramps in his calves and finally spotted Xiangzi's figure ahead. Xingji, over here. Xiangzi spotted Wang Xian and Shirtu from afar, quickly waving and calling out. After reuniting with Xiangzi, everyone stood by the riverbank, on high alert. Wang Xian instructed Shirtu to take out a bag of biscuits, while the rest were packed in the backpack, which he placed side by side on the bank. Wang Xian, is this okay? Zhang Rui asked with a worried expression. Don't worry, Wang Xian replied calmly. About a minute later, Sun Wei and his group arrived, panting heavily. Sun Wei, who was at the back, was exhausted and could hardly speak. You little brat, you're really persistent. It seems you won't give up until you get our supplies today. Wang Xian squinted at Sun Wei. Sun Wei, panting and pale, pointed at Wang Xian and cursed. Damn it, you waste of a Wang. Don't think you can just hoard supplies. I'm afraid you have the ability to gather them, but not to eat them. Hurry up and hand them over. Or I'll send you to meet the king of hell today. Sun Wei, you have no shame. We're all stranded on this deserted island. Why can't we help each other? You actually want to rob our supplies. This is self-harm and a crime. Zhang Rui couldn't help but angrily shout at Sun Wei. Wang Xian secretly shook his head. It seemed Zhang Rui still believed that law could restrain a scumbag like Sun Wei, not realizing where they were. Sun Wei sneered, about to speak when suddenly, Wen Jing walked out from the nearby woods, leaving everyone astonished. Wen Jing, you little bitch, how dare you come out? I'll kill you. Sun Wei shouted angrily upon seeing Wen Jing. Wang Xian was stunned. Weren't they on the same side? Why did Wen Jing come out alone from the woods? Where had she been? Wang Xian shook his head, feeling confused, unsure of what play Sun Wei and the others were acting out. Xingji, Sun Wei is bullying me. Wen Jing said sweetly, running to Wang Xian's side and leaning against him. Wang Xian stared at Wen Jing, hoping to find some clues from her expression. Where did you go just now? Why were you missing for so long? Wang Xian's eyes were filled with suspicion. He made no effort to hide his disgust and stepped aside, frowning in silence. His intuition told him that Wen Jing was definitely suspicious. Chapter 53. The traitor is Wen Jing. Wen Jing's eyes brightened upon seeing the backpack nearby. Oh no, I'm starving. Let me eat something, she said, letting go of Wang Xian and walking to the backpack, preparing to open it. Wang Xian didn't stop her. He thought she would take a bag of biscuits to quell her hunger. To his surprise, Wen Jing suddenly picked up the entire backpack. What are you doing, Wen Jing? If you want to eat, just eat. Why take the backpack? Wang Xian instantly sensed something was wrong. What puzzled Wang Xian even more was that throughout the entire process, Sun Wei didn't say a word, merely watching coldly, which was completely unlike him. Xingji, why are you angry? I don't want to eat biscuits. I want chocolate. Can you help me find some? Wen Jing said with a smile. Eat your sister. Xiangzi suddenly charged forward, snatching the backpack angrily and shouting. I risked my life to protect this little bit of stuff, and you want chocolate? Go eat shit. Jia, everyone saw that, right? Sun Wei suddenly shouted. Wang Xian instinctively looked over, not understanding Sun Wei's meaning. Sun Wei smugly said, this is the kind of person Wang the son-in-law is. It's bad enough he is useless, but he treats his own companions this way, unwilling to share anything. He is simply heartless and selfish, definitely wanting to keep the supplies for himself. Shut the hell up. Who asked you to talk? If you say another word, I'll make sure we both suffer. Wang Xian shot a glare at Sun Wei. Wen Jing, you said you went to relieve yourself. How far did you go? At this moment, Zhang Rui stepped forward, looking coldly at Wen Jing. Just about 10 meters, no wait, maybe a few hundred meters. I got lost, I don't know how far it was. There are trees everywhere, Wen Jing said, her eyes darting around. I don't care if it's 10 meters or a few hundred meters. I asked you why you were gone for so long. If you say you got lost, I want to believe you. You left just as Sun Wei and the others arrived. What are the odds of that happening? Zhang Rui scoffed. What do you mean? Are you suspecting me of being a traitor? Wen Jing shouted excitedly. Haha, I didn't expect you to have an internal conflict. This is really interesting. Hurry. The best outcome is for you two to suffer, and then all the supplies will be mine. Sun Wei laughed heartily from the side, taking advantage of the moment. Wang Xian threw the biscuits he was holding into the nearby river. Instantly, the water surface seemed to boil, and a large number of piranhas appeared. Seeing this scene, Sun Wei's face changed dramatically. You all better scram, or I'll throw the backpack in. Damn it, if we can't have it, no one else will. Wang Xian said coldly. Whether Wen Jing was a traitor or not was no longer important. What mattered was how to handle this batch of supplies. They absolutely could not fall into Sun Wei's hands. Please don't be impulsive. Wang Xian, let us talk this over. Don't make things too extreme. Sun Wei quickly pretended to be relaxed. There's nothing to discuss. Hurry up and get lost. Wang Xian refused without hesitation. Then throw it. I don't believe that after you throw it, you can still run far with these two women. Don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll throw you into the river. And as for Zhang Rui, President Zhang. Huh? Sun Wei also got fierce, not believing that Wang Xian would risk it all. Wen Jing sighed, slowly walking over to Sun Wei, and whispered, Sun Go. It's all my fault for being careless and exposing our tracks. Maybe they discovered the marks I made. Otherwise, we would had the supplies by now. It's okay, sweetheart, you've done well enough. Those little potatoes you left for us before were delicious, Sun Wei said, patting Wen Jing and even lewdly kissing her face. Upon seeing this, Wang Xian felt a wave of disgust. These two really were two of a kind. Neither of them was a good person. Wang Xian felt relieved that he had been cautious and had rejected her earlier. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. You useless waste, Wanting to pursue me? Look at yourself in the mirror. Waste is waste. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. Dream on. Wen Jing glared at Wang Xin with disgust and scolded him with contempt. Before Wang Xin could speak, Xiangzi jumped in and started cursing. Look at you, you think you're something? With your kind of look, even if you stripped naked, we wouldn't bother to look at you. Talking to you feels dirty. When it comes to verbal skills, no one present could compare to Xiangzi. His words came out like a machine gun, one after another. Wen Jing wanted to retort, but Xiangzi didn't give her a chance. Bah! Only that idiot Sun Wei would be interested in a loose woman like you. You think my brother Xian would look at you? Don't make me laugh. Just think about it. Which loose woman has been throwing herself at him these past few days? And my brother Xian probably hasn't even touched you, you know why? He thinks you're dirty and sick. Hearing Xiangzi's words, Wen Jing trembled with anger, pointing at him with lips turning purple, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 54, Inciting Discord. Wang Xin gave Xiangzi a thumbs up. His words were really powerful. Zhang Rui laughed so hard at Xiangzi's antics that even Shirtu, the big fool, felt a bit embarrassed by some of Xiangzi's crude remarks. That's enough. Don't just show off your tongue. Wen Jing couldn't help but shout. Wang Xin, you were even less than a dog in front of Zhang Rui. Everyone knows this. You've embarrassed all men. You two don't need to pretend to be affectionate here. Sun Wei said loudly. Are you trying to incite discord? Wang Xin squinted at Sun Wei and asked. Although the 8 people on Sun Wei's side didn't have any powerful weapons, each of them held a sharpened wooden stick. If one of them got stabbed, they wouldn't die, but they'd sure lose some skin. If luck was bad, they might just kick the bucket. Behind Wang Xin and the others was a river. Crossing it meant certain death. So they could only fight to the death. Since Sun Wei had pushed them to this point, a bloody glint flashed in Wang Xion's eyes. Inciting discord? Heh. Can't you see the reality? Ask President Zhang if you have any place in her heart. What are you even worth? Sun Wei laughed loudly, his smug demeanor making Wang Xin want to knock out all his front teeth. Zhang Rui raised an eyebrow and suddenly said, Sun Wei, all you want is to incite discord. What relationship I have with him and what status he holds in my heart is not for you to meddle in. Wang Xin is my husband, and at least he is 100 times better than scum like you. Hearing Zhang Rui's words, Sun Wei was taken aback for a moment, then grinned foolishly. Wow, you just got to the island a few days ago, and our pure and lofty president has actually been conquered by this useless man? Looks like you two have been clapping for love on this island. Huh? Hee, since we're all living day by day, how about a group activity? I said it before, President Zhang isn't that pure. What are you pretending for? Sun Wei's words were too explicit, and Wang Xin, unable to bear it any longer, instantly flashed forward and kicked him over before he could react. At the same time, Wang Xin shook his head at Zhang Rui, signaling her not to speak further. Clearly, Sun Wei was trying to provoke them and create discord. Wang Xin, you son of a bitch, waste, I'll kill you. Everyone, get him, kill them. Sun Wei was blinded by rage. This was already the second time he had been kicked over by Wang Xin. Wang Xin aimed his crossbow at anyone trying to approach, the arrowhead glinting coldly, and his gaze was even colder and more ruthless. Seeing this, none of Sun Wei's men dared to step forward. They weren't stupid. They understood the principle of not sticking their heads out, and no one wanted to taste the crossbow's sting. Son, get up. Wen Jing helped Sun Wei up from the ground, then shot a glance at Wang Xin, saying, what do you think you are? A useless son-in-law, daring to hit President's son? You've gone too far. Don't think I don't know. You've probably never even touched Zhang Rui's hand in all this time on the island, right? You can't even touch your own woman. What kind of man are you? All you do is lick Zhang Rui's boots. You're just a well-behaved dog. After saying this, she even provocatively kissed Sun Wei on the cheek, then looked at Wang Xin triumphantly. Look well, this is a real man, and he is 100 times better than you. How I do things is none of your business. I like to pamper my woman, is that wrong? My wife. What is wrong with me worshipping her? Does it concern you? You want someone to worship you. Does anyone even want to? In my view, you're just envious and hateful. You're so casual, who knows if you have AIDS? Wang Xion's words were as sharp as Xiangzi's, and he spoke with the same flow. Since the mask had been torn off, Wang Xion didn't want to show her any mercy. Moreover, when Jing brought up Wang Xion's family matters in front of so many people, and being ridiculed like this truly embarrassed Zhang Rui, standing behind Wang Xion. Zhang Rui's face turned red and white, feeling out of place. After hesitating for a long time, she mustered the courage to walk over to Wang Xion. Before Wang Xion could react, Zhang Rui directly kissed him on the cheek, and after a long moment, they parted. Zhang Rui looked at Wen Jing and said lightly, Wen Jing, people like you are not worthy of comparing with me. My man is not the kind of scum like Sun Wei. As for my family matters, you don't have to worry about it. And I wish you both well. You two are a match made in heaven, both being soulless beasts. Wang Xion was taken aback by Zhang Rui's performance. If his memory served him right, This was the first time Zhang Rui had defended him in front of others, right? Wang Xian felt as if the air around them was filled with fragrance, and everything became wonderful. Although he knew that this feeling was mostly due to Zhang Rui's kiss, he still enjoyed it. Chapter 55, Seizing Supplies. What a performance. Don't say useless things, Wang. If you don't hand over the supplies, you'll regret it. Sun Wei glanced at Zhang Rui, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice, then shook off Wen Jing and shouted loudly. Hee, threatening me? I'm really not afraid of your threats. Although we are outnumbered, Wang Xian hates being threatened the most. He believes that if it comes to a close fight, as long as he and Shirtu hold the front, they might still have a fighting chance. Brothers, as long as we take down that useless Wang Xian, their supplies will be ours, and we can also take his woman. Do you want to experience the taste of the boss and the boss's secretary? Sun Wei shouted fiercely. Seeing Sun Wei rallying the troops, Wang Xian could no longer tolerate it and directly pulled the trigger. The crossbow bolt shot out instantly towards Sun Wei. The bastard Sun Wei hid at the back of the crowd, slightly tilting his head, and the bolt went straight into a tree trunk. I don't believe your crossbow bolts are endless. If you have the guts, keep going. Sun Wei looked at Wang Xian with confidence. If you want supplies, you can forget it. If you have the guts, come at me. Wang Xian directly picked up a backpack, pretending to throw it into the river. Stop. Sun Wei suddenly shouted loudly. Give us half, 1/2 each, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, we'll just stand here and see who can outlast who. Half. No way. Wang Xian shook his head. Then how much do you want? Sun Wei frowned. He didn't want to go home empty-handed. 1 pack of biscuits, otherwise. Let's just fight to the death. While speaking, Wang Xian thought of a new strategy. Bro, don't give even a single biscuit crumb. We can just fight them. Killing 1 is worth it. Killing 2, I still gain 1. Killing 3, I gain a pair. We're not afraid of him. Let us go for it. Xiangzi was getting anxious. Even Zhang Rui, who was standing nearby, cast a puzzled glance at Wang Xian. If we're going to fight, we have so many people. Are we really afraid of you? She continued, and to be honest, when you're dead, we won't need the supplies anyway. But we're definitely keeping you 2 women, huh? After you die, they'll play with us, not a loss. Sun Wei's eyes swept over Zhang Rui and Gao Qian with a fierce glint. It was impossible for them to perish together. In close combat, relying only on Wang Xian and Shirtu, and adding in Xiangzi, who had only half of his combat power, they would be no match for Sun Wei and his group. Moreover, after barely escaping from the plane and surviving on the island for so long, their will to survive was strong. Who wants to die now? With numbers not on their side, if Wang Xian wanted to win, he had to take a gamble. Just 1 pack of supplies. If you don't agree, forget it, let us fight. I can't guarantee anyone else, but Sun Wei, you won't escape. I will definitely kill you. As he spoke, Wang Xian picked up the crossbow again and aimed it at Sun Wei. However, there was someone in front of Sun Wei blocking the shot, and that person felt a chill down his back, stepping back in fear. Don't give them anything, Wang Xian. Not even 1 pack. Don't worry, Gao Qian and I won't drag you down. Even if we die, we won't be your burden. Zhang Rui said coldly. Her tone resolute. I listened to Zhang, and I will never compromise. Gao Qian also stepped forward, her expression almost in tears, but her voice was firm. Don't be afraid. I've got your back. Zhang Rui patted Gao Qian's shoulder, her affectionate gaze resembling that of an elder sister comforting her younger sister. Wang Xian winked at Zhang Rui, who was momentarily taken aback, not quite understanding his meaning. Moments later, after a long discussion, Sun Wei said, 1 pack is fine. Give it to me, and I'll let you go. Okay. Wang Xian reached for Xiangzi's backpack and said, fill it up for them. The backpack Xiangzi was carrying had been snatched from Sun Wei's teammate earlier, and it was now empty. Brother Xian, are you crazy? How do we get these supplies? Have you forgotten? Xiangzi was somewhat angry and dissatisfied with Wang Xian's actions. Don't worry, trust me. My things are not that easy to take. Wang Xian patted Xiangzi's shoulder and winked. Xiangzi paused for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and then nodded reluctantly, saying, we're giving those bastards a bargain. At this moment, Wang Xian noticed the hint of a smile in Xiangzi's eyes, thinking to himself, after all these years as brothers, he can understand my intentions with just a little hint. Xiangzi took the backpack, opened the 3 bags placed by the river, and reluctantly started taking out some items. Mumbling under his breath, these are all good things, I really don't want to give them away, Xiangzi said, crinkling the food packaging loudly. Taking advantage of this moment, Wang Xian shifted slightly to the left, just enough to block Sun Wei and his group's view of Xiangzi. Son, I'll give you 1 pack of supplies, but I have conditions. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Sun Wei laughed, spit it out. Once Xiangzi finishes packing the supplies and puts them in the backpack, I want them to leave first. I'll stay here for half an hour, then I'll give you the goods and leave. What do you think? Chapter 56, Confrontation. Hearing Wang Xian's words, Sun Wei frowned. What do you mean? Sun Wei asked. It's simple. I don't trust your word. If I give you the supplies and you go back on it, won't we lose everything? But don't worry, once they leave, at least I'll still be here. And the supplies will still be here, Wang Xin said. Before proposing this, Wang Xin already had a clear goal in mind. Half an hour was enough for Xiangzi and the others to get far away. Left alone here, facing Sun Wei and his group, Wang Xin was very confident that he could shake them off. Plus, Wang Xin was sure that Sun Wei wouldn't send anyone to chase after Xiangzi, because if Sun Wei broke his promise, Wang Xin would immediately throw the supplies into the river, and they would all perish together. What if they leave and you don't give me the supplies? Sun Wei wasn't foolish and retorted. Wang Xin smiled and said, don't worry, I won't joke with my life. With so many of you surrounding me, do you really think I can escape? If I don't give you the supplies, just kill me. All right. Sun Wei stared at Wang Xin for a long time before finally nodding. I don't agree. Zhang Rui stepped forward. She walked to Wang Xin's side, tightly grasping his hand, then bit her lip and hesitated for a long time before saying, this is too risky. Sun Wei is a liar, not worth trusting. Wang Xin naturally understood Zhang Rui's meaning. If he really gave the supplies to Sun Wei and he regretted it, he might grab Wang Xin to threaten Zhang Rui, which would render everything pointless. If Wang Xin fell into their hands, it would be almost the same as death, and he would likely face various humiliations. This time, Zhang Rui didn't shy away, allowing Wang Xin to gently touch her. Her beautiful eyes blinked as they looked at Wang Xin. Then take care of yourself. What I said before still stands. I won't allow you to get hurt. Seeing the determination in Wang Xin's eyes, Zhang Rui knew that saying more would be futile, so she could only face reality and try not to be a burden. All right, stop wasting time and hurry up and leave, Sun Wei said impatiently, waving his hand at Xiangzi. What's the rush? I'm packing the supplies for you. I'm an honest man. I won't give it to you unless it's full, Xiangzi shouted loudly. When Wang Xin looked back, he saw Xiangzi was closing the backpack and stuffing the last bag of instant noodles inside. Brother, I've packed it full. Saying this, Xiangzi walked up to Wang Xin and handed him the backpack. In an instant, all of Sun Wei's group turned their gaze towards the backpack in Wang Xin's hand. Wang Xin weighed it in his hands, then rubbed it hard, and the sound of plastic bags rustled from inside. How about that? I packed quite a bit, right? Our group is sincere, much more honest than you guys, Wang Xin said to Sun Wei while holding the backpack. All right, hurry up and give it to me, Sun Wei said anxiously. Don't rush, let them leave first. After saying this, Wang Xin pushed Xiangzi slightly and then winked at Zhang Rui, saying, you guys go first. Follow Xiangzi. Half an hour is enough for you to get far away. Xiangzi nodded heavily and shouted, let us go. It's not like we're parting for life and death. Wang Xin thought they were being too serious, so he waved his hand at them and shouted, hurry up and go, I'll be fine. Wang Xin stood by the river and placed the backpack on the ground. Sun Wei and his group immediately surrounded Wang Xin. Now the only place Wang Xin could run was the river behind him, but that was clearly a dead end. At the same time, Wang Xin held the crossbow tightly, aiming it directly at Sun Wei. To prevent Sun Wei and his group from attacking, Wang Xin warned, half an hour, don't break your promise, or I'll throw the backpack into the river immediately. Don't worry, we won. Sun Wei impatiently waved his hand. It was clear that everyone's attention was on the backpack. It seemed their lives on this island weren't easy either. Food had a massive allure on this deserted island, enough to make one forget everything. Time passed slowly, and Xiangzi and the others had already been gone for a while. But this time felt like torture for Wang Xin. Wang Xin stared at Sun Wei, afraid they would launch a sudden attack. Finally, when it became unbearable, Wang Xin placed the backpack at his feet, ready to kick it into the river if anything went wrong. There was no timer, and he didn't know how long had passed, but probably about half an hour. Sun Wei finally couldn't hold back any longer and impatiently shouted, that's enough. It's been half an hour. Okay, then take 10 steps back, Wang Xin said as he picked up the backpack. No way. What if you throw the backpack? Sun Wei was a bit anxious. They had reached the final moment. It's simple. You send someone to take the backpack, and the others back off. Or I'll throw it away, Wang Xin threatened. I'll go, but you have to put down the crossbow. Unexpectedly, Sun Wei was indeed very cautious. He only slowly walked out after Wang Xin put down the crossbow. Chapter 57, Trickery. Sun Wei walked cautiously, his gaze fixed on Wang Xin, fearing that Wang Xin might suddenly attack him. To be honest, Wang Xin did feel a surge of impulse, but he forcefully suppressed it because it wasn't the right time. In a one-on-one fight, even 100 Sun Weiss would not be Wang Xin's match. Wang Xin was very confident that he could make Sun Wei kneel and call him Grandpa. Wang Xin and Sun Wei stood on either side, each holding one strap of the backpack. Wang Xin smiled and said, how about it? There's a lot of stuff, right? I'm a very decent person. Humph. At least you know your place, Sun Wei sneered, weighing the backpack with his hand, and suddenly coughed. Cough. Wang Xian suddenly noticed that the corners of Sun Wei's mouth curled up, and a trace of malice appeared in his eyes. Damn, you little brat, you're playing tricks. This stuff is a gift from me to you. Goodbye. Wang Xian shouted, not daring to stay for a moment, and swiftly dodged past Sun Wei to break through. You little brat, you don't keep your word. I curse you to be childless and have a house full of descendants. Wang Xian shouted loudly. Such a curse was extremely vicious. Whoosh. The crossbow bolt flew through the air, and Wang Xian didn't even look at the result. He just ran ahead. You want to play tricks with me, Sun Wei? I can crush you into dust. Wang Xian thought about how spectacular Sun Wei's expression would be after he opened the backpack and couldn't help but smile. Wang Xian, you bastard. You dare to deceive me. I will kill you. Sun Wei's roar echoed throughout the forest. In the woods, the trees were dense, greatly limiting fast running, and the ground was soft with loose soil. Branches and leaves piled up, making some places slippery, so Wang Xian didn't run very fast. Hearing Sun Wei's roar, Wang Xian laughed. Trash. Do you think you deserve to rob my supplies? Go die? Wang Xian guessed that Sun Wei, at that moment, had opened the backpack and probably felt like dying for trying to rob his supplies. It was simply a dream. When Wang Xian hinted to Xiangzi, Xiangzi had already guessed Wang Xian's intention. On the surface, it appeared they were packing supplies for Sun Wei and the others, but in reality, it was just to make the food packaging crinkle noisily. And then, during the bargaining between Wang Xian and Sun Wei, Xiangzi took the opportunity to stuff some other things inside. Although Wang Xian didn't know what Xiangzi had stuffed in, he was sure it wasn't supplies. And it definitely wasn't anything good. Sun Wei had focused all his attention on the supplies, even thinking about how to get rid of Wang Xian after getting the supplies, and completely overlooked Xiangzi's small actions. One must admit that Wang Xian was playing a dangerous game, but fortunately, Sun Wei didn't notice. If Sun Wei had been ruthless and focused solely on taking all the supplies, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. Wang Xian guessed correctly. In the end, Sun Wei chose just one pack of supplies, which is the so-called human nature. Everyone likes to reap where they haven't sown. No one wants to fight desperately for things. Sun Wei would definitely not let go of this kind of opportunistic nature, as long as Xiangzi and the others left safely with the protection of stones. Surviving on this deserted island would be absolutely fine. As for Wang Xian, he would find it easier to shake off his pursuers alone. Wang Xian was now extremely happy, feeling unburdened and running fast. The henchmen chasing Wang Xian were mostly office workers with poor physical fitness. Running in the forest caused them to stumble and fall, making it impossible for them to catch up with Wang Xian. After all, Wang Xian had once been a soldier and received professional training. Wilderness survival and running with a load were routine for him. Wang Xian even dared to claim that even if he were barefoot, Sun Wei and the others might not be able to catch up. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Sun Wei and his group ran past from the bushes, all covered in dirt. Sun Wei was at the back, still cursing Wang Xian as he ran, uttering various insults. After Sun Wei and the others passed, Wang Xian didn't rush to get up. Instead, he stayed in the bushes for a while longer. After about 10 more minutes, confirming that the surroundings were safe, Wang Xian finally emerged from the bushes. Wang Xian had intentionally run in the wrong direction to draw Sun Wei and the others away. When Xiangzi left, he had already communicated the meeting point with Wang Xian, which meant that Sun Wei and his group were now running in a direction that would only take them further away from Xiangzi and the others. Wang Xian had run so far to confuse Sun Wei. According to Xiangzi and the others' pace, Wang Xian would soon catch up with them. Ah, brother Xian. You actually caught up so quickly. Did you deal with that brat? Seeing Wang Xian, Xiangzi exclaimed excitedly. I dealt with him. I led him away. Wang Xian nodded, looking at the others, his gaze lingering longest on Zhang Rui, and finally asked, Is everyone okay? Zhang Rui was taken aback for a while, and finally nodded toward Wang Xian, saying, Everyone is fine. Brother Xian, you're amazing. Only you could come up with such a nasty trick to mess with that brat. I bet when he sees the stuff in the backpack, he'll be so angry he might spit blood. Xiangzi laughed. That brat has already been led to another place. We are safe for now. By the way, I forgot to ask, what did you put in the backpack? Wang Xian asked curiously. The half bag of biscuits you gave me is at the bottom. Then I put in those dead rotten fish in the middle, and stuffed a few handfuls of stinky mud on top. Otherwise, it would be too light. Finally, I put a pack of instant noodles on top. Xiangzi excitedly explained. Zhang Rui, listening to this on the side, was a bit stunned. Throughout the journey, she had worried a lot about Wang Xian, and since Xiangzi hadn't shared their plan, it made her worry for a long time unnecessarily. Wife, what's wrong? We just escaped danger, aren't you happy? Wang Xian noticed Zhang Rui's unusual behavior and quickly asked with concern. Recalling her decisive words from earlier, Wang Xian felt a bit smug. After all, he had planned this operation, and the others were just cooperating with him. Calm in the face of danger, unflustered in peril, Wang Xin, you've changed. You've become stronger. Zhang Rui said softly. Wang Xin was frozen in place. He didn't expect Zhang Rui to hold him in such high regard, which made him feel a little dizzy. Isn't there any reward? How about a hug? Wang Xin grinned at Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui touched her nose, the corners of her mouth slightly rising. Her strange expression made Wang Xin feel a bit itchy inside. Seeing that Zhang Rui didn't refuse, Wang Xin directly opened his arms and went for a hug. Zhang Rui didn't think much of it either, and the two laughed as they embraced. Wang Xin felt a tightness in his chest. It was stuffy, but the softness made him reluctant to let go, so he held Zhang Rui tightly, then slowly moved his hands down, trying to be naughty again. Zhang Rui caught Wang Xin's hand and chided him. Not at all. I'm just unable to control myself. Wang Xin chuckled, retreating far away. Men should have thick skin. Wang Xin could determine that Zhang Rui had already been preliminarily won over by him. If he wanted to advance further and elevate their relationship, he had to continue working hard. Everyone is watching. Can you pay attention to your image? Zhang Rui shot Wang Xin a glare, clearly a bit angry. Turns out you're shy? Then let's wait until they fall asleep to hug and cuddle. Wang Xin teased, winking. At that moment, Wang Xin really felt an urge to push Zhang Rui down on the ground. When they were at home, Zhang Rui always slept in the bedroom while he slept on the sofa in the living room. He had never entered Zhang Rui's room. Every day, looking at Zhang Rui's delicate curves, he was almost suffering from insomnia. As a young man full of vigor, how could he endure this kind of torture? Now that he had finally gained some husband privileges, Wang Xin naturally had to seize the moment. Wang Xin, how come I never noticed before that you have such dirty thoughts? Were you just pretending at home? What were you thinking every time you saw me? Have you been fantasizing about what to do to me? Zhang Rui tilted her head, stared into Wang Xin's eyes, and said with a sarcastic tone. Wang Xin sighed. After all, Zhang Rui was his wife. Being scolded as a rogue by his own wife felt quite strange. We've been married for a long time. How could I mess with you? Wang Xin laughed. Humph, I know you wouldn't dare. Keep your tricks to yourself. Zhang Rui said proudly, then added, Wang Xin, I hope you can become more and more outstanding. Just wait and see. I will definitely become more and more outstanding. But if I become more outstanding, shouldn't you give me some rewards to motivate me? Wang Xin winked and smiled. It was clear that they had reached a point in their conversation. Yet Zhang Rui pretended not to understand what she really wanted, leaving Wang Xin feeling helpless. You want the horse to run, but you don't want to feed it grass. I remember telling you that my husband must be a great hero, and you are still far from that goal. Whether you work hard is up to you, but if you want rewards, dream on. Zhang Rui said. Upon hearing Zhang Rui's words, Wang Xin realized that she was testing him. The woman's heart is truly as hard to fathom as a needle in the ocean, clearly having feelings for each other. And being a married couple, she insisted on maintaining a stern demeanor. Was she waiting for him to take the initiative? Did Zhang Rui like this kind of tension? She previously spoke passionately, but now urged him to keep working hard. How to explain her earlier emotional outburst? My dear wife, I will definitely become your great hero. I want you to willingly fall in love with me. Wang Xin said with a charming smile, his voice full of confidence. Chapter 59, Checking Weapons. Upon hearing Wang Xin's words, Zhang Rui pouted but said nothing. Finding an empty space, Wang Xin categorized the things in his backpack, food in one bag, drinks in another, and tools in a third bag. This way, it would prevent chaos when using them, and in emergencies, it would facilitate quick action. Half an hour later, Wang Xin and the others still hadn't heard any sounds from Sun Wei and the pursuing soldiers, which meant Sun Wei had been tricked by Wang Xin. Wang Xin nodded. What Xiangzi said perfectly matched his thoughts. Now, they only had a crossbow and a metal rod, and they needed to find a few more effective weapons. It would be great if we could find some strong bows. Although Zhang Rui and Gao Qian lacked strength, remote assistance would still be helpful. Wang Xin said. Damn. Brother Xin, have you forgotten what I do? This is easy for me. Xiangzi suddenly slapped his thigh and winked at Wang Xin. Wang Xin was momentarily surprised. He almost forgot that Xiangzi had been good at making handmade items since childhood, often crafting wooden guns and slingshots that were quite well made. Making a strong bow would be easy for him, not a problem at all. However, in the current situation, having skills alone wasn't enough. Crafting a strong bow required bowstrings, and arrows needed arrowheads. Without the former, it would lack power. Without the latter, it would lack lethality. Wait. Let me see if there is anything in our backpacks that can be made into metal arrowheads, Xiangzi said. Wang Xin patted Xiangzi's shoulder and said, There's no rush. You don't have to hurry. As long as it has lethality, it doesn't have to be a one-shot kill. Even if it just makes the enemy bleed a bit, that's good enough. Don't forget this is a deserted island. Being injured is worse than dying. Wang Xin smiled. Xiangzi nodded, and the others felt the same. Zhang Rui had just been sick. A slight fever had made her a burden to the team. If there were a more difficult-to-treat arrow wound, the team would almost lose its combat effectiveness. Everyone, listen to me. It's getting dark. We need to find a safe place to rest quickly. By the way, wife, how are you feeling? Are you better? Wang Xin asked. Zhang Rui nodded and said, Don't worry about me. I've taken the medicine, and I'm already feeling much better. You're the captain now. We will follow your arrangements. All right. Let us set off and look for a new place to stay. After saying that, Wang Xin took the lead in shouldering his backpack and walked ahead. Xiangzi also shouldered a backpack and followed closely behind Wang Xin, saying, Brother Xin, did you see that? Women are like this. If you're impressive, they obediently follow like little lambs. Even the big bosses are no exception. Of course. What woman can I handle? Wang Xin said, a bit smug, as if he had forgotten those miserable years in the city. Wang Xin deliberately slowed his pace, and when Zhang Rui caught up, he wrapped his arm around her waist and whispered, Wife, don't we look more and more like a couple now? Take your hand away. Zhang Rui's face was cold, showing no mercy to Wang Xin, her attitude leaving no room for doubt. Seeing this, Xiangzi's shoulders shook with suppressed laughter, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud, feeling quite uncomfortable. Damn, are you being too heartless? If I don't let go, you have two choices, break my hand or castrate me. Wang Xin said. Castrate. Zhang Rui frowned, speaking coldly. Nobody would doubt Zhang Rui's determination at that moment. Hee. Wang Xin laughed awkwardly. He didn't expect that after just a little while, Zhang Rui would turn back into an ice queen. If you castrate me, you'll regret it. Wang Xin said. Look at your lewd face. All you think about are dirty things. Zhang Rui frowned. These days, Wang Xin really hadn't chatted with Zhang Rui like this. And it seemed Zhang Rui was almost fully recovered. She was now slowly starting to enjoy bantering with him. I really have no choice. Why don't you just castrate me and see if you can live a life of a widow? Wang Xin suddenly felt that joking with Zhang Rui was really enjoyable. Are you really sure? Zhang Rui raised an eyebrow and asked Wang Xin. What? You really want to live a life of a widow? I really don't believe it. If you have the ability, go ahead and castrate me, Wang Xin said, looking fearless. No wonder some people say men like to chat with beautiful women. Today Wang Xin truly understood that talking to a stunning woman like Zhang Rui was simply a pleasure. However, he also remembered someone saying that looking at beautiful women could add 7 seconds to one's life. He didn't know if it was true. If it is, he would be willing to stare at his celestial-like wife every day without looking away. Chapter 60, Sympathy. Castrate you? I can always remarry. While speaking, Zhang Rui pulled out a multifunctional small knife from her pocket, then snapped the blade out and shook it at Wang Xin. Damn, are you serious? If you really dare. Wang Xin jumped back, distancing himself from Zhang Rui. What will you do? Zhang Rui stepped closer, waving the knife in front of Wang Xin. I want to tell you. Wang Xin gritted his teeth and stubbornly replied. Look at you. You're as cowardly as you were as a child. What? Are you scared? Zhang Rui blew on the small knife and said proudly. Zhang Rui had always been taller than Wang Xin when they were kids and often bullied him. Now that she was his wife, would she still act like that? Absolutely impossible. Wang Xin gave Zhang Rui a hard slap on the backside and said, Do you know? Boys grow up to be men, and you should respect me. I am your husband. After saying that, Wang Xin didn't wait for Zhang Rui's explanation and ran ahead. Wang Xin's playful teasing made Zhang Rui's face flush red. Watching Wang Xin run away, she chuckled and said, What a child. Wang Xin, running ahead, never expected his earlier action would earn him Zhang Rui's disdain. In fact, for a moment, he particularly enjoyed the current environment. Zhang Rui had gradually become more willing to talk to him, and her attitude had changed significantly. Perhaps she was slowly opening her heart. In the sense of having a marital status, the two were also slowly adapting to each other. Only Zhang Rui knew her inner thoughts. But Wang Xin believed that one day, whether in terms of feelings or emotions, he and Zhang Rui would truly become a couple. Brother Xin, you're impressive. You even dare to joke with the boss now. Not wanting to continue teasing Zhang Rui, Wang Xin walked over to Xiangzi. The most important thing now was to find a safe place. Otherwise, when night fell, everyone would be without shelter. Camping at night in this area was very uncomfortable. And by morning, everyone would definitely be damp all over. Wang Xin was a bit curious and asked, What do you sympathize with me about? Xiangzi grinned foolishly and said, Boss Zhang is as beautiful as a fairy. If I say you're lucky, you didn't help her. If I say you're not lucky, you seem quite lucky. Watching all day, but not able to eat. Isn't that frustrating? Wang Xin knew Xiangzi was just being annoying. So he took the opportunity to give him a hard slap on the back of the head. Xiangzi was a good person in many ways, but he was too chatty. Wang Xin really wanted to knock him out with what he just said. Damn it, you don't even have a wife, and now you're mocking me. What are you doing? Seeing Wang Xin and Xiangzi starting to fight, Zhang Rui asked from behind. Boss, No, I mean sister-in-law, Xiangzi said, rubbing the back of his head. You should manage your Wang Xin well. He bullied me a lot when we were at home. Wang Xin, I forbid you from bullying my employees. Zhang Rui angrily followed Wang Xin and said. Wang Xin didn't he expect Zhang Rui would actually defend her people. But when he turned to see Xiangzi's smug little expression, he really wanted to give him another slap and said to the two, I'm really sorry. I can't change this habit for a while. You son of a bitch, Wang Xin. Try touching him again and see what happens. The first part was Xiangzi shouting angrily, while the latter was Zhang Rui's furious threat. Forget it, sister-in-law. Don't let him try. This is my head. Hearing Zhang Rui's words, Xiangzi shrank back his neck and stood behind a rock. Sister-in-law, look, Wang Xin is spoiled by you. You can't control him anymore. Maybe he'll fly away soon. Wang Xin rolled his eyes at Xiangzi. He often bullied Xiangzi at home, and they would often bicker. Even so, they were always very good brothers. Although they weren't blood-related, they treated each other like real brothers. Zhou Qiang, he asked the captain now. Complaining to me won't help. Even if I'm the boss, I can't protect you. You'd better take care of yourself. Zhang Rui glanced at Xiangzi and then turned to continue chatting with Gao Qian. It's really sad. You two are truly working together. It seems Wang Xin bullying my little brother has no place to complain now. Xiangzi sighed and shook his head, causing Shirtu to laugh on the side. What are you laughing at? Seeing Shirtu's mocking expression, Xiangzi glared at him and said, What do you know about love? I know, when I was in school. 3 girls chased me at the same time. Shirtu's expression was very serious, surprising Xiangzi. Damn, you guys are simply unbelievable. Xiangzi raised his head and roared to the sky. Chapter 61, Encountering Chu Dabin again. After walking for about half an hour, Wang Xin and the others found a relatively safe place, a thicket. Everyone worked hard to clear a patch of ground in the middle, and as before, they built a few temporary shelters using branches, covering them with leaves. Then, they took out 3 sleeping blankets from their backpacks, which were the ones Shirtu had brought from the plane. They were actually the blankets used on the plane. However, for Wang Xin and the others, these were even more useful than food. Sitting on them felt like heaven on earth. These backpacks were quite large and contained many items. Although they didn't feel like there were many useful things during the sorting, taking them out now felt just right. Having such treatment on a deserted island was like staying in a 5-star hotel. Xiangzi couldn't help but shout loudly. Keep your voice down. Do you want to attract wolves? Wang Xin reprimanded Xiangzi with a slap, and Xiangzi quickly covered his mouth to stop making noise. Later that night, they began to take turns keeping watch. Wang Xin and Xiangzi were on one shift, sitting aside and chatting casually. Their first topic was discussing why this flight had crashed for no reason. What was the cause? After a long discussion, they couldn't come to any conclusion. Wang Xin listened to Xiangzi's nonsense throughout, as he claimed that their island must be like the Bermuda Triangle or that they had traveled through time to get here, leaving Wang Xin with a headache from all the nonsense. Then, they talked about the bow and arrow on the plane. Xiangzi had mentioned before that this bow was called a Horton bow, which seemed to be used by some large security company. This thing was very deadly and well made. Clearly not something that could be taken on a plane, but why it appeared on the plane was a mystery. Thinking of this, Wang Xin suddenly had an impossible guess in mind and was about to speak when a scream came from a distance. The scream from the thicket completely woke everyone up. They looked around in fear. In such a place, hearing someone scream in the middle of the night was like a ghost appearing before them. Brother, did you hear something screaming just now? Xiangzi tightly gripped the bow and arrow, nervously looking around. Maybe it's a person. Wang Xin was also a bit scared, but was carefully observing the surroundings. If it were before, they would have immediately evacuated as far as they could, but now it was different. They had weapons and a place to stay. How could they just leave? Xiangzi, you and Shirtu protect the 2 of them. I'll go take a look. Wang Xin picked up the bow and arrow and was about to go. Xiangzi pulled Wang Xin back and said, Are you crazy? At this time, you're still going to help them. Diving into the thicket, Wang Xin tightly gripped the bow and arrow, carrying the backpack with arrows on his back, and slowly made his way toward the source of the sound. Wang Xin also brought a flashlight. Now that the camp was set up, he needed to check the surrounding situation, or else if they encountered danger one day, it would be too late to regret. After passing through the thicket and walking about 100 meters, Wang Xin vaguely saw a flicker of firelight ahead. In the pitch-black night, that faint firelight looked particularly eye-catching. Wang Xin slowed down, crawled on his stomach, and silently approached. When he was 20 meters away from the firelight, Wang Xin stopped and gently pushed aside the grass to look ahead. Fortunately, it was deep night. Otherwise, Wang Xin really wouldn't dare to get this close. Focusing his gaze, he saw an open area ahead, surrounded by about 7 or 8 people, both men and women, all holding weapons. Although they weren't made of metal, they were all very sharp and extremely dangerous. Wang Xin was very curious where these wooden weapons came from. Moreover, Wang Xin recognized in the firelight that these people were all strangers. He didn't know any of them. Lying in the grass, Wang Xin remained motionless, quietly observing. At first, he thought it was Sun Wei and his men who had chased after him, but now it seemed that the situation was not what he had imagined. If you have the guts, just kill me. This voice sounded very familiar. After looking carefully for a long time, Wang Xin finally confirmed that in the middle of this group was a man covered in blood. By the faint firelight, he recognized him as Chu Dabin, the leader of the Chu brothers. Chapter 62, Saving a Person. Wang Xin's eyes flashed with confusion. Why was Chu Dabin being attacked by them? And he looked pretty badly beaten? Where was Chu being? Subconsciously glancing around, Wang Xin found no trace of Chu being. Could it be that something had happened to the two brothers? Damn it. Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. A burly man wielding a wooden stick was fiercely beating Chu Dabin. Damn it. Chu Dabin glared at the big man in anger and spat out a mouthful of blood. You're asking for it. I'll kill you. The burly man's eyes flashed with ferocity as he raised his stick and struck Chu Dabin on the head. Seeing this scene, even from such a distance, Wang Xin felt dizzy. The last time they met, it was the Chu brothers who had killed someone. How long had it been since the tides had turned? If you don't kill me, you're a coward. Chu Dabin gritted his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably. That last blow made him feel like he was about to faint, and his vision was going dark. He tried to use his arm to support himself and stand up, but the burly man stomped heavily on him, pinning him to the ground. You two brothers may have some skills, but unfortunately, you ran into me, Along. The burly man said fiercely. So this man was named Along, which made Wang Xin certain that this group had nothing to do with Sun Wei. Wang Xin pondered for a moment. From Along's words, could it be that Chu Dabin and his brother were hiding something? Damn it, you're really stubborn. Let us see how long you can hold out. Along shouted angrily. Bastard, don't waste your breath. If I blink, I'll take your surname. Chu Dabin's voice was deep, suppressing endless pain. Wang Xin felt something strange. Based on his initial understanding of Chu Dabin, he didn't seem like the type to be so stubborn. Being beaten like this and still attracting the enemy's hatred definitely had to be a problem. This group seemed to be just passing through. As long as his own team hid well and went unnoticed, they would leave once they finished their business. Damn it. It's still early. We have plenty of time. I'll slowly play with you. It's the first time I've met such a stubborn bone, boys. Chop off his hands and cut a piece of thigh meat. Let us treat ourselves first. Along's voice sounded somewhat chilling. Eating people? Wang Xin frowned. The severity of the situation seemed to exceed his imagination. Although he had no close ties with Chu Dabin, he had once given Wang Xin's team half a bottle of water and even pointed out the location of a plane wreck. Without the Chu brothers, perhaps Zhang Rui would have already perished. Now seeing Chu Dabin being treated as food, Wang Xin felt somewhat guilty. At this moment, a small, short man from Along's group had already walked up to Chu Dabin with a knife, smiling. Thanks, Brother Long. Tonight we have meat to eat. Wang Xin didn't expect these people to be so open about cannibalism. He originally thought Along was just trying to scare them, but it turned out to be true. When the knife in the short man's hand touched Chu Dabin's palm, Wang Xin could no longer hold back. Tigers do not eat their cubs. Eating people, consuming the same kind, is even worse than beasts. Whoosh. Wang Xin shot out a crossbow bolt. Although it didn't miss this time, it wasn't particularly accurate and struck the short man in the thigh. With Wang Xin's strength, if it were a handgun, he would definitely be a sharpshooter, but switching to a crossbow was a bit unfamiliar, and his aim was lacking. Accompanied by a scream. The short man cried out even louder than Chu Dabin had, startling Wang Xin. This was Wang Xin's first time using a crossbow, and he didn't expect the force to be so great. The bolt had already penetrated halfway into the short man's thigh, and blood was gushing out. Brother Long, be careful, someone is ambushing. Someone shouted, stumbling to hide behind a large tree. Wang Xin, who was replacing the crossbow bolt, nearly laughed upon hearing this. It was simply nonsense. Was the arrow not shot by a human, but by a ghost? At this moment, Wang Xin also realized that since Chu Dabin had once given them water, it could be considered a favor. In this deserted island, preserving the last remnants of humanity was quite rare, and he treated it as a repayment of kindness. Wang Xin tightly gripped the crossbow, lying on the ground and remaining still, waiting for Along and the others to react, ready to seize the opportunity. Thus, both sides remained in a stalemate for a long time. About 10 minutes later, Wang Xin was worried that Xiangzi and the others would come and cause trouble. So he couldn't help but take out a flashlight from his pocket and waved it in the direction of Chu Dabin. Dabin, I've brought people to rescue you. Hold on, Wang Xin shouted in a deliberately rough voice. After saying this, he quickly ran to another direction and shot another crossbow bolt without aiming, just trying to create a false show of force to intimidate Along's group. If the other side realized that this ambush was only Wang Xin alone, they would have surrounded him long ago, not acting so anxiously as they were now. Chapter 63, The Bewitching Array. What Wang Xin could do now was to use the power of the crossbow to intimidate, but to save Chu Dabin was impossible. Next, more crossbow bolts flew into the tree trunks, scaring a Long S group into trembling. Brothers, they have 8 people over there. Quickly spread out and surround them. Shoot them with crossbows, don't let a single one escape. Kill them all. Chu Dabin shouted angrily from the ground. He really didn't expect that Chu Dabin would be so clever and quick-witted, with just a simple sentence and a few crossbow bolts. He already understood the situation on Wang Xin's side. At this point, a Long S group must be scared to the point of almost wetting their pants. Wang Xin pondered for a moment and shouted in a rough voice. Dabin, our people are already in position. Come over, don't be afraid. If anyone dares to move, my brothers will shoot immediately. This voice was deliberately shouted by Wang Xin from another position to confuse a Long S group. Sure enough, a Long S group was terrified, hiding behind the trees, not daring to move at all. Chu Dabin was very clever and crawled over according to Wang Xin's instructions, following the sound. Rustling. After a while, Chu Dabin gradually crawled closer to Wang Xin, and a Long S group still didn't make a sound. Brothers, don't shoot accidentally. Let us talk this over. Just as Chu Dabin was about to disappear from view, the man named Along couldn't hold back any longer. Raising both hands and stepping out from behind the tree. Without thinking, Wang Xin shot an arrow, but it didn't hit. Instead, it flew past under Along's arm. Even so, it still scared Along enough that he shrank his neck and hid back behind the tree. Wang Xin quietly crawled to another place and pressed his voice down to shout, "You bastard, if you have the guts, just stay behind the tree and don't come out. If you poke your head out, my brothers will turn you into a hedgehog. Brothers, don't shoot. We know we were wrong. Let us go this once. It's not easy for everyone to survive." Clearly, the man named Along was scared out of his wits, his voice trembling. Although the crossbow in Wang Xin's hand was not a powerful weapon, being hit by it on this deserted island could be fatal. Even if it was just a scratch, once infected, it would definitely lead to death. Seeing that it was Wang Xin, Chu Dabin looked somewhat surprised, then smiled. "Thank you, brother." Chu Dabin lowered his head, his voice very soft. For some reason, Wang Xin suddenly noticed that Chu Dabin did not seem excited about having escaped death. Instead, he was as silent as water. No, it should be described as dead silence. Now is not the time to talk. You retreat first. I'll handle the rest. Wang Xin pointed in a direction and then patted Chu Dabin on the shoulder. Chu Dabin looked deeply at Wang Xin, nodded heavily, and limped toward the direction Wang Xin pointed. Watching Chu Dabin's figure, Wang Xin felt a complex mix of emotions. If Chu Dabin hadn't encountered him today, he probably would have died here. On this deserted island, everyone had shed their urban disguises. There were no laws, no systems. To survive, sometimes people did things that were even more inhumane than beasts. Here, killing someone was no different from stepping on an ant, and it might be even worse than that. At that time, not only would he be in trouble, but it would also implicate Zhang Rue and the others. Listen up. Today, you attacked my brother. We will definitely take revenge for this. I don't believe you can hide behind the trees forever. As soon as you show your heads, I'll make sure to kill you. Wang Xin shouted loudly. At the same time, he took out a spotlight flashlight and waved it toward Along and the others. Wang Xin tried to increase the frequency of the movements, and combined with the scattering in the grass, he aimed to create the illusion that there were many people on his side. Brothers, let's talk it over. Don't be impulsive. Killing people is against the law, Along said, his voice trembling. Wang Xin snorted coldly, thinking, if you know killing is against the law, why did you break the law just now? Fortunately, it was nighttime, with the dark night providing cover. If it were daytime and they noticed something was off, this trick of an empty city would have been useless. Talk it over. Dream on. Just now you said you wanted to eat my brother's flesh. This debt must be repaid. I don't believe that with just a few rotten fish on your side, you can turn the tide. Brothers, aim, prepare. Wang Xin shouted again. After that, Wang Xin quickly changed his position, altering his voice to pretend that he had companions responding. Big brother, we are ready. Give the order. We won't leave any survivors. Hearing the sounds from the bushes, Along trembled, feeling as if he was already surrounded, with sounds coming from all directions. So how many of you are there? Along stammered. Wang Xin secretly laughed. He never expected to have such acting talent. He could practically win an Oscar. How many? You are already surrounded. You tell me how many. Wang Xin shouted sharply. The scene fell silent again, and neither side spoke, while Along was caught in a battle of thoughts. After about 5 minutes, seeing that Along was silent, Wang Xin shot another crossbow bolt to remind them not to fall asleep. Although it hit a tree trunk, Along trembled in fear. He was terrified to the extreme. He had thought about escaping under the cover of darkness, but he worried that he would be shot before he could get away. Brothers, today this matter is our fault. Let's talk it out. We have some supplies left. Please let us go, and these supplies will be yours. How about it? Along tentatively asked. Wang Xian had originally planned to scare them as a deterrent, but unexpectedly, it yielded something. Now Along and the others believed that Chu Dabin's brothers had completely surrounded them, and that everyone was armed with bows and crossbows ready to shoot. Just thinking about this made Along and the others so scared that they hid behind the trees and didn't dare to show their heads. Not even daring to probe the situation. There was no way. They were surrounded, and their weapons were inferior, not to mention they were outnumbered. At this moment, Along was almost in tears. Wang Xian deliberately remained silent for a long time without saying a word. Along's side grew anxious and shouted loudly, "Brothers, we really know we were wrong. We have some fresh water left. How about we take it over together? As long as you can let us go. All these supplies are yours. Brothers, we really didn't mean it. Competing for food on this island is a normal thing. We didn't want to cause any deaths. But we need to survive. We will leave all our supplies as a gesture of apology. Please let us go," Along said, feeling wronged. With tears welling up in his eyes. A grown man was actually forced to cry. A way to survive? Huh, what a bold claim. If I hadn't come to save my brother today, would you have let him go? Don't make excuses for yourselves. You brought this on yourselves. If you want to live, throw the water onto the open ground, Wang Xian said in a low voice. Wang Xian didn't dare push them too hard to avoid a cornered dog jumping over the wall. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a group of vicious criminals. If he pressed them too hard, it would definitely backfire. "Thank you for your mercy," Along shouted loudly. Bang, 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 bang. Then Wang Xian heard a series of crashing sounds as a pile of water bottles and biscuits were thrown out from behind the trees, landing on the open ground. Looking at the scattered mineral water bottles and biscuits, Wang Xian was shocked. He really didn't expect the other side to have so much fresh water. "Brothers, this is all our supplies. Can we go now?" After throwing all the supplies in hand, Along asked. "What is your name?" Wang Xian deliberately shined the flashlight toward the tree where Along was hiding to intimidate him. Along was startled by the light, his body shuddering, and his face turned pale. "Xiaolong, listen carefully. My name is Wang Xian. From now on, if you encounter me, just steer clear of me, otherwise, I'll make you know what it means to be pierced by 10,000 arrows." Wang Xian said coldly. "Big brother, I know my place. Can we leave now?" Xiaolong said, feeling wronged. "Get lost. Brothers, open a gap for them to leave." Because Wang Xian had been on the battlefield when he said these words, it inevitably carried a sense of blood and terror that made people uneasy. "Big brother, we understand. We will definitely do as you say," Xiaolong hurriedly replied. Moments later, there was a rustling sound from Xiaolong's direction, and after 2 or 3 minutes, there was no more noise. Wang Xian didn't dare to look up, lying still on the ground, waiting for more than 10 minutes before he felt that Xiaolong and his people had left. He didn't dare to go over to collect the mineral water in the open ground because he was alone. If Xiaolong and the others discovered the truth, it would be over. Moreover, he couldn't carry that much water by himself. Once he confirmed it was safe, Wang Xian stood up to chase after Chu Dabin, following the route he had previously told Chu Dabin. After about 500 meters, he caught up with the limping Chu Dabin. "Thank you so much for meeting me today." Chu Dabin sincerely expressed his gratitude, but his expression remained very gloomy. Chapter 65, Chu Erbeing is dead. Wang Xian supported Chu Dabin toward the camp. Noticing that Chu Dabin had been badly beaten, he had multiple injuries, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He probably also had internal injuries. Those people were truly ruthless. "Are you okay? Where's your brother?" Wang Xian casually asked. Wang Xian felt that with the strength of the two brothers, it was impossible for them to be injured so severely. Hearing Wang Xian's words, Chu Dabin trembled all over, involuntarily emanating a cold aura. This familiar aura made Wang Xian frown. To him, who had been on the battlefield, it was all too familiar. It was an intense killing intent. "He's dead," Chu Dabin replied. Hearing that Chu Erbeing had actually died, Wang Xian was stunned. How long had it been? And the powerful Chu Erbeing was already dead. Was it those people from earlier? Wang Xian asked, frowning. Yes. Chu Dabin nodded. Wang Xian could clearly sense that at this moment, Chu Dabin was exuding a strong aura of vengeance. "What? You unwilling?" Wang Xian asked, puzzled. "I'm not sure what Chu Dabin means." "No. It's not that I don't want to." Chu Dabin shook his head. "Then let's go. It's not far from here. Just hang in there." Wang Xian supported Chu Dabin, intending to continue moving forward. However, it seemed that Chu Dabin didn't understand Wang Xian's words, still standing in place, stubborn like a mule, refusing to budge no matter how he was pulled. Wang Xian frowned, quietly watching Chu Dabin. "In my current state, I'm covered in injuries and will only drag you down, wasting your food and fresh water." Chu Dabin said slowly. "Stop talking nonsense. If you hadn't pointed us in the right direction back then, My wife might have died by now. Plus, you even gave us a bottle of mineral water at that time. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain. Wang Xin said seriously. He was the kind of person who believed in repaying kindness and settling scores. If he could bring Chu Dabin into the team, it would be a good choice. Even if Chu Dabin didn't want to join, treating his injuries and then letting him leave would still count as returning the favor. Wang Xin hated being in debt to others the most. Brother, in this godforsaken place, the most important thing is resources. Besides that, you absolutely cannot get injured. Because without enough medicine, even a small wound can become fatal if it gets infected. I appreciate your kindness, but I can't hold you back. You've saved me, and I'm very grateful. Thank you. After saying that, Chu Dabin intended to leave. His limping figure made Wang Xin feel a bit guilty. Watching Chu Dabin's silhouette. For some reason, Wang Xin felt very lonely and his mood was complicated. Wang Xin couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He raised the crossbow in his hand, pointed it at Chu Dabin, and shouted, "Damn it, are you still a man?" Hearing Wang Xin's insult, Chu Dabin trembled. When he turned his head and saw Wang Xin aiming a crossbow at him, his pupils shrank. "What are you going to do?" Wang Xin angrily replied. "You're covered in injuries. Leaving alone is tantamount to seeking death. Rather than that, I might as well just kill you." Chu Dabin lowered his head, speechless. He knew Wang Xin was right. Leaving alone would undoubtedly lead to his death, but he didn't want to drag Wang Xin down. Wang Xin speculated that perhaps the death of Chu Erbying had a significant impact on Chu Dabin, causing him to lose hope for the future. This broken island seemed not only to be lacking in resources, but also to be a place that crushed people's spirits. Wang Xin walked slowly, worried that Chu Dabin wouldn't be able to keep up. After walking for about 3 to 5 minutes, Wang Xin suddenly heard laughter coming from behind him. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Chu Dabin was following him. "Brother, thank you for saving my life. Once I take revenge for my brother. As long as I'm alive, my life is yours." Chu Dabin shouted. "My name is Wang Xin. We're all brothers. There's no need for formalities." Wang Xin introduced himself. "Brother Xin, you just said you have medicine? Did you get it from the plane?" Chu Dabin asked loudly. Wang Xin smiled, turned back to Chu Dabin, and said, "It's all thanks to you. You told me the location of the plane, and we got the medicine. Now we're using the medicine to save you. Karma is cyclical. One thing leads to another." Wang Xin initially didn't believe in fate, but now he had changed his mind. Perhaps some things were destined. Chapter 66, Bringing Back to the Camp. Hearing Wang Xin's words, Chu Dabin laughed heartily and gave Wang Xin a thumbs up. He knew well the dangers around the plane wreck. He had witnessed countless piranhas devouring a living person, leaving only bones in a matter of minutes. "Brother Xin, you're amazing. You're better than us brothers. Can you tell me how you got into the plane wreck?" Chu Dabin was particularly interested in how Wang Xin entered the wreckage. Wang Xin couldn't understand this kind of person. Clearly, he was covered in injuries. Yet he still had the energy to care about other matters. He couldn't help but bump into Chu Dabin to see if he was really injured. Hiss. Chu Dabin winced in pain, gasping for air. "Those things don't seem important. What matters is your injuries. You should speak less and save your strength to walk." Wang Xin rolled his eyes. Chu Dabin smiled shyly, but his smile resembled that of a stone, like two big fools. Wang Xin was glad he brought a flashlight when they left, relying on his memory of the way to slowly head towards the camp. Although the place where they had fought was only about 100 meters from the camp, he had instructed Xiangzi to hide when they left, and the direction he had pointed to Chu Dabin was slightly off from the camp's location. Thus, Wang Xin was feeling a bit lost. The trees around seemed to grow the same. If it weren't for his professional training and rich reconnaissance experience, he might have gotten lost. Wang Xin walked very carefully, observing his surroundings, afraid of taking a wrong turn. "Brother Xin, were you a scout?" Chu Dabin looked at Wang Xin with admiration. Wang Xin had Chu Dabin crouched down while he observed the surroundings. After a long while, he confirmed there was no one following them before calling Chu Dabin to stand up again. "Dabin, you stay here and don't move. I'm going to set up some little things, just wait a moment," Wang Xin said. After saying that, Wang Xin gathered some vines and branches to set up some simple traps around the camp, mainly to deal with some wild beasts or ill-intentioned people, which could serve as a warning. After setting up the traps, Wang Xin made some marks around to avoid accidentally injuring his own people. Once everything was set, he brought Chu Dabin into the camp. "Xiangzi," Wang Xin shouted. Suddenly, a figure darted out from behind the grass shed, holding a gleaming knife. Wang Xin flashed the flashlight a couple of times and said, "It's me, Wang Xin." Xiangzi quickly tucked the knife away to avoid any accidental injury. But then he suddenly noticed Chu Dabin behind Wang Xin. "Brother Xin, why is he here too?" Xiangzi looked at Chu Dabin with hostility. Perhaps because of the arrow in his backside. After all, he had been shot in the rear. Now was not the time for idle talk. Saving lives was the priority. Wang Xin pointed to the grass shed and said, "Let Gao Qian prepare quickly and take care of Dabin's wounds. He is injured." Xiangzi hesitated for a moment, nodded, lifted the shed, and said a couple of things inside. Then Wang Xin saw Shitu come out holding a metal rod, followed closely by Zhang Rui and Gao Qian. It turned out they were still on double alert. If an enemy had entered the camp, Xiangzi would have ambushed them. If Xiangzi had unfortunately encountered danger, the enemy entering the shed would have faced a full-on attack from Shitu, who was prepared. Shitu's strike was something even Wang Xin wouldn't dare to take head-on. Now the metal rod had become Shitu's ultimate weapon, its tip already sharpened. Even at night, under the moonlight, it glinted ominously. This metal rod could no longer be called a stick. It should be referred to as an iron spear. This weapon was simply perfect for Shitu. When Zhang Rui and the others saw Chu Dabin, their expressions were almost identical to Xiangzi's just moments ago. Seeing this, Wang Xin sighed inwardly. With everyone so resistant to Chu Dabin, they probably had already forgotten the favor of guiding them and that bottle of water. In fact, this was a normal human reaction. The last time they met, he was still half an enemy, even making Xiangzi draw blood. Now seeing him suddenly, it was already a good outcome that they hadn't fought. Integrating into the team and getting to know each other also takes time. It seems everyone doesn't really welcome me. Brother Xin, thank you for saving me. I'll just leave, Chu Dabin said. Wang Xin didn't expect Chu Dabin's pride to be so strong that he wanted to leave just because of some strange looks. No need. Here I have the final say. They all listen to me, so just stay with peace of mind. Wang Xin pulled Chu Dabin over and pressed him to the ground. Zhang Rui and the others were very surprised by Wang Xin's actions, staring at him intently. Previously, when Wang Xin was in the team, he had never acted tough or had any airs about him. Who would have thought that now he was pretending to be a domineering CEO? Gao Qian, check the Bing's wound. Hurry up with the medicine and make sure to disinfect it to prevent infection. Wang Xin instructed Gao Qian. Wang Xin had previously learned what others in the team did, and it allowed everyone to do their own jobs. He remembered Gao Qian said she studied medicine, which made her the perfect fit for the team's doctor role. Chapter 67, Joining. Gao Qian took out the medical kit and immediately began examining Chu Dabing's injuries without saying a word. Looking at Gao Qian's serious demeanor, Wang Xin suddenly realized that this girl had a very good personality, obedient and cute, and her figure could not be described as fat, just a bit plump. Zhang Rui walked to the entrance of the grass shed, sat there in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. Shitu stood close to her, holding a spear like a guard, protecting her. In fact, Wang Xin had given Shitu the task of ensuring Zhang Rui and Gao Qian's safety at all times. Unless there was an emergency, he had to stay as close as possible to them. No one spoke, all watching Gao Qian busily cleaning Chu Dabing's wounds, applying medicine, and bandaging. After a long time, Gao Qian stood up, looking exhausted. Wang Xin looked down and saw that Chu Dabing was bandaged up like a dumpling. How is he? Wang Xin asked. Gao Qian shook her head and said nothing. Wang Xin was puzzled. What did the shake of her head mean? Was the person not okay? Damn it. Just as Wang Xin was about to ask further, Zhang Rui suddenly said, Gao Qian had professional medical training before she became my secretary, and she has a certificate. Her shaking her head means he's fine, don't worry. After saying this, Zhang Rui paused and continued, since he's fine now, why not let him leave? Zhang Rui's words sounded very unfeeling at first. Wang Xin was stunned. He knew Zhang Rui was not a cold-blooded person. Perhaps she was just thinking about the safety of the team. Ever since the incident with Wenjing, everyone had become united and was wary of any newcomers, especially since this person had been an enemy the last time they met. If they were stabbed in the back at a critical moment, it would be too late for regrets. Now that they had treated Chu Dabing's wounds, it could be considered saving his life, and the previous small favor was repaid. Zhang Rui's action was reasonable. Hey, you stop. Wang Xin called out to Chu Dabing. As soon as he spoke, he regretted it and stole a glance at Zhang Rui, noticing her face was clearly darkening. Calling out to Chu Dabing was undoubtedly going against Zhang Rui. Damn it, their relationship had just thawed. And was it about to be thrown back into the cold palace, entering an ice age? You can leave, but only after your injury is healed. A person without supplies who is also injured, leaving now is just asking for death. How are you going to take revenge? Wang Xin couldn't bear to watch Chu Dabing walk to his death, so he took the risk of being cast out and stopped him. Chu Dabing glanced at Wang Xin, then at Zhang Rui, and said, Brother Xin, I don't want to put you in a difficult position. Hearing this, Xiangzi became somewhat unwilling and stepped forward, slapping Chu Dabing and scolding. Damn it, why are you so stubborn? Whatever Brother Xin tells you to do, just do it. Newcomers should listen. Do you understand the rules? Chu Dabing was taken aback. Although Xiangzi was cursing him, he felt warmth in his heart. Wang Xin turned to look at Zhang Rui, his eyes full of inquiry. Zhang Rui sighed and said, You are the captain. You have the final say? After saying this, She turned and walked into the grass shed. Shirtu said nothing, as if it didn't concern him whether Chu Dabing joined or not. And he stepped forward to guard the entrance of the shed. Asking Zhang Rui's opinion did not mean Wang Xin was afraid of her. Although he was the captain now, he could not act unilaterally. Sometimes democracy was important. Zhang Rui wanting to drive Chu Dabing away was certainly for the sake of the team's stability and safety, which was understandable. But Wang Xin saving Chu Dabing was not just about returning a favor. He had other plans that he couldn't tell Zhang Rui yet. In the end, Chu Dabing was kept. Wang Xin asked about the situation and learned that the group that had been scared away by him earlier was the same group of enemies that the Chu brothers had mentioned being watched. In the end, it was just about some supplies, small skirmishes that gradually escalated, leading to bloodshed and eventually death, resulting in a blood feud. Last night, when Chu Erbing was on watch, he was ambushed and killed in a very tragic manner. Chu Dabing wanted to take revenge, but he was outnumbered and was captured by Zhao Long and others. If it weren't for Wang Xin's timely appearance, Chu Dabing would have been dead by now. What are your plans next? Wang Xin asked. Chu Dabing was thin but muscular, the kind that looked strong. The last time they met, he gave off an aura of sharpness, but now he hunched his body, looking very dejected. Survive and leave the deserted island. Wang Xin shook his head and repeated this statement. Chapter 68, Strength. Wang Xin had a rough guess about this island, and if his guess was true, leaving this deserted island would be difficult. After a moment of silence, Wang Xin said, since we have a goal, let's work hard towards it. Right now, just living is important. As long as we survive, anything is possible. Wang Xin still had some other matters on his mind, but asking Chu Dabing about them now might be a bit hasty. According to Wang Xin's deduction, Chu Dabing and Chu Erbing must have a stash of supplies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been targeted by Zhao Long and the others. But bringing this up now seemed inappropriate. Chu Dabing didn't bring it up, and Wang Xin didn't want to either. Wang Xin couldn't be sure if Chu Dabing would end up like Wen Jing, but he was certain that if Chu Dabing ever had ulterior motives, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Brother Xin, I like your character. You're a real man. But your teammate seems to. Chu Dabing said halfway, looking somewhat gloomy. Don't mind them. It's normal. After all, the last time you saw them, the atmosphere wasn't very harmonious. Upon hearing Wang Xin's words, Chu Dabing's expression turned serious. Looking at Chu Dabing, who was wrapped in bandages, Wang Xin asked, would you kill someone to fill your stomach? Wang Xin knew that since the plane crashed on the deserted island, the survivors' humanity had twisted beyond recognition. The urban standards could not be applied here. Yes. Chu Dabing answered without hesitation. If one does not care for oneself, heaven will destroy them. Everyone would do this, and Wang Xin understood that this island, although seemingly vibrant, was actually an alternative prison, lacking legal constraints, with no one to monitor, scarce resources, and a survival of the fittest mentality. Although Wang Xin saw through this clearly, if Zhang Rui and the others heard Chu Dabing's answer, they would likely ostracize him. If you had to sacrifice yourself to protect your teammates, would you be willing to do it recklessly? Wang Xin asked. Chu Dabing was taken aback for a moment, then slowly said, a life for a life. If they treat me well, I would save them without hesitation, even sacrificing myself for them. After a pause, Chu Dabing continued, I and Erbing are orphans. Now that Erbing is dead, Brother Xin, you're the best person to me besides my brother. If that day comes, I will definitely protect you at all costs. Wang Xin nodded and asked, if you join my team, what benefits can you bring us? What skills do you have? This team doesn't support idlers. To put it in urban terms, if you have money, contribute money. If you have strength, contribute strength. Actually, what Wang Xin meant by this sentence was to ask Chu Dabing what abilities he had. If he had none, he could donate the hidden supplies. Wang Xin didn't necessarily want those supplies. He just wanted to gather them together for better management and distribution. Hearing Wang Xin's words, a glimmer of confidence flashed in Chu Dabing's eyes. He slowly stood up and took out a sharp dagger from the backpack behind Wang Xin. Seeing Chu Dabing's movements, Xiangzi instantly sat up straight, and Shirtu tightened his grip on the iron spear, his gaze alert. Put down the knife, or don't blame me for being merciless, Xiangzi said as he placed his hand on his lower back, where a dagger was tucked. Xiangzi's voice also attracted Zhang Rui and Gao Qian. And when they saw the knife in Chu Dabing's hand, their expressions changed drastically. However, facing the crowd's accusations, Chu Dabing remained unmoved. He walked straight up to Wang Xin and said, I'm not just a useless person. I believe I can bring a great advantage to the team. After saying that, in the next second, he pointed the sharp knife at Wang Xin, squinting as if measuring the distance. Was he going to play throwing knives? Did he take Wang Xin as a target? Being treated as a target made Wang Xin unable to contain himself, gripping the crossbow in his hand. Although it wouldn't be enough to fend off the dagger, at least it could block in a critical moment, which was much better than using his arm to shield himself. I told you to put down the knife, did you hear me? Zhang Rui rushed in front of Wang Xian, shouting angrily. Looking at Zhang Rui blocking in front of him, Wang Xian felt deeply moved. He never expected that at a critical moment, Zhang Rui would risk herself to protect him. It seemed that this Ice Queen CEO wasn't as cold as she appeared. Chu Dabin smiled, his smile a bit stiff, seemingly a little embarrassed. Just as he spoke, the dagger flashed, and everyone saw Chu Dabin's wrist shake. And then the dagger in his hand disappeared. Wang Xian's pupils contracted. He clearly saw the dagger flying towards him. There was no time to push Zhang Rui in front of him away. The dagger nearly grazed Wang Xian's shoulder. Before Wang Xian could make any other moves, the dagger had already embedded itself deeply into the large tree behind him. The blade had sunk about 5 centimeters into the trunk, and the immense force made the entire blade tremble, emitting a buzzing sound. This display of skill stunned everyone present, including Wang Xian. Chapter 69, Surprise Attack. Wang Xian made a private comparison in his heart. If he used all his strength to throw a dagger, he could definitely achieve that kind of force. But his accuracy wouldn't reach that level. Different skills have their specialties. What great skills! Wang Xian praised. Chu Dabin, you weren't practicing juggling before, were you? Throwing knives? Are you the heir of Shaoli Fei Dao? Xiangzi walked up to Chu Dabin, lifting his hands to examine them up and down. He truly couldn't understand how such delicate arms could shoot out such powerful daggers. The force wasn't enough. If I hadn't been injured, the blade could have embedded entirely, leaving only the hilt. Chu Dabin shook his head, his expression somewhat regretful. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Now, besides Shirtu, the team had added a new violent member. The two of them were simply a match made in heaven. One an archer, the other a supporting meat shield. Whoosh! A wooden spear shot in from a distance. Wang Xian instinctively pulled Zhang Rui behind him. However, he couldn't dodge in time and got grazed by the spear on his neck. Wang Xian clearly felt a burning pain on his neck. A wound was bleeding, and it hurt intensely. Damn it, Chu Dabin, why are you still shooting? Wang Xian glared angrily at Chu Dabin. They had just verified his skills, so why was it still ongoing? Get down quickly, enemy attack. That wasn't me, Chu Dabin said as he rapidly lay on the ground. Wang Xian's heart raced. He had just said that out of anger, and then realized that the wooden spear had come from behind Chu Dabin, indicating that there really were enemies approaching. These enemies had made no sound, and it seemed that the trap set outside the camp hadn't worked. Xiangzi and the others, following Chu Dabin's example, also lay down on the ground, not moving. Everyone knew this wasn't a joke. If a wooden spear struck them, it would mean either death or serious injury. Zhang Rui pressed closely against Wang Xian, lying together. Wang Xian could clearly feel Zhang Rui's body trembling slightly. If that wooden spear had been a few centimeters higher, Wang Xian might have already seen the King of Hell. Who are they? Zhang Rui whispered. Wang Xian had a rough guess in his heart. It should be Zhao Long and his group. Wang Xian held Zhang Rui's hand, comforting her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Zhang Rui held Wang Xian's hand back, leaning slightly closer to him. The two of them tightly pressed together. This once aloof and high and mighty CEO was increasingly relying on Wang Xian. Listen up, you all. Hand over your supplies, and I'll guarantee your safety. We just want the supplies, and once we have them, we'll leave immediately. Zhao Long's voice echoed in the woods. Xian Ge, should we fight? Chu Dabin asked softly from not far away. Now Zhao Long's group was in the dark while Wang Xian and the others were in the open. Even if Wang Xian had a crossbow in hand, it wouldn't help, as a crossbow is not a Gatling gun. It's impossible to hit every shot, and loading the arrows takes time. Moreover, Wang Xian wasn't very skilled with the crossbow. It would be better to engage in close combat. However, if close combat was used, it would put Zhang Rui and Gao Qian in danger, which was the outcome Wang Xian wanted to avoid. Let us discuss it. Give us some time. Wang Xian shouted towards the woods. 5 minutes. If I don't see the supplies when the time is up, I'll take action. Zhao Long's arrogant tone made Wang Xian grit his teeth in anger, wishing he could beat him up. Wang Xian guessed that he and the others were probably surrounded by Zhao Long, and the supplies had become theirs. After a brief consideration, Wang Xian had no choice but to choose to retreat. It wasn't that Wang Xian was afraid of death. He just didn't want to put Zhang Rui in any danger. Now, in the pitch-black night, with the enemy hiding in the dark, if a fight broke out, Wang Xian's side would undoubtedly lose. And let us not forget, those people were perverts who ate human flesh. Another negotiation? Xian Ge, don't be so confident. It's not always that lucky. Xiangzi was a bit hesitant, unwilling to let Wang Xian take risks. Damn it. Hurry up and protect the stuff, otherwise I'll have Dabin stab you in the ass. Wang Xian cursed. Hearing Wang Xian curse, Gao Qian, that little girl, started giggling beside him, completely unaware of being surrounded by enemies. Wang Xian shot her a glare, and Gao Qian stifled her laugh. Watching Xiangzi and Shirtu crawl into the grass shed, Wang Xian stood up slowly to attract attention. Just as Wang Xian was about to move forward, Zhang Rui grabbed his pant leg, looking worried. Wang Xian lowered his head and smiled at her, signaling her to let go, but Zhang Rui shook her head. However, in their silent communication, she eventually listened to Wang Xian. Watching Zhang Rui slowly release her grip, looking reluctant, Wang Xian's heart was touched again. As if a child was reluctantly giving up their favorite toy. Chapter 70, Zhao Long returns. Friends on the opposite side, don't be nervous, let us talk. Wang Xian shouted. Stop with the pleasantries. I say, brother, you guys are really lacking in sincerity, tracking me? Don't you fear for your lives? Wang Xian acted very relaxed, with his hands in his pockets, facing the hidden enemies with a carefree expression. The surroundings were pitch black. The darkness of the night seemed to envelop everyone's hearts. In this situation, if Wang Xian said he wasn't afraid of death, that would be pure nonsense. The darkness was all around. Who knew when a sharp wooden spear might suddenly shoot out from a corner? After a stalemate for a while, a sense of urgency crossed Wang Xian's mind, his heart racing, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, this guy can really hold back. Suddenly, Zhao Long's figure emerged from the woods, a cruel smile spreading across his face, as if a wolf had encountered a little lamb. To be honest, Wang Xian hated such a smug expression. He wished Chu Dabing would shoot him with a dagger until he was a porcupine. Wang Xian stood still, his face calm. You must be Wang Xian. Zhao Long pointed to his arm, which was wrapped in cloth but showed some blood. It turned out that when Wang Xian was acting earlier, he had accidentally shot Zhao Long in the arm. I am Wang Xian. You dare to surround me? You have some guts. Do you believe I can shoot you again? Wang Xian smiled, shaking the crossbow in his hand while the flashlight flickered incessantly. Moreover, whether intentional or not, a cruel smile appeared on Wang Xian's face, filled with bloodlust and coldness, which was terrifying. As expected, upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Zhao Long instinctively took a step back, trying to find a tree for cover. Hee. Wang Xian chuckled lightly, his expression dismissive. Perhaps Wang Xian's contempt provoked Zhao Long. As Zhao Long abruptly halted his retreat, his face icy. I didn't expect you to look like a pretty boy, but speak like a real man, Zhao Long remarked, glancing behind Wang Xian, and added, if I'm not mistaken, there are two girls lying next to you, right? Hearing Zhao Long's words, Wang Xian instantly became furious. He positioned himself in front of Zhang Rui, blocking Zhao Long's line of sight, also to prevent Zhao Long's men from shooting arrows from the shadows. Simultaneously, Wang Xian raised his crossbow, aiming at Zhao Long's head. At such a close distance, even if he didn't hit a vital area, it would be enough to make this guy suffer. Zhao Long, I hate being threatened. Try moving again. Wang Xian shook the crossbow, placing his finger on the trigger. The thing he hated most in his life was being threatened with a woman, especially when that woman was his wife. No one expected that Zhao Long had inadvertently touched Wang Xian's sore spot. A dragon has its scales. Touch them, and it will be enraged. At this moment, there was about 10 meters between Wang Xian and Zhao Long, and Wang Xian was confident he wouldn't miss. Seeing the crossbow aimed at him, Zhao Long's heart trembled. The earlier accidental shot to his arm left him with a significant psychological shadow. Hearing Wang Xian's threat, Zhao Long stood frozen in place, not daring to move. After all, he was just an ordinary person. How could he compare with Wang Xian, who had been tested in the fires of battle? Raise your hands. Keep them on your head. Wang Xian shone the flashlight at Zhao Long. Suddenly, Wang Xian noticed something off about Zhao Long's expression. It seemed he was trying to buy time. Sure enough, Wang Xian carefully observed Zhao Long's figure and noticed two shapes in the grass behind him, slightly moving, as if attempting to ambush. Damn it. You dare to play tricks with me. Wang Xian worried that Zhao Long would target Zhang Rui, so he decided to strike first. The crossbow arrow shot out, but missed Zhao Long. Of course, this didn't mean Wang Xian was weak. It was mainly because Zhao Long was too shrewd. He had been watching Wang Xian's movements closely, and his own reflexes were incredibly fast. At the moment Wang Xian shot, he directly dropped to the ground and rolled several times, displaying strong alertness. Wang Xian didn't entangle with him, but instead took a few steps back, remaining cautious to guard against a surprise attack from Zhao Long and his men. Just as he reached Zhang Rui's side, he saw a woman suddenly leap out from the bushes, holding a dagger, aiming for Zhang Rui's back, her face hideous and terrifying. Seeing this scene, Wang Xian was filled with dread and shouted, Zhang Rui, watch out behind you. With a thrust of the woman's knife, just a few centimeters from Zhang Rui, a glinting dagger shot through her neck. Zhang Rui turned pale with fear. Wang Xian quickly pulled Zhang Rui aside, taking advantage of the moment to roll away from the danger zone. Chu Dabing was hiding behind a grass shed, maintaining a throwing posture, and nodded at Wang Xian. This guy was truly powerful. As a shooter, his speed and strength were unparalleled in Wang Xian's experience. Such a master, even in Wang Xian's previous environment, would be a rare talent. Wang Xian resolved to learn this incredible knife-throwing technique when he had the chance. Carrying Zhang Rui, Wang Xian adopted a serpentine movement, trying to avoid the wooden spear's attacks while reuniting with Chu Dabing. In this environment, his survival skills and short-distance sprinting abilities were definitely not something ordinary people could compare to. Brother Xian, our numbers are small. We don't have the advantage. Chu Dabing observed Zhao Long's men carefully, speaking to Wang Xian. Wang Xian glanced around the shed and saw many wooden spears on the ground, stained with blood. He realized that when he had just engaged Zhao Long, he had inadvertently played into Zhao Long's hands, who was also stalling for time. While they were talking, Zhao Long's subordinates had already crept over, and it seemed like Chu Dabing had taken care of them. Thank you. Wang Xian expressed his gratitude. If it hadn't been for Chu Dabing's timely intervention, Zhang Rui would have likely been killed. However, gratitude aside, now was not the time for idle chatter. The enemy was still present. The crisis was not averted, and they had no idea how far Xiangzi and Shirtu had gotten. Hopefully, they hadn't fallen into an ambush. Wang Xian signaled to Zhang Rui and Gao Qian to break through to the back, while he and Chu Dabing covered their retreat. As long as they had the supplies in hand, there was still a chance. As for the grass shed, they could no longer afford to worry about it. As they ran, Chu Dabing threw out the wooden spear he had just crafted, its power not inferior to that of a dagger, scaring the group behind them so that no one dared to show their faces. After running for about 10 minutes, Wang Xian and the others finally met up with Xiangzi and Shirtu. Fortunately, Xiangzi and Shirtu hadn't encountered any danger, and their supplies were still intact. However, this time was too terrifying. Zhang Rui almost died, and fortunately, Chu Dabing came to the rescue just in time. It seems that this deserted island is fraught with danger, and we cannot let our guard down for a second. We must make more detailed plans in the future. Xian Go, are you guys okay? Did those bastards follow you? Xiangzi asked anxiously. Before Wang Xian could respond, cheers from Zhao Long and his gang came from behind the group. Damn, what are those guys screaming about? Xiangzi cursed. Could it be because they stole our thatch hut? Chu Dabing frowned and speculated. A bunch of idiots, never seen the world. Once I catch my breath, I'll kill them. Xiangzi was in a bad mood. He couldn't fight them off and could only watch from a distance, cursing continuously. Perhaps everyone had gotten used to this life of fleeing for their lives, as there was no disappointment on their faces, only a hint of indifference. A grayness devoid of hope for life. Wang Xian felt that this couldn't go on, even if there were endless supplies. What good would it do if people lost hope? They would likely descend into endless darkness. He must think of a way quickly, running away like a stray dog. No matter how skilled one is, couldn't withstand being ambushed day and night. One day, they might just end up dead. Let us see how much supplies we have left. Shirtu, Xiangzi, you two go on lookout. Be careful of that group of bastards counterattacking. Wang Xian ordered. Chapter 72. Freshwater is lost. Zhang Rui and Gao Qian dumped everything from their backpacks. One bag contained food, another bag had medicine, and the last bag was filled with small tools. The three types of supplies piled up into a small mountain, but one crucial item was missing. Where's our mineral water? Wang Xian stared blankly at the small mountain. He clearly remembered there being a lot of mineral water, initially, for convenience. He had put it in his backpack, and he even made Gao Qian throw away a medical kit for it. Xiangzi, Shirtu, damn it. Where's our water? Wang Xian panicked. Without food, they could find a way, but without water, it would be a matter of life and death. Shirtu said, brother, the 2 backpacks I took should have water. Damn it. Xiangzi suddenly slapped his thigh, looking embarrassed. It's over. I thought the water was too heavy and made Gao Qian put it in the thatch hut. I forgot to pack it when we ran. Damn it. No wonder those bastards were so happy. They must have stolen our water. Chu Dabing cursed. I'm sorry, Xian Go, it's my fault. You can punish me. Gao Qian said, lowering her head, feeling very guilty. Everyone was downcast. Losing fresh water was practically a death sentence. Don't blame yourself. We are a team. Everyone has a responsibility. If anyone is to blame, it's me. I led the enemy to our doorstep. Wang Xian sighed and said, feeling depressed. Gao Qian looked at Wang Xian with tearful eyes, her expression quite touched. It seemed she thought Wang Xian was comforting her. Wang Xian didn't pursue the matter further. After all, Gao Qian was a genuine beauty, and he couldn't bring himself to scold a beautiful girl. Xian Go, you're not angry with me? Gao Qian's eyes were brimming with tears. She understood what losing freshwater meant. Gao Qian fiddled anxiously with her medical kit, as if reflecting her restless heart. After a long time of fleeing for their lives, there was hardly any time to rest. At this moment, everyone was covered in dirt. Gao Qian and Zhang Rui were relatively clean, but even so, Gao Qian's clothes had several rips. Wang Xian remembered that she had worn a long dress when they were on the plane, but now the hem was tattered and turned into a short skirt. Her originally fair legs covered in ashes, with even a few scratches and bloodstains. Wang Xian sighed. Losing freshwater was a loss, but punishing Gao Qian wouldn't change anything. Moreover, everyone was already down on their luck. There was no need to torment each other any further. Gao Qian and Zhang Rui, both beautiful, had skin that could have been pinched for water, but after days of fleeing, they looked no different from ordinary people. Wang Xian hated seeing women suffer, especially their tears. He took out 2 rolls of gauze from his backpack and handed them to Gao Qian and Zhang Rui, saying, "Wrap your legs up a bit. Don't let the wounds get infected." Zhang Rui and Gao Qian were stunned. Gauze, such medical supplies, were more precious than freshwater on a deserted island. They were a non-renewable resource, and such things could save lives at critical moments. Now Wang Xian actually wanted them to use it to wrap their legs. It felt like a waste. Don't feel bad. Hurry up and wrap your lovely legs. This isn't a waste of resources. At least we can't let others see them for free, right? Wang Xian grinned. Gao Qian took the gauze, hiding behind Zhang Rui, her eyes revealing complexity as she glanced at Wang Xian. "What are you staring at?" Zhang Rui glared at Wang Xian, then shielded Gao Qian tightly with her body, warning, "Don't get any funny ideas, or I'll poke your eyes out. Hey, I warn you, I'm your team leader. Besides, I'm handsome and talented. Maybe Gao Qian has a crush on me." Wang Xian pouted and made a kissing gesture, which was surely disgusting in Zhang Rui's eyes. "Xian, go. Don't look at me like that. Actually, I think you're quite nice, humorous and fun." Gao Qian dared not look at Wang Xian, her voice barely above a whisper. Chapter 73, The Third Wheel? Gao Qian's words almost sent Wang Xian soaring with pride, and he kept staring at Zhang Rui, making it clear that he was saying, "See, someone likes me. All right, stop scaring the poor girl. We need to think of a way to solve the freshwater problem." Zhang Rui said, "Missing a meal or 2 is fine, but 2 days without water will definitely cause trouble." Now, freshwater was indeed the biggest issue facing everyone. Without it, a person would undoubtedly die. "Let us find a place to stay. I'll think of a way for the water issue," Wang Xian said, trying to appear confident so that the others wouldn't feel anxious. He was now the leader of the group, and his emotions would directly influence every teammate. Shirtu and Xiangzi were responsible for bringing up the rear, while Wang Xian led the way. Drawing on his extensive jungle experience, he guided everyone as they walked, stopped, and turned, ultimately finding a relatively nice spot, sheltered by a large tree for shade and protection from the wind and rain. This time, Wang Xian didn't build a thatch hut, but chose to rest outdoors. Wang Xian instructed Xiangzi to hide the 3 important backpacks well, then closed his eyes to rest. After every escape, Wang Xian would summarize the reasons for failure and the lessons of success. Only by doing so could he avoid putting himself in danger in the future. From this failure, Wang Xian concluded that first, core supplies and backpacks must be well hidden. Second, vigilance must be maintained. It doesn't need to have high lethality, but at least it should serve as a warning at critical moments, giving everyone time to react. "It's so cold." Zhang Rui sat on the ground that Wang Xian had covered with leaves, hugging her arms in front of her and shivering. Wang Xian looked at her with some concern. The previous sleeping blankets had all been left in the grass shed and were picked up by that grandson Zhao Long. Now there was really nothing to cover up with. And with a slight breeze, it was chilly. The weather on this island was strange. It was hot during the day and cold at night. Truly living up to that saying, heaven changes its face, comparable to the national essence of Sichuan opera. In fact, if they could just light a campfire, everyone would be able to warm up. However, Wang Xian was worried about being discovered by Zhao Long's men, so he dared not light a fire. After pondering for a moment, Wang Xian said, "How about this, my dear? You can sleep in my arms tonight. I'm a man, and I'm warm. Hugging me will keep you warm." Zhang Rui shot him a glare and scoffed. "Don't even think about it. Just looking at your lewd face. I know there's no good intention." In response, Wang Xian rolled his eyes and stopped insisting, thinking to himself, "Girls are too particular, too reserved, and too prideful. When it gets cold later, she'll naturally want to hug me." Since the plane crash until now, the relationship between Wang Xian and Zhang Rui had changed significantly. They used to go a month without saying a word to each other, but now they gradually communicated, even if most of it was bickering. But that was a good start. The words Wang Xian just said, if it had been in the past, would have earned him at least a slap in the face. Thinking about living a shamelessly happy life with Zhang Rui in the future, Wang Xian couldn't help but smile and instinctively pulled Zhang Rui into his arms. "Ah, Wang Xian, you have such guts. I'll strangle you." Zhang Rui was startled and twisted Wang Xian's ear as if she wanted to tear it off. "Damn it, Ao. Wife, be gentle." Wang Xian didn't expect Zhang Rui to actually be so forceful, and the intensity only provoked his rebellious spirit, pulling Zhang Rui tightly into his embrace. "Twist all you want. I won't let go. Ugh, be gentler, Wang Xian, I can't breathe." Zhang Rui gradually loosened her grip because she was having trouble breathing. "Stop messing around. I'm doing this for your own good." If you get too cold and fall sick, what will we do? Wang Xin explained. At that moment, their faces were very close. But for some reason, Wang Xin had no ulterior motives. He just wanted to help Zhang Rui stay warm. Zhang Rui struggled a bit. And seeing that she couldn't break free, she quieted down and stopped talking. Wang Xin could clearly feel Zhang Rui's hand gently wrapping around his waist. To be honest, Wang Xin really wanted to freeze this moment in time. What is happiness? What is it like to have a beauty in your arms? He remembered that people often said that live-in sons-in-law had no love, but now thinking about it, that was pure nonsense. Zhang Rui's body was very soft. Holding her felt like embracing a pot of warm water, incredibly comfortable. Xiangzi, that guy, had a keen eye. He winked at Wang Xin and then nudged a rock. And the two of them went to relieve themselves, while Chu Dabing, sitting on the side, discreetly followed. Only Gao Qian sat behind Zhang Rui. Unsure whether to leave or stay, her face flushed, head down, fiddling with her fingers. Girl, why aren't you going with them? Do you want to be a third wheel? Wang Xin particularly wanted to tease Gao Qian for some reason. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to follow them to the bathroom, right? Gao Qian said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Chapter 74, Island Map. Wang Xin shone a spotlight on Gao Qian and noticed her face was as red as a monkey's but looking adorably shy. How about you come over and hug too? It's pretty cold sitting there alone. We can all huddle together to stay warm. Wang Xin said instinctively. After saying that, he felt a bit regretful, realizing he sounded just like some unscrupulous man. Is that okay? To his surprise, Gao Qian actually stood up, asking seriously. Hearing Gao Qian's words, Wang Xin looked up in shock. It seemed this girl was indeed big-chested but brainless, adorably silly. Wang Xin secretly glanced at Zhang Rui and saw that she was silent. Probably too warm and comfortable lying in his arms to even bother speaking. Of course it's okay. It's just to keep warm, not for anything else. Wang Xin thought he was like a bad uncle luring a little girl. Wang Xin turned off the flashlight to spare Gao Qian any embarrassment. Women aren't like men. If they caught a cold on this desolate island, lacking medicine, it could become troublesome. In the dark, Wang Xin clearly felt Gao Qian quietly shifting her position. And soon she leaned against him. Wang Xin took a slight breath and then wrapped his arms around both women, acting like a virtuous man sitting in a delicate situation. But only he knew his true thoughts. Gao Qian was the kind of beauty with some meat on her bones, not overweight overall, but pleasantly plump in the right places. And slender where it counted. Compared to Zhang Rui, each had their own unique charm. In the pitch black, Wang Xin savored the wonderful moment. To say he had no simple thoughts at all might be a bit of a lie. After all, having two beautiful women in his arms would excite anyone. In the darkness, Zhang Rui suddenly called out Wang Xin's name softly, her warm breath spraying onto his face, making him feel exceptionally comfortable. What's wrong? Wang Xin asked. Do you think the rescue team will find us? Zhang Rui's question felt like a bucket of cold water splashed on him in the middle of winter. Wang Xin could clearly feel Gao Qian beside him shivering slightly. It seemed everyone was concerned about this question. Upon hearing Wang Xin's words, Zhang Rui trembled a little, seemingly frightened, and burrowed deeper into Wang Xin's embrace. Gao Qian placed her hand on Wang Xin's waist. Although Wang Xin couldn't see Gao Qian's expression, he could roughly guess that these two women regarded him as their lifeline for survival. As for Zhang Rui's previous cool demeanor, it seemed to have been subtly melted away by Wang Xin. Just like that, the three of them stayed silent for a while, and after about 10 minutes, Wang Xin was astonished to find that the two beauties had actually fallen asleep. Watching the two beauties lying asleep in his arms, Xiangzi asked with a smirk, Brother Xin, is it nice? Seeing Xiangzi's silly grin, Wang Xin was speechless. He really didn't know what was going on in Xiangzi's mind. All day long, he thought about matters between men and women. Didn't he fear becoming mentally exhausted? Let's talk business. Tomorrow morning, we must find a way to get fresh water, otherwise, with the hot weather on this island, everyone will get sick soon. Wang Xin quietly released Zhang Rui and Gao Qian and moved to a different spot to avoid disturbing the two beauties while talking. Brother Xin, my brother and I have been active in this area before. We've carefully checked this forest, Chu Dabing said. The brothers of Chu Dabing were very capable. And since they had a wider range of activities, they were familiar with this forest. Some experience was truly important. Because of the unknown, there was fear. At this moment, everyone needed to know more details, including Wang Xin. Can you tell me in detail everything you know? Wang Xin asked. Chu Dabing nodded, squatting down, picking up a stick, and began to draw on the ground using the flashlight's light. Wang Xin and the others held their breath and watched closely. The island was vast, and Chu Dabing only drew the beach, the sea, and this patch of forest. Then, he divided the forest into several parts and pointed to the smallest section, saying to Wang Xin, this is where we are located. Through Chu Dabing's explanation, Wang Xin learned that the patch of forest they were in was the most resource-scarce area. Basically without food or water, and even wild beasts were rare, considered the edge of the forest. In fact, besides the few parts of the woods I've drawn, there is another area of forest that I searched with Airbing. That place is basically in its original state, with many wild animals and abundant resources, including plenty of wild fruits and fresh water. However, it's very dangerous, so we didn't explore it too deeply, Chu Dabin said in a low voice. Chapter 75, Destination. The Valley. According to Chu Dabin's speculation, the more dangerous it is inside, the richer the resources. But given the current strength of Wang Xin and the others, with Zhang Rui and Gao Qian holding them back, they simply cannot continue, let alone search for usable resources. Are you sure there is fresh water there? And that other resources are abundant? Wang Xin seized the key question. In my estimation, wherever there are wild animals, there must be fresh water. As wild animals need fresh water to survive, Chu Dabin replied. Wang Xin nodded in agreement, and at that moment, a basic image of a small island formed in his mind. The woods where Wang Xin and his group currently were could be likened to a novice forest in a game. The presence of wild animals indicates a higher level, but also abundant resources. In fact, nature is fair, survival of the fittest. Those who have the ability to enjoy resources naturally have the right to live in favorable environments. Even if there is a water source, I believe it is very limited. After all, this island exists independently, surrounded by the ocean, and fresh water cannot last indefinitely. Sooner or later, it will run out, Wang Xin said with a bitter smile, revealing a fact. I propose we go deeper into the woods. Although there are wild animals, the resources there are plentiful, and there is also fresh water. Our chances of survival will be greater, Xiangzi said excitedly, pointing to the area with wild animals. Having fresh water doesn't mean we can drink it. With our current strength, we might be able to enter there, but what about Zhang Rui and Gao Qian? Let's stay here for now and not be greedy. If I'm not mistaken, there should be other teams in the woods, and their strength is probably greater than ours. We must be cautious, Wang Xin said. Wang Xin said this because, although he didn't know the overall strength ranking of Zhao Long's team and Sun Wei's team, they were definitely not teams that he and his small group could deal with. Yes, what Xian Gu said is right. The danger level in the wild animal woods is indeed much higher. There are other teams there, and there will also be very fierce wild animals. If we rashly go in, it would be like courting death, Chu Dabin said. Hearing this, Xiangzi immediately deflated. This guy gets overly excited whenever food and drink are mentioned, but he lacks backbone. As soon as someone dampens his spirits, he instantly backs down. Wang Xin was also very troubled. They needed to quickly find a reliable place to set up camp. Otherwise, being chased like this without a place to settle would definitely cause problems over time. It seems that whether in a city or on a deserted island, housing is always the first necessity. Everyone, don't lose heart. I have other ideas. Sensing Xiangzi's disappointment, Chu Dabin quickly said. This Chu Dabin speaks as if squeezing toothpaste. Only a little comes out at a time, asking a question and then answering it. Since Chu Dabin used a flying knife to stop Zhao Long, although Wang Xin hadn't declared anything, the others in the team had already regarded Chu Dabin as part of their group, including Zhang Rui. When Airbing and I were surveying the terrain on the island, we found a location with particularly good geography. We observed it for a long time, but at that time, it was just the two of us, which wasn't conducive to defense. Now that we have Xiangzi and Shirtu, I think as long as we keep a low profile, we should be fine, Chu Dabin said. Where's that place? Wang Xin quickly asked. Chu Dabin began drawing in the dirt with a stick, pointing to a location, explaining, the novice woods and the wild animal woods are in a stacked parallel relationship. If we go deeper, it leads to the nightmare woods, which are super terrifying. There aren't many wild animals there, but there are many natural poisons. In the angle between the ordinary woods and the nightmare woods, there are two mountains. And in the middle of the mountains, there is a depression that looks like a valley. Before Chu Dabin could finish, Xiangzi excitedly slapped him on the shoulder. Wang Xion's eyes also lit up. This depression between the two mountains is simply a natural barrier. Although the activity range may not be very large, their group is small, making it an ideal campsite tailored for them. That depression is located in the triangular area of the nightmare woods, wild animal woods, and novice woods, bordering each area. We can designate it as a camp and hunt for supplies around it. Although the danger is also great, with our current strength, we should be able to survive. Chu Dabin glanced at Wang Xion's waist, where a crossbow was sheathed. Wang Xion understood Chu Dabin's meaning. Having a crossbow is like having a long-range weapon while the enemies are equipped with short-range weapons. Even if someone made a bow and arrow, how could that outdate it? Inferior craftsmanship compared to the advanced modern crossbow? This crossbow could definitely make a decisive difference at a critical moment. Chapter 76, Nighttime Operations? Continue, your idea is great. Wang Xion was very interested in Chu Dabin's words, eager to rush to that place immediately. Chu Dabin shook his head and continued. Actually, there's not much else to say. That place is naturally formed by nature. As long as we can get there, everything else won't be a problem. What we need to be cautious about is that along the way, we might encounter other teams, and since it's in a triangular area, we might even be caught between wild animals and other teams. Opportunities and dangers go hand in hand. Chu Dabin analyzed. Damn it. Wang Xin pondered for a long time, slapped his thigh, and said indignantly, that place is so good. Possessing it is like having an invincible position. If we want to survive, we must secure it. Currently, aside from that depressed valley, there isn't a stable place in these woods. It is neither defensible nor attackable once conflicts arise with others. They can only either fight hard or run away. Strategically, there is no buffer zone, and without initiative, it is equivalent to death. Losing the initiative. Rather than waiting to die, we might as well take a chance ourselves. Freshwater resources are scarce, and we can't waste time. Everyone, rest for now. We will set off early tomorrow morning, Wang Xin resolutely said. Upon hearing Wang Xin's words, everyone raised their hands in agreement and then followed the previous arrangement, taking turns to keep watch. The first to keep watch was Qiangzi. Wang Xin was supposed to go to sleep, but he didn't know why he felt energized at that moment, as if he had been injected with adrenaline, perhaps because of that depressed valley. Wang Xin lay on the ground, squinting his eyes, carefully observing Chu Dabin. This wasn't because Wang Xin was suspicious, but because Chu Dabin had only joined the team for less than a day, and so much had happened in that day. Wang Xin had to be responsible for the safety of the others. He kept his gaze fixed on Chu Dabin for more than 2 hours. Just when Wang Xin began to waver, feeling he might be overly suspicious, suddenly, Chu Dabin stood up. Seeing this, Wang Xin quickly closed his eyes, turned his ear to listen, and discerned the direction. Chu Dabin seemed to be walking away in another direction. Wang Xin suddenly opened his eyes and found that Chu Dabin was heading deep into the woods. What is he doing? Wang Xin felt wide awake, discerning the direction. He realized that Chu Dabin was going towards the location of their previous campsite. Could it be that all those previous changes were a play acted by Chu Dabin and Zhao Long? Is Chu Dabin another quiet one? A spy? No. If he were a spy, how did Chu Dabin's brother die? Moreover, when saving Chu Dabin, Wang Xin clearly remembered that Chu Dabin was covered in wounds and nearly dead. If it were a ploy, that would be too cruel, wouldn't it? A multitude of thoughts flooded Wang Xin's mind. He hesitated for a moment. Feeling that Chu Dabin wasn't a fool, it was impossible for one person to achieve his goal unless he had a problem with his head. Wang Xin quietly followed, relying on his rich jungle experience to constantly hide behind big trees or bushes to avoid being seen. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Chu Dabin still hadn't noticed that someone was tracking him. After another 5 or 6 minutes, Wang Xin had already confirmed that Chu Dabin was not going to steal fresh water because he suddenly changed direction halfway through. At this time, the sky was getting brighter, and if it became too bright, tracking him at such a close distance would be quite difficult, especially for a highly alert person like Chu Dabin. Wang Xin felt anxious because he still didn't know what Chu Dabin's purpose was. Suddenly, Chu Dabin stopped next to a big tree. Seeing this, Wang Xin quickly dodged behind a tree, thinking he had been discovered, his heart racing. Chu Dabin scanned the surroundings, confirmed that there was nothing unusual, and agilely climbed up the tree like a monkey. Wang Xin was puzzled, a hint of confusion crossing his eyes, not knowing what Chu Dabin was doing up the tree. Meanwhile, he dared not make a sound, as Chu Dabin's counter-surveillance abilities were quite formidable. Suddenly, a canvas bag fell from the tree. From the sound, it was heavy and bulging, and it was clear it contained a lot of stuff. Just as Wang Xin was in a daze, Chu Dabin jumped down from the tree, picked up the canvas bag, slung it over his back, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Wang Xin understood that the items in the canvas bag must be the supplies that the two brothers had hidden. Was he planning to go solo? In this environment, having such thoughts was quite normal. Wang Xin's team was currently short on clothes and food, so it was reasonable for him to leave rather than wait to die together. Damn it, I finally got here. Suddenly, 2 people emerged from the woods behind Chu Dabin. One was burly, standing still like a calf, solidly built, while the other looked somewhat foolish, twisting his neck left and right as if he were a bit slow. Chapter 77. Crazy Chu Dabin. I didn't expect you to be so cunning, hiding in the tree. Damn it, said the burly man. The other foolish man extended his hand and said, hurry up. Don't make us take action. Hand over the stuff, and we'll spare your life. Historically, villains die from talking too much, and Wang Xin thought that with Chu Dabin's strength, these 2 guys would probably die soon. However, Wang Xin was quite curious to hear what Chu Dabin would say. Maybe he could hear some inner thoughts. But to Wang Xin's surprise, Chu Dabin didn't say anything and remained silent. Don't be ungrateful. Sparing your life is already quite generous. Do you want to die? Don't be ungrateful, the burly man scolded. Wang Xin felt curious, not knowing what heinous acts Chu Dabing had committed against this group. Chu Dabing tightened the canvas bag and said, "You robbed my things and killed my compatriots. If I don't kill you, I won't ease the hatred in my heart. Shut your damn mouth. You killed 2 women from our team. They were hard to find, cooking and cleaning for us, and mainly they could be used by us. Now that you've killed them, how can we live? Should we vent our anger on you in the future?" The burly man scolded. Now on the deserted island. Every team's women were probably in a similar situation, and it was indeed pitiful. But there was nothing to be done in such a place. With no legal or moral constraints, everyone had turned into beasts, and survival of the fittest was the natural law. They had no power and could only be at the mercy of others. It seemed that Chu Dabing's killing of those 2 women might also be considered a form of liberation. Wang Xin lay motionless in the nearby bushes, carefully observing everything happening before him. Chu Dabing sneered, "Just the 2 of you think you can rob my things? What? You scum, are you questioning our abilities?" The foolish man said, his voice sounding as grating as a duck's quack. Chu Dabing was still wrapped in bandages, looking a bit ragged, like a patient. Wang Xin quietly took out his crossbow. If the 2 men really attacked, he would immediately shoot arrows at them. This was not to help Chu Dabing out of trouble. His reasoning was simple. These 2 belonged to Zhao Long's gang, and Zhao Long had robbed his fresh water and even resorted to cannibalism. Such trash was a waste of air on this planet. Wang Xin thought Chu Dabing would charge at them, but unexpectedly, Chu Dabing showed no backbone, directly throwing the bag on the ground, saying flatly, "Take the stuff. Let me go. Did you think what I just said was a joke? You insulted us. Now we want half your life. Isn't that too much to ask?" The burly man glanced at the canvas bag on the ground, his eyes shining. But he was still wary of Chu Dabing and didn't approach to take it. The burly man pulled out a broken knife from his pocket, oddly shaped, seemingly a piece of aircraft debris, then signaled to the foolish man. The 2 slowly moved towards Chu Dabing. Once they got closer, they quickly snatched the canvas bag from under Chu Dabing's feet. Throughout the entire process, Chu Dabing stood still, motionless. Having obtained the canvas bag, the burly man and the foolish man seemed to gain courage, standing up straighter. "Now kneel down. I can break one of your hands or feet and leave you half alive. You should cherish this opportunity," the burly man said, brandishing the strange knife as he approached Chu Dabing. Chu Dabing glanced at the tree, then slightly bent his knees, seemingly really about to kneel. Wang Xin, hiding in the bushes, was furious at this scene. He didn't expect this guy, who seemed fierce, to actually be a coward. If his hands and feet were broken in this place, it wouldn't just be losing half a life, it would be a slow wait for death. Almost the same as dying. Just as Wang Xin was about to attack with his crossbow, Chu Dabing's bent legs suddenly straightened, springing up like a spring. And in a fierce manner, he lunged forward, covering more than a meter distance in an instant. The burly man had not yet reacted when Chu Dabing had already grabbed him around the waist. At the same time, Wang Xin noticed that Chu Dabing had taken out a spring-loaded knife from his pocket, the speed of his movements dazzling Wang Xin. In that brief moment, Wang Xin estimated that the burly man's waist had been stabbed at least 5 or 6 times, and when Chu Dabing released him, the burly man was already limp and powerless, lying in a pool of blood, his eyes glazed over. Chu Dabing didn't stop. He delivered another stab to the burly man's neck, the clean and swift motion showing no trace of being a patient. All of this happened in just a few seconds, and Wang Xin stood there, stunned, not able to react for a long time. Chapter 78, Personal Supplies. Just now, Chu Dabing's movements were like a scene from a movie. His acting was so convincing that it even fooled Wang Xin. The burly man, whether in height or weight, could definitely have killed Chu Dabing, yet he was killed in return. "Don't come over." The foolish man cried out in fear upon seeing the burly man killed, trembling all over, at a loss. The foolish man was almost scared out of his wits, wanting to flee, and in his rush, he didn't forget the canvas bag, intending to escape with the supplies. Chu Dabing leisurely followed, his demeanor as if he were toying with animals. "Leave the stuff, and I can let you commit suicide," Chu Dabing said. Hearing Chu Dabing's words, Wang Xion's body trembled. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he felt an unparalleled rage from Chu Dabing's words. Perhaps the death of his brother, Chu Erbying, had dealt him an unbearable blow. A plane crash at an altitude of 10,000 meters, in such a situation. Surviving alongside a blood brother only to end up on a deserted island and be brutally killed by others. Who could bear that? Wang Xian couldn't see Chu Dabing's eyes, but he could guess that at this moment, Chu Dabing must be incredibly terrifying. The brain-dead man was so scared that he knelt on the ground, threw aside his canvas bag, and begged loudly, "Big brother, I beg you, don't kill me. I was just following your orders. Please, please." The ferocity that Chu Dabing had just displayed had terrified him to the point where he didn't dare to resist at all. What Wang Xian didn't expect was that Chu Dabing didn't hesitate at all. He rushed forward and decisively slashed his throat. The brain-dead man stared wide-eyed at Chu Dabin until he died, refusing to close his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Wang Xian was indeed a bit dazed. Chu Dabin showed no hesitation in killing a begging captive. Could it be that he was so bloodthirsty? Wang Xian thought to himself. If it were him facing the brain-dead man begging for mercy, would he be able to act? Perhaps he would. But he definitely couldn't do it as cleanly and decisively as Chu Dabin did. Wang Xian suddenly felt that he had thought he understood Chu Dabin well. But now it seemed he was far from it. He felt like a stranger. As for where Chu Dabin would go from here, Wang Xian decided to leave it to fate. Since this person wanted to leave, there was no need for him to force him to stay. Everyone has their own ambitions. Xiangzi and Shitu were still sleeping soundly, snoring like thunder. Seeing the two of them sleeping so sweetly, Wang Xian almost wanted to go up and beat them up. They were supposed to be on lookout. But now they were sound asleep, like dead pigs. Chu Dabin quietly left, and during this time, many things happened. Yet these two were completely unaware, especially Shitu, whose drool could probably feed piranhas. Wang Xian lay in place, pretending to sleep, but his hand was still gripping the crossbow tightly. The events that had just unfolded were vivid in his mind, and he had to be wary of Chu Dabin. This person was too decisive and too ruthless. In an unguarded moment, if Chu Dabin became ferocious, it would be incredibly easy for him to kill Xiangzi and the others. Xian, go, we're leaving. Just as Wang Xian's eyelids were getting heavy, suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. Wang Xian jolted awake, his bloodshot eyes snapping open. And he instinctively aimed the crossbow at the person. Xian, go. Have you gone silly from sleeping? Why are you aiming the crossbow at Dabin? We're on the same side, don't shoot. Xiangzi said in surprise. Chu Dabin's gaze towards Wang Xian also changed, showing a hint of confusion and strangeness. Not only Xiangzi, but everyone else was also curious, but no one spoke. Wang Xian frowned. If it weren't for seeing the canvas bag strapped to Chu Dabin's back, he might really have thought this was a dream. Xian, good, did you see? Dabin is quite generous. He brought over the supplies he had hidden before. There's quite a bit of fresh water inside. It should last us for a while. Xiangzi pointed at the canvas bag. Everyone was very happy. But only Wang Xian felt a bit down. His mood was quite complex. Logically speaking, since Chu Dabin was willing to share his personal supplies with everyone, it indicated that he had goodwill towards Wang Xian and the others. Looking at everyone's cheerful faces, Wang Xian said nothing. Chapter 79, A Crossbow Bolt. Everyone had a little water and ate some biscuits before setting off. Chu Dabin led the way, relying on his memory to head towards the sunken valley. Wang Xian knew well that there might be many dangers along the way. His experience told him that the more perfect a place seemed, the more dangerous it was. Heaven wouldn't allow them to obtain it so easily. But there's a saying that is true. Living is all about struggle. Wang Xian walked at the back of the group, silently calculating some things in his heart. He needed to find a way to strengthen the team's abilities to survive on this perilous deserted island. As for the rescue team, he had long given up on that fantasy. Rather than waiting for the rescue team, it was better to think of ways to save themselves. Now, including Chu Dabin, there were a total of 6 people, and for the time being, they seemed united. Are you worried about something? Zhang Rui walked over to Wang Xian, linked her arm with his, and asked in a low voice. This question startled Wang Xian. For a moment, he felt as if Zhang Rui had really become his wife. But that was just a fleeting thought. At this moment, this intimate gesture was merely Zhang Rui's way of masking their situation. Wang Xian smiled bitterly and said, Don't ask. If there's a chance, I'll tell you later. I can't say it now. I'm worried you'll be scared. Some things were indeed inconvenient to tell Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui nodded, not pressing further, but still linked her arm with Wang Xian, giving off a feeling of putting on a full act. In fact, Wang Xian had an impulse to talk to Chu Dabin. After all, there were some misunderstandings that could possibly be resolved with communication. But Wang Xian didn't know how to approach Chu Dabin. Looking at Chu Dabin leading the way ahead, Wang Xian felt incredibly conflicted. Xian, go, what are you thinking about? Chu Dabin suddenly asked. If it weren't for Zhang Rui supporting Wang Xian's arm, he would have likely run into a tree by now. It was rare for Wang Xian to be so lost in thought while walking. He hadn't even noticed when Chu Dabin had come to the back of the group. Wang Xian was startled, opening his mouth, but hesitating to speak. He wanted to ask, but he didn't know where to start. If he didn't ask, it felt like there was a knot in his heart that was hard to bear. But if he did ask, should he directly question Chu Dabin about where he went last night? Why did he kill? Seeing that Wang Xian was silent, Chu Dabin revealed his white teeth and smiled. You know about me going to get supplies, right, Xian go? Wang Xian was taken aback and slowly nodded. Could it be that while he was following Chu Dabin last night, he was discovered? That shouldn't be possible. In the woods, Wang Xian's tracking skills were absolutely world-class. Globally, aside from relying on high-tech electronic devices, it was impossible for anyone to discover his trail. Could it be that Chu Dabin, like a dog, could smell him? The more Wang Xian thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Chu Dabin kept grinning like a fool, and after a while, he took out a crossbow bolt from his pocket. When Wang Xian saw it, he was shocked to find it was new. Damn! He actually left a crossbow bolt at the crime scene. On this entire island, only I have a crossbow. Wang Xian awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "So you knew." Chu Dabin handed the crossbow bolt to Wang Xian, smiling. "Xian go. If you have any questions, just ask. Brothers shouldn't hide things from each other. I'll tell you everything." "Dabin, you're very smart. Your brain works well." Wang Xian thought for a moment, but didn't he know what words to use to describe it. After a brief silence, he said, "Your actions last night left me a bit. Are you referring to the two people I killed?" Chu Dabin asked. "Xian go. I know there are some things you can't understand, but if I hadn't acted last night, you might not have seen me again. If that is the case, do you still think I did something wrong?" In fact, Wang Xian didn't reject the idea of killing the burly man. The only thing he found hard to accept was that the brain-dead man had clearly begged for mercy. Why did he still have to kill him? "Xian go. I don't know where you were hiding last night, but you might not have noticed that the brain-dead man was holding this thing when he was begging for mercy," Chu Dabin said as he threw something directly to Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked and saw it was a sharp tree branch, which had indeed been hidden in the palm. Of course, this tree branch couldn't prove it belonged to the brain-dead man. "If you don't believe me, Xian go, I can't help it. If new brother still thinks I'm very dangerous, then I can leave. That way, won't you feel a little better?" Chu Dabin said. I have to say, Chu Dabin is indeed insightful and understanding. It's as if he can see through Wang Xian's thoughts. Wang Xian felt that he was being a bit petty, but it was precisely this caution that had allowed him to escape life and death crises time and again. After a moment of silence, Wang Xian said, "I believe what you said. We're both grown men, so let's act together from now on. You know, if you had accidentally died yesterday, wouldn't I have saved your life for nothing and wasted so many medications?" Chapter 80, Encountering the Team Again. New brother. It was indeed my mistake to act alone this time. In the future, I will definitely inform you before taking any action. This was the first time Chu Dabin had bowed his head to Wang Xian, which also represented his acknowledgement of Wang Xian's strength and his role as the captain. "All right. We are all brothers. Let's not be so formal. I'm not that petty of a person, otherwise I wouldn't have saved you." Wang Xian waved his hand, feeling that he had finally resolved the knot in his heart. Chu Dabin smiled. As Wang Xian and the others walked, unfortunately, the weather turned against them, and it started to rain lightly. Although the rainfall was small, it was dense, and Wang Xian and the others had to hide under a tree to avoid the rain. The sky gradually darkened, and Wang Xian felt a strange sense of foreboding, something he couldn't quite explain. When the plane crashed, Wang Xian had roughly estimated the island's location. It should belong to a tropical rainforest climate. The island was hot and humid during the day, but very cold at night, which is what is known as abnormal temperatures, with a large temperature difference between day and night. Although tropical climates often experience rain, it usually doesn't last long, nor does it cause complete darkness. For a moment, Wang Xian felt that something was off. "Wang Xian, did you notice something?" Zhang Rui asked. At this moment, only Wang Xian and Zhang Rui were concerned about the island's situation. As for Qiangzi, he was busy pulling stones and drinking rainwater with his mouth open. The weather on this island is indeed a bit unusual. Could it be related to the island's location? Zhang Rui, having seen the world and received a higher education, quickly identified the problem. Speaking of this, Zhang Rui glanced at Qiangzi, who was drinking happily, and whispered, "This should belong to a tropical rainforest climate, hot and humid. But these days, one moment the sky is clear, and the next moment it pours rain. It's obviously not right. As far as I know, there seems to be no such climate on Earth. Could it be that we are not on Earth?" Zhang Rui boldly speculated, her words sending chills down people's spines. "Stop thinking so much." Wang Xian interrupted Zhang Rui's speculation. "Considering these unfounded matters is useless and only adds to the worry. This deserted island is an unknown territory. Regardless of whether we are on Earth or not, the only choice is to strive to survive. Be careful, there's movement ahead," Xiangzi suddenly warned, cautiously staring at the woods ahead. Upon hearing this, Chu Dabin, Wang Xian, and Shurtu instantly tightened their grips on their weapons, while Zhang Rui and Gao Qian hid behind the others. "Stay alert." Wang Xian took a crossbow from his waist, holding a dagger in the other hand. This crossbow had become the ultimate weapon in this team. Shurtu used a metal rod, or what could be called a metal spear, while Chu Dabin wielded a sharpened wooden spear. Xiangzi had a multifunctional shovel, and Zhang Rui and Gao Qian each held a spring knife. Seeing everyone's stance, Wang Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now everyone had a weapon. While they might not cause much damage, at least they could protect themselves, and even Gao Qian, this little girl, had developed a good sense of vigilance. Rustle. A few minutes later, A commotion of footsteps sounded, and Wang Xin vaguely saw a group of people emerging from the woods. Leading the group was a fat man, looking quite ostentatious, dressed in a tang suit, with a gold chain around his neck that could double as a dog leash, exuding an air of extravagance. Behind the big-bellied man were several young people, all looking fit and around 20 years old. "Stop! Don't come any closer," Wang Xin shouted. The other party halted, their expressions uncertain. On the surface, this sudden group seemed quite ordinary. Although they were all young men, they were unarmed. "Don't misunderstand. We just want to take shelter from the rain." The big-bellied man raised his hands, his face full of a disingenuous smile, clearly a seasoned trickster. Chu Dabin's previous information was indeed correct. There were many groups in this forest besides Wang Xin and his team. Wang Xin did not let down his guard. Being able to walk in the woods was definitely not just due to good luck, but more so due to formidable strength. Sometimes, acting skills are a form of strength too. What a load of crap. What are you hiding from? With so many trees, why do you have to hide here? Xiangzi, emboldened by Chu Dabin's presence, began to curse at the other side. After cursing, he stood beside Wang Xin and whispered, "New brother, I see they have no weapons. Why don't we just teach them a lesson, drive them away, or annex them? Although they have no weapons, they are numerous, and we are at a disadvantage. Caution is best." Chu Dabin reminded from the other side of Wang Xin. Wang Xin subtly nodded in agreement with Chu Dabin's opinion. Too much confidence can lead to arrogance, and once trapped, one might pay with their life. Chapter 81. Seeking medical help. Friends, we really have no other intentions. We have a child here who is injured. If it rains, the wound will become infected, and without medication, he might die. Please, we beg you, have mercy. The big-bellied man pleaded, his face showing desperation. Wang Xin was taken aback. He expected that among the survivors of the plane crash, there was actually a child. Wang Xin frowned, remaining silent. Just as he was considering, two young men emerged, supporting a small child. The child looked to be only a teenager, pale-faced and with lifeless eyes. Due to standing in the grass and the child being short, Wang Xin couldn't see where he was injured, only catching a glimpse of the tender face and the slight hint of fear in his eyes. Wang Xin felt a twinge of compassion and wanted to let the child come over to take shelter from the rain, even to provide treatment. But he was also worried this could be a trap, putting everyone in danger. "Wang Xin, whatever you decide, I support you." Zhang Rui noticed Wang Xin's thoughts and immediately expressed her stance. Xiangzi and the others also understood Wang Xin's intentions, and no one opposed it. After all, they were one of the few teams on this island that had not lost their humanity. Wang Xin waved at the big-bellied man, saying, "You bring an adult and bring the child over. The others stay where they are." The big-bellied man nodded gratefully, then called over a young man, helping the little boy to come forward. Once the big-bellied man emerged from the grass, Wang Xin scrutinized him and couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Because besides the big-bellied man and the child, there were 6 strong men in the opposing group. They looked like young men, but their builds were comparable to Shidu's, with muscles bulging and looking very strong. If conflict truly arose, Wang Xin and the others could protect themselves. But Zhang Rui and Gao Qian might be in a dangerous situation. Just as Wang Xin frowned, the big-bellied man had already brought the little boy over. Shirtu and Chu Dabin stood on either side of Wang Xin. Xiangzi stood slightly behind, while Gao Qian and Zhang Rui stood behind Wang Xin. The entire team was in a highly defensive state, ready to attack at any moment. "Thank you so much. We are truly grateful." The big-bellied man, dressed in a tang suit, was now completely soaked from the rain. Thunder rumbled. A flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the entire sky. With a fleeting flash of light, Wang Xin vaguely saw that there seemed to be a tattoo on the big-bellied man's neck, which was a tiger's head with a blue face and sharp teeth. Wang Xin's body tensed up, and a wave of regret suddenly flooded his heart. He signaled to Shirtu and Chu Dabing with his eyes to be on guard, while forcing a smile to chat with the big-bellied man. "It's nothing. We all have a hard time stranded on this deserted island. Let's help each other." "Who are you? How come there are children with you?" "Haha, I'm a construction boss, and they are all my employees." The big-bellied man reached out his hand to Wang Xin, wanting to shake hands to show goodwill. Why hide? There is only one explanation. There are ulterior motives. However, since the other party was already so close to Wang Xin and the others, why hadn't they made a move? Wang Xin guessed that it was probably because they were fully on guard and armed to the teeth, making the other party a bit wary and unsure of how to act. With this in mind, Wang Xin gave another glance to Shirtu and Chu Dabing, signaling them not to let their guard down. "A construction company boss? Then your employees must be construction workers, right? But they don't really look like it." Xiangzi asked from the side. Upon hearing Xiangzi's words, the big-bellied man's expression changed noticeably, and he forced a smile, saying, "My name is Li Yong. I really am in construction, and they are indeed my employees. Boss, stop wasting words with them. We've already lowered ourselves this much. And they're still so guarded against us, and everyone is armed. Just by looking at them, they are not good people. The young man who came with him glanced at Xiangzi, looking quite displeased. Hearing the other party's words, Wang Xin felt an impulse to rush up and beat them up. Damn it, we are accommodating you, and you still act so arrogantly. Xiangzi, being impulsive, pointed at the young man's nose and angrily scolded. What are you pretending for? This is my territory. If you don't accept it, get the hell out of here. Stop acting like a big shot. Wang Xin secretly praised him from the side and even gave him a thumbs up. This was exactly what he wanted to say. Wang Xin did not believe that this Li Yong was an ordinary person. Would an ordinary boss have a tiger head tattoo? Would a normal person carry so many subordinates? Only a big villain with enemies everywhere would have so many bodyguards. Wang Xin saw through the true nature of these young people. Yes, bodyguards, or rather thugs. Hearing Xiangzi insult him, the young man was clearly furious. If he hadn't seen the knife in Xiangzi's hand, they might have already started fighting. Although they didn't fight, the cold glare he shot at Xiangzi was indeed uncomfortable. Everyone, don't be impulsive, let us talk it out nicely. Li Yong stepped forward to mediate. He had to mediate. He was surrounded by Wang Xin and the others, and if a fight broke out, he would be the first to suffer, a living hostage. Wang Xin let out a cold snort and remained silent. He checked the little boy's wound and found a large gash on his arm. Due to excessive bleeding and lack of medical treatment, the wound had begun to get infected. The little boy was running a high fever, his face pale, and his eyes dull, looking very pitiful. Wang Xin. Suddenly, he heard Zhang Rui's voice from behind. In an instant, Wang Xin understood the meaning of that gaze. Zhang Rui wanted to tell him not to meddle and to get away quickly. Stop. Didn't you hear what I said? If you want to die, keep walking. Wang Xin shouted angrily. Friends, don't be nervous. Let them hide from the rain under the tree, okay? They are all my employees, and as their boss, I really can't bear to let them get soaked. Li Yong's pleading expression made Wang Xin very uncomfortable, giving him a feeling that a weasel was wishing the chicken well, with bad intentions. The tree behind Wang Xin was shaped like an umbrella, with dense branches and leaves, making it perfect for sheltering from the rain. If the other party were genuinely seeking help, Wang Xin wouldn't mind extending a helping hand, but their repeated overstepping made him very unhappy. Sure to, Dabing. Keep an eye on them for me. Anyone who acts on their own will die. Wang Xin issued a deadly order to Shurtu and Chu Dabing. Shurtu, with his tower-like physique and holding a metal spear, looked like a guardian deity to others, and a grim reaper. Although Chu Dabing was smaller, his rebellious gaze occasionally emitted a chilling aura, giving a feeling of extreme danger. If given a choice, enemies would rather confront Shurtu head-on. Hearing Wang Xin's undisguised hostility, the 5 young men stopped in their tracks. I warn you, take another step forward, and don't blame me for what happens. Wang Xin warned. The strange group made Wang Xin feel indescribable. If it weren't for the little boy's rescue, he would have kicked them out long ago. Regardless of whether the other party genuinely wanted to hide from the rain or was acting, Wang Xin didn't want Zhang Rui to be in any danger. Not even a little. Friends, we mean no harm. We just want to hide from the rain. Are you too nervous? Li Yong looked wronged, saying he was about to kneel to Wang Xin. Although the old saying goes, don't hit a smiling face, it also depends on who it is. Sometimes blindly trusting people can come at a cost of life. Get lost. I don't agree. If you keep talking nonsense, you can get lost too. Wang Xin scolded harshly. You're all grown men. What is there to fear from a little rain? Can rain kill you? If you take another step forward, I'll kill you. Xiangzi angrily scolded from the side. Wang Xin didn't hesitate. He directly pressed the knife against Li Yong's neck, the speed startling everyone. Chu Dabing, standing beside him, turned to look with a glint in his eye. Wang Xin originally planned to treat the little boy's injuries before driving this group away. But now, since they kept pushing their luck, he lost his patience. Friends, don't be agitated. Since you don't want to, we'll leave. Li Yong picked up the little boy and prepared to leave. The little boy was already very weak. Now that it was raining, he grimaced and frowned. Seeing this scene, Wang Xin frowned. The little boy's expression didn't seem to be due to the pain from the inflamed wound. An instinct told Wang Xin that this group of people was definitely not simple. They were absolutely not as weak as they appeared. Xiangzi removed the alarm and said, Brother Xin, these people are definitely not good. Wang Xin didn't care whether they were good or bad. He just felt that this group was approaching him with ulterior motives. On a deserted island, when 2 groups meet, there is no other purpose than to eye each other's supplies. Are they after women? If a fight breaks out, the big-bellied man Li Yong wouldn't start with a sob story, right? Why not just show their weapons? With so many of them, why would they be afraid? Chapter 83, The Devil's Pace. The more Wang Xian thought about it, the more he felt something was off. He thought this big-bellied man was even more dangerous than Zhang Long he had encountered before. At least Zhang Long and his gang were openly robbing, while this group was scheming in the dark. Wang Xian worried that everyone would be in danger, and when the rain lessened a bit, he signaled everyone to continue moving. He didn't want to bring any danger to Zhang Rui. Brother Xian, you really don't need to worry too much, although our team is small. We are strong in combat. Everyone has weapons. I feel like we are an ace team. Xiangzi seemed overly confident. In fact, Xiangzi's confidence wasn't unfounded. Everyone knew Wang Xian had a crossbow, but Xiangzi also had one, hidden very well. This was also Wang Xian's trump card, and only sure to Xiangzi. And Wang Xian knew about it. Wang Xian rolled his eyes and ignored the foolish Xiangzi, urging everyone to keep moving. Brother Xian, I feel a bit stuffy in my chest, Gao Qian said weakly. After walking about a few miles, Gao Qian suddenly felt dizzy, and her beautiful face showed signs of weakness, pale enough to be alarming. Wang Xian was taken aback for a moment, and by the time he reacted, Gao Qian was already leaning against Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui was at a loss and didn't understand what was going on. Let me take a look. Wang Xian ran to Gao Qian's side and checked carefully, discovering that Gao Qian's forehead was alarmingly hot, her face pale, her limbs cold, and she was sweating profusely. Wang Xian initially judged that it might be a fever caused by catching a cold from the rain. This kind of illness can be serious or mild. As long as there's fever-reducing medicine, a hot bath, a bowl of ginger soup, and a good sleep, it should be fine. But now, they were on a deserted island. Where could they find hot water or ginger soup? I'll carry you. Wang Xian squatted down and said to Gao Qian. Gao Qian's face turned slightly red. Glancing at Zhang Rui, she shyly said, Brother Xian, I'm very heavy, and Zhang is here. Zhang Rui pouted, pushed Gao Qian a little, and said, I haven't said anything. What are you afraid of? You're missing out on a free ride. Are you stupid? Wang Xian felt a hint of helplessness. What did she mean by free ride? Was she comparing Gao Qian to a beast? He really didn't understand what Zhang Rui was thinking. Compared to Zhang Rui, Gao Qian appeared to have a bit more flesh. Although she weighed slightly more, after all, she was still a woman, and Wang Xian could still carry her. Gao Qian shyly draped herself over Wang Xian's back, her face so red it was almost bleeding. Not daring to look at Zhang Rui, when Wang Xian stood up, he clearly felt the heavy pressure on his back. Brother Xian, am I too heavy? Why don't you put me down? Gao Qian asked softly. Girls always feel their weight is too much. Even a little beauty like Gao Qian was no exception. It's fine, I can manage. Even with Zhang Rui added, I can still carry you. Wang Xian said, pretending to be relaxed. Because a man cannot say he can't do it. Really? I don't believe it. Zhang Rui suddenly came over, looking eager to try, which startled Wang Xian. He quickly quickened his pace, walking at the front of the group, afraid Zhang Rui would suddenly jump onto his back. Brother Xian, you're really nice. Gao Qian naturally placed her hand on Wang Xian's shoulder. As soon as the words came out, Wang Xian regretted it. He hadn't expected to let slip his true feelings. Brother Xian, I can't carry you. Gao Qian was taken aback and said softly. Hearing Gao Qian's words, Wang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this girl was simple-minded and didn't understand his meaning, saving them from awkwardness. With this thought, Wang Xian chuckled. Sometimes, it was nice to let off some steam. Ha ha ha. Brother Xian, what are you laughing at? Gao Qian looked confused, not understanding why Wang Xian was laughing. At this moment, she was quite disoriented. Wang Xian, I see your courage is getting bigger and bigger. Zhang Rui popped out from somewhere. Zhang Rui grabbed Wang Xian's ear and then glanced at Gao Qian, saying, Qian. Don't be so naive. He is bullying you. Zhang, Brother Xian didn't bully me. He is a really nice person. Please let him go. Seeing Zhang Rui grabbing Wang Xian's ear, Gao Qian said anxiously. Zhang Rui sighed, shot Wang Xian a fierce glare, and scolded, Men are all no good. Wang Xian rolled his eyes and said nothing. I really don't understand you two. Gao Qian mumbled softly. Throughout the journey, Wang Xian felt quite awkward, unsure where to place his hands. After all, Gao Qian was not related to him, and no matter where he placed his hands, it seemed a bit inappropriate. Gao Qian shyly didn't dare to look up. Her neck flushed, and her whole body felt hot. Chapter 84, Something happened. As it was getting dark, everyone still hadn't reached the place Chu Dabin mentioned. Along the way, Zhang Rui hadn't said much, her small eyes darting around. And it was unclear what she was thinking. Gao Qian was feeling much better and took the initiative to suggest walking by herself. Brother Xian, let us find a place to stay. I'm afraid we won't make it tonight. Xiangzi saw that it was already dark and said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded and said, Everyone rest here. I'll go find a place to stay with Xiangzi. You all stay hidden and be careful of wild beasts and other groups. Shirtu and Chu Dabin will be responsible for protection. Brother Xian, I'll go with you. You and Xiangzi will lead the way while I'll support you from behind. If anything happens, we can look out for each other. Chu Dabin still had bandages on him. The originally white bandages were now soaked by the rain, looking like a dirty rag, a walking mummy. Chu Dabin's idea was indeed good, and after considering it for a moment, Wang Xian agreed. After making arrangements, the responsibility of protecting the women was handed over to Shitu alone, while the three of them, Wang Xian, Xiangzi, and Chu Dabin, moved through the woods looking for a place to stay for the night. Wang Xian carefully observed the surroundings. There were tall trees, many vines, and shrubs, which were not suitable for a temporary camp. Trees made it easy for enemies to climb up and monitor, while shrubs were good for hiding their tracks. Brother Xian, our supplies seem like they can last another week. If we save them, we can make it a bit longer. But what will we do after they're gone? Xiangzi said while clearing a path with a shovel. These words had been weighing on Xiangzi's mind for a long time, and now that they were alone, he finally spoke up. We can't just sit idle. We need to continue searching for supplies. Right now, our top priority is to find a place to stay. Only with a stable camp can we relax and look for food. It's also easier for storage and long-term survival. Wang Xian said. It was as if they were in a rental period. All the money they earned was spent on rent, and they had to change houses from time to time. Therefore, they needed to secure a piece of property, even if it meant paying a price. Brother Xian, do you think Chu Dabin is reliable? Why have we been walking for so long, and still Haven Tea found that place? Xiangzi sat down heavily on the ground, panting heavily. He had been leading the way and was exhausted. Wang Xian casually glanced back, and Chu Dabin was not far behind them. Discussing someone behind their back was not a good idea if they overheard. For now, he seemed fine. He contributed his private supplies and was strong. As long as he didn't do anything harmful to everyone, that was enough. We have no choice but to trust him. We urgently need a stable and safe place to stay. By the way, that thing in your hand, don't take it out unless it's absolutely necessary. That's our last resort. Wang Xian reminded him. Xiangzi nodded heavily. He understood what Wang Xian meant. After walking for about half an hour, they found a good spot that was well hidden and suitable for a short stay. In a clearing of several dozen square meters, surrounded by some small bushes, there was a small mound in the middle that blocked the view from outside, making it very concealed, perfect as a temporary resting place. Let us hurry and dig a hole. Wang Xian instructed Xiangzi to dig a cave nearby. It didn't need to be too big, just enough for everyone to lie down. Time flew by, and Wang Xian and Xiangzi worked hard for over an hour to dig out a hole. Wang Xian estimated it could fit 3 people. And then he cut down some vines and bushes around to block the entrance. This is great. It blocks the wind and rain, and most importantly, it's hidden and safe. Xiangzi was panting, but couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. The sun had set without them noticing, and the sky grew dark. According to the plan, Chu Dabin was supposed to follow behind Wang Xian and the others, but after such a long time, why hadn't he appeared even after they found the temporary camp? If he hadn't encountered danger, Chu Dabin should have chosen to regroup with Wang Xian. Why was he missing now? Dabin, is something wrong? Wang Xian's heart sank, sensing something was wrong, and he pulled Xiangzi to run towards where Zhang Rui and the others were hiding. Wang Xian was filled with fear, worried that Zhang Rui might be in danger. He pulled Changzi and ran wildly. If it weren't for his concern that Changzi, who was directionally challenged, might get lost in the forest, he would have already disappeared without a trace. Even with Wang Xian leading the way, Changzi still stumbled numerous times, looking utterly disheveled. However, Changzi said nothing. He was just as scared as Wang Xian, realizing that Chu Dabin was using a diversion tactic. Chapter 85, Kidnapped. Wang Xian felt a deep sense of regret, blaming himself for being careless. He prayed in his heart, Chu Dabin, you better not do anything reckless. Or even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will make you pay dearly. Thinking about Chu Dabin's skills, Wang Xian felt increasingly anxious. A mere stone would not be enough to stop him. When they finally reached the place where Zhang Rui was hiding, Wang Xian discovered that Zhang Rui and the others had truly vanished. His worst fears had come true. Where are they? Wang Xian jumped up in a panic. Damn it, you bastard Chu Dabin. Changzi, panting heavily, blurted out a curse as his first words. If anything happened to Zhang Rui, Wang Xian would likely live in endless self-reproach for the rest of his life. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this incident was closely related to Chu Dabin. It was he who voluntarily suggested following Wang Xian, and now he had disappeared. Along with Zhang Rui and the others, Chu Dabin was the prime suspect. Xian go, you wait here. I'll go look around. After saying this, Changzi grabbed a shovel and disappeared into the woods. Wang Xian carefully examined the area, trying to find some clues. But in the end, he found nothing. There were no signs of a struggle, no hidden messages, nothing at all. Wang Xin touched the stones that Zhang Rui and Gao Qian had used. They still had some residual heat, indicating that they must have left not long ago. Suddenly, Wang Xin turned around and was startled to find a shovel lying quietly on the ground at the edge of the woods. Changzi was missing. In that moment, Wang Xin felt a chill run down his spine. In just a few minutes, the people around him had disappeared one after another, and a strong sense of suffocation enveloped him, as if a pair of eyes were watching him from behind, making him feel like needles were pricking his back. The atmosphere around him dropped to freezing point. The wind stopped. Wang Xin shouted angrily, "Damn it, who is it? Come out." The person who could abduct Changzi without him noticing was certainly not simple. Wang Xin forced himself to calm down and carefully observe the surroundings. He looked at the shovel. There was nothing else around, which might have been a signal left by Changzi. Although Changzi still had a crossbow, it was a ranged weapon and wouldn't help in close combat. Wang Xin scanned the terrain again and found no bloodstains, indicating that Changzi should not have been injured. On this deserted island, facing an unknown enemy, the lack of injuries suggested it wasn't a wild beast. Wang Xin felt like his head was about to explode. With not a single clue to follow, especially when he thought of Zhang Rui, he felt an unbearable urgency. Buzz. At that moment, a sudden buzzing sound startled Wang Xin. It was the sound of a crossbow bolt hitting a tree trunk, the powerful buzzing of the bowstring. Wang Xin felt like he had been injected with adrenaline. He quickly determined the direction and grabbed the shovel to pursue. In the woods, Wang Xin moved with incredible speed, using the trees for leverage like an ape, occasionally leaping with the help of vines, his figure flashing by in an instant. While running, he took out the crossbow. As soon as he spotted the enemy, he would take them down immediately. After running for 5 minutes, Wang Xin still hadn't found any trace of Changzi. He had no idea what his purpose was in running. He just felt he had to chase, or he would forever lose Zhang Rui and Changzi. Gradually, the forest became sparser, unlike the previous density, and the soil underfoot grew increasingly wet and soft. Each step Wang Xin took left a deep footprint. He steadied himself, crouched down, grabbed a handful of dirt, and rubbed it in his hands. It was soft like the mud by the riverbank. The further he went, the softer the soil became. Wang Xin guessed that there might be a swamp ahead. "Damn it, just wait for me. I will kill you all sooner or later and turn you into jerky." He faintly heard Changzi's cursing, which startled Wang Xin. From the sound, it seemed Changzi was very agitated, probably venting his frustrations. Wang Xin crouched down and quietly crept forward. Because the soil was too soft, he ended up covered in dirt. About 3 minutes later, Wang Xin noticed a large patch of wild grass and instinctively felt that Changzi and the others were just beyond it. He pulled some grass and made a dense grass crown to disguise himself, slowly peeking his head out. Sure enough, not far away in the clearing stood quite a few people. When he saw that the leader was Li Yong, Wang Xion's anger surged, cursing in his heart. "Damn it. You fat bastard, I didn't expect it to be you." Wang Xian felt a pang of guilt. It seemed he had wrongly accused Chu Dabing earlier. Chapter 86. Rescue. Stubborn as a dead duck. I can only say you're out of luck. We've only encountered your team these past few days. If we don't mess with you, who else would we mess with? Li Yong appeared to be in a good mood, having rummaged through 3 backpacks and a canvas bag belonging to Chu Dabing. And when he saw the supplies inside the backpacks, everyone's eyes lit up with greed. "Damn it. How dare you touch my things? I want to let you off." Changzi cursed vehemently. "You idiot, shout again. And I swear I'll kick you to death." A young man kicked Changzi and scolded him loudly. Wang Xian, hiding in the distance, felt anxious. He hoped Changzi would keep quiet and not provoke Li Yong further, or else before he could save them, they might lose their lives. Slap. Li Yong slapped Changzi hard and shouted, "Shut that filthy mouth of his. Damn, he can talk a lot. It's driving me crazy." Wang Xian carefully observed the situation on the scene. Including the big-bellied Li Yong, there were a total of 7 men, all of them muscular. There was also a boy among them, and they were sitting together, whispering about something. It was too far away to hear clearly. Taking this opportunity, Wang Xian quietly crawled closer. When he got nearer, he clearly saw that Zhang Rui's wrist was tightly bound by vines, leaving a deep blood mark. Wang Xian's head buzzed. Damn it. Since coming to the island, although conditions had been tough, under Wang Xian's protection, Zhang Rui had hardly suffered any grievances. Now that Li Yong had tormented her like this, Wang Xian's anger soared to the heavens. Although he was furious, Wang Xian became even calmer. The enemy had the advantage in numbers, and he couldn't confront them head-on. With only the crossbow in his hand, he stood no chance. Furthermore, Li Yong's side had also confiscated Changzi's crossbow. He was at a disadvantage in terms of weapons, and the enemy also held hostages. Wang Xian surveyed the surrounding terrain, contemplating a preliminary plan in his mind. Zhang Rui and Li Yong's group were at least 20 meters apart. Wang Xin quietly dug a few pits in between with an iron shovel, covering them with some grass as a disguise, hoping it could serve as a trap. After setting up the trap, Wang Xin focused, drew his bow, tightened the bowstring, and aimed. Whoosh! The arrow was released. Boss, there's an ambush. Where are they? Li Yong's men were instantly thrown into chaos, causing a commotion. Wang Xin quickly ran towards Chang Zi and the others. Creating the disturbance was just the first step. Saving them amidst the chaos was the real goal. Make a show on the surface, sneak in the back. Chang Zi, upon seeing Wang Xin appear, was so moved he almost cried, but with his mouth stuffed, he could only make muffled sounds. Wang Xin used the iron shovel to cut the vines binding his wrist, and said, "Don't talk, grab your backpack and run." Zhang Rui, Shi Tu, and Gao Qian reacted quickly. After being rescued, Shi Tu carried the unconscious Chu Bing without a word, and under Chang Zi's lead, they quickly fled. When untying Chang Zi, Wang Xin had already instructed him on the escape route. Luckily, Chang Zi was still somewhat clear-headed and didn't run blindly. Wang Xin was at the back, running while grabbing a black backpack that belonged to Li Yong's group, not even checking what was inside. By the time Li Yong's group reacted, Wang Xin and the others had already run quite a distance. Damn, if you have the guts, don't run. The person saying this was definitely an idiot. Only a fool wouldn't run. Whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of a crossbow bolt being released echoed. Wang Xin sensed danger. Instinctively sidestepped, and the bolt grazed his head, embedding itself in a tree trunk ahead, emitting a buzzing sound. Wang Xin was drenched in cold sweat. If that arrow had hit him, he would probably be dead by now. Damn it. Thank the heavens. Wang Xin silently rejoiced, but wanted to speed up. Yet the bag he was carrying was too heavy, and he had no idea what was inside. Moments later, while dodging crossbow bolts and watching the large trees around him, Wang Xin was eventually caught up by Li Yong and his men. Move again, and I'll shoot you dead. Li Yong's voice came from behind. Wang Xin stopped, realizing how close the distance was. If Li Yong really shot, with the power of the crossbow, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Wang Xin regretted taking the bag. Without the burden of the black bag, he wouldn't have been caught. Thinking of this, Wang Xin threw the black bag on the ground, only to be surprised when a large lump of meat rolled out. Wang Xin was stunned, not knowing where Li Yong had gotten so much meat. No wonder it was so heavy. In fact, carrying a person and carrying a bag are not comparable, especially with pursuers behind him. At this moment, Li Yong stepped forward with his crossbow, pointing it at Wang Xion's head. So it was you causing trouble. You have quite the guts. Li Yong's gaze was cold. Wang Xian noticed that the last time he saw Li Yong, he had a down-to-earth boss vibe, but now he looked like a sinister leader. This acting was definitely Oscar-worthy. Even the young men around, their acting was explosive enough to make one question life. Boss, how should we deal with him? Should we just kill him? A young man suggested, looking at Wang Xian with ill intent. Damn it, kill you and your whole family. Wang Xian cursed inwardly. No rush, keep him alive. With him here, he has bait, and we might catch a big fish. Have you forgotten? Everything in their backpacks is valuable. Li Yong smiled sinisterly. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Damn it, you scoundrel, let my brother go, or I'll fight you to the death. Chang Zi emerged from the woods, his face full of anger. Fight to the death? What will you fight me with? Are you kidding? Li Yong looked at Chang Zi as if he were an idiot. Kill the men for food, leave the women for everyone to enjoy. Li Yong issued the command. The blond young man, hearing Li Yong's words, rubbed his hands excitedly. His eyes darting, fixating on Wang Xian's back, clearly plotting against Zhang Rui and Gao Qian. If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out. Wang Xian said coldly. Ouch, you don't even know you're about to die and still dare to threaten me? The blond young man, relying on his numbers, foolishly approached Wang Xian. His steps full of gaps, completely unguarded. Wang Xian seized the opportunity, kicked him in the stomach, and simultaneously drew the crossbow from his back, aiming it at the blond man. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Li Yong reacted, Wang Xian was already holding the crossbow. The cold arrow aimed at the blond man. Do you know the consequences of threatening me? Wang Xian said coldly. Wang Xian glanced at Li Yong, whose face was exceptionally grim. At this moment, the blond man was targeted by the crossbow, trembling, pale-faced, his eyes filled with fear. If this were in the city, Wang Xian would definitely not dare to harm anyone, as it was illegal. But on this deserted island, the situation was different. This was an uninhabited island in public waters. And if Wang Xian shot, the blond man would say goodbye to this world. Boss, save me. The blond young man painfully turned his head towards Li Yong, pleading. Li Yong aimed his crossbow at Wang Xian, his eyes darting, a signature move of his, more cunning than a fox. Friend, there's really no need for this. If we fight, it won't be good for anyone. Li Yong said calmly. Heh. Wang Xian sneered, not saying a word. In past battlefields, countless life and death crises How many lives had slipped through his fingers? Regarding life and death, to put it bluntly, Wang Xian had become indifferent. If it weren't to protect Zhang Rui, he would have fought these people to the death long ago. Seeing Wang Xian silent, Li Yong became impatient and anxiously said, "Brother, how about this? You return that bag of meat to us, and we won't disturb each other. How about that?" "Not a chance," Wang Xian shouted, startling Li Yong. This was a tactic Wang Xian learned from psychological negotiation. A sudden shout can impose psychological pressure on the enemy, stirring their emotions, making them prone to mistakes, facilitating action. Chapter 88. The Mysterious Woman. "You bound my friends, harmed my people, and stole our weapons. Do you think 2 sentences can resolve this?" Wang Xian said calmly. "Then what do you want?" Li Yong's tone suddenly turned very cold. Xiao Gu, Chu Bing, not knowing when, had climbed up a large tree, poking his head out and shouting at Wang Xian. Wang Xian glanced at Chu Bing, his eyes inquiring. Chu Bing made a throat-cutting gesture and then blinked. Wang Xian instantly understood. Chu Bing was telling him to kill, without mercy. But Wang Xian felt a sense of helplessness. He couldn't do it alone. Moreover, if Wang Xian aimed the crossbow at Li Yong, whether he could hit or not was another question, but the blonde young man would definitely retaliate, making it a dilemma. Just as both sides were at an impasse, 2 figures suddenly walked out from the woods. To be precise, they were 2 women, both looking quite good, not top-notch, but certainly above average. Wang Xian was very surprised to see such quality on this broken island, having no memory of such beauties among the passengers before the plane crash. One of the women was tall and slender, while the other was slightly shorter. The tall woman appeared taller than Zhang Rui, probably around 1.7 meters. With a wheat-colored complexion, judging by her skin tone, this woman seemed very healthy, regularly exercising, her face full of vigor, giving off a capable and spirited vibe. A slightly shorter girl appeared, looking quite young, with fair skin and defined features that didn't seem very Han Chinese. It looked like her pupils had a hint of blue. Since the distance was far, Wang Xian couldn't quite grasp the situation. Could she be a foreigner? The tall woman stepped out of the woods and, upon seeing the standoff, paused for a moment. Then, she swung the spear in her hand and shouted, "What are you doing?" Upon hearing this question, Wang Xian was momentarily stunned. Were they both idiots? Or blind? Couldn't they see the tense atmosphere? Wang Xian intended to explain the situation to the tall woman. But that bastard Li Yong had quietly put away his crossbow and rushed in front of her, looking pitiful as he said, "Miss, please save us. We are being held hostage by them, and they have crossbows." Wang Xian had a face full of disbelief. He never expected Li Yong would be the first to complain. "Crossbows? Hostage?" The tall woman frowned. "Are there only 2 of you?" Li Yong glanced at the woods behind the tall woman and asked. The tall woman furrowed her brow, pulling the little girl beside her back a step, and cautiously asked, "What do you mean?" "This lady, don't believe him. He is the bad guy." Wang Xian, worried that Li Yong might frame him, wanted to warn her. However, before Wang Xian could finish his sentence, the tall woman threw her spear. The spear sliced through the air and instantly landed between Wang Xian's legs, the tremendous force making his calves tremble. "Damn it. Thank you, Buddha. Thank you, Guanyin. God Jesus. Bless me, amen." 1 centimeter. Just 1 centimeter away, and Wang Xian would have been done for. He felt a terrifying chill in his thighs, a cold breeze rushing through, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. This tall woman threw the spear with more skill than a soldier, her strength and speed suggesting she was no weak woman at all. The tall woman was warning Wang Xian. If the spear had been thrown just a bit higher, he might not just have been done for, he might have already been finished. Wang Xian stood frozen in place, the trembling spear still incessantly touching his thigh. Even after a long time, the residual force still making the tip quiver. "Did I let you speak? Shut up. If you want to see whether your crossbow or my spear is faster, then keep talking." The tall woman's icy gaze swept over Wang Xian. He felt a strong urge to spit blood. This tall woman was too domineering. Moreover, when did the world become so crazy, filled with experts? Even after being stranded on a deserted island, there were still so many skilled individuals. The tall woman's display stunned Li Yong as well, but the next second, Wang Xian noticed a cunning glint in the old fox's eyes. "Sister, your skills are amazing. Quickly kill these bastards and save my brother." Li Yong pointed at Wang Xian, his eyes glistening with tears, looking exceptionally agitated, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Wang Xian was dumbfounded, utterly impressed. This acting was simply incredible. "If you kill them and help us take revenge, we'll acknowledge you as our captain, and we'll all follow your orders. All our supplies will be yours," Li Yong said. The tall woman sneered. "I'm not interested in being a captain. I'll take the supplies." Chapter 89. Exceptional Acting Skills. The tall woman glanced at Wang Xian, her gaze sharp as a blade, cold, merciless, and piercing. In that moment, a chill ran down Wang Xian's spine. His position was extremely disadvantageous, with no cover around him. The crossbow he held felt useless against the tall woman's spear. The tall woman slowly approached Wang Xin, her gaze openly filled with killing intent. Wang Xin glanced at Xiangzi and Zhang Rui, their faces pale with fear. I say, sister, can you be a bit clearer? Don't listen to him. He.S. the real bad guy. Look, we have women in our group too. They're the ones who attacked us. We were forced to retaliate. Wang Xin explained, frowning. It wasn't that Wang Xin was afraid of this tall woman. He just worried that if a fight broke out, Li Yong's people would take the opportunity to deal with Xiangzi, Shitu, and the others, leaving Zhang Rui and Gao Qian unprotected, which would be troublesome. He.S. lying. Don't listen to him. Hurry up and kill him. Just now, he even wanted to use the crossbow to shoot me. Li Yong argued vigorously. Wang Xin frowned. Anxious inside, secretly thinking of a countermeasure. He didn't want to start a fight, but the situation forced him to. As the tall woman approached, Wang Xin was sweating profusely, not from fear, but from anxiety. The tall woman reached Wang Xin's side, pulled out a short spear from behind her, and pointed it at him, asking, "Do you have any last words?" Now that they were closer, Wang Xin noticed a bag behind the tall woman filled with many spears. The tall woman had long eyelashes, prominent brow bones, a high nose bridge, and her features were very striking, exuding an impressive aura. Wang Xin felt a bit dazed, even at this moment. He still had the presence of mind to observe the tall woman's appearance. You can kill me, but you must ensure my companions leave safely, Wang Xin said calmly. Interesting. The tall woman raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curling her lips. Give me your crossbow, and I'll let you go. The tall woman was straightforward, directly reaching for Wang Xin's weapon. Impossible, the bow is with the person. Wang Xin replied firmly. And with just you, you can't keep me here. Killing you would be easy. After a pause, Wang Xin pointed at Li Yong, who was watching the show, and said, I'm just worried that bastard will take advantage of the situation. If you want the crossbow, go rob his. They have another crossbow over there. The tall woman's expression changed, showing some hesitation. Seeing this, Wang Xin quietly stepped back to join Xiangzi and the others. You fat bastard, remember this. Next time I see you, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. Xiangzi threatened fiercely. What Xiangzi said was exactly what Wang Xin was thinking. In the future, if given the chance, he would definitely kill that son of a bitch Li Yong to avenge this kidnapping. Li Yong was furious but dared not speak out. Feeling very wary of the tall woman's formidable skills, Wang Xin urged everyone to hurry and leave, lest the tall woman change her mind. Fortunately, it seemed that the tall woman had turned her attention to Li Yong and didn't bother Wang Xin and the others anymore. After this incident, Wang Xin and his group became even more vigilant towards unfamiliar groups. Li Yong's acting skills were truly remarkable. They nearly faced complete disaster. Now, Zhang Rui and the others looked around cautiously with every step, their expressions filled with wariness. After experiencing this firsthand, they realized that novels were ultimately just novels. Only by going through it did they understand how cruel everything was. Thinking of how Zhang Rui nearly died, Wang Xin couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Looking down at the bruise on Zhang Rui's wrist, his expression darkening with guilt. Zhang Rui's fair wrist had a red and purple bruise, and the skin was broken. Wang Xin silently vowed that when he saw Li Yong again, he would definitely chop off his big pig's trotters. Brother Xin, I'm fine, Zhang Rui called softly. Wang Xin was momentarily stunned, not understanding why Zhang Rui had adopted the group's terminology and called him Brother Xin. He was so used to her being domineering that it felt strange to hear this, sending shivers down his spine. What are you looking at? I just wanted to see your reaction if I called you Brother Xin. Forget it. I'll just call you Wang Xin from now on. Zhang Rui rolled her eyes at Wang Xin, her charm radiating as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her natural allure making Wang Xin entranced, his mind wandering to some inappropriate scenes. Since the first day Wang Xin met Zhang Rui, she had always addressed him by his full name. After so many years, he had gotten used to it, and suddenly switching to a nickname felt quite odd. Sigh, this broken island has a magical quality. A plane full of passengers. Yet good people don't live long, while disasters remain for 1,000 years. Wang Xin changed the subject and said. Zhang Rui pinched Wang Xin's arm and asked, You're not like those bad people, right? Her question was a query, but the tone carried belief, and those clear eyes made Wang Xin feel completely electrified. Honey, am I handsome? Don't you think I'm especially handsome? Wang Xin asked with a cheeky grin. Sure enough, Zhang Rui's face flushed, and she slapped Wang Xin. Go away. Chapter 90. Men are so difficult. Wang Xin, with a gloomy expression, helped Zhang Rui apply medicine. He looked as if he had suffered a great grievance, like a little wife wronged, wondering where to seek justice. Suddenly, Zhang Rui stood up, looked at the wrapped wound on her wrist, gave Wang Xin a flirtatious glance, And before Wang Xin could react, she gave him a hard slap on the back of his head, then turned to find Gao Qian. Wang Xin was left bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Suddenly, Wang Xin thought of how Sun Wukong was also slapped 3 times by Bodhi Patriarch before he had the story of learning the craft at midnight. Could it be that Zhang Rui wanted to find him in the middle of the night? But in this wild island, where's the back door? With these thoughts, Wang Xin and the others set off again. With experience, everyone became much more alert. There were 6 people in total, with 3 eating and 3 resting, keeping watch 24 hours a day, 360 degrees, without any blind spots. Although this was a bit tiring, it was safer. Now only one of the 2 crossbows remained. But fortunately, when Shirtu ran off, he took the iron spear and several daggers. Otherwise, if they encountered enemies again, they would have to fight barehanded. Gao Qian's impressive strength made everyone a bit worried, hence their urgency towards that valley. Big soldier, can you estimate how far we are from that valley and how long it will take to get there? Wang Xin asked while eating canned food. Having already encountered so much after walking this far, Wang Xin found it hard to imagine what dangers lay ahead. Chu Dabin took a sip of water, looked into the distance, and said, I estimate it's about half a day's journey. As long as the direction is right, it should be fine. All right, let's take a break and set off early tomorrow morning to try and reach it as quickly as possible. Wang Xin followed Chu Dabin's gaze and looked ahead, faintly seeing the outline of the mountains. The shadow of the mountains was hazy, like a lurking beast, giving a sense of inexplicable crisis. As night fell, after Wang Xin devised the watch plan, he lay on the ground thinking. He didn't know where the tall girl came from, but her formidable skills truly amazed him. Everything on this island seemed so ordinary, yet everywhere felt illogical. The more he thought this way, the more he felt there was something wrong with the island. There were too many secrets on this island waiting to be uncovered. Wang Xin felt he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. Waking up in the middle of the night, Wang Xin instinctively glanced towards the watch area. Xiangzi and Chu Dabin seemed fine, but Shirtu had already tilted his head and fallen asleep, snoring loudly. Originally, 3 people were supposed to guard 3 places, but Shirtu's side had fallen first. According to the plan, Wang Xin should have replaced someone to take over the watch, but he found a solitary figure sitting there. Wang Xin walked over and discovered it was Gao Qian, so he asked in surprise, Girl, why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing out here? Brother Xin, I don't want to be a burden to the team. I can't do anything, so I can only keep watch. Gao Qian looked at Wang Xin with pitiful eyes. Silly girl. Wang Xin sat down close to Gao Qian, feeling a bit moved. At least this silly girl was genuinely kind. Gao Qian's eyes flashed. Not knowing what to think, she looked deeply at Wang Xin, then nodded and left. Wang Xin got up and sat next to Shirtu, moving quietly and softly, afraid to wake Shirtu while also taking over the watch. Men are so difficult. Wang Xin wanted to cry without tears. The next day, as dawn broke, Wang Xin called everyone awake. This broken island was fraught with danger. It wasn't a place for sleeping in. When they set off, Wang Xin adjusted the lineup again. Xiangzi and Shirtu led the front. The 2 women were in the middle, and he and Chu Dabin brought up the rear. Chu Dabin was shorter and thinner, not saying a word along the way, looking heavy with worries. Big soldier, what are you worried about? Wang Xin asked. Chu Dabin glanced at Wang Xin and said, I'm worried that if we reach our destination and find it occupied, what will we do? Wang Xin had thought about this issue too, but after thinking it over, he found no solution. Forced by the situation, they could only take their chances. If someone got there first, Wang Xin would try to negotiate, not to disturb each other and live together. Li Yang's group specialized in surviving by robbing other supplies. There were probably many such groups on this island. The journey was fraught with dangers. Along the way, the vegetation in the woods changed significantly, and later, it turned into a thicket of thorns. Xiangzi and Shirtu in front were struggling, needing to observe their surroundings while also clearing the path. Chapter 91, Finding the Valley. Even though they tried to avoid many thorns, everyone's arms and legs were still scratched. Fortunately, Wang Xin had the foresight to have Zhang Rui and Gao Qian wrap their legs in gauze. Otherwise, their fair legs would have surely been scratched by the thorns. The thicket grew wildly, filled with a primitive scent. Although the journey was arduous, Wang Xin felt quite good at this moment. Such an unspoiled environment indicated that this place had not been trodden by anyone, unless it was by parachute. After a morning of hardship, they were relieved to faintly see the outline of the mountains gradually becoming clearer. Wang Xin originally intended to let everyone rest, but they unanimously opposed it, all excited and eager to reach their destination. Xiangzi and Shirtu led the way, while Chu Dabin and Wang Xin covered the rear, trying to restore the ground they had passed and set traps. Wang Xin didn't want to be that foolishly kind person who planted trees for others to enjoy. They had already set countless traps along the way. If someone really followed them, they would probably suffer greatly, even questioning their lives. At noon, Xiangzi and Shitu, who were at the front of the group, suddenly stopped. Yoho! Xiangzi let out a strange cry. What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? Wang Xian scolded him. Unexpectedly, Xiangzi completely ignored Wang Xian, instead excitedly dancing around, chattering incoherently. Brother Xian, we reached the mountains. Wang Xian couldn't stand Xiangzi's antics and kicked him in the rear, sending him tumbling. Why did you kick me? Xiangzi asked angrily. What are you yelling about? Aren't you afraid of attracting enemies? Wang Xian replied angrily. Hearing this, Xiangzi laughed and pulled Wang Xian forward, then pointed ahead at a messy patch of grass. Wang Xian's heart raced. Looking at the scene before him, Wang Xian was extremely excited. This place was simply like the peach blossom forest described in Tao Yuanming's poem. Wang Xian instinctively glanced back to avoid being followed. This valley seemed tailor-made for them, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one easily defendable exit. An excellent camping spot. Wang Xian's inner excitement was beyond words. After careful observation, the open space measures several thousand square meters and presents a fan-shaped configuration. This means that the deeper one goes into the valley, the more spacious it becomes, with the only exit right beneath their feet. Truly a case of one man guarding the pass against 1,000. Moreover, there are quite a few trees in the open area of the valley. And there might even be a small pond, with water flowing from the mountains as spring water, likely one of the few freshwater sources on the island. This place is so beautiful. Zhang Rui stepped forward, looking at the scene before her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. We finally have a place to settle. Wang Xian couldn't help but wrap his arms around Zhang Rui's slim waist, feeling as if he stood on the edge of a vast sea, gazing at the expansive territory. Let go. Zhang Rui's voice was icy as she pushed Wang Xian's hand away, giving him a fierce glare. Hee. Wang Xian chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Sure too, my wife. And girl, you all go in first and be careful. I'll work with Dabin and Xiangzi to set some traps here and make the exit more concealed. Wang Xian's immediate task was to remain vigilant and not let excessive excitement make him forget the dangers of this place. Wang Xian designed a large trap at the exit with Xiangzi and Chu Dabin, marking it to avoid friendly fire. Looking at the traps he had set up, Wang Xian roughly estimated that they could trap at least 12 people, and along the way, he and Chu Dabin had set up countless traps of various sizes. There were tree vines with sharp spikes, pits with sharp spears buried, and some simple dirt pits, not seeking to be lethal but relying on their sheer numbers, making them hard to guard against, and they could also deal with wild beasts. Xiangzi hummed a tune while setting traps, feeling extremely happy, as today was the best day since they arrived on the island. The information provided by Chu Dabin was indeed correct. This place was simply a natural barrier. The only downside was that aside from fresh water in the valley, there were no other resources, and once everyone consumed their existing supplies, they would need to venture out to find new resources. Wang Xian walked up to Chu Dabin and asked, according to your analysis, this open area belongs to the triangular zone between the Beast Woods and the Nightmare Woods. There should be plenty of resources around for us to gather, right? Chu Dabin nodded and said, there are indeed many resources around, but it is also very dangerous. A little carelessness could cost us our lives. Chapter 92. Li Yong appears. Wang Xian frowned. A team of over 12 people could indeed be tricky if a conflict arose. Scenes from movies where one person fights dozens or even hundreds are all fake. In reality, being able to take on 2 at once is already considered a master. Even for Wang Xian, after countless life and death trials and professional training, facing 5 would be about his limit. If the opponent is particularly strong, like Chu Dabin, he'd have to go one-on-one, and facing 2 would be perilous, barely able to protect himself. Suddenly, Wang Xian thought of Sun Wei. The group Chu Dabin mentioned couldn't possibly be Sun Wei and his crew, could it? Do you know what their captain's name is? Wang Xian asked. Chu Dabin shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Seeing this, Wang Xian didn't press further. The urgent task was to set up the camp in the valley, and other matters could be dealt with later. They found a great spot in the open area of the valley, and the others led by Wang Xian began to build a thatched shelter. With the thatched shelter, they wouldn't have to fear the wind and rain anymore. Wang Xian had quite a bit of experience in making thatched shelters. First, they cut down trees. Without cement, they used mud, and of course, vines and leaves were essential. They first made a frame out of the trees, then filled the gaps with mud, and finally thatched the roof. After much effort, they finally had a rough shape. It was more like a makeshift shelter than anything else, and Wang Xian added a lot of camouflage outside the house. It was crooked and slanted, but at least it was a home, and everyone was quite satisfied. There were 2 rooms in total, one for the men and one for Zhang Rui and Gao Qian. With a place to stay, Wang Xian felt very content. Suddenly, Wang Xian sensed something was off and instinctively looked at Zhang Rui, only to find her glaring at him fiercely, as if warning him not to think any lewd thoughts. Come, come, come. To celebrate our new home, let's start cooking. Wang Xin was in high spirits. Xiangzi, have you put away the supplies? Wang Xin asked. For safety's sake. Wang Xin had instructed Xiangzi to hide all the backpacks in a secure place, which was very concealed, just like a granary. Even if enemies attacked, they might not be able to find the supplies location unless they had police dogs or dug 3 feet into the ground. Don't worry, Xin go. I'm reliable. Xiangzi smiled. Rustling. Wang Xin's ears perked up. He seemed to hear some unusual noise. Footsteps. Someone was approaching? Shoo. Wang Xin made a silence gesture, his expression showing a hint of confusion. They had set so many traps. How could there still be enemies approaching quietly? Shirtu stayed behind to protect Zhang Rui and Gao Qian, while Chu Dabin led the way, and Wang Xin and Xiangzi followed, heading towards the valley's exit. They had to find a way to block the enemies from getting too close to the thorny bushes and absolutely could not let them discover the existence of the valley. The tall woman held a characteristic sharp spear. Seeing this, Wang Xin frowned, and the 3 of them instinctively heightened their alertness, gripping their weapons tightly. You guys really won't leave, huh? Is it worth chasing after a bow and crossbow to come all the way here? Wang Xin stopped the tall woman. What are you doing here? The tall woman frowned, glancing at Wang Xin and the others. Her words made Wang Xin frown. Did she mean to imply that his presence here was surprising while her being here was normal? As if this is your home. Wang Xin thought to himself. While they were talking, there was another rustling noise from the bushes, and soon, another group appeared, but almost everyone was injured and covered in dirt. Li Yong. Seeing Li Yong's group, Wang Xin felt secretly angry. Although Li Yong's subordinates were injured by the traps, Wang Xin was still very displeased. You guys really won't leave, huh? Do you want me to bleed you dry? Wang Xin aimed his crossbow at Li Yong, and Chu Dabin pointed his spear at the tall woman, ready for battle. The tall woman's pupils dilated, instantly feeling like she was facing a formidable enemy. In fact, Chu Dabin had other weapons. Today, Wang Xin and his group found a strange item in this valley, and after Xiangzi's processing, it had considerable power. But it wasn't suitable to use right now and should be kept as a trump card. Wang Xin felt a headache from the persistent presence of these people. They were like sticky candy that he couldn't shake off. Don't be nervous, we mean no harm, said an exotic woman standing next to the tall woman. Cut the crap. I wouldn't believe you if you paid me. Wang Xin looked disdainful. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such a low-level lie. The tall woman's expression changed. Clearly a bit angry, but under Chu Dabin's intense gaze, she didn't dare to act recklessly. Chapter 93, Upside Down Black and White. Li Yong hid behind the tall woman. His eyes filled with glee, clearly indicating they were now in cahoots. Friend, are you too tense? Our meeting here is purely coincidental, Li Yong said with a mocking tone. Don't call me friend. I don't have disgusting friends like you. Wang Xin exploded with anger. He didn't want to be friends with someone like Li Yong. Li Yong's face changed, feeling extremely embarrassed. Are we going to fight or not? If not, just scram. Wang Xin guessed that these people probably still didn't know about the valley and had to seize the moment to drive them away. The tall woman's expression changed, and after a long pause, she raised her hand, ready to withdraw. Just then, that scoundrel Li Yong suddenly whispered something in the tall woman's ear, and the tall woman's expression suddenly turned very angry. Friend, it's not easy to survive on this broken island. Why don't we partner up? Everyone helps each other, so there's a greater hope of surviving. Li Yong stepped forward and said proactively, Nonsense. Who wants to team up with you, you old rascal? Get lost, or I'll make you regret it. Xiangzi, who was standing behind, could no longer hold back and began to spray Li Yong with insults. When it comes to verbal sparring, Xiangzi is definitely a king. I wasn't sure just now, but now I'm certain. You guys have found a pretty good place up front, right? The more nervous you are, the more it proves my guess is right. Li Yong stood on his toes and looked behind Wang Xin and the others, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Wang Xin was startled, thinking the valley had been discovered. Sometimes Wang Xin also admired Zhang Rui, putting aside their marital status. Every time they encountered difficulties, Wang Xin hoped Zhang Rui could come up with some ideas, but due to face, he never spoke up. Zhang Rui glanced at Wang Xin, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, Wang Xin, that woman is very capable, and Li Yong is quite cunning. If we get into a fight with them, even if we win, we will suffer heavy losses. It's better to hold back, force them to stay at the valley entrance, and then find an opportunity to quietly deal with them. Hearing Zhang Rui's words, Wang Xin looked around, took a deep breath. Friends, we have 9 people now. More than you, and stronger than you. If we fight, you definitely won't have the upper hand. Why not consider my suggestion? Merging is the best option, Li Yong said with a proud smile. After finishing, Li Yong raised the crossbow in his hand, full of threats. What Zhang Rui just said was indeed correct. If we can't win by force, we can only outsmart them. This guy Li Yong is extremely sinister and vicious, sometimes when he can't be tough. He resorts to soft tactics. Now Wang Xin's approach has changed significantly compared to before. He likes to think and is no longer like a little hothead, furious all the time. Xin go, by letting them go unchecked, you're inviting trouble. It will backfire. Xiangzi looked anxious, unwilling. Wang Xin didn't explain, but directly said to Li Yong, you can stay if you want. Make yourselves at home. But let me be clear. This place was found by us, and it's already good enough to leave you a spot. The area ahead is your forbidden zone. If you cross the boundary, don't blame us for being ruthless. Li Yong didn't speak, consciously had everyone stop, then put down their backpacks and began to set up camp right there. Humph. Some places aren't where you can come and go as you please. I wish you a good night's sleep. Wang Xin sneered and turned to leave. Friends, I think we really misunderstood. When we first encountered you, we didn't have any thoughts of murder and robbery. Our goal was just your supplies. Li Yong shouted from behind. Humph. Wang Xin snorted coldly, thinking, who would believe that? Li Yong secretly glanced at the tall woman, quickly walked to Wang Xin's side, and whispered, with that woman around, I can't speak freely, but I'll be honest with you. I really didn't intend to oppose you, let alone kill anyone. Have you ever thought about it? Only you know. Wang Xin glanced at Li Yong and turned to leave. A trace of doubt flashed in Wang Xin's heart. Why was Li Yong speaking so hesitantly, as if there were hidden meanings? Even if you didn't act ruthlessly, you still kidnapped my friend. That's a fact. Wang Xin suddenly turned and said. Li Yong said very aggrieved. I couldn't help it. We did it for self-defense. If your girl hadn't shot arrows at us, we wouldn't have tied her up. Upon hearing this, Wang Xin was puzzled. The crossbow was with Xiangzi. So why did Li Yong say it was Zhang Rui who shot the arrows? Don't worry. In the future, we'll keep our distance and look out for each other. Li Yong said. Chapter 94, Cooperation. Wang Xin didn't want to engage with Li Yong. Pointed at the boundary on the ground, indicating that it would be best for Li Yong and his group not to cross it, as a warning. Then Wang Xin led everyone into the valley. Not long after, the sky darkened. Sometimes Wang Xin felt that this island seemed to have nights longer than days. They hadn't done much, and it was already dark. The food was ready, and Wang Xin and others sat together. Although they now had a resting place, everyone's faces didn't look good. Li Yong and his group set up camp at the exit. Whether this was inviting trouble, no one knew. But Wang Xin understood one thing. To survive on this deserted island and protect the valley, they had to find a way to eliminate Li Yong. Xin go. I just realized you were right to do that. First, stabilize them temporarily. After all, if we clash head-on, we might not win. To avoid holding everyone back, I need to improve my nutrition and catch up to Shida's physical quality as soon as possible. Xiangzi said as he casually picked up a can of meat and opened it with a bang. You, just eat if you want. Why find an excuse? Wang Xin rolled his eyes and cursed. Hee. Xiangzi grinned slyly. Everyone knows the situation. I want to repeat it. I'm doing this out of necessity, thinking of everyone. If we fight, we want to have the advantage. However, letting them stay outside has its benefits. Wang Xin thought for a long time and finally decided to clarify his thoughts with everyone. Benefits? What benefits? I don't see any. Xin go. They're blocking the only exit of the valley. Over time, do you want them to set up a golden formation outside? Xiangzi always spoke this way, never holding back his words. Eating canned meat and still saying such disgusting things. Only he could do that. Gao Qian looked at Xiangzi with disdain and said, Brother Xiangzi, just eat your canned food and stop talking. Let Xin go share his thoughts. After speaking, Gao Qian looked at Wang Xin, her gaze filled with determination. Like a loyal little fan, Wang Xin glanced at Gao Qian. The little girl's face suddenly turned red, and she shyly lowered her head, not daring to look up. Seeing this scene, Wang Xin was a bit confused. Could it be that Gao Qian had a crush on him? Just as Wang Xin was about to tease Gao Qian, Zhang Rui urged, speak quickly, stop keeping us in suspense. It's actually very simple. Xiangzi was half right, but it's not as disgusting as he said. Wang Xin glanced at Xiangzi, who was eating canned food. I'm not doing this to invite trouble. Instead, I plan to turn the wolves into dogs, guard dogs. Everyone think about it. If this group doesn't appear, we have to guard against everyone's intrusion. But now, with them blocking the front line, we only need to guard against them. Wang Xin explained. At this time, Xiangzi had already finished a whole can of meat. He wiped his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and said, Xin go, guard dogs are all tamed dogs. That Li Yong brat is unlikely to cooperate with us. Gao Qian nodded repeatedly beside him. And Zhang Rui also agreed. Everyone had been tied up by them before and knew how ruthless those people were. Whether they listen or not doesn't matter. As long as they camp at the valley entrance, they have already taken on the role of guard dogs. Even if they have ulterior motives, we only need to deal with one team. The valley entrance is practically a narrow pass. From a geographical standpoint, we have the absolute advantage. Wang Xin smiled. But what if they collude with other teams? Here, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, it would be hard for us to escape. It's like catching fish in a barrel. Xiangzi frowned, clearly not very optimistic. Everyone nodded, all worried about the problem Xiangzi mentioned. Surviving on this deserted island without resources is too difficult. Wang Xin explained, your concerns are not unfounded, but as I said, we only need to deal with Li Yong's group. Pay close attention to their movements, and if we find any actions that are detrimental to us, we can stop losses in time. They serve as our first line of defense. Xiangzi nodded as if he understood. Wang Xin smiled. Xiangzi was extremely meticulous, and his perspective on problems was quite unique. If he could understand, it meant the matter was feasible. Conversely, if he didn't understand, he would likely keep pestering Wang Xin with questions. As for Shi Tu and Gao Qian, their minds were relatively simple, and they usually followed Wang Xin's opinions. Zhang Rui and Chu Dabin were more clear-headed. As long as it was beneficial for everyone, they generally wouldn't refuse, and since this proposal was brought up by Zhang Rui, they definitely wouldn't oppose it. Xiangzi, come with me. Although we agreed on cooperation with them, we can't let them live there for free. Wang Xin stood up, preparing to discuss the next steps with Li Yong and the others. The boundary between the two parties, to be honest, was not very fair. Li Yong's living conditions were poor, surrounded by thorns, with many mosquitoes, and the land was small. In contrast, the valley was like paradise. Chapter 95, Human Flesh. Accompanied by Xiangzi, Wang Xin approached the boundary and suddenly caught a whiff of a delicious smell. Oomph, these guys are eating meat. Their rations seem pretty good. Xiangzi snorted coldly, feeling somewhat unbalanced. Although they were also eating well, with various canned foods, it was still far inferior compared to the meat that Li Yong had. Currently, Wang Xin and his group had a limited range of activities, and there were no wild animals in the valley, making hunting difficult. They couldn't get any meat at all. He really didn't know where these people got their meat. Li Yong, let's have a chat. When Wang Xin arrived at Li Yong's camp, he saw the other party eating meat heartily. Upon seeing Wang Xin, Li Yong frowned and wiped the grease off his hands haphazardly on his clothes. Li Yong stood up and walked to the boundary, stopping in his tracks, showing no intention of crossing over. What? Want to eat meat? Li Yong asked. Mentioning meat made Wang Xin roll his eyes. It would be a lie to say he didn't want it. Li Yong's words were like flatulence. Who on this broken island didn't he want to eat meat? I'm here to talk to you about something. Wang Xin looked at the remaining people devouring the meat, thinking he must get some wild rabbits or wild chickens in the future so that Zhang Rui could also enjoy some meat. Xiangzi stood behind Wang Xin. Watching Li Yong's team eat meat, his swallowing sound was likely loud enough for even a deaf person to hear. Wang Xin turned around and shot Xiangzi a cold glare, then said to Li Yong, I don't care how many supplies you have now. I want to talk about the distribution of resources between us. Is that it? Li Yong raised an eyebrow and glanced at Wang Xin, seemingly having anticipated that Wang Xin would come to find him. Yes, Wang Xin replied. The distribution of resources is a top priority, related to everyone's survival. Li Yong's subordinates instantly looked at Wang Xin. Seeing this, Wang Xin continued, we can't just sit here and eat away at our supplies, can we? We need to go out hunting to find new sources of food. Since we are cooperating, we should each contribute. Both teams should send one person out to find food, and the food we get should be equally divided. What kind of cooperation is this? A tall woman suddenly stood up, staring coldly at Wang Xin. Her gaze was so icy that Wang Xin felt as if he was in a cold pool, chilled to the bone. Wang Xin had just been focused on negotiating with Li Yong and completely forgot about this woman's presence. What you said is unreasonable. There are 9 of us, and you only have 6. If we count by numbers, we are at a disadvantage. The tall woman shot Wang Xin a cold glance. Wang Xin sighed inwardly. These few people were indeed united. Earlier, Li Yong had boasted that they were not on the same team. Wang Xin couldn't understand what was wrong with this tall woman for joining Li Yong's team. If only she had joined Wang Xin's team, that would have been great. Thinking of this, Wang Xin felt a bit hopeful, but when he saw the tall woman's icy gaze, it was like being doused with cold water, chilling him from head to toe. This woman, in some ways, was even colder than Zhang Rui. I've thought about this issue. I propose we divide the supplies based on numbers, not by teams. Wang Xin explained. Although the tall woman was arrogant, the leader of the team was still Li Yong. Li Yong glanced at Wang Xin and then burst out laughing. Looking at the meat stuck between Li Yong's teeth, Wang Xin suddenly felt quite disgusted. Huang Mao, you will go hunting with him tomorrow. Li Yong issued the order and turned back to continue eating meat. The others ignored Wang Xin and Xiangzi, except for the exotic woman next to the tall woman, who playfully stuck her tongue out at Wang Xin. Looking at this exotic woman, Wang Xin felt something was off. She looked to be around 20, but her eyes were very awkward, innocent yet cunning. Green tea bitch. Huang Mao chuckled sinisterly, reflecting on what had just happened. Wang Xian felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite figure it out at the moment. Brother Xian, where do you think they got the meat? Xiangzi asked. We've been on this island for so long without encountering wild animals, not even a caterpillar, yet they have meat, in a considerable amount. Upon hearing Xiangzi's words, Wang Xian suddenly realized the problem, feeling a wave of nausea surge in his stomach, almost making him vomit what he had just eaten. Xiangzi, that meat might be human flesh, Wang Xian said, his throat feeling acidic. Wang Xian's tone was uncertain, but he was about 70 to 80% sure. The meat Li Yong and his group were eating was in large chunks, clearly not from small wild animals. It had to be at least from wild boars. However, Wang Xian and his group hadn't seen any wild animals along the way, unless Li Yong and his crew had been incredibly lucky and encountered a lone wild boar. Chapter 96, The First Cooperation. If there were indeed wild boars on the island, there certainly wouldn't be just one, and wild boars are omnivorous, requiring some meat to form a complete ecological chain. If wild boars were rare, it could be understood. But why hadn't Wang Xian and his group encountered even small weak wild animals? The more Wang Xian thought about it, the more terrified he became. He needed to clarify this matter quickly. If the other side was indeed eating human flesh, he would have to kill Li Yong. Eating human flesh. They could no longer be called human. Brother Xian, what are you thinking about? Just as Wang Xian was lost in thought, Chu Dabin walked in. Wang Xian suddenly recalled that Chu Dabin had warned him to be cautious of Li Yong and the others, and now Wang Xian understood that Chu Dabin was right. That night, it was Wang Xian's turn to keep watch. In the center of the valley, there was a relatively tall tree. Wang Xian set up a board on it to facilitate standing guard at night, and it was also a good place to rest. The tree was tall, and the view was wide. Wang Xian quickly climbed up the tree and looked into the distance. He could clearly see the situation on Li Yong's side. At this moment, outside the thatched shed, there were two figures. By the faint firelight, Wang Xian recognized it was Li Yong and the tall woman. The tall woman had a voluptuous figure. Even from a distance, Wang Xian could still feel her fiery aura. So far, Wang Xian had never seen a woman with a figure like the tall woman's. Even though Zhang Rui's figure was also good, it didn't reach this level. Sigh, a flower wasted on cow dung. Wang Xian sighed, feeling somewhat displeased. He couldn't understand why the tall woman would choose Li Yong. Was she fooled by Li Yong's acting skills? The tall woman didn't seem like the kind of brainless woman with huge breasts, and she had a clever exotic female companion with her. How could two beautiful women agree to join Li Yong's team? In the middle of the night, Li Yong and the tall woman were not sleeping. He didn't know what they were discussing. Wang Xian watched for a while, unable to hear clearly, and had to give up. As he was about to turn his head, the tall woman suddenly turned to look in Wang Xian's direction. Wang Xian, from a distance, could feel her sharp gaze, cold and unyielding. Had he been discovered? This thought made Wang Xian's heart race, filled with panic. He couldn't understand how the tall woman had sensed him. Perhaps it was intuition or a woman's sixth sense. Where did she come from? To be honest, although the tall woman seemed a bit aloof, her unparalleled looks and figure were definitely pleasing to the eye. Any normal man would be attracted to a woman like her, especially one who was capable and beautiful, and Wang Xian was no exception. After saying that, Wang Xian glanced at Chu Dabin. He understood what Stronger was capable of, but in critical moments, it would depend on Chu Dabin's spear. Chu Dabin made a gesture to Wang Xian without speaking. Wang Xian nodded and walked towards Li Yong and his team with a small amount of supplies. When Wang Xian arrived, he found that Li Yong and the others were already prepared. After all, it was their first collaboration, and Li Yong stood at the front, flanked by 2 rows of people on either side, as if welcoming Wang Xian. The only difference was that the tall woman stood aside, glaring at Wang Xian. Wang Xian felt a bit angry and shot a glance at the tall woman, saying irritably, "I say, beauty, we don't seem to have any grudges, do we?" The tall woman kept a straight face and didn't respond, then looked down at a stick on the ground and stomped on it, breaking it with a crack. Wang Xian didn't care much. After all, they were now in a cooperative relationship, and one had to consider the bigger picture. Even if the tall woman acted against him, Li Yong would likely be the first to step in to stop it. "Be careful, my sister has a bad temper." The foreign woman smiled at Wang Xian. Wang Xian rolled his eyes. He believed the tall woman wouldn't do anything to him. Besides, a woman with a bad temper needs a stronger man to manage her, since she had violent tendencies. There were 2 solutions: be more violent than her or stay away from her. If he couldn't provoke her, couldn't he just avoid her? "What are you dazing for? Are we going or not?" At that moment, the blond man suddenly stepped out from the group, his tone unfriendly. Chapter 97, The Odd Person. The blond man held a sharpened stick, thick as a child's arm, definitely a powerful weapon for killing and looting, a must-have at home. This guy looked at Wang Xian, constantly sneering, giving Wang Xian an ominous feeling. Did he intend to stab him in the back while hunting? Wang Xin maintained a blank expression and directly dived into the thicket. He wasn't worried about the blonde man causing any trouble. Wang Xin was confident in his own strength. Having been through countless battles, he had taken many lives, far surpassing the blonde man's capabilities. As long as he didn't encounter someone like Stone, who had a bizarre physique, or a master like the tall woman, he really didn't take ordinary people seriously. Just the blonde man's small frame was not intimidating at all. If he really caused trouble, Wang Xin would be the first to teach him a lesson. For safety's sake, Wang Xin walked alongside the blonde man, not giving him a chance to sneak attack. As they entered the thicket, their vision was immediately blocked by countless thorns. Wang Xin remained vigilant for any movements from the blonde man, fearing a sudden attack. After all, the blonde man was not holding a lollipop, but a powerful weapon. If that thick wooden spear pierced him, it would definitely create a big hole. Hey, you're from the north, right? The blonde man suddenly spoke, initiating a conversation. Wang Xin didn't understand what he meant. Was he trying to get close to him deliberately to lower his guard? What does it have to do with you? Wang Xin replied lightly. Even though they were cooperating, Wang Xin did not consider them friends, so his tone was somewhat unfriendly. Surprisingly, the blonde man did not get angry at Wang Xin's words. He just swung his thick spear violently, as if venting something. Oh. Wang Xin remained cautious. His eyes alert, his body slightly hunched, ready to strike powerfully at any moment. This patch of woods felt strange, with some unfamiliar species. The odd sound was not far away and seemed to be moving. The blonde man trembled, clearly having heard the strange noise. He crouched down to listen closely. Did you hear that? The blonde man asked. After a long while, the strange noise did not appear, and the blonde man looked at Wang Xin with confusion. Wang Xin glanced at him and calmly said, I'm not deaf. Hee. Hearing Wang Xin's words made the blonde man laugh. Wang Xin wondered if this guy was mentally unstable. The sound was so clear. Why did he need to ask him? Was that sound some secret signal they had prepared before setting out with Li Yong? I warn you, behave yourself. I don't want to kill anyone. But don't force me to, Wang Xin said, keeping a wary eye on the blonde man. To put some psychological pressure on him, Wang Xin took out a spring knife from his pocket, the sharp blade glinting, constantly warning the blonde man to mind his tone. Wang Xin did this out of necessity. He didn't want to be caught off guard in case of danger. Whoosh. Suddenly, an arrow flew between Wang Xin and the blonde man, hitting a nearby tree trunk. The arrow feathers trembling slightly. The blonde man's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground in fright. Someone's ambushing us. Get down. The blonde man exclaimed in panic, his voice trembling, clearly not pretending. Wang Xin quickly dropped to the ground, carefully observing his surroundings, trying to find the ambusher. The sudden arrow startled Wang Xin. He thought it was Li Yong and his men surrounding him with crossbows. Wang Xin glanced at the blonde man and found his face pale, his body trembling, looking genuinely terrified. The two were still shaken when they vaguely heard the strange noise again. Wang Xin quietly crawled behind a large tree, using the cover of the grass to peek forward. The sight before him made Wang Xin frown. Two muscular men, armed with bows and arrows, were looking at the large tree where Wang Xin was hiding. Whispering to each other, Wang Xin couldn't understand the language they were speaking, and their attire made him uneasy. Most of their skin was exposed, with only important parts covered in a simple manner. The fabric of their clothing didn't seem woven, and the style was very peculiar. Could they be natives of the island? Savages? In that moment, countless guesses flashed through Wang Xin's mind, but he dismissed them one by one. For some reason, looking at their pupils, Wang Xin felt a sense of familiarity. These two were filled with violent factors and extremely dangerous, sending chills down his spine. Their high noses, deep-set eyes, and the bows and spears they held gave them a sharp gaze, constantly looking in Wang Xin's direction. Chapter 98. The Blonde Man's Death. The blonde man didn't dare to speak, just shook his head, firmly indicating that he had never seen these two strange men. A hint of confusion crossed Wang Xin's mind. Looking at the two strange men, they didn't seem like indigenous residents. If they were natives, their isolation would mean they had a very low cultural level. However, both of them, from their hair accessories to their clothing, including the intentional covering of important parts to avoid shame, indicated that they had a certain level of culture. Plus, they used weapons and had bows and arrows. These complex weapons showed that they were not natives. Wang Xin initially wanted to approach these two strange men. He thought it was a good opportunity to understand this island, but the two seemed to be filled with hostility. After much consideration, Wang Xin decided that it would be safer to retreat for now and avoid contact until he understood the situation better. The blonde-haired man seemed to notice Wang Xin's intention to retreat and, lying on the ground, cried out in fear, "Don't leave me behind. Let's go together. We are a team." Wang Xin couldn't be bothered to respond to the blonde-haired man. Now he realized they were a team? In the face of crisis, who would put themselves in danger for a temporary teammate filled with malice. Each person should rely on their own abilities to retreat. If you get caught, it's no one else's fault, Wang Xian said calmly. After speaking, Wang Xian took a deep breath and ran forward. He sighed inwardly, blaming himself for his lack of courage, no one else to blame. Realizing that the strange figures had no intention of pursuing, Wang Xian stopped and quietly watched. Under Wang Xian's gaze, the blonde-haired man knelt at the feet of the two strange figures, crying and screaming with snot and tears, his voice heart-wrenching. Wang Xian hesitated. He was considering whether to save the blonde-haired man. After all, they belonged to the same species. Looking at the physique of the two strange figures, Wang Xian knew that facing one of them had some chance of winning, but against two without suitable weapons, it would be impossible to win. And he might even struggle to protect himself. If he wanted to save the blonde-haired man, he had to think of another way. Force wouldn't work. He could only use his wits. When they set off in the morning, because he was worried about changes in the valley and that Xiangzi and the others had no defensive weapons, Wang Xian left the crossbow in the valley. Now, relying solely on a spring knife, Wang Xian had no confidence in defeating the two strange figures. Just as Wang Xian was thinking about how to save the blonde-haired man, the blonde-haired man suddenly leaped up from the ground, his speed surprising Wang Xian. The blonde-haired man quickly swung the crude wooden spear in his hand, stabbing fiercely at one of the strange figure's stomachs. Poochie! The strange figure let out a cold grunt, seemingly disdainful, raised the spear in his hand, and directly pierced through the blonde-haired man's body, easily lifting him up. Seeing this scene, Wang Xian felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. He had underestimated the strength of these two strange figures. Even one-on-one, he felt he couldn't win. They were definitely monsters. Wang Xian stood at the entrance of the valley for a long time, confirming that no one was following before he secretly opened a manhole cover and crawled inside. This underground passage was previously dug by Wang Xian and Chu Dabin, and only they knew about it. At the other end of the passage was an inconspicuous corner leading to the mouth of the valley, which was very concealed, designed to cover up the entrance to the valley. The entrance and exit of the passage were covered with a thick layer of weeds and some branches to prevent anyone from accidentally stepping on it and falling in. Moreover, the passage above was filled with thorns, making it nearly impossible to find the entrance to the valley without careful searching. After the initial defeat, not only did they fail to find supplies, but they also lost a person. Moreover, there was already a gap between the two teams. And even if Wang Xian had 1,000 mouths, he couldn't explain it clearly. In the end, Wang Xian decided to conceal the truth because he felt uneasy about those two strange figures. It was better for fewer people to know. Wang Xian walked to Li Yong's camp, and the first person he saw was the tall woman. Upon seeing Wang Xian, the tall woman immediately raised the spear in her hand, her gaze wary and her expression alert. Wang Xian felt a bit frustrated. He didn't understand what was wrong with this woman, why she had such hostility towards him. The foreign woman stood next to the tall woman, covering her mouth and giggling continuously. Chapter 99. The Overbearing Zhang Rui. Sensing the commotion, Li Yong crawled out from the grass shed. What prey did you catch? Li Yong asked. There's nothing in this forest, just a wasted trip. Wang Xian sighed. Xiangzi hurried over, followed by Chu Dabin. But both of them stopped at the boundary line and did not cross over. Let us disperse. We'll continue searching for supplies tomorrow, increase the manpower, and expand the range, Wang Xian said while walking toward Xiangzi and the others. Stop. Suddenly, Li Yong called out to Wang Xian from behind. I say, grandson, what are you throwing around? Are you looking for trouble? Xiangzi noticed something was wrong and quickly moved forward with Chu Dabin, standing on either side of Wang Xian. Just as he finished speaking, the tall woman approached with the spear, looking fierce. If Wang Xian said anything wrong, she would immediately strike. Hearing Xiangzi's words, Wang Xian, who was beside them, felt a bit guilty. He didn't expect Xiangzi to trust him so much. He truly felt unworthy of this brotherly friendship. Wang Xian was a bit impatient and tried to keep his emotions steady. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Didn't you understand what I just said? Wang Xian glared at the tall woman. For a moment, Wang Xian felt that Li Yong wasn't actually anxious about the blonde-haired man. It seemed like he was deliberately trying to provoke trouble. Lies. If I said he flew away on a plane, would you believe it? Wang Xian retorted. Or are you hiding something shameful and feeling guilty, not daring to say it? You say I'm guilty? I actually think it's you who did something shameful. As soon as Wang Xian finished speaking, the tall woman suddenly acted, her spear swiftly stabbing out, directly grazing Wang Xian's carotid artery with such speed that it left him speechless. At such a close distance, Wang Xian couldn't dodge, and he also didn't expect her to strike out suddenly. A burning pain shot through his neck, and Wang Xian felt a surge of anger. The more they acted this way, the less he wanted to make any explanations. Try moving him again. A stern voice came from behind Wang Xian. He felt that it was Qiangzi or Chu Dabin rushing up, but to his surprise, it was Zhang Rui. At this moment, Zhang Rui held a crossbow aimed directly at the tall woman, her expression cold and her gaze fierce. Wang Xin instinctively looked at Qiangzi. He clearly remembered that he had handed the crossbow to Qiangzi before leaving, so why was Zhang Rui holding it now? Qiangzi scratched his head and explained helplessly, "Brother Xin. It was sister-in-law who asked for it. I didn't voluntarily hand it over." Wang Xin glanced at Zhang Rui and noticed that she held the crossbow in a particularly cool way. In the company, she was domineering and strong, unexpectedly. After being stranded on a deserted island and experiencing a major life change, her personality had not changed at all. Looking at Zhang Rui holding the crossbow, Wang Xin was surprised to find that she was quite skilled. What surprised Wang Xin even more was that in the face of Zhang Rui's threat, the tall woman didn't move at all. The two women were locked in a standoff. Wang Xin glanced at Li Yong and frowned, asking, "What do you want?" Li Yong opened his mouth, but said nothing, merely sighing. Just like that, the scene fell into a stalemate again. But what puzzled Wang Xin was how the tall woman's fiery temper remained unresponsive to Zhang Rui's threat, as if she had surrendered. Chapter 100, The Pretty Boy. All right. There's no need to get so worked up. The foreign woman clapped her hands and stepped forward. She looked at everyone, blinking her eyes and smiling as she said, "We are all partners. There's no need to make it so tense. If it feels inappropriate, we can terminate the partnership." Fighting back and forth, in the end, is there really a winner? Even if you win, what does it matter? Although there was a mediator, the others seemed to remain tense, still on guard. What Wang Xin didn't expect was that the foreign woman walked directly to the tall woman's side and then took away the spear from her hand. "Big brother, can we take a step back? Since we don't want to escalate the conflict, why do we have to stand here in a stalemate? Are we competing in endurance?" The foreign woman smiled. Just like that, the stalemate was effortlessly broken by a little girl. Wang Xin quickly sidestepped, leaving the tall woman's side. Zhang Rui also quietly lowered her crossbow, but her eyes remained vigilant. The tall girl looked at Wang Xin with dissatisfaction, hesitated for a moment, and reluctantly left. "No matter how you argue, the facts are not as you say. You are lying." After the tall girl left, Li Yong still didn't want to let Wang Xin go. Even if I told the truth, would you believe me?" Wang Xin said with a half-smile. "Those two strange people are incredibly strong, definitely not natives. Even if I say it, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Everyone, let us keep quiet." The foreign girl pushed Wang Xin, showing an expression that was both funny and deadly. Wang Xin frowned, not understanding why Li Yong would listen to this young girl. Could it be that he is wary of her? "Little sister, you are quite remarkable," Wang Xin said meaningfully. "Don't call me little sister anymore. My name is Sina." Sina smiled at Wang Xin and said, "To be honest, this Sina does have a bit of a resemblance to Zhang Rui," but her name puzzled Wang Xin. He had never heard of a surname Sai in the 100 family surnames. This was Wang Xin's first close conversation with Sina. Although Sina was not as tall as the tall girl, she was still about 1.65 meters, especially her eyes, which were particularly strange, like deep lake water. Once you looked into her eyes, you didn't want to leave. They were very enchanting. Suddenly, Wang Xin had a bold guess, and this thought made him shiver. Could it be that Sina is not a passenger on the plane? My sister particularly hates hypocritical pretty boys, so you'd better stay away from her. Try not to provoke her. Otherwise, you will be in trouble sooner or later, and I won't be able to save you," Sina said. When Wang Xin heard the term pretty boy, he was stunned for a moment. This term was indeed quite fitting with his background. Being able to marry a wealthy woman like Zhang Rui, he was definitely a genuine pretty boy. Wang Xin instinctively touched his face. He had only heard this term from Sun Wei since the plane crash, and no one had mentioned it for a long time. "I didn't provoke her. Why does she have such great hostility towards me?" Wang Xin asked. "Why? You know in your heart." Sina huffed and turned to leave. Wang Xin stood still for a moment, suddenly feeling dizzy, and his body swayed uncontrollably. Hearing Zhang Rui's worried tone, Wang Xin chuckled foolishly. "Just know how to laugh. You pretty boy, shameless." Zhang Rui scolded angrily. Although he was being scolded, Wang Xin knew that Zhang Rui was not angry. However, her tone was filled with deep concern. When they returned to the straw shed, Wang Xin discovered that his arms and legs were all scratched with small wounds from thorns, bleeding profusely. It looked quite terrifying. But in fact, they were not serious injuries. The main problem was blood loss. Gao Qian sat beside him, carefully disinfecting and applying medicine to Wang Xin's wounds. Wang Xin winced in pain, but he could endure it. He just wanted to see the concerned look in Zhang Rui's eyes. Gao Qian was very attentive, comforting Wang Xin while treating his wounds. Looking at Gao Qian's concerned eyes and tightly pursed lips, as if she were applying medicine to her beloved man, Wang Xin felt a strange sensation in his heart. Zhang Rui was also very anxious, tightly holding Wang Xian's hand, asking, Wang Xian, how are you? Honey, you always call me Wang Xian. It feels strange. Why don't you call me husband? I haven't heard you say it yet. After Wang Xian finished speaking, he felt a bit guilty and secretly glanced at Zhang Rui, fearing she would get angry and leave. But Zhang Rui did not act as Wang Xian expected. Although she didn't speak, her ears were already so red they could bleed. Chapter 101, Applying Medicine. After being married to Zhang Rui for so many years, Wang Xian had never enjoyed the treatment of a husband. He had never even been called husband. It was like being a living widow. Ouch. It hurts, ah. Am I going to die? Wang Xian suddenly coughed and shouted in pain. Wang Xian decided to be thick-skinned for a word of husband. After all, he didn't suffer internal injuries. Some superficial wounds wouldn't kill him. Ah, don't scare me, or I'll blow on it. Zhang Rui had never seen such a scene. She thought Wang Xian was really going to die, so she quickly puffed her cheeks and gently blew on Wang Xian's wound. Honey, that won't help. Why don't you shout husband to encourage me? I can't hold on much longer. It hurts so much. Wang Xian grasped Zhang Rui's little hand, pleading. Zhang Rui knew Wang Xian was taking advantage of the situation, but she couldn't tell if he was really in danger. This was the chaos of concern, and Wang Xian, for a word of husband, had completely thrown caution to the wind. This was his chance to reverse his identity as a live-in son-in-law. He wanted Zhang Rui to acknowledge his identity with her own mouth. You didn't lie to me? Zhang Rui asked suspiciously. Hearing Zhang Rui's words, Wang Xian was overjoyed, knowing that Zhang Rui was wavering. At this moment, Gao Qian sat beside them. Seemingly realizing that Wang Xian was fooling Zhang Rui, but her face was so red that it could bleed. She was too embarrassed to expose Wang Xian's lie. I didn't lie to you. It's true. I'm almost done for. Wang Xian said firmly. Zhang Rui turned to look at Gao Qian, who was pretending not to hear anything, seriously applying medicine to Wang Xian. Husband, hang in there. Heaven knows how hard Zhang Rui worked to actually call out the words. But her voice was so soft that one might doubt whether they were deaf. What? What did you say? Wang Xian hurriedly asked. Didn't he hear? Then go die? Zhang Rui blushed, shyly lowering her head. Seeing Zhang Rui's playful and cute appearance, Wang Xian was extremely excited. If it weren't for his injuries and Gao Qian being present, he would really want to give Zhang Rui a wall slam. Xian Gu, is the medicine applied? How do you feel? Are you more comfortable? Gao Qian suddenly asked softly from the side. Wang Xian secretly laughed. He didn't expect this girl Gao Qian to be so willing to be a third wheel. Hearing Gao Qian say the wound had been treated, Zhang Rui carefully checked again. When she saw a thorn embedded in the inner side of Wang Xian's left thigh, she reminded him, is the medicine done? There is still a thorn here. Wang Xian looked closely and indeed saw a thorn, but that position was simply too awkward. The plants on this damn island are really annoying. There are many thorns in Wang Xian's hometown, but those thorns are only about 1 or 2 centimeters long. However, those on the island are different, as if they had been injected with hormones. The thorns grow tall, and not only are they hard and long, but they are also terrifyingly sharp. Otherwise, Wang Xian wouldn't have lost so much blood. While speaking, Zhang Rui had already reached out to pull out the thorn. Since the thorn had penetrated Wang Xian's flesh by about 1 or 2 centimeters, when she pulled it out, the tip of the thorn still had a bit of flesh on it. Damn it, oh my god. That sudden sharp pain made Wang Xian unable to help but shout out loud. He didn't expect Zhang Rui to really be able to do it. Was she trying to murder her husband? Honey, are you okay? Zhang Rui instinctively called Wang Xian husband, but as soon as she said it, her hand trembled slightly, as if she realized she had spoken without thinking. What did you just call me? Hearing Zhang Rui's address, Wang Xian instantly forgot the pain and asked, just now, Zhang Jia called you husband. Xian Gu, you should take off your pants. Let me check. I see many thorns on your clothes. If there are any missed spots, the wound might get infected, and that would be troublesome. Gao Qian said inopportunely. What? Take off my pants? Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. Then his face flushed red. Don't look at Wang Xian usually being carefree and talking about all sorts of things. In fact, he is still a pure-hearted young man. In front of 2 beautiful women, taking off his pants to apply medicine was really embarrassing. He was afraid that he might not be able to help himself and let these 2 beauties see something they shouldn't see. With Zhang Rui's personality, she might get so angry that she would castrate him. The more Wang Xian thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. He held onto his pants tightly and firmly refused, vowing to defend his dignity as a man. Boss, look at Wang Xian being disobedient. Gao Qian now had the demeanor of a selfless doctor, indifferent to whether the injured was a man or a woman, directly throwing the tricky situation to Zhang Rui. Is it really that serious if we don't treat it? Zhang Rui asked in confusion. Gao Qian nodded seriously. Upon confirmation, Zhang Rui immediately straightened her face and coldly said, stop being so wishy-washy. Hurry up and take off your pants. Hey, you all go out. I can apply the medicine myself. Seeing Zhang Rui regain her former domineering CEO demeanor, Wang Xian felt a shiver of fear. He truly feared that in her anger, Zhang Rui would directly give him a thorough examination. Brother Xian, you haven't studied medicine. There are many arteries in the thigh. I need to see where this thorn is stuck so I can apply the medicine properly, Gao Qian explained. Wang Xian was very suspicious, thinking that Gao Qian was doing this on purpose. Zhang Rui crossed her arms, coldly staring at Wang Xian, looking like she would take no excuses and would kill without burying. Wang Xian now found himself in a dilemma, completely bewildered. Chapter 102, Wild Man. Do I really have to do it myself? Zhang Rui was somewhat angry and came up to grab Wang Xian's belt. Seeing Zhang Rui return to her previous bullying demeanor, Wang Xian felt some fear and held onto his belt tightly. My dear aunt. Wang Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. Just as the situation became extremely awkward, suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. Brother Xian, tell me the truth. Did you really see that yellow-haired guy? The door was pushed open, and Xiangzi stood dumbfounded at the entrance, looking at the actions of Wang Xian and Zhang Rui, completely confused. At this moment, Zhang Rui's hand was on Wang Xian's belt, while Gao Qian stood behind her, looking supportive. The weather is nice. The moon is fragrant, sister-in-law. I didn't see anything. You all continue. Xiangzi reacted quickly and immediately turned to walk outside. Looking at Xiangzi's demeanor, Wang Xian truly admired him. Another actor was born. Zhang Rui also sensed that the posture was inappropriate and immediately released her hand, recalling her earlier actions, feeling somewhat embarrassed and blushing. It's all your fault, you useless coward. Being so indecisive, are you even a man? After scolding Wang Xian, Zhang Rui felt unsatisfied and directly kicked him on the butt before running out. Gao Qian helplessly shrugged at Wang Xian and followed Zhang Rui out. Wang Xian watched their departing figures, wanting to cry but having no tears, feeling aggrieved and not knowing who to reason with. They've all run out. Don't they fear that there might be leftover thorns or that the wound could fester? During dinner, Wang Xian recounted what happened with the yellow-haired man. So you're saying that the two people you saw were not right? They might be wild men? After listening to Wang Xian's explanation, Xiangzi asked in confusion. They shouldn't be wild men. Wang Xian shook his head and said, wild men have no sense of shame and wouldn't have the concept of a modesty cloth. Moreover, from Wang Xian's impression, wild men are typically hairy and huge. But the two strange people encountered earlier, apart from their unusual attire, had no traits of wild men at all. After Wang Xian finished speaking, everyone present bowed their heads in silence, the atmosphere becoming somewhat oppressive. Wife, do you have anything to say? Wang Xian asked. After the earlier medicine application incident, the relationship between Wang Xian and Zhang Rui had warmed significantly. At the very least, Wang Xian could call her wife in public without facing her wrath. I don't know if what I'm saying is right, but I feel that the people on this island are particularly complex. Many of the survivors' personalities have changed, and it seems there are also some people who shouldn't be here. Zhang Rui said slowly after taking a sip of water. Wang Xian nodded. Zhang Rui's words were quite reasonable. After being on the island for so many days, he also felt that there seemed to be an extraordinary force quietly interfering with everyone. A feeling that made people uneasy. If they encounter those two strange people again, Wang Xian felt that without bows and crossbows, there would be no chance of winning. Even if they brought them, the outcome would still be uncertain. Zhang Rui continued, if those strange people really exist, how have they survived on this island? The resources on this island are clearly scarce. It can be described as lacking, and I believe it will eventually run out. Why don't we boldly speculate that they might be living by eating human flesh? Then the question arises, how did they survive before we arrived? Hearing Zhang Rui's analysis, everyone's expressions changed simultaneously, as her question hit the nail on the head. Wang Xian couldn't imagine how long the generational span would be. From existing civilization to a primitive tribal state, if 10 years counted as one generation, it would take at least over 10 generations, right? 100 years? Wang Xian still couldn't determine how long it would be. It might even take longer. This speculation is highly likely to be valid, but still needs evidence to confirm. A primitive tribe would need at least 100 or 80 people to survive long-term. Yet Wang Xian and the others had not seen these people after being on the island for so long. Everyone fell into silence. No one spoke. And the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. After a long while, Chu Debiang said, just now, what Zhang Rui said reminded me of something. When my brother and I first landed on this island, we were unfamiliar with the environment and mainly moved in the outer forest area. Once, we seemed to encounter a few figures. They were particularly fast, almost indistinguishable to the naked eye, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Regardless, everyone should be more careful in the future. Starting tomorrow, those who go hunting must carry bows and crossbows. Wang Xian considered for a moment before making the decision. Bows and crossbows were currently their strongest weapons. Hearing this, everyone nodded. After all, the fear brought by the unknown danger was truly terrifying. Chapter 103, Captive Food. Brother Xian, if these strange people have been on this island for a long time, how did they get here? Xiangzi asked. Maybe due to a shipwreck? Everything on the island was unknown. Wang Xian and the others were both curious and fearful. Everything on the island seemed to be shrouded in a veil, hazy and indistinct. When everyone slightly lifted the veil and discovered its secrets, they would be shocked to find even bigger questions waiting. After lunch in the afternoon, everyone began to worry. Looking at the dwindling supplies in their backpacks, Li Yong sighed, however, was full of joy, eating with his mouth greasy. Sometimes, Xiangzi could even smell the meat aroma wafting from that side, but every time he caught a whiff of the meat, he couldn't help but think about what it was. Brother Xian, do you think they are really eating human flesh? Xiangzi scratched his head, instinctively swallowing hard. Wang Xian didn't dare to say, fearing everyone would vomit out the lunch they had just eaten. If Wang Xian guessed correctly, the people were likely eating the boy who had been injured a few days ago, as he had long noticed that the little boy was missing. If they really eat human flesh, we are in danger. I feel like we are their captive food. Brother Xian, I suggest we eliminate them immediately, otherwise, we should leave here. Chu Daibiang suddenly looked up and proposed, filled with righteous indignation. Eliminating Li Yong and the others is easier said than done. That tall woman is hard to deal with. She is determined to follow Li Yong, and if a fight breaks out, we have no chance of winning. Even if we have bows and crossbows, they have them too. Wang Xian replied. With every shot fired, Wang Xian's heart bled. Fortunately, at that time, Li Yong only took the bows and a small number of crossbow bolts. Wang Xian roughly estimated that the crossbow bolts in Li Yong's hands were probably comparable to those on their side. But this was just his estimation. He didn't dare to confirm it because the cost would be too high, and a slight misstep could cost lives. Chu Daibiang hesitated for a moment and said, why don't we talk to that woman and see if there's any chance for a breakthrough? I feel there is little hope. That woman is simply crazy. Every time she sees me, she wants to attack. How can we talk? Wang Xian was quite depressed. They are sending that woman to look for supplies tomorrow, and they want me to go. On the way, I'll see if I can chat with her. Chu Daibiang said coldly. Wang Xian glanced at Chu Daibiang. Feeling that with him going, there should be a better chance since he is not as impulsive as Xiangzi and is also quite strong. Actually, it would be fine to send Shirtu, as his strength is evident, but Shirtu is a quiet person, and getting him to talk is harder than killing him. Night slowly fell. Wang Xian climbed a tree to keep watch, standing high to see far. He noticed from a distance that two people were whispering something near Li Yong, and then headed towards the valley. Wang Xian wondered what these people were doing out at night. Could they be looking for the blonde guy? Or were the two men just going out to relieve themselves? After thinking, Wang Xian felt they were likely looking for the blonde guy since he is a strong laborer with decent combat skills. Wang Xian, be careful. Why climb so high? If you fall, it's not a joke. Suddenly, Zhang Rui shouted from below the tree. The sudden voice startled Wang Xian. And when he looked down, he felt dizzy and almost fell. Zhang Rui was wearing a loose top, and she had a great figure. From above, the view was magnificent. Unfortunately, there was no light, and only the faint campfire allowed Wang Xian to vaguely see her silhouette. Zhang Rui noticed Wang Xian staring at her, and after a while, she reacted, tightly covering her neckline with her hand and cursing, "You bastard, useless piece of trash. Hurry up and get down here. I want to come down. If you have the guts, come up. You are my wife. What is wrong with me looking at you?" Wang Xian made a face at her from above. Although he felt guilty, he didn't know why he dared to argue with Zhang Rui today. In the depths of his memory, Wang Xian and Zhang Rui were childhood friends, and it seemed they only began to drift apart when they were in their teens, gradually losing contact. Back then, Zhang Rui rarely paid attention to Wang Xian, but she knew that Wang Xian would be her husband in the future. It seemed they hadn't quarreled like this in a long time. Zhang Rui stared at Wang Xian fiercely. If looks could kill, Wang Xian would have turned to ash. After a while, seeing that Wang Xian still wouldn't come down, Zhang Rui suddenly looked around, picked up a stone, and threw it at Wang Xian, shouting, "Bastard. Just you wait." To be honest, Wang Xian felt a bit dazed seeing Zhang Rui so anxious. Having been childhood friends for so many years should make many people envious. But after growing up, Wang Xian fell behind her pace due to his military service. Finally, after becoming a live-in son-in-law at her house, he became even less confident. Sometimes, Wang Xian particularly missed the carefree days of childhood when everyone was simple and happy without worries. Chapter 104, Inner Conflict. When they had just gotten married, Zhang Rui wouldn't even look at Wang Xian directly. He still remembered the most frequent thing she said back then. "My husband is a strong man. Not a useless piece of trash like you." Every time this happened, the result was that Wang Xian didn't even have the right to sleep on the floor. He ended up sleeping on the couch in the living room. Wang Xian climbed down from the tree with a grin, only to be greeted by a beating from Zhang Rui. What frustrated Wang Xian was that Gao Qian, that girl, was also following Zhang Rui to make fun of him and even joined in the fight. As a live-in son-in-law, did he have to endure the bullying from the CEO's secretary too? After midnight, Xiangzi and Shitu took turns to keep watch, and Wang Xian chatted with Chu Dabing about some precautions. The main topic was about what Chu Dabing should talk about with the tall woman when they went out to look for food tomorrow. Wang Xian couldn't understand why the tall woman was so skilled and why she held such a strong prejudice against him. In the end, Wang Xian suddenly thought of something, opened his mouth, hesitated for a long time, and didn't say it. He wanted Chu Dabing to ask where the tall woman came from because he suspected she was not a survivor from the plane. But this question was a bit sensitive, and Wang Xian finally didn't bring it up, fearing it would anger the tall woman and create trouble. After discussing the precautions, the two chatted for a while longer, then fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Wang Xian woke up because he needed to urinate, leaving the grass hut. Wang Xian saw Shitu and Xiangzi nodding continuously like little chicks pecking at rice. These two were really carefree, even nodding back to back. It was too difficult to expect them to keep watch and give warnings. They probably wouldn't even know if disaster struck. Wang Xian shook his head, sighed helplessly, and muttered to himself, "What heartless guys." Suddenly, someone came out from the women's grass hut, and Wang Xian looked closely to find it was Zhang Rui. "Wife, why are you up? It's still early. Go back to sleep for a while," Wang Xian said. "Why are you up too?" Zhang Rui smiled. Wang Xian pointed to the grass hut behind him and said, "Those two are too carefree. They've fallen asleep on watch. I'll take over for the rest of the time." Wang Xian and Zhang Rui sat by the fire, and Zhang Rui leaned against Wang Xian, softly saying, "Wang Xian, we've been here for almost a month, right? When do you think the rescue team will come?" Wang Xian sighed inwardly, unsure how to respond. After such a long time, whether the rescue team would come was still a mystery. The rescue team was just a thought for everyone, and if that hope shattered, Wang Xian couldn't imagine what kind of blow it would deal to everyone. Maybe they'll come soon. Wang Xian glanced at Zhang Rui, whose beautiful face carried a hint of fatigue. "In the city, I have no sense of presence, subjected to insults. With no status whatsoever, I am the laughingstock of everyone. Honestly, I think it's quite good here. At least you are my wife now, and you are willing to talk to me. Look at your ambition. Do you think just because I'm willing to talk to you, you can stay here for a lifetime?" Zhang Rui sniffed and said irritably, "Of course. This is a priceless deal. As long as you can talk to me and smile at me, I'll be satisfied." Wang Xian nodded without thinking. Zhang Rui sighed helplessly and said, "But I don't want to be here. This place doesn't belong to us. The city has everything I need. But this place has nothing and is very dangerous." Zhang Rui gently touched Wang Xian's cheek and softly said, "Wang Xian, actually, after we got married, I didn't mean to neglect you. It's just that you've given up on yourself and made no effort at all. And you are far from the standard of the husband in my heart. I did that to try to motivate you. But who knew the more I tried to motivate you, the more you gave up? Do you know that men are supposed to support a family? I manage a large company all by myself. Do you know how tired I am? Have you ever thought about helping me share the burden?" Zhang Rui's sudden heartfelt confession caught Wang Xian off guard. He wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start, feeling quite uncomfortable. So Zhang Rui thought this way in her heart. He still remembered that initially, out of spite, he deliberately went against Zhang Rui. When Zhang Rui told him to go east, he went west. When Zhang Rui scolded him as useless, Wang Xian showed how useless he could be to the world. "Wife, I was wrong." Wang Xian felt that he had no right to say the word wife. He truly felt he wasn't worthy of Zhang Rui. Chapter 105. The little boy is missing. Wang Xian had previously always thought that Zhang Rui was a high and mighty female CEO who looked down on him, her fallen childhood friend. It turned out that Zhang Rui still cared about him deep down. That feeling had never changed. But the distance between them had gradually widened due to unfortunate circumstances. It may be that fate has intentionally arranged this calamity for us. Upon arriving on this island, I noticed that you have changed. You have become more confident, and I see that you have transformed from being carefree to cautious. And you have become more mature in handling matters. Several times, when conflicts arose, I didn't know what to do, but you thought of solutions, facing danger without fear. You are a true man. Wang Xian nodded heavily and pulled Zhang Rui into his embrace. Zhang Rui was taken aback for a moment, then tightly hugged Wang Xian's waist. Perhaps there was already a bond between Wang Xian and Zhang Rui, but due to Wang Xian's reasons, their love had turned into an obstacle. Sometimes I think about it. A man's ridiculous pride is simply a laughable joke that blinds him. "Hey, Xian go. Are you so happy now that you're drooling? It looks like we really have to call you sister-in-law from now on." Just as Zhang Rui and Wang Xian were sweetly hugging, Changzi appeared out of nowhere, his mischievous voice a bit annoying. "Just a moment ago, This guy was clearly sleeping, snoring so loudly, and now he comes out to cause trouble. Wang Xin was so angry his teeth itched. But Zhang Rui showed no sign of letting go, still hugging Wang Xin tightly. In Zhang Rui's heart, Chang Zi was her subordinate. And she understood him because he was Wang Xin's good brother. Wang Xin said impatiently, "If you don't call her sister-in-law in the future, I'll make you duel with the tall girl. Hee, let's forget about that. I'd rather eat shit than fight that woman," Chang Zi said with a smirk. Wang Xin shook his head helplessly. He really didn't know how to describe this guy. Perhaps their loud conversation had woken everyone up. Seeing everyone come out, Zhang Rui's face turned red, and she quickly let go. "Why aren't you all sleeping?" Wang Xin asked. "Chu Dabing still needs to go out to find supplies. If he doesn't rest well, it will affect his combat effectiveness," Chu Dabing said irritably. "I couldn't sleep because of some people's annoying conversation." After saying that, Chu Dabing suddenly tensed up, staring intently behind Wang Xin, then gave Wang Xin a meaningful look, as if facing a great enemy. Wang Xin guessed that it might be people from Liang's side, but what were they doing here at this time? Wang Xin turned around and saw that it was the tall girl and Sina. At that moment, the tall girl had a frosty expression. Even a blind person could tell that the visitor did not come in peace, almost ready to draw her sword. "What were you doing last night?" the tall girl asked bluntly, leaving Wang Xin dumbfounded. Even though the tall girl was as beautiful as a fairy and exceptionally strong, that did not give her the excuse to meddle in others' affairs. Hearing Wang Xin's unfriendly tone, the tall girl's expression grew even darker as she pulled out a sharp spear, intending to attack Wang Xin. Seeing this, Chang Zi and Chu Dabing rushed forward, and Shirtu stood in front of Zhang Rui, ready for battle. Without Li Yong and his people getting involved, Wang Xin was not afraid of these two sisters at all. Although they were strong, could they really win in a 2-on-1 fight? The atmosphere dropped to freezing point, and Sina quickly ran forward to intervene, whispering something into the tall girl's ear. Wang Xin could not hear what she said clearly, but he saw the tall girl glare at Wang Xin before putting down the sharp spear. "Little white-faced brother. We mean no harm. We're just looking for the little boy who was injured before. We don't know if you've seen him?" Sina approached with a smile. I have to say, Sina's gaze was oddly piercing. Even though Wang Xin had not scrutinized her closely, just being stared at by her made him feel exposed, as if her gaze had a magical power that could see through one's heart. Wang Xin remembered the injured little boy. It seemed that their two teams had crossed paths because of him. Li Yong had brought the injured little boy to seek help from him, asking for medicine to escape the rain. Last night, he had been puzzled about why the little boy had disappeared. Now that these sisters had come to question him, especially the tall girl's tone, it was clear that they suspected Wang Xin and his group of wrongdoing. Wang Xin was the kind of person who did not respond well to hard pressure. Sina's way of addressing Wang Xin made him uncomfortable. "I don't know. He's not my team member. I have no obligation to protect him. Who knows where he ran off to?" Wang Xin said harshly. Sina fell silent, glancing at everyone behind Wang Xin. Wang Xin vaguely noticed that Sina's pupils emitted a ghostly blue light. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but it seemed darker than the night lights, very eerie, flashing by like a mirage. When we first joined Li Yong's team, the little boy was still there. Somehow, he disappeared the next day. Yesterday, my sister and I went out to search for him, but we only found a head. The body was missing, Sina said, her tone heavy and voice low. Hearing Sina's words about only finding a head while the body was missing, Wang Xin's head buzzed. Did they really eat human flesh? No. There was another possibility. Perhaps Li Yong, unable to treat the little boy's illness, threw him out into the wilderness, where he was eaten by wild beasts, leaving only the head behind. Were there any signs of wild animal bites? Wang Xin's face turned extremely ugly. If they had provided medicine to treat the little boy, perhaps he wouldn't have died. No, there are no wild beasts in this forest. How could there be any bite marks? It's simply too cruel, Sina replied. Without signs of animal bites, there could only be one conclusion. Thinking of this, Wang Xin felt his stomach churn, feeling extremely nauseous, and he instinctively covered his mouth. These two sisters came to find Wang Xin for someone, clearly harboring suspicions. Perhaps they had been manipulated by Li Yong. Wang Xin remained silent for a few seconds, contemplating. Without evidence, he couldn't speak recklessly about this matter, and there was no need to clash with these two sisters. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Li Yong took advantage of the situation. Are you suspecting us? Wang Xin asked. After hearing Sina's words, Wang Xin didn't get angry. Instead, he sighed inwardly. It seemed someone was causing trouble, leading to misunderstandings between them. Damn it, being falsely accused is unbearable. Even though you are women, if you provoke me, it won't end well. Looking at your posture, it's clear you want to blame us. Speak up. Do you want to challenge us one-on-one? Or do you want us to gang up on you? Chang Zi, with his fiery temper, couldn't tolerate their accusations and began to lash out at Sina. Chang Zi, don't be impulsive. Let them finish, Wang Xin shouted. Now was not the time to create chaos. If they were falsely accused and ended up in a fight without reason, the one benefiting would be Li Yong, which was exactly what he wanted. Changzi still listened to Wang Xian's words, giving the two women a furious glare before standing behind Wang Xian. The little boy's matter has nothing to do with us. You have no evidence, so please don't make wild accusations. Wang Xian did not speak to the tall girl, but directly communicated with Sina, feeling that Sina was easier to talk to. As for the tall girl, she was simply a violent person, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. A typical case of if you can fight, don't just argue. All right. No evidence, huh? Then let's go find the evidence together. The tall girl, with her fiery temper, was suddenly enraged. When morning comes, we'll go check the place where the little boy had his accident to see if there are any traces of your crime. Once we find evidence, let's see how you will argue your way out of this. The tall girl glared fiercely at Wang Xian, as if her eyes were about to spit fire. If her gaze could kill, Wang Xian would surely be left with nothing. Wang Xian showed no fear, carefully observing the tall girl for a long time. In fact, this woman did have some merits. At least she was quite righteous towards her friends. Faced with the tall woman's relentless approach, Wang Xian was not afraid. After all, he had done nothing wrong. He believed that one who stands upright has nothing to fear from shadows. He said, "All right, I'm waiting for you to apologize to me personally." The tall woman was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Wang Xian to respond so readily and confidently, showing no signs of guilt whatsoever. Humph. The tall woman snorted coldly and turned to leave. Wang Xian, you can't go with them, Zhang Rui said anxiously, stepping forward to advise him. The tall woman was strong and fiery, like a dangerous bomb that could explode at any moment. It would be too risky for Wang Xian to act with her. Wang Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, we won't take the blame for this. Just let Chu Dabin follow me quietly from behind. If anything happens, it'll be good to have someone to back me up." Wang Xian was very self-aware. If the tall woman got angry midway and challenged him to a duel, he wouldn't be afraid, but he was worried about Li Yong's people lying in ambush. With Chu Dabin's support, he could escape, if necessary. If he couldn't win, could he not run away? After thinking for a long time, Zhang Rui found no better solution and could only nod in agreement. Now, Zhang Rui had clearly become the female strategist of the group. Chapter 107, Explanation. In the early morning, the sun rose. Wang Xian took the initiative to find the tall woman to set off, and before they departed, he had already informed Chu Dabin and handed over the crossbow to him, instructing him to follow quietly from behind and not to reveal himself unless there was an emergency. The tall woman and Wang Xian were the first to leave the valley, while Chu Dabin quietly crawled out through the tunnel that Wang Xian had previously dug. The tall woman was quite carefree, angrily walking ahead without any concern for danger, leaving Wang Xian behind. Looking at the graceful figure in front, Wang Xian thought this should be the first time he was alone with the tall woman. It must be said that the tall woman's figure was simply exquisite, constantly provoking the primal instincts of men. On her back, she carried a bag filled with sharp spears, giving off the vibe of a post-apocalyptic female hunter. "If you dare to peek again, I'll gouge your eyes out and make them into a soup." The tall woman's sudden shout startled Wang Xian. He wasn't afraid, but her unexpected yell caught him completely off guard. Wang Xian silently decided that when the opportunity arose, he must teach the tall woman how to be a gentle woman. "Beauty, you don't need to be so bitter and vengeful, do you? What did I do to offend you?" Wang Xian shrugged helplessly. The tall woman snorted coldly, pointing the sharp spear at Wang Xian's neck in a threatening manner. Seeing this, Wang Xian shut his mouth. Fine, if she didn't want to talk, then he wouldn't provoke her. Wang Xian speculated that the tall woman must have come to find him last night under Li Yong's instigation. Otherwise, her sister wouldn't have come to find trouble so recklessly. Although the tall woman wasn't very clever, that girl Sina was quite sharp. Wang Xian really couldn't figure out how Li Yong had convinced the sisters. The tall woman led the way, walking briskly, while Wang Xian followed slowly behind. With the tall woman clearing the obstacles in front, Wang Xian felt relaxed and at ease. Although Wang Xian seemed leisurely, he was actually on high alert, paying close attention to the sounds around him. If he encountered those two strange people again, he would definitely turn around and run without hesitation. The two walked one after the other for about half an hour when the tall woman suddenly stopped. Wang Xian was caught off guard, and before he could react, the tall woman had turned around to face him, not saying a word, her expression cold as ice, as if the air had stopped. Seeing this scene, Wang Xian didn't know what the tall woman was planning. He quietly gripped the spring knife in his pocket, but he still maintained a relaxed demeanor. "You have a lot of guts. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" the tall woman suddenly asked. Wang Xian rolled his eyes. This tall woman really acted on impulse without thinking. They weren't far from the camp. Could she really not hold back so soon? Had her true intentions been revealed? Wang Xian took a step back to avoid a sudden attack from the tall woman. The tall woman said nothing, coldly staring at Wang Xin. Her gaze heavy and devoid of emotional fluctuation. Wang Xin gradually frowned. He had never encountered such an odd woman. He had met plenty of powerful opponents. But this strange woman was a first. Wang Xin placed his hand behind his back and quietly made a gesture. It was a signal he had agreed upon with Chu Dabin, meaning to prepare for action. However, there was no movement behind Wang Xin, and he couldn't tell whether Chu Dabin had followed. The tall woman, holding the sharp spear, looked at Wang Xin with a cold smile and said, "Are you scared?" Wang Xin replied, "Scared? What good would that do? I'm really curious about what kind of nonsense Li Yong fed you to make you trust him so much." "What do you mean? Are you saying he's slandering you?" The tall woman shot a sidelong glance, as if mocking Wang Xin's attempt to sow discord. "I'm not explaining. You can think for yourself," Wang Xin said. "Some things become worse when explained, so it's better not to explain at all." It seemed that the tall woman had truly been brainwashed by Li Yong's superb acting skills. Upon hearing Wang Xin's words, the tall woman hesitated, and her gaze was no longer as icy as before. Seeing this, Wang Xin quickly pressed on. "Think about it. When we first met, I was in a hostile position. But he pretended to be the vulnerable party, saying I wanted to kill him." Noticing that the tall woman did not refute him, Wang Xin realized this was an opportunity to argue his case, so he quickly used his eloquence to present himself in a better light, hoping to persuade the sisters to join his side. They have 6 strong young men over there, but what do we have? We have women, sick people, and the injured. Who exactly is the vulnerable group? Who is the one being kidnapped?" Wang Xin said disdainfully. Hearing Wang Xin's words, he felt secretly pleased. It seemed that this woman was finally willing to listen to his explanation. Chapter 108. The Reason for the Strange People. Following this, Wang Xin carefully recounted what had happened that day. However, something that left Wang Xin stunned occurred. After Wang Xin finished speaking, the tall woman's eyes, which had been somewhat softened, suddenly turned extremely cold, and even carried a murderous intent. "Humph. Luckily Li Yong warned me in advance that you are slippery of tongue and very good at twisting the truth. Otherwise, I might have really fallen for your trick." After saying this, the tall woman once again pointed the sharp spear at Wang Xin. Wang Xin sighed helplessly. It seemed that everything he had just said was in vain. That guy Li Yong was really too cunning, having brainwashed the tall woman so thoroughly. "After all I said, you don't believe a word?" Wang Xin asked. Unwilling to give up, the tall woman let out a cold laugh, her voice chilling, like a beast ready to attack at any moment. Wang Xin found himself in an extremely dangerous situation. Wang Xin shook his head. He couldn't talk about the strange people. In any case, he had nothing to do with the death of the yellow-haired man. Presumably, the body was already cold by now. Whoosh! The tall woman kicked out. The height of her leg lifting made Wang Xin drop his jaw in shock. Her flexibility was such that it would be a waste not to participate in the Olympics. Wang Xin dodged the attack, looking somewhat disheveled and covered in dirt. Then he disregarded his image and started cursing. "Are you insane? You crazy woman. If you don't believe me, why waste my time explaining? Are you playing with me? If you want to fight, then hurry up. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to hurt a woman." Wang Xin glared fiercely at the tall woman, especially at her long, fair legs. Although the tall woman was dressed in tight black jeans, it still couldn't hide the visual impact of her figure. "What are you staring at? Be careful your eyeballs fall out. You really aren't a good person. Go die." The tall woman swung her sharp spear and aimed it at Wang Xin. Wang Xin did not want to engage with her to prevent further escalation of the conflict. Faced with the spear that was almost touching him, Wang Xin initially intended to continue dodging, but there was a large tree behind him, leaving him nowhere to hide. He could only roll to the side and simultaneously gestured to the not-so-distant Chu Dabin, signaling him to come quickly for support. "You expose your legs and expect not to be looked at? That's too domineering, right? I'm not blind. Why shouldn't I look? If you don't want me to look, then don't expose yourself." Wang Xin thought of provoking the tall woman to make her reveal some flaws. "Shut up, you filthy pervert." The tall woman was furious, picked up her spear, and stabbed it towards Wang Xin's heart again. At the critical moment, Wang Xin quickly dodged, using the strength of the tree to spin 360 degrees and jump away, while the spear grazed his left ribs and plunged into the ground. The tail end of the spear buzzed loudly, demonstrating its tremendous force. It seemed that this crazy woman was really trying to kill him. "Are you insane? Don't you think before you act? If I killed the yellow-haired man, why wouldn't I find an excuse to cover it up? Am I supposed to tell you I was attacked by a wild beast?" Wang Xin cursed angrily. This crazy woman had zero intelligence, but was incredibly strong. Wang Xin did not plan to confront her head-on and turned to run into the woods, with the tall woman closely pursuing him, occasionally throwing her spear at him. Several times, the spear nearly grazed Wang Xin's back. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been impaled like a porcupine. Wang Xian now had a burning pain in his back. Although there were no gaping wounds, there were numerous bloody scratches left by the spear. Damn it! If you push me too far, I'll deal with you right here. Wang Xian was furious and cursed. After a long while, Wang Xian was exhausted, panting like a broken fan, and his speed slowed down. Similarly, the tall woman was not much better off. She leaned against a large tree, staring intently at Wang Xian, her chest heaving violently. Stop chasing me, it's exhausting. Wang Xian gasped for breath and said, You just want to know how the yellow-haired man died, right? I'll take you to see the scene. If you have evidence, why not tell me? Why run around for so long? The tall woman frowned, her gaze filled with suspicion. Wang Xian felt frustrated. Had he known this woman was so crazy, he would have revealed the cause of the yellow-haired man's death much earlier, instead of running like a stray dog. In the end, the tall woman put away her spear, her face dark, and walked with Wang Xian to see how the yellow-haired man had died. It was unclear whether the tall woman was used to walking in front or just acted without thinking. After fiercely chasing Wang Xian, she now unexpectedly led the way, leaving her back exposed to him. Didn't she fear that Wang Xian would ambush her? Wang Xian originally intended to pull her back and signal her to slow down. But as soon as he touched her arm, this crazy woman immediately countered and caught him. Damn! Ouch, let go. Chapter 109. The mysterious figures reappear. Wang Xian cried out in pain for a long time. He was increasingly helpless. Working with a woman who was not mentally present was driving him mad. Do you know the way? You're walking so fast. If we go the wrong way, don't blame me for not reminding you. Wang Xian said discontentedly. If you dare touch me again, I'll kill you. The tall woman glared at Wang Xian and then fiercely shook off his arm. Wang Xian moved his shoulder. Feeling sore, he was too lazy to argue with the tall woman. This crazy woman had violent tendencies, so it was better to keep a distance. Perhaps Wang Xian's previous words had worked. At first, the tall woman and Wang Xian walked side by side, but later, perhaps because she found Wang Xian slow, she gradually moved ahead. And as for finding the location where the yellow-haired man had an accident, Wang Xian was also cautious about whether they might encounter those two mysterious figures, so he adjusted his pace. After searching for about half an hour, moving forward and stopping, Wang Xian finally found the spot where the yellow-haired man had met his end, but the body was missing. Wang Xian circled around, finding only bloodstains on the ground and some signs of a struggle. The yellow-haired man's body had disappeared without a trace. He clearly remembered seeing the two mysterious figures kill the yellow-haired man with his own eyes. How could it possibly be gone? Is this the place you mentioned? The tall woman clearly did not believe him, but upon seeing the bloodstains on the ground, her gaze was filled with suspicion, constantly scanning Wang Xian with a wary look, as if this silly girl regarded Wang Xian as the murderer. No, someone has been here. Wang Xian noticed something was off and quickly reminded her. There were some footprints on the ground, quite chaotic, different from what had happened at that time. The tall woman seemed to have lost her patience, grabbing Wang Xian and exuding a cold aura as she said coldly, Don't think you can fool me. Either I kill you, or you leave the valley. Did Li Yong teach you to say that? Wang Xian asked in surprise. The tall woman was indifferent, turning her head away and saying, Don't mind who said it. I don't want blood on my hands. Be smart and get lost. This island is large. You can survive elsewhere. Don't force me to take action. Wang Xian sighed inwardly. If he led his teammates out of the valley, based on Li Yong's character, he would definitely target those two silly sisters next. Moreover, leaving the valley without a fixed camp would lead Zhang Rui and the others back to a life of wandering in the wind and rain, without any sense of security. Wang Xian could not and would not allow that. Suddenly, a strange sound came. Oh. Hearing that familiar sound sent chills down Wang Xian's spine. Could those two mysterious figures have reappeared? Wang Xian immediately lay down on the ground, fearing that another arrow might be shot. Quick, lie down, enemies are appearing. Seeing the tall woman's confused expression, Wang Xian hurriedly reminded her. What enemies? Where are the enemies? The tall woman stared at Wang Xian and asked. Damn it, fool. Just as Wang Xian was about to explain, he suddenly saw the mysterious figures appear behind the tall woman, and one of them had already drawn his bow, aiming at her back. But at that moment, the tall woman was still staring at Wang Xian, completely unaware of the danger right in front of her. At the critical moment, Wang Xian jumped up and directly tackled the tall woman down. At the same time, whoosh, the arrow flew past Wang Xian's forehead, cutting off a few strands of hair, then struck a tree trunk with such force that the tail end of the arrow trembled continuously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. If Wang Xian had been even a second slower, he and the tall woman would have been pierced through. Ah! The tall woman screamed in fright, lying still under Wang Xian, her face extremely pale. Wang Xian held the tall woman and rolled to the side, dodging a few times before shaking off the pursuit of the mysterious figures and hiding behind a large tree. Once he confirmed they were safe, Wang Xin noticed that his back was already soaked with sweat, and because the tall woman had stabbed him with her spear earlier, his back was now a patch of pink. Wang Xin cautiously peeked out to look at the two mysterious figures. At that moment, the two mysterious figures were angrily smashing things around because they couldn't find Wang Xin, exuding a bizarre and dangerous aura. Who are they? The tall woman's voice was filled with terror. Didn't you say you didn't believe it? Those two are the ones who killed the yellow-haired man. Why don't you go greet them? Upon hearing Wang Xin's words, the tall woman's body trembled. Wang Xin thought to himself that this crazy woman had finally begun to understand what fear was. Chapter 110, Absolute Kill. The look in the tall woman's eyes towards Wang Xin was no longer so cold. Instead, it carried a hint of softness, indicating that she was starting to believe him. Earlier, when Wang Xin explained, he had described the appearance and characteristics of the two mysterious figures, and now that they stood before them, it was enough to prove that Wang Xin had not lied. Wang Xin felt relieved. He had finally cleared his name. Two people were hiding behind a big tree, and the space was limited, so they were particularly close together. The breath they exhaled made Wang Xin's neck itchy. Should we run or fight them? We can go 2 against 2. We still have a chance. Wang Xin took out a spring knife from his pocket and stared intently at the strange person in front of him. 2 against 2, that's right. Because when they had just run over to evade the tall woman's pursuit, they had moved quickly, and perhaps at this moment, Chu Dabin hadn't caught up yet. Even if Chu Dabin wasn't there, Wang Xin was confident that even if they couldn't win, at least in a 2 against 2, they could protect themselves. Hearing Wang Xin's words, the tall woman actually looked at him in panic, her eyes filled with fear. Seeing that look, 1,000 grass mud horses galloped through Wang Xin's mind. What the hell? Wang Xin's heart trembled. This crazy woman can't be thinking about making me take on 2 by myself, right? I feel like I can't win. Didn't you say they were very strong? And they eat human flesh. If we are unfortunate enough to be captured, we will be eaten. The tall woman trembled noticeably when she mentioned human flesh, and her face began to turn pale. Eating human flesh. This was Wang Xin's speculation. He had no evidence to confirm it, and he couldn't be sure if they actually did eat it. Thinking about human flesh made Wang Xin suddenly feel nauseous, and he bitterly smiled. What a fool. Do you think Li Yong and the others have been eating what kind of meat these days? What kind of meat? The tall woman frowned and remained silent. After a moment, she seemed to think of something, and her face turned green. Wang Xin wasn't teasing the tall woman anymore, because not far away, the two strange people seemed to have noticed the commotion here and were walking over. Upon discovering the enemy, the two strange people immediately drew their bows and shot arrows, moving nimbly and with great force. Seeing this, Wang Xin felt his scalp tingle. He only had a spring knife, which had a very short attack range and couldn't harm the opponent at all unless he threw the spring knife. This was Wang Xin's only weapon, and he was reluctant to throw it. Instead of retreating, Wang Xin charged forward, accelerating his run. When he was very close to the strange people, he knelt down and, using inertia, quickly slid forward. At the same time, Wang Xin tightly gripped the spring knife. Wang Xin's kneecap almost got rubbed raw from the strong friction with the ground, causing him to roll his eyes in pain. When the inertia ran out and Wang Xin came to a stop, he was already very close to the two strange people. Within close combat distance, Wang Xin gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, and with a sudden lunge, he thrust the spring knife towards one of the strange person's legs, aiming to sever the tendons. At that moment, Wang Xin noticed that the two strange people were wearing shoes made of some kind of leather, and their ankles were exposed. He felt like heaven was helping him. Victory was in sight. As long as he severed one of the strange person's tendons, it would be equivalent to incapacitating one, and then the rest could be handled one-on-one. Although it was still dangerous, one-on-one was definitely better than being beaten by a group. Just when Wang Xin's knife was only a few centimeters away from the tendon, suddenly he felt a huge force from behind, which directly pressed him to the ground. Wang Xin felt a tightness in his throat, unsure if his internal organs were crushed or if his ribs were broken. Modern people really are evolving into something less than primitive men. Their natural hardware just can't compare to how strong they are. Wang Xin struggled to lift his head. The two strange people had already raised their sharp spears and were about to stab him, seemingly wanting to pierce him through. In that instant, Wang Xin's brain went blank, and even his breathing stopped. It felt like a moment, yet it also felt like a long time. Time flowed again, and all the images began to move. Wang Xin didn't know where he found the strength, but he pushed against the ground and rolled to the side, while the sharp spear in the strange person's hand plunged into the ground with a thud. At the same time, there was a loud whooshing sound above Wang Xin's head. Whoosh. Immediately after, the strange person who had just aimed at Wang Xin let out a huge scream from his throat. When Wang Xin looked up again, he saw a sharp spear had already pierced the strange person's chest, blood gushing out like it was free. The strange person looked at the spear in his chest with disbelief, struggling to stabilize himself. But the more he struggled, the paler his face became. Finally, with a thud, he fell to the ground. Without a doubt, it must have been the tall woman who shot the spear at the crucial moment and saved Wang Xin's life. But the way she threw that spear was too impressive, quick, accurate, and lethal, completely refreshing Wang Xin's understanding. She was definitely better than Chu Dabin. The surviving strange person let out an angry roar at Wang Xin, making unintelligible sounds. Chapter 111, Counterattack. The strange person made a strange gesture over the body of his dead companion, as if paying tribute, then drew his bow and aimed at the tall woman, shooting at her. At the moment the arrow was shot, the strange person threw away the bow, took big strides, and charged at the tall woman with the spear in hand. The strange person's frenzied demeanor suggested he wanted to kill the tall woman in anger, completely ignoring Wang Xin. Wang Xin felt a bit anxious and lunged forward, wrapping his arm around the strange person's neck, taking out the spring knife, and fiercely stabbing at his carotid artery. Ah! The strange person let out a scream, the sound shaking Wang Xin's head a bit dizzy. The volume was comparable to a sonic weapon. The strange person did not lose the ability to act. He retaliated and pulled Wang Xin down, stepping on him. At this moment, Wang Xin was also red-eyed. His mind filled with desperation, and he stabbed upward with the spring knife, not knowing how many times he had stabbed or where he had stabbed. After a long time, enough! A stern shout rang in Wang Xin's ears. Who? Wang Xin let out a heavy breath and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ribs. The tall woman kicked the strange person, confirming he was dead before coming to check on Wang Xin's injuries. Her gaze was no longer as cold as before, but had softened. Fortunately, we are alive. Wang Xin felt a sense of having survived a disaster. He glanced at the tall woman with a complex expression, not expecting that the two of them had actually managed to take down such a powerful strange person together. The tall woman looked a bit dazed as she checked Wang Xin's injuries, her face somewhat grim. Can you hold on? The tall woman glanced at the injuries and asked in a low voice. Wang Xin's face was pale. After the tension, he relaxed, and a sharp pain coursed through his body, especially in his abdomen, which burned like fire. He looked down and noticed that his abdomen had been sliced open by the strange person with a spear at some point, with white flesh rolling out, just short of being eviscerated. Seeing this scene, Wang Xin nearly passed out. Besides this serious wound, his ribs on both sides also felt a bit numb. Do you believe what I said now? Wang Xin lay on the ground, weakly saying. Perhaps speaking had pulled at the wound, causing him to tremble all over. Hsienu? Xingu? Living like a fairy? Wang Xin murmured. The he and Hsiener, and the Xianin fairy. The tall woman had an unkind expression, seemingly about to explode, but quickly thought of something and forcibly suppressed her anger. Wang Xin glanced at her in surprise. At this moment, Hsiener had lost her previous dominance. For some reason, looking at her cautious demeanor, she seemed somewhat cute, like a rosebud ready to bloom, full of passion and heat, yet covered in thorns. A slight misstep could lead to self-harm. Looking at Hsiener's sparkling big eyes, Wang Xin grinned and said, So you actually look pretty good when you smile. Before, it always felt like I owed you money, and you had a stinky face. What time is it? Still talking about useless things. Hsiener knelt in front of Wang Xin, lowering her head to help Wang Xin adjust the clothing around his wound. Wang Xin instinctively looked forward, almost spraying out his nosebleed. The distance between the two was too close at the moment, and Hsiener was dressed quite provocatively, making it hard for him to avoid certain images. Hsiener was dressed very sharply. Even her underwear was no exception. As she helped Wang Xin tidy up his clothes, she suddenly noticed something was off with him. His body seemed very stiff, so she looked up. When she saw the look in Wang Xin's eyes, she was taken aback for a moment. Then she slapped him casually, her strength not light, causing Wang Xin to grimace in pain. The violent act instantly brought Wang Xin back to his senses. Forgetting his lesson? Hsiener was so embarrassed she could bleed. Wang Xin didn't say anything because he didn't know how to explain. He could only say that at the right time, in the right place, at the right position. He saw something he shouldn't have. After a long time, Hsiener spoke again. I apologize for what happened before. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have wronged you. It's nothing. You were also deceived by that scoundrel Li Yong. He is too good at acting. Wang Xin waved his hand, forcing himself to stand up from the ground. Standing up pulled at his wound, causing him to grimace again, and he intended to lean against a nearby tree but couldn't muster the strength to move his feet. Nearly fainting. Seeing this, Hsiener quickly came over to support him. Damn it, where did Chu Dabin run off to? Can't he be a little reliable? Wang Xin and Hsiener walked towards the valley, and Wang Xin said as they walked, Now you know Li Yong isn't a good person. What are your plans? Wang Xin's eyes were fixed ahead, not daring to glance around, afraid that this woman would kick him in a fit of anger and end his life. I help them occupy your territory, so I will naturally drive them away. As for whether they eat human flesh, I will definitely investigate. He Xian'er said with a frown. Wang Xian suddenly asked, did you eat? He Xian'er shook her head, not saying a word. Although He Xian'er denied it, looking at her almost nauseous expression, Wang Xian opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Wang Xian had previously suspected that Li Yong and his gang were eating human flesh, but lacked evidence. The disappearance of the little boy, with only his head found, undoubtedly provided indirect proof of their cannibalism. What should we do? Such a good place. He definitely wouldn't let it go easily. He Xian'er said anxiously. He Xian'er was straightforward and usually resorted to violence to solve problems. But Li Yong was a cunning and scheming little man who was good at using his brain. He Xian'er was self-aware, knowing she couldn't outsmart Li Yong. To deal with this group of people, they must exploit their weaknesses. Wang Xian smiled and continued. Those people love to act, as long as we play along. We can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Oh, do you have a plan? He Xian'er asked. With He Xian'er's help, Wang Xian felt more confident, thinking, Li Yong, just wait for me to take you down. Since he likes acting so much, why don't we just play along with him? After saying this, Wang Xian glanced around and then whispered his plan to He Xian'er. After listening, He Xian'er's eyes lit up, giving Wang Xian a thumbs up. Upon returning to the valley entrance, Li Yong and the others immediately surrounded them, and Zhang Rui quickly appeared from the valley. Wang Xian saw at first glance that Chu Dabin was actually in the valley. It seemed that while he was being chased by He Xian'er, he accidentally left this guy behind. When Chu Dabin saw Wang Xian, the worried look in his eyes finally relaxed. But then his expression tightened because he saw the wound on Wang Xian's abdomen, bleeding profusely, flesh rolling. After entering the camp, He Xian'er no longer supported Wang Xian, her face returning to its usual coldness. Wang Xian glanced at Li Yong and noticed a hint of disappointment flicker in his eyes. He was probably upset that He Xian'er hadn't taken him down. Not far away, Zhang Rui saw Wang Xian's pale face and the huge wound on his abdomen. Blood and flesh rolling in a terrifying manner, which startled her, making her rush over to help. Wang Xian, you? Zhang Rui was almost in tears. I'm fine, don't worry. Wang Xian whispered to reassure her, and with Zhang Rui's assistance, he walked into the valley. Wang Xian, I heard from He Xian'er that you found something? Are you just going to leave without telling us where you hid it? Just as they hadn't walked far, reaching the boundary line, Li Yong called out to Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled. The bait had been taken. After a few minutes of silence, the atmosphere was almost frozen. Wang Xian felt it was about time. So he turned and said, the things we found have already been divided. Your share, she knows where it is, you can go get it whenever you want. And our share, we will collect ourselves. There's one more thing, tomorrow we will leave here. As soon as Wang Xian finished speaking, Xiangzi was the first to explode. Brother Xian, have you lost your mind? Why should we give up such a good place? Even Gao Qian couldn't help but say, yes. Why should we leave such a good place? Zhang Rui and Chu Dabin frowned, remaining silent. Li Yong was momentarily stunned, then looked at He Xian'er with a puzzled expression. He Xian'er was anxious, shouting at Wang Xian, what do you mean? You don't keep your word? After saying this, He Xian'er took out a sharp spear, aiming it at Wang Xian, her eyes cold, not hiding her murderous intent at all. If they hadn't already agreed on a plan, Wang Xian would really think she was going to kill him at that moment. He Xian'er, what deal do you have with them? Tell me clearly. Li Yong could barely maintain his composure at He Xian'er's actions. Wang Xian secretly rejoiced. Li Yong had already fallen into the trap. Taking the crossbow from Chu Dabin, Wang Xian aimed it at He Xian'er, saying softly, crazy woman, shut up, don't think I'm afraid of you. Wang Xian calling He Xian'er a crazy woman seemed to upset her greatly. She bit her lip, her teeth clenched, as if she wanted to bite Wang Xian to death. When no one was paying attention, He Xian'er actually raised an eyebrow at Wang Xian, making it seem like they were flirting. But only Wang Xian knew that He Xian'er was warning him to be a little more polite. Chapter 113, Acting. Li Yong and his group had now surrounded He Xian'er, eager to know the exact location of the hidden supplies, and they were particularly interested in what good things had been obtained this time. Brother Xian, what do you mean? I'm a bit confused. Xiangzi looked at Wang Xian with a puzzled expression. What? You want to know? Wang Xian winked at Xiangzi, his eyes carrying a hint of a smile. You can say whatever you want, but don't forget, I know some of your little secrets. Why don't I have a chat with your sister-in-law? Xiangzi turned red with anxiety, even threatening Wang Xian. Although Xiangzi spoke softly, it still caught Zhang Rui's attention. As expected, women are a strange species. If you do nothing wrong, you won't fear the knock on the door. Are you hiding some bad idea? Zhang Rui, supporting Wang Xian, whispered to him as they walked at the back. Wang Xian sniffed. Zhang Rui was really too smart and understood him well. At this moment, she probably already realized that he and He Xian'er were scheming. The success or failure of the act depended on He Xian'er. If she performed well, it would undoubtedly be an unprecedented grand show. Back at the camp, Zhang Rui quickly called Gao Qian to treat Wang Xian's injury. Wang Xian was worried about delaying things, so he had Gao Qian apply some medicine and do a simple bandaging to avoid infection, and then everyone went into the shed to pack up quickly. A few minutes later, when leaving the valley, Li Yong's side had already started moving out with big and small bags. The speed of their actions surprised Wang Xian. He didn't expect He Xianer to be so capable, deceiving Li Yong in such a short time. Wang Xian, you really are impressing me more and more. What a clever move to pretend to build a road, while secretly taking a different path. Zhang Rui has been staying by Wang Xian's side, and upon seeing Li Yong's actions, she was quite surprised. Wang Xian scratched his head and laughed. This is also out of necessity. It's all about survival. If you had even 1/10 of your current ability back then, I wouldn't have had to work so hard. Zhang Rui shot Wang Xian a fierce glare, and the unintentional charm that leaked from her made Wang Xian stare in awe. On this deserted island, in terms of appearance, Zhang Rui was definitely among the best. Plus, with the saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Wang Xian thought Zhang Rui was as beautiful as a fairy, stunning beyond compare. If it were possible, Wang Xian would rather exchange the whole world for just Zhang Rui. Being recognized by the woman he loved was the most exhilarating thing. However, Wang Xian suppressed his excitement because it was time for him to make his entrance and continue the second half of the show with He Xianer. Wang Xian, with a crossbow in hand, walked up to Li Yong alongside Zhang Rui. Li Yong, what do you mean? Wang Xian asked coldly, his expression filled with anger. Zhang Rui's face also looked grim, her gaze icy. No wonder they were a couple. Even their acting was synchronized. At that moment, Wang Xian felt one word in his heart. Cool. Trouble? There's no trouble at all. Wang Xian pretended to show a hint of panic, as if someone had hit the nail on the head, and hurriedly said, the other side has fewer people, and they occupy a good spot. I plan to bring people to take them down. From now on, we'll live there, and this valley will be left for you. Don't eat from the bowl while looking at the pot, Wang Xian said. Li Yong sneered, picking up a backpack without any intention of stopping. He scoffed at Wang Xian. You don't get to decide this. That place is rich in resources. Don't think I don't know. He Xianer has already told me. Why should you monopolize it? Whoever occupies it first gets to keep it. Don't think you can swallow it all. Li Yong laughed arrogantly, a hint of ferocity in his expression. After saying this, Li Yong had already packed his things and was hurrying out of the valley with his subordinates. Li Yong, this valley isn't bad either. Why don't we just stay here? That place, while good and resource-rich, also has dangers. Staying here in the valley, while lacking in resources, will at most just leave us hungry. But we won't face any danger. Think it over. He Xianer shouted loudly at Li Yong, who was already leaving the valley. However, Li Yong still didn't know that the so-called beautiful and resource-rich place was merely a mirage. Chapter 114, The Mirage of Hope. Watching Li Yong leave, Wang Xian let out a long sigh of relief and said to He Xianer, your acting was impressive. You should get an award for Best Actress. Sometimes Wang Xian really hoped that Li Yong and his group would encounter those strange people. It would be best if they got killed by them, helping him solve a troublesome issue. He Xianer suddenly smiled at Wang Xian, revealing 2 small tiger teeth and a cute dimple. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this wild rose to be just as charming when she smiled as Zhang Rui, the peony. Each has its own merits. According to your plan, I didn't expect them to take the bait. There were several moments earlier when I almost slipped up, He Xianer said, feeling a bit anxious as she patted her chest. It was her first time lying, and it made her very nervous. Looking at He Xianer, who was clearly flustered, Wang Xian couldn't help but steal a few more glances, then quickly averted his gaze, pretending to look at the sky, since Zhang Rui was still beside him. The biggest weakness of those guys was their greed. As long as we say we've found a place better than the valley, they'll definitely run faster than rabbits. Although this valley is nice, they would want to draw a line with us, and they certainly wouldn't feel comfortable, Wang Xian said with a smile. Senna stood behind He Xianer, watching the two of them exchange words, and asked in confusion, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand. Little kids shouldn't pry into adult matters. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Help your sister tidy up, and let's move into the valley, Wang Xian replied. Wang Xian wasn't very fond of Senna, the exotic beauty, so his words were a bit impolite. Hearing Wang Xian's words, the little beauty Senna puffed out her chest indignantly and said, who are you calling a little kid? Sister, help me out and make him into a pig's head. Wang Xian was very happy, with He Xianer joining in. Plus the cool guy Chu Dabing, with them as long-range weapons and himself in close combat, along with Shirtu as a meat shield and Xiangzi with a crossbow, which counted as half long range. The strength of the team had significantly increased. Although He Xianer and her sister were newcomers to the team, Wang Xian was very reassured about them, not because they were women, but because he had come to understand them well over time. Senna was the kind of quirky type, full of clever ideas, but with a good heart and a strong sense of justice. He Xian'er was a woman overflowing with a sense of justice, straightforward, and not very good at thinking. Because she wasn't as smart as Zhang Rui, Wang Xin estimated that even Gao Qian might not be able to match her. Wang Xin was just worried that He Xian'er might say something wrong at a critical moment, so he had thought out the lines and made her memorize them. Li Yong was very clever, and the key point of this act depended on He Xian'er's performance. If there was the slightest mistake that raised Li Yong's suspicion, it would be a total loss, and they might even lose the valley. Wang Xin had He Xian'er tell Li Yong that they had found a really good place outside, which not only had fresh water but also some low-risk small beasts and quite a few fruit trees nearby. But that place was temporarily occupied by another team. Moreover, Wang Xin had He Xian'er describe the previously encountered strange person's combat power as a strong fighter of that team. Despite the cooperative relationship between Li Yong and Wang Xin, this kind of person was inherently driven by profit. Once something good came up, if someone dared to fight him for it, he would go all out, even against his partners. According to Wang Xin's plan, He Xian'er would say that they had killed the team's top fighter, and those people would definitely come for revenge, with Wang Xin's injuries being the best proof. Speaking of revenge, Li Yong, who occupied the valley mouth, would be the first to take action. Given Li Yong's character, he wouldn't act as a shield. Plus, with his cleverness, he would definitely think of taking advantage of the enemy's weak point to seize the opportunity. Li Yong thought he had gained a huge advantage, but little did he know that it was a big trap, and by the time he realized it, it would be too late. Wang Xin brought He Xian'er and Senna into the valley and then explained the whole situation in detail to everyone. Except for Shi Tu's silly expression, everyone else looked enlightened. Hey, Xiangzi suddenly slapped his thigh, startling Wang Xin. What's wrong? Is my plan too perfect? Can't help but admire me? Wang Xin laughed. Perfect? It's simply beyond description. Xin go, the place you described is simply marvelous. It makes me itch with excitement. And I want to follow Li Yong there. Xiangzi said excitedly to Wang Xin. Wang Xin laughed. The fact that he could even sway Xiangzi was enough to prove the allure of that lie. Chapter 115, Searching for Food. Now that new members had joined the team, the living space was naturally insufficient, and Wang Xin couldn't let He Xian'er and Senna stay at the valley entrance. That would be unreasonable. So, Wang Xin discussed with Xiangzi and the others, and then the men rebuilt a grass hut near Zhang Rui and the others' grass hut for the two new members. That night, Chu Dabing, along with Xiangzi and Shi Tu, went to the valley entrance to keep watch. The reason for bringing Chu Dabing was to prevent Shi Tu and Xiangzi, the two clumsy fools, from meeting with the King of Dreams in the middle of the night. After all, Chu Dabing's vigilance was much higher than theirs, and with him around, Wang Xin could worry a little less, at least not having to get up in the middle of the night to patrol. Wang Xin lay alone in the man's grass hut, thinking about the future needs for food, clothing, and other essentials, all of which needed to be resolved quickly. Gradually, his head became a bit hazy, and he fell asleep without realizing it. With injuries on his body and having gone through life and death crises, his spirit had relaxed, and he had already reached his physical limit. The next day, because Wang Xin was injured, he was responsible for commanding while the other men worked. Their main task was to set traps around the valley, which was an essential project. To be honest, Wang Xin was not satisfied with the lethality of the traps. The last time they set traps, they only caused minor injuries to Li Yong and his group, far from Wang Xin's ideal state. In fact, the traps were not ineffective, but the materials were inadequate, and the tools were rather rudimentary. They could handle small wild animals, wild chickens, and rabbits, but when the target was an adult or a large animal, the traps were somewhat lacking. Thinking of the beastly behavior of Li Yong and his group, Wang Xin wished he could set 100 deadly traps to pitifully kill them. Remembering the cannibalism, Wang Xin now had sufficient evidence, but he had not shared it with others, fearing it would affect the morale of the team. Since Li Yong and the others left, Wang Xin had been patrolling and keeping watch at the mouth of the valley and inadvertently discovered a small mound of earth not far from Li Yong's campsite. At first, Wang Xin did not pay much attention, but something exposed from the mound caught his attention. It was a piece of bone, a leg bone. Wang Xin kicked the mound away, revealing a pile of bones of various sizes inside. A quick glance suggested they were the bones of a child. Setting traps this time required a considerable amount of work according to Wang Xin's imagined effectiveness. First, he planned to set up a row of sharpened wooden stakes at the mouth of the valley to encircle the exit. The people inside could go out, but they would have to use a tunnel to get outside, while no one could come in from outside. He then chose a large tree at the valley entrance to create a simple disguise for a lookout, mainly for nighttime early warning. After Wang Xin shared this idea with everyone, he received unanimous agreement. A few men rolled up their sleeves and began cutting down trees. Wang Xin was not idle either. He, along with Changzi, began to wander around the valley entrance, checking other areas that could be modified. The sun had risen quite high, And it must be said that the weather on this damned island was indeed very hot. Thinking about food, Wang Xin felt a bit troubled, as the team now had 2 more mouths to feed, and he estimated that their food supply wouldn't last long. Changzi, I'm going outside to see if I can find something to eat. Wang Xin sighed helplessly. Go out to look for food? Where's there to eat in this damned place? Changzi said dejectedly. Wang Xin also felt helpless. Surviving on this damned island was indeed difficult. Worrying about food all day or playing mind games with a bunch of beasts. The difficulty of this task had surpassed all the wilderness survival challenges Wang Xin had ever faced. The reason Wang Xin was taking such drastic measures to prepare traps was to be on the safe side, hoping to fend off Li Yong and their attacks. Suddenly, He Xianer walked over. Changzi glanced at her and immediately stepped aside. In Changzi's impression, He Xianer was an extremely dangerous person. Is there something you need? Wang Xin asked. How about I go with you? If you encounter danger, I can help you. He Xianer blinked and looked directly at Wang Xin. He Xianer's abilities were unquestionable. In this team, she was definitely top-notch. However, searching for supplies had always been a man's job, and Wang Xin was not used to her taking the initiative to make this request. Don't hesitate. I was wrong to trust Li Yong before and did many wrong things. Please give me a chance to make amends. He Xianer pleaded. All right, let's go together. Wang Xin nodded. He Xianer was indeed straightforward and could recognize her mistakes. As they were about to set off, Changzi pulled Wang Xin aside and made a gesture. Then he entered the grass hut, and Wang Xin frowned and followed him inside. Chapter 116, Hand Crossbow. Upon entering the hut, Wang Xin was dumbfounded. He vaguely remembered telling Chang Zi before to use some existing tools to make some weapons. He remembered Chang Zi saying it would take some time. And then they encountered a series of events, so no one had paid attention to making tools. Wang Xin knew Chang Zi had strong practical skills, but he didn't expect him to be so amazing. There were 2 small handheld crossbows, and he had also made matching crossbow bolts. Although they weren't as large as the original bows and crossbows, the bolts were all sharpened very well, resembling military daggers with blood grooves and barbs, making them just as powerful as larger bows and crossbows. These hand crossbows had noticeable weaknesses. Their shooting distance was relatively short, with an effective killing range of about 50 meters. Beyond that distance, accuracy was poor, and the power could be ignored. Seeing these items, Wang Xin instantly became energized. With these 2 hand crossbows, the combat power of the team had increased significantly. Unlike the original bows and crossbows, these hand crossbows were each engraved with a sight, and they could be fired continuously at close range as long as the shooter was quick, making them much more practical than the original bows and crossbows, which were too slow to load. Wang Xin called over Chu Dabing and handed one of the hand crossbows to him. Changzi, you're really impressive. I didn't expect you to be this capable. Chu Dabing laughed. The sharp spear he had used before had limited portability and was not very convenient to make, which was too restrictive. In addition to the hand crossbows, Changzi also made some small self-defense weapons for Zhang Rui and Gao Qian. Wang Xin did not pay much attention to those because he planned to leave the original large bow and crossbow for Zhang Rui to protect herself and the other women. Since He Xianer and Sino were late arrivals, Changzi had not yet had time to make weapons for them. Changzi, you don't need to go with me to look for supplies. Stay behind to help Shu cut trees and set traps. It's more dangerous outside, and with your skills, it would be a waste to go out looking for supplies. Wang Xin said with a smile. Subsequently, Wang Xin set off with the hand crossbow, Chu Dabing, and He Xianer. With the new weapon in hand, Wang Xin felt much more confident. If they encountered that strange person again, with the 3 top experts together, they would surely be able to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Xin, go. Be cautious and stay hidden, Chu Dabing suddenly whispered while leading the group. Wang Xin and He Xianer quickly hid in the nearby grass, and Chu Dabing also slipped in, making a shushing gesture to Wang Xin while pointing in a direction, indicating that someone was appearing to their left. Wang Xin and He Xianer quietly peeked out, and indeed, the grass there was slightly shaking. They were not far from the valley entrance, and Wang Xin did not expect to find other people here. He Xianer gently nudged Wang Xin from behind and whispered, the vegetation here is too sparse. It's not conducive for hiding. Let's change places. Wang Xin looked around and saw that the place they were in indeed had sparse vegetation. If they stayed any longer, they would surely be discovered due to the proximity. Then, the 3 of them crouched low and moved to another spot, which was only about 10 meters away from where they had just been. Just as Wang Xin and the others had just found a new hiding spot, they saw 3 people appear ahead, and their attire was truly shocking. Military uniforms? Soldiers? Wang Xin frowned. Could there be troops stationed on this island? So far, all Wang Xin had encountered were ordinary people, survivors from the plane crash. The survivors had been stranded on the deserted island for a long time, resembling beggars, with tattered clothes and dirty faces, thin and haggard, but these 3 individuals were different. They were energetic, alert, and completely in battle gear, looking nothing like people who had fallen on hard times. Moreover, Wang Xin noticed that they were equipped with standard weapons, military daggers, and knives. But they were not carrying guns, which was quite strange. Could it be the rescue team has arrived? He suddenly said. Wang Xin was a bit surprised, but soon fell to the depths of despair. Their equipment didn't look like that of a search and rescue team. They only carried weapons and had no rescue gear at all. Wang Xin felt something was off, but didn't know how to express it. If there were stationed troops on this island, they must be carrying out some military or protection duties. And interfering with military operations is a serious crime that could lead to execution. Thinking of this, Wang Xin planned to signal Chu Dabin and He Xianer to retreat quickly, trying to avoid encountering them. Perhaps these soldiers were just passing through unintentionally. Ouch, something bit me. He Xianer suddenly screamed. Wang Xin thought to himself, this is bad. Although the three of them were quite capable, their equipment was too rudimentary, and fighting against 3 fully armed soldiers would be hopeless. Who are you? Come out. The 3 soldiers shouted harshly. Chapter 117, Reckless Boldness. Wang Xin didn't have time to worry about the soldiers. He grabbed the snake by its neck and squeezed it to death with a snap, then threw it against a nearby tree. He Xianer, unaware of the poison, turned pale. Who are you? One of the soldiers stepped forward and asked loudly, his eyes filled with intimidating intensity. Wang Xin realized that these 3 soldiers were definitely not to be trifled with. They had the posture of a field army, their exposed arms bulging with muscle and exuding strength. Although he had once been a war god, that was merely a title and didn't mean Wang Xin was invincible. The human body has its limits. In conditions with the same equipment and environment, Wang Xin was confident he could face any enemy. But now, the disparity in strength was extremely unbalanced, and a trace of worry flashed through Wang Xion's mind. Don't act impulsively. We are just survivors passing through. Are you a rescue team? Wang Xian gave a standard military salute to the 3 soldiers. We are not a rescue team. What are you doing here? Are there only the 3 of you? One of the soldiers asked, presumably the leader of the trio. Wang Xian tried to maintain a friendly attitude, nodding as he said, we are survivors of a plane crash. There are only the 3 of us. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, the squad leader waved his hand, signaling the other 2 to lower their weapons. At this, Wang Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When did the plane crash? When did you arrive on this island? Have you served in the military before? Why do you stand at attention and salute? Another soldier asked, while continuously sizing Wang Xian up. The plane crash happened about a month ago. I am a military enthusiast and have never served in the military. How did you end up here? Wang Xian didn't want to divulge his past, so he deliberately changed the subject. The 3 exchanged glances and then laughed. Their laughter lessened some hostility and eased the atmosphere. So you're a newbie, one of the soldiers said. Wang Xian looked puzzled. Newbie? The soldier explained, we refer to newcomers as newbies. We just arrived here half a year earlier than you. Half a year. This indicated that there had been an incident here 6 months ago, and these soldiers had ended up on this deserted island. No wonder there was no life in the small woods outside. They probably ate everything. Wang Xian didn't plan to ask how these soldiers had arrived or why they hadn't used the accompanying satellite phone to call for help. The less he knew about certain things, the better. Since they had been here for half a year and were still around, it was enough to indicate something. The resources here are limited, and there are many dangers. I hope you can survive, one of the soldiers said. So that's it, electromagnetic interference. Wang Xian murmured to himself. Chu Dabin and He Xianer kept their heads down in silence. Wang Xian knew what they were thinking, although these soldiers had told them the basic situation of the island. It had been half a year, and there was still no rescue team coming. This invisible pressure made it hard to breathe. We must strive to survive. Only by living can we have a chance to leave. Be careful in the future. This place is very dangerous. Luckily you encountered us this time. If you had met some cannibalistic groups, you would have been done for. The squad leader kindly reminded. Wang Xian scratched his head and laughed. Are the 3 of you a team? Do you have any other surviving comrades? Through the introductions from the 3, Wang Xian learned their names. Zheng Buochao, Hu Jun, and Guanpeng. Zheng Buochao was their squad leader. We originally had more than a dozen comrades survive, but after half a year, there are only the 3 of us left, Zheng Buochao said. Looking at the 3 of them, Wang Xian suddenly had a strange thought of wanting to recruit them into his team. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. These 3 had good strength and could cooperate with each other. If he recklessly added them to his team, while it would be a great boost, it could also become a huge problem if trouble arose. Simply put, it's a matter of the temple is small, but the Buddha is great. I'm sorry to bring up your sad past. Wang Xian quickly apologized. Zheng Buochao waved his hand and said, it's better not to mention the past. We just haven't had the chance to repay our country for its nurturing. Brother, let me remind you. If you encounter a middle-aged man with a big belly who claims to be a construction boss, be very careful. Our comrade was killed by him half a month ago while searching for supplies. After saying this, Zheng Buochao's eyes turned red and his teeth clenched. Construction boss? Li Yong. Wang Xian frowned, not expecting that this guy Li Yong was truly reckless and dared to offend anyone. Chapter 118. Crisis Everywhere. Although Wang Xian and they shared a common enemy, he did not voice this. After being on the island for so long, Wang Xian had learned a lot about being cautious. They are very good at acting, first gaining sympathy and then turning against you. We were deceived like this. If I encounter them again, I will definitely kill him to avenge my brother. Zheng Buochao gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open. Wang Xian thought for a moment. Li Yong had used this tactic to gain sympathy. If he had fallen for it back then, he would probably be a corpse by now. No, not just a corpse, but turned into fertilizer. Thinking of this, Wang Xian couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, Banana Blah. Don't worry, they will eventually get their comeuppance. Hsiener said suddenly from behind. Having been deceived by Li Yong, Hsiener hated Li Yong's group to the bone. Hearing Hsiener's words, Zheng Buochao looked deeply at her, nodded, and his eyes were filled with admiration for Wang Xian and his group. In this deserted island, maintaining one's humanity is an extremely rare thing. You all should leave quickly. There is a very formidable group nearby. If you encounter them with your 3 capabilities, it will be very difficult to survive. After saying this, Zheng Buochao looked at his watch and signaled his 2 brothers to evacuate. Upon hearing that there was another group, Wang Xian's mind buzzed. If a group that is formidable even to 3 fully armed, well-trained soldiers is a nightmare-level existence for Wang Xian and his group. Wang Xian felt a bit weak. This island was so terrifying, with dangers everywhere, and it would be too difficult to think about finding food in the future. Wang Xian glanced at Hsiener and found her face still cold. She was probably still angry at Li Yong. What are you looking at? Hsiener shot Wang Xian a glare. What's wrong with you today? Did you eat gunpowder? Don't worry, when the opportunity arises, if I meet Li Yong, I will definitely kill him, Wang Xian said. Hsiener nodded, and the 3 of them prepared to leave, since they had already been warned. Staying here would be purely seeking trouble. Leading the group was still Chu Dabin, with Hsiener in the middle and Wang Xian bringing up the rear. Wang Xian, have you ever killed anyone for supplies before? Hsiener suddenly turned her head to look at Wang Xian. Looking at her serious expression, Wang Xian shook his head. So far, all the people he had led, although often starving, had never taken someone else's life for food. Humanity, on this deserted island, is the most worthless thing, yet it also seems so precious. I hope you can hold on, stay true to your heart. If one day you harm others to satisfy your own hunger, I will definitely kill you myself, Hsiener raised her fist and waved it at Wang Xian. Hearing Hsiener's words, Wang Xian nodded, not speaking. He knew that although Hsiener was a bit silly, she was very principled in her actions, and similarly, Wang Xian had his own principles. Wang Xian casually picked up the snake he had killed. After all, snake meat is still meat, and it shouldn't go to waste. Today, let's have snake soup. We can also enjoy some meat. Snake meat is definitely a rare delicacy. If we catch a fish, that would be a feast of mountain and sea delicacies. Brother Xian, I believe that under your leadership, we will definitely live better and better, suddenly said Chu Dabin, who was at the front of the group. Wang Xian smiled. Perhaps this was the trust that comes from brotherhood. Wang Xian had rich judgment experience regarding these mushroom foods. He had received systematic training in identification. There are rules about what is poisonous and what is edible. If he got it wrong, it could cost the lives of the entire team. Miss, do you have any orders? Wang Xian flicked the snake in his hand, startling Hsiener, who took a cautious step back. Put that thing aside, don't scare me. Hsiener frowned and said. Wang Xian secretly rejoiced. He finally found something that scared Hsiener. Hsiener pointed to a patch of grass ahead, signaling Wang Xian and the others to go take a look. Blood? A large area of bright red bloodstains on the grass leaves made Wang Xian's heart tremble. Chu Dabin dipped his finger in it, then spread it evenly and smelled it near his nose, whispering, "It's human blood, not long ago, still hasn't completely congealed." Wang Xian frowned, fell silent, and suddenly thought of something. He pushed aside the grass to look inside, and a corpse came into view. At the same time, Chu Dabin and Hsiener also saw this scene, their bodies trembling slightly. The corpse emitted a foul smell, face down, back to Wang Xian, with a large wound on its back, flesh and blood rolling, and the organs inside were faintly visible. The scene was extremely disgusting. Hsiener, being a girl, couldn't hold back for a moment and let out a startled cry, her face pale as she stood aside, burying her head in Wang Xian's arms. "Don't be afraid. It's okay." Wang Xian's expression was also not very good as he continuously patted her back. Ugh. Hsiener retched a few times and couldn't hold it any longer, vomiting. Wang Xian sighed helplessly. Food was so hard to find now, and Hsiener actually threw up her meal. Didn't she realize food was scarce? Who did this? Xianer, with her back to the corpse, tightly held Wang Xian's arm, her body trembling uncontrollably. Wang Xian couldn't understand why a girl like Xianer, who was so strong, would be afraid of a dead person. If you're scared, don't look, it's just a dead body, it won't move, there's no need to be afraid of it biting you. Wang Xian patted Xianer's back to soothe her. Xianer nodded, forcing herself to calm down, but her hands still tightly gripped Wang Xian's arm. At this moment, the two were very close, and Wang Xian could even clearly feel the tightness and delicacy of Xianer's skin, giving him an impulse to pinch it. With Wang Xian's comforting, Xianer actually rested her head on Wang Xian's shoulder. Wang Xian instinctively stroked Xianer's hair, as if comforting a little wife who had been wronged. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Xianer was the first to react. Pushing Wang Xian away and standing to the side, her face flushed. Wang Xian pretended nothing happened, looking at the clouds in the sky, watching the ants on the ground. The scent of Xianer lingering in his nostrils. Wang Xian, this outfit looks a bit familiar. Turn the corpse over to take a look. Xianer, mustering her courage, glanced at the corpse and said cautiously. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Xianer knew this person? Immediately, Wang Xian exchanged a glance with Chu Dabin, and the two used their spears to turn the corpse over. How could it be him? After seeing the face clearly, the three were stunned on the spot. The person lying on the ground was none other than Li Yong. Looking at the fatal wound, Wang Xian suspected that Li Yong might have been killed by the strange person they encountered earlier, because Li Yong was very eloquent and had superb acting skills. If he had encountered a human, even if he was outmatched, he could have escaped by relying on his eloquence and acting. Only against a strange person, with a language barrier and lack of intelligence, would his eloquence and acting be useless, leading to his demise. Suddenly, strange sounds came from all directions. Rustling, rustling. Someone is coming, Wang Xian said in a low voice. Wang Xian's scalp went numb because he couldn't tell where the sound was coming from. It seemed to be coming from every direction. They were surrounded. The three stood back to back. Wang Xian and Chu Dabin directly raised their crossbows, aiming in their respective directions, while Xianer also took out a sharp spear, ready to throw. Not good. We are surrounded. Find a way to break out. The number of enemies is unknown. Be cautious. Wang Xian reminded them to quickly find a breakthrough and evacuate swiftly. Don't move. A loud shout suddenly came from the grass, startling Wang Xian, who almost pulled the trigger on his crossbow. In fact, if they weren't surrounded, given their combat strength, they could still resist a bit. But now they were surrounded, with enemies in front and behind. It was extremely dangerous. Whoosh. Shadows rose from the surrounding grass. Brother Xian. There are probably a dozen or so. Chu Dabin's voice was heavy. Wang Xian fell silent. This was the biggest crisis he had experienced since arriving on the deserted island. And he was still injured. God, are you playing with me? Wang Xian felt helpless. Why did he always encounter such misfortunes? Being stranded on a deserted island with a beautiful CEO wife, shouldn't the plot develop into a shamelessly happy life? The gap between expectation and reality was too huge. Wang Xian was almost in tears, now surrounded by enemies. Even if he charged out, he would probably get injured, and besides, there were only 3 of them, while the other side had far too many people, completely disproportionate. Wang Xian estimated that these people might be the formidable team mentioned by Zheng Buochao, encountering such a situation. His luck was simply off the charts. Just as Wang Xian was lost in thought, a man stepped out from the opposite side. His fierce appearance indicating he was not a good person, with a terrifying scar on his face, the origin of which was unknown. Who are you? The scar-faced man said coldly. The scar-faced man looked at Wang Xian, his gaze filled with murderous intent, as his mouth twitched. The scar on his face seemed to be slightly writhing, looking very horrifying. Wang Xian felt a surge of panic inside, but pretended to be calm. Saying lightly, "We are just passing by. You stopped us. Is there something wrong?" The scar-faced man glanced at Wang Xian and the others behind him, narrowing his eyes and saying, "That dead person, was it you who killed him? Don't jump to conclusions. We have nothing to do with it. The person has been dead for a long time, and we just found out." Wang Xian waved his hand. He didn't want to take the blame for Li Yong's death. He's lying. A pretty boy stepped out from the opposing team. Wang Xian shot a glance at the pale-faced man, keeping his crossbow trained on him without a hint of relaxing his vigilance. "You say I killed your boss, but did you see it with your own eyes? Accusing us is courting death. Do you believe I won't be the first to shoot you? You're just a dog like your boss. It's a pity you ended up on this deserted island instead of acting." Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, the pale-faced man shrank back, hiding behind the scarred man, and whispered, "Biao Gu, don't listen to him. This person is no good. That woman next to you was part of our team, but she was tricked by his sweet words. And that woman teamed up with this man to drive us out of the camp. Now they're coming after us. Luckily, I ran fast, otherwise I would have been dead by now." As he spoke, the pale-faced man pointed at Wang Xian and the others, even starting to cry, making it sound very convincing. Watching the pale-faced man's acting, Wang Xin was in awe. Stop crying. The scarred man drew a dagger and slowly walked toward Wang Xin, showing no fear of the crossbow in Wang Xin's hands. Seeing this, cold sweat began to bead on Wang Xin's forehead. He dared not pull the trigger. Although it was faster to load the crossbow, it still took time, and there were so many of them. Wang Xin pressed his back against He Xianer and Shu Dabin, and the three of them kept retreating, thinking about how to escape the predicament. Escaping was easier said than done. They were surrounded by tall trees, and enemies were everywhere. There was no way out. Biao Ge, right? Listen to me first. Don't rush to attack. We didn't kill him. Look at the weapons in our hands. There's not a drop of blood, is there? Wang Xin tried to buy time, as he still hadn't thought of a way to escape. Biao Ge said nothing, but the pale-faced man began to jabber again. When you killed our boss, you weren't using the weapon you have now. To be honest, Wang Xin wanted to end this pale-faced man's life with one swift move. Damn it. The boss is here, and the underling keeps interrupting. This is a big taboo. The scarred man looked displeased, seemingly angry at the pale-faced man for speaking out of turn. Wang Xin lowered his crossbow and stepped in front of the pale-faced man, throwing a punch that instantly flattened his nose, blood spraying everywhere. The thrill in Wang Xin's heart was indescribable. You trash. Why didn't you tell Biao Ge about eating human flesh? You still managed to worm your way into their group. What are you trying to do? I see you as a disaster. Are you trying to harm others again? Wang Xin scolded. You're talking nonsense. You guys are the ones who eat human flesh. I don't eat it, but you force me to. The pale-faced man actually said this with his eyes wide open, but the fear in his gaze when he looked at Wang Xin was evident. Biao Ge, he hit me. Help me help. The pale-faced man ran to the scarred man's side for help. Wang Xin glanced at the scarred man and, seeing he was still motionless, kicked the pale-faced man again to vent his anger. At this moment, the other men under Biao Ge had already aimed various weapons at Wang Xin. Shu Dabin paused for a moment but quickly reacted, whispering, at least 3. Me too, He Xianer said without waiting for Wang Xin to ask. Wang Xin thought for a moment. They had a fighting chance. He licked his lips, trying to keep his expression as relaxed as possible, then said to the scarred man, since you want to pin this on me, you better have the ability to back it up. I'm no pushover. If I kill one, I break even. Kill 2, and I make a profit. If you're not afraid of death, come at me. The scarred man hesitated, glaring for a long time without giving the order to attack. Although Wang Xin and the others were only 3, a cornered rabbit will bite, especially when they were 3 skilled fighters. If it came to a fight, victory was hard to predict. So, according to you, this person was really killed by you? The scarred man squinted at Wang Xin. I've said it many times. His death has nothing to do with us. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then disperse. If you don't trust my words, why ask me? Wang Xin coldly replied. He placed his finger on the trigger of the crossbow, ready to pull it at the first sign of movement from the other side. Both he and Shu Dabin had hand crossbows, and the greatest advantage was that they could seamlessly switch arrows during a fight. Plus, with He Xianer present, her spear was nearly as powerful as the crossbows and shouldn't be underestimated. Chapter 121, Shock. Upon hearing Wang Xin's words, the scarred man fell into deep thought. After a while, he waved his hand and called over a well-spoken man. The man nodded at the scarred man, then ran to the body to search for a few minutes before standing up and coldly saying, it's cold. The time of death cannot be estimated. Gathering fingerprints from the scene requires specialized tools, which we currently do not have. Wang Xin remained silent, glaring coldly at the scarred man, waiting to see what he would do. Even if his death has no direct connection to you, don't think you can escape. You were originally in a cooperative relationship. But then you betrayed him. Those who betray must die. Hearing the scarred man's words, Wang Xin was nearly driven to fury. He didn't understand the situation and was now being lectured on morality, talking about betrayal. Wang Xin would swear to the heavens that he had never betrayed a brother in his life, and Li Yong wasn't even a friend, let alone a brother. How could there be betrayal? Speaking recklessly comes with a price, He Xianer said sharply. Just as Wang Xin was about to order an attack, He Xianer suddenly threw a spear with incredible speed. Whoosh. However, Wang Xin had no intention of blaming her. In fact, it suited his intentions perfectly. There was no point in continuing to talk with these scoundrels. It was time to fight. The spear shot toward the scarred man's face, looking like it would hit. But at the critical moment, the scarred man actually dodged, allowing the spear to graze his nose. The scarred man's reflexes shocked Wang Xin. Was he another rare expert? Damn it. Wang Xin wanted to curse. Stop framing us. You dodged this time, but next time might be different. Let me tell you. I only used 50% of my strength. He Xianer raised her head proudly, her expression full of confidence, unafraid in front of numerous enemies, making others admire her. In reality, He Xianer threw the spear to maintain the facade, Only she knew how much strength she actually used. Wang Xin, this guy reacts too quickly. I suspect he's not our match. Just as Wang Xin was feeling pleased, He Xian'er suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered. Wang Xin instantly understood that what He Xian'er had just said was merely for show, but her earlier proud expression was quite charming. After all, He Xian'er was a woman. If she were a man, her previous actions could have sparked a major battle. The scarred man stood there, his face as calm as water, unmoved. After a moment, he suddenly stepped back, standing behind his men, and waved his hand. Upon receiving the order, the scarred man's subordinates began to tighten their encirclement. Wang Xin and Chu Dabin exchanged glances and rushed out immediately. Not only was Chu Dabin skilled at throwing spears, but he was also quite agile, kicking one person away. With Wang Xin following closely behind, crossbow in hand, pulling the trigger while quickly loading another arrow. He Xian'er stood behind, throwing spears to provide remote support for Wang Xin and Chu Dabin. The three had a simple goal, to attack in one direction only. As long as they could open a gap, they would immediately escape. After all, two fists can't fight four hands. With so many enemies, if they got bogged down, they would be exhausted sooner or later. Even if they wiped out the enemy, they would be injured and lacking medical supplies, likely not surviving for long. None of the three wanted to risk their lives for these scoundrels. The crossbow was useless in close combat. So Wang Xin could only pull out his spring knife and stab wildly at the shadow in front of him. Moments later, Wang Xin stabbed down one person, and the attack from the others revealed a gap. Wang Xin instantly seized the opportunity, yanked He Xian'er up, and shouted loudly, "Big soldier, run." The three of them ran ahead, with more than a dozen people chasing behind. They didn't know how long they had been running. As the sounds behind them gradually faded away, after running a long way further, they finally couldn't run anymore. Their throats were dry, and their lungs felt like they were on fire. Wang Xin plopped down on the ground. He Xian'er followed behind Wang Xin, squatting on the ground with her hands on her knees, panting heavily. Damn it! They finally shook them off, almost caught by those mad dogs. Wang Xin leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. He Xian'er walked up to Wang Xin, kicked him, and said, "Weren't you quite impressive usually? Always threatening me with your crossbow. Why didn't you take it out today? Come on, can't you use your brain?" "I left it for my wife when we left." He Xian'er rolled her eyes, looking very displeased, and coldly snorted. She glanced around and asked in confusion, "Where is big soldier Chu?" Hearing that Chu Dabing was missing, Wang Xin quickly looked back. Could it be that he didn't keep up? Just now, Wang Xin had been too focused on running and hadn't paid attention to whether Chu Dabing had followed. The two exchanged glances, their faces pale as they thought of something bad. He Xian'er tugged at Wang Xion's clothes and whispered, "He wouldn't have gotten into trouble, would he?" "Nonsense, he won't, definitely won't." Wang Xion retorted instantly, a sense of frustration surging in his heart. Chapter 122, Identity. He hadn't expected to lose Chu Dabing due to a moment of carelessness. A living person just vanished like that. Wang Xion clearly remembered that when they were running, Chu Dabing had already broken through the encirclement. Could it be that he ran in the wrong direction? If something happened to Chu Dabing, no matter the cost, Wang Xion would not let those people go. "Let go of me. Even if I die, I can't leave my brother behind." Wang Xion shook off He Xian'er's hand and shouted back. Hearing Wang Xion's words, He Xian'er froze in place, her eyes starting to redden. Upon hearing He Xian'er's words, Wang Xion felt a bit at a loss. In the valley, there were not only brothers, but also his beloved wife. On the way back, Wang Xion silently prayed that nothing would happen to Chu Dabing and that he must hold on. However, the more Wang Xion walked, the more he felt that they were going in the wrong direction. All around were waist-high grass and thorny bushes, the unfamiliar environment making him anxious. Wang Xion suddenly realized, could it be that it wasn't Chu Dabing who ran in the wrong direction, but he and He Xian'er who took the wrong path? Wang Xion shook his head. He hadn't paid attention to the road while running just now. Now they were lost. If they kept wandering aimlessly, it would only become more dangerous. Just thinking that the place where the incident occurred was not far from the valley made Wang Xion tremble with anger. He worried that that group would go to the valley to cause trouble. With 3 top experts present, the current defense in the valley was weak, and they would have no chance against that group. Wang Xion punched the tree hard. If anything happened to Zhang Rui, he could never forgive himself in this lifetime. Don't worry, there are traps we set in the valley. Even if that group finds the valley, they won't be able to break in right away. And Chu Dabing might have lost his way. With his brains and skills, he shouldn't be caught. He Xian'er squatted in front of Wang Xion, offering a few words of comfort. Wang Xion remained silent. He knew she was trying to comfort him, but in this broken island, anything could happen. He Xian'er, we can't just sit and wait. We must find a way to stop that group. Whether they attack the valley or have kidnapped Chu Dabing, we will ultimately have to face them. So instead of avoiding them, it's better to take the initiative. Wang Xion said. Wang Xion's mind was chaotic. He had to force himself to calm down. So he deliberately changed the topic and asked, "What did you do before? A fitness coach?" He had a perfect figure, making it hard to imagine that a woman just over 20 could have such a perfect body and incredible combat skills. If He were an ordinary person, Wang Xian wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. "We are a team, what can't be said? But if it's really inconvenient, then forget it." Wang Xian smiled. Everyone has some secrets that are not known to others. Even if didn't want to say, Wang Xian didn't want to force her, especially since he had plenty of secrets himself. Glanced at Wang Xian and said, "Then you go first. What did you do before?" "Me?" Wang Xian looked surprised, pointed at his own nose, and laughed. "Can't you tell?" Shook her head. Wang Xian smiled wryly. "I'm just an ordinary person. Zhang Rui is my wife. I'm a stay-at-home husband. She's from a wealthy family. I'm a loser. Just like people often say, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. I'm that toad." "What? A stay-at-home husband? What era is this? There is still this kind of thing? You're so pathetic. Your wife is as beautiful as a fairy, and she actually looks at you." Looked astonished, pursed her lips, and smiled. Wang Xian rolled his eyes, indicating that it was time for to reveal her identity. "I'm a special police officer. I took this flight to catch a criminal abroad. Who would have thought the flight would have an accident, and all my colleagues sacrificed, leaving me alone to survive?" Er's voice was low, and her expression was very grim. It seemed Wang Xian's previous guess was correct. Was indeed not an ordinary person. No wonder her skills were so impressive. A profession worthy of respect. Wang Xian gave a thumbs up. No wonder he always felt that had a strong sense of justice. It turned out she had such a special identity. It seemed was the kind of good person who was willing to sacrifice everything for the country and the people. Chapter 123, Danger. Wang Xian suddenly thought that his team was targeted by because they had a crossbow, and now it seemed reasonable. In primitive society, a crossbow, as a ranged weapon, was definitely a deadly weapon, no different from firearms. "You're not the flower of your police team, are you?" Wang Xian suddenly laughed. After saying that, Wang Xian looked at with great interest. He found that was the same age as him. But there was a huge gap in maturity. Was pure, kind, and full of a sense of justice, and she was also very beautiful. It was a waste to come to this broken place. Hearing Wang Xian's words, Er's face suddenly turned red. And after staring at Wang Xian for a long time, she finally said, "What? Did you investigate me?" Wang Xian looked at Er's expression. If it weren't for his concern about Chu Dabing, he might have been amused by her silly expression. "Miss He, I only just found out about your identity today. Don't slander good people. Please, think before you speak. Why can't you just have a brain when you talk?" Wang Xian said helplessly. Looked suspicious, still not fully believing Wang Xian, and asked with a face full of doubt, "Then how did you know my identity among my colleagues?" Wang Xian tilted his head, looking very surprised. Could it be that was referring to another identity besides being a public servant, a police flower? That was at most a title. How could it become an identity? This intelligence was really concerning. "You're so beautiful and have such a great figure. If you're not a police flower, is there anyone in the police team more beautiful than you? Is it a big star?" "I'm speechless." Wang Xian was completely defeated by Er's innocence and sighed helplessly. "Oh, fine." Er's face was flushed, and she shyly lowered her head, looking incredibly cute. Sometimes Wang Xian thought should be renamed He Mengmeng. Of course, this was just his inner thought. He wouldn't dare to say it to Er's face. Now that Wang Xian knows Er's identity, he begins to doubt Sina's identity again. Suddenly he thinks about how Sina called her sister. So how is she a sister? Is Sina your sister? You don't look much alike. After Wang Xian asked. He thought again. Both of them have different surnames. How could they possibly be sisters? Wang Xian nodded, losing interest in Sina. He stood up, intending not to waste any more time. After all, Chu Daping's life and death are still uncertain, and the valley is facing a crisis. Sigh. This intelligence is really worrying. Wang Xian muttered to himself as he walked ahead, recalling Er's silly and adorable scene just now, shaking his head repeatedly. "What are you saying? Don't think I can't hear you." A cold voice came from behind, and Wang Xian turned to see glaring at him with anger. "It's nothing. I was just saying that Xiangzi kid, who knows what he thinks all day?" Wang Xian casually replied, thinking to himself, "Brother, I'm sorry. Today I had to use you as a shield. It's really a matter of life and death. It's best if you're not talking about me, or else I'll make you suffer." Glared at Wang Xian fiercely and then swung her fist at him. Wang Xian smiled, but suddenly his expression turned serious. Focusing intently, because he noticed that the grass in front was shaking, he quickly pulled to hide aside. To be honest, Wang Xian was fantasizing that the person in the grass was Chu Daping, but the next second he was disappointed. Two people came out. and Wang Xin only recognized one of them, the pretty boy who had just wronged them, once a subordinate of Li Yong. Wang Xin was curious and didn't he know why he would appear here. Why is it him? He Xianer whispered, staring intently at the two people not far away. You know them? Wang Xin was puzzled. It was one thing to know the pretty boy, but he Xianer actually knew the other person too. Hearing this, Wang Xin quickly looked at the other person. To be honest, that person's appearance was really hard to compliment, standing next to the pretty boy. It was simply like comparing heaven and earth, with a face full of flab and lewd eyes. It was obvious he was no good. Not even old people and children are spared. Damn it. Wang Xin could not tolerate such inhumane beasts. Although he had killed many people, he had never killed the elderly and children. I'll go catch him, he Xianer said, and prepared to stand up. Seeing this, Wang Xin quickly pulled her back and said anxiously, the situation is still unclear. If we rashly go out, it might be dangerous. What's there to be afraid of? We are 2 against 2, more than enough. Can't you handle the pretty boy? He Xianer said angrily. They are not to be feared, but if we attract others, we'll be in a pickle. Listen to me, let us observe a bit more. Maybe these 2 trash have other actions. It's not too late to act later. Wang Xin reassured her. Hearing Wang Xin's words, he Xianer relaxed a bit and quietly lurked in the grass. Big Neo, what should we do next? The murderer took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed it to the pretty boy, and then lit one for himself. Having cigarettes to smoke on a deserted island is simply a luxury. Wang Xin hadn't smelled cigarette smoke for almost a month since coming to the island. He felt he was about to quit smoking. Unexpectedly, these 2 stinky guys actually had cigarettes on them. It turns out the pretty boy was called Big Neo. But it was a real insult to cows. Cows are hard-working and selfless. Unlike him, a despicable little person, insidious and cunning. The murderer didn't seem to agree with Big Neo's plan and said, what if Biao Ge doesn't agree? You'd better keep your little thoughts to yourself. The trick of killing with a borrowed knife probably won't work with Biao Ge. Big Neo waved his hand and said, what is there to be afraid of? If he doesn't want to go, then forget it. The murderer frowned and said, you'd better not play with fire. That woman is not easy to deal with. She's from the criminal police team, very skilled, and she has been chasing me for months. I heard she has a crossbow. Is that all? Big Neo took a puff of his cigarette, looking disdainful. Hearing this, Wang Xin really wanted to step forward and kill Big Neo. This pretty boy is simply like Li Yong, both good at acting and cold-blooded. Wanting to kill with a borrowed knife is truly ridiculous. I think it's best not to provoke them. When that woman was chasing me, if it weren't for the plane accident that brought me to this broken place, I'd probably be in a big prison by now, the murderer said irritably. After saying that, he took a deep puff of smoke, the ember flickering. From their conversation, Wang Xin could tell that this murderer was very afraid of He Xianer, and it was a deep-seated fear. Wang Xin glanced at He Xianer, not expecting that this silly and adorable woman could make a vicious criminal so afraid. She must have some skills. Gradually, Wang Xin became anxious. These 2 had been talking for so long, without mentioning Chu Daping. When Big Neo was almost done with his cigarette, he flicked the butt, took a deep breath, and said, thinking so much is useless. I've already killed our boss and framed it on them. When the time comes, as long as I stir things up with Biao Ge, I don't believe he won't waver, and then we'll find a way to take down their nest. Once that woman is gone, who cares about the criminal police team? Hearing Big Neo say this, the murderer's expression eased a bit, saying, you're really something. If you kill Li Yong, just kill him. Why throw him away? That meat is a waste. It could last for many days. If Wang Xin hadn't heard it with his own ears, he really wouldn't believe that these people were worse than beasts. His previous suspicions could now be completely confirmed, and they spoke so casually about eating human flesh, as if it were a daily routine. Unexpectedly, Li Yong was actually killed by his own employees. What do you know? Big Neo said impatiently, looking at the man full of flab, and continued. The team was already eating human flesh. Biao Ge must know. He just doesn't say it out loud. If we kill Li Yong and eat him, with no body left, how can we frame those people? That's true. The murderer nodded, extinguishing his cigarette, his flab twitching a few times, suddenly thinking of something, saying, fortunately, we caught one of their people, but that kid is too thin. There's hardly any meat on him. Hearing this, Wang Xin instantly perked up. He finally heard something crucial. The person they were talking about must be Chu Daping, and Wang Xin was relieved that Chu Daping was not dead, just captured by them. Wang Xin exchanged glances with He Xianer, both filled with excitement. As long as he was not dead, Wang Xin would definitely rescue Chu Daping. Unexpectedly, these 2 guys were still thinking about how to eat human flesh. Once I recover my spirit, I will definitely not spare them. Chu Daping is still alive, and since no one else has appeared for so long, it seems that the only pursuers are these 2. He Xianer whispered to Wang Xin. Wang Xin understood her meaning. He Xianer wanted to take action. Wang Xin stared at the 2 for a long time, then said, you stay here and don't move. I'll scout around to make sure no one is around before we take action. Sienna nodded, not impulsive. Just as Wang Xin was about to get up, a sudden scream came from the direction of Big Neo and the man with a face full of flab. Wang Xin looked up and saw that a wooden spear was stuck in Big Neo's chest, piercing directly through from the back, with a long tip protruding from the front. The force was simply astonishing. Until now, Wang Xin still willingly called this thing a wooden spear. In fact, they merely used some tree sticks of different thicknesses and sharpened the ends. It was not a very lethal weapon. If one wanted to kill someone, they could only throw it with great force to cause damage. Who the hell is he? At this moment, Dainyu had already lost his life, and the man with a face full of flesh was trembling all over. Now, not to mention he was scared. Even Wang Xin and Sienna, who were hiding in the shadows, felt it was too horrifying and sudden. The scene was dead silent. After a long while, no enemy appeared, and it was unclear from which direction the wooden spear was thrown. Wang Xin began to sweat cold behind his back. He didn't know friend from foe and was unclear why this person acted this way. For safety's sake, Wang Xin and Sienna decided to hold their positions. The man with a face full of flesh had not finished cursing when an arrow suddenly appeared and pierced through his neck, causing his eyes to bulge as he clutched his throat in agony and fell to the ground. Wang Xin suddenly felt something was wrong. The arrow looked very familiar. Just a moment ago, he intended to act with Sienna, but unexpectedly, in just a few seconds, these two people had already lost their lives, which was beyond his imagination. Could it be that Xiangzi and the others have come? Sienna looked at Wang Xin with confusion. Wang Xin signaled to Sienna that the two of them should leave this place quickly. However, Sienna surprisingly ignored Wang Xin and stared intently at a spot not far ahead. Wang Xin glanced over and saw two legs emerging from the grass. Without saying a word, Sienna suddenly threw out a sharp spear. Wang Xin was startled. Why did Sienna act without consulting him? Are they not teammates anymore? This really made Wang Xin furious. Ah, a scream. The owner of those two legs had not fully emerged before collapsing to the ground, clearly hit by Sienna's arrow. Oh. That chilling sound began to resonate. Wang Xin's hairs stood on end, and his scalp tingled. Sure enough, the monsters appeared. And this time, the source of the sound did not come from just one direction. The monster's cries had barely sounded for a few seconds when the monster shot by Sienna was dragged into the grass. And then the grass in several directions began to stir. Wang Xin felt a choking sensation. Last time he was merely lucky and managed to take down those two monsters with Sienna, but this time, encountering so many monsters made it nearly impossible to escape unscathed unless a miracle occurred. Wang Xin quickly thought of countermeasures, sweating profusely, and just then, suddenly, two monsters crawled out of the grass, each with two human heads hanging from their waists. Seeing this horrifying scene, Wang Xin was stunned and could hardly react, his heart nearly jumping out. Sienna was so frightened that her legs went weak, half leaning against Wang Xin. Wang Xin tightly grasped Sienna's hand to prevent her from getting separated. In her current state, it was likely she wouldn't even be able to protect herself for a while. Watching the two monsters treat the human heads like toys hanging from their waists, Wang Xin couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. This sudden scene was truly difficult for him to adapt to. Even though Wang Xin had encountered some bloody scenes during missions before, he had never seen monsters that not only killed, but also mutilated corpses. Wang Xin, what should we do? Sienna trembled all over with fear. Sienna gasped for breath for a long time before managing to speak. Chapter 126, Provocation. These monsters probably eat human flesh. I hope they are already full, or else we will be in serious trouble. Wang Xin comforted Sienna while secretly encouraging himself. Wang Xin noticed that these two monsters could really run. The two of them were already out of breath, yet those two monsters seemed completely unfazed, clearly possessing incredible physical strength. If they continued running like this, even if Wang Xin wasn't caught, he would be exhausted to death. Suddenly, one of the monsters accelerated, as if stepping on fire wheels, charging towards Wang Xin with an unstoppable momentum. Seeing this, Wang Xin's expression changed, and he pulled Sienna into his arms, dodging to the side. In this situation, Wang Xin realized he felt like the sausage in a hot dog, being squeezed from both sides. Oh! The monster that had run behind Wang Xin raised its head and shouted a couple of times, the human heads at its waist swinging back and forth. The monster's teeth were covered in fresh blood, and without needing to guess, it was evident that it had just finished eating. Although Wang Xin didn't understand what it was saying, the tone was clearly mocking him and Sienna. Wang Xin felt his scalp tingle. Was God playing a joke on him? Sienna pulled Wang Xin back cautiously a few steps, the monster staring intently, seemingly very interested in Wang Xin. Wang Xin frowned, confused about what these two monsters meant. Why didn't they attack immediately? Were they toying with him? Do you want to challenge me one-on-one? At this moment, Wang Xin felt a bit short-circuited in his mind, and actually gestured with his hand, intending to challenge the monster to a one-on-one fight. Sure enough, the monster understood Wang Xian's words and nodded. Fighting against this group of immensely strong and agile monsters one-on-one, Wang Xian didn't know how much of a chance he had. Feeling a bit nervous, "Don't talk nonsense. Challenging him is seeking death." He Xianer hurriedly grabbed Wang Xian, saying anxiously. Wang Xian ignored He Xianer and stared at the two monsters, saying, "Agreed on a one-on-one fight. Only one at a time, definitely not together." The two monsters chattered for a while, and then the one standing behind Wang Xian said something to him. Oh. Wang Xian couldn't understand and didn't know what they meant. However, listening to their pronunciation, it sounded a bit like a dialect from some place, but he couldn't be sure. Anyway, the language was strange, and the tone and pronunciation were somewhat similar. Now Wang Xian found himself in a dilemma. The four monsters were staring at them with ill intentions, as if implying that if Wang Xian didn't come out to fight, they would surround him. "It's over. There are 2 of us and 4 of them. No matter how strong we are, we can't fight 2 against 4. He Xianer began to have thoughts of retreating, but there was no way to retreat. Wang Xian rolled his eyes, picked up the crossbow in his hand, and braced himself, saying, "I can't care about that much anymore. If I don't agree to fight, I'll die immediately. If I agree, I might still have a chance. Let's start with a one-on-one. If we can take down a few, that's good. Ideally, you take 1 down, and I take 1 down. With the remaining 2, we can manage to fight 2 against 2. All right, just remember to give me a signal. I'll go all out, and my target is the one directly behind." He Xianer nodded and whispered in Wang Xian's ear, "Okay, wait for my signal." After saying that, Wang Xian stepped forward, then gently patted his chest twice and gave a thumbs up to indicate that he was very capable. At that moment, Wang Xian felt like a fool, using gestures instead of language, as if communicating with wild people like Tarzan. Swish, swish. As Wang Xian was about to give He Xianer a signal, the leaves around him rustled, and 3 strange people jumped down from a nearby tree. Seeing this scene, Wang Xian's scalp went numb, and his mindset shattered. This was clearly not a matter of fighting one-on-one. The strange people had all come out. If they attacked in waves, he would probably be exhausted to death. The original plan was now broken, and with more and more strange people appearing, there was no way to win. Aside from the one preparing to duel Wang Xian, the other 6 strange people had already surrounded him, clapping and cheering, creating a noisy and excited atmosphere. Wang Xian felt his back drenched in sweat as it streamed down his forehead. He was so nervous that he didn't dare to blink, fearing that he might lose his life in a moment of distraction. This was undoubtedly the most dangerous situation he had ever encountered. At this point, even if Wang Xian teamed up with He Xianer to take out 2 strange people, they would still be left with 4, and they would be no match at all. At this moment, He Xianer looked at Wang Xian with a desperate expression, signaling whether they should change their plan. Wang Xian was extremely anxious. Unless he had a submachine gun right now to take out all these strange people, there was absolutely no way to leave safely. He didn't tell He Xianer this, as saying anything discouraging in such a situation might rob her of the courage to survive. Wang Xian whispered to her, "Seize the opportunity and run for it. Don't worry about me." Wang Xian tried hard to calm his emotions and said to the strange people, "I'm okay with a one-on-one fight, but no group attacks. Otherwise, I will look down on you." Using provocations. Chapter 127, Rescue. Wang Xian didn't even know if these wild people could understand him, but he would just do his best. After saying that, he glanced around at the strange people, feeling a bit uneasy, and quickly added, "If I win, you must let us go, no cheating." While he spoke, he gestured with his hands. If Xiangzi saw this ridiculous scene, he would definitely call him an idiot. To Wang Xian's surprise, the strange people actually understood what he said. The one standing in front of Wang Xian babbled for a while, and then the other strange people directly threw their weapons on the ground. Spears, bows, and arrows lay scattered across the ground. Wang Xian was taken aback. He didn't expect these guys to understand him. It was hard to imagine how these belligerent and powerful strange people ended up on this island. Wang Xian was cautious. He initiated an attack. Suddenly, He Xianer let out a scream. Wang Xian jolted and saw the strange person in front of him had raised a spear and was thrusting it towards him. Damn it! Since it's a one-on-one fight, why attack without warning? This is really uncouth. Because the attack was sudden, Wang Xian rolled on the ground to evade the strange person's ambush. However, it seemed the strange person had no intention of changing tactics. Before Wang Xian could get up, the spear was raised again, thrusting towards him. Wang Xian had no choice but to keep rolling on the ground. The spear in the strange person's hand was over a meter long, allowing it to reach Wang Xian lying on the ground without bending down. Wang Xian was in a passive state and had no chance to retaliate. He Xianer watched anxiously from the side, but she didn't dare to sneak attack. These strange people seemed to keep their promise and had no intention of targeting her. After rolling on the ground dozens of times, Wang Xin had dodged countless attacks from the strange people, although he hadn't been hit. The stones on the ground had left his back nearly numb, as if his body was falling apart. Wang Xin was in immense pain, while the strange person seemed to be getting more and more excited, desperately trying to kill him. Damn it, how long is this going to last? Wang Xin shouted, pushing himself up with both hands and kicking at the strange person's abdomen. Then he drew out his spring knife, aiming for a fatal blow to the heart. To his surprise, the guy was very quick and jumped back a step, dodging the attack. What a good move, but unfortunately, the combo didn't work. Otherwise, the strange person would have surely died. Damn it, jumping so far, why not just join the Olympics? Wang Xin exclaimed in frustration as he watched the strange person jump far back. This reflex was astonishing. Even some professional athletes might find it hard to achieve such a response. At the same time, taking advantage of the confrontation, Wang Xin quickly stood up from the ground, gripping the spring knife tightly in his hand. Just the thought of the consequences of defeat, where his head could be hung as a trophy, made Wang Xin unable to contain his anger. He shouted, gripping the spring knife, refusing to retreat, and took the initiative to attack the strange person. Now, to survive, he had no choice but to fight. He had already given up on the crossbow. First, it was too close to load an arrow, and second, given the strange person's tough skin and muscle, it would be hard to inflict any damage. Plus, the strange person was too agile to hit. Wang Xin felt as if he was suffocating, his face turning red from holding his breath. Having only retired 2 years ago, he never expected his skills to have deteriorated to this extent, unable to evade the enemy's attacks. This heavy blow nearly caused internal injury, and both his attack and evasion speed had decreased significantly. The strange person gave Wang Xin no chance to catch his breath, raising the spear and quickly thrusting it towards him again. Wang Xion's heart sank, and everything around him seemed to turn gray. This deadly thrust from the strange person was something he simply couldn't evade. Being hit meant certain death. Was he really going to die here today? Wang Xian. Xiener screamed his name in terror, despair, helplessness. Wang Xian felt an unprecedented fear. He even began to hallucinate, as if all the enemies he had previously killed were coming back to life, all sneering at him. Wang Xian gritted his teeth, pushing himself up off the ground, trying to roll to the side, but the heaviness in his chest left him with no strength to do so. Whoosh! Just as Wang Xian closed his eyes, waiting for death, suddenly, he heard a whistling sound in his ear. Boom! Immediately after, he felt a heavy weight pressing down on him, and his face became wet and sticky. Wang Xian opened his eyes in surprise to find that the strange person who had just been attacking him had an arrow sticking out of its neck, already lifeless. Now lying on top of him, its eyes wide open, hot blood spraying high. In just a few seconds, Wang Xian had a close encounter with death, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. His first reaction was that someone had come to rescue them. But then he quickly felt a flash of doubt. Who was it? Chapter 128, Worries and Panic. Without time to think more, Wang Xian angrily pushed the cold strange person's body off him and ran towards Xiener. Oh, 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 oh. The other strange people were furious, seeing their companion killed, and they all became agitated, shouting in anger. Whoosh, whoosh. Then, several arrows shot continuously towards the strange people, instantly taking down 2 of them, their bodies pierced like hedgehogs. Thank you, friends, for your help. Wang Xian shouted to the surrounding woods, even though he had no idea where the arrows that killed the strange people were coming from. But the life-saving grace was greater than the sky. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Xian dragged Xiener to a safe area. At least they couldn't be surrounded by the frenzied strange people. At this moment, the remaining strange people focused all their attention on the woods, howling as they ran toward it, and coincidentally, Wang Xian was in that direction too. This sudden rain of arrows had thoroughly enraged the strange people. However, after losing a few, they were now somewhat scattered, and the arrows shot from ambush were not very accurate. After shooting dozens of arrows, none hit the strange people. Let's go, attack the strange people. Xiener stood behind a large tree, pulling out a sharp spear. With a slight movement of her wrist, the spear was hurled out with a tearing sound of the wind. The spear directly hit a monster in the chest, and Wang Xian didn't need to look to know that this guy was definitely done for. Wang Xian couldn't care less about praising Xiener and directly took out his crossbow, aimed, and shot. The crossbow designed by Qianzi had an effective attack range of about 5 to 10 meters. Beyond that range, the accuracy became somewhat unreliable, and the lethality would greatly decrease. Fortunately, the arrow shot by Wang Xian hit the monster's arm, but it didn't penetrate deeply, only grazing some flesh. Seeing the monster lightly shake its arm and continue charging forward, Wang Xian felt quite helpless. The crossbow's lethality was insufficient, and that was its only shortcoming. Your thing is too weak. Just watch me. Xiener glanced at Wang Xian contemptuously, and with a whoosh, another spear was thrown out, and another monster fell down. This was the difference. The crossbow designed by Qiangzi was limited by the materials used, making it somewhat ineffective. Beyond the distance, it was simply useless. At this moment, Wang Xin also saw someone hiding in the dark shooting arrows, and the first to come into view was a little girl, about the same age as Sina. With 2 ponytails, the remaining monsters had already charged into their group, and one wild man, howling, rushed towards the girl and then raised his fist, striking heavily at her chest. The little girl was hit and spat blood, her chest caving in from the powerful blow. Yuan Yuan. A woman let out a piercing scream and immediately rushed to confront the monster. Upon seeing this, Wang Xin's brain stopped functioning. A blooming girl had been killed by a monster just to save him. Now, only one thought filled Wang Xin's mind: to kill all these monsters. To take revenge for the little girl. Wang Xin felt his blood boiling. He threw away the crossbow, gripped a spring knife, and charged forward. For Wang Xin, the distance of several dozen steps was nothing. He instantly rushed in front of the monster. Beast, die! Wang Xin kicked the monster that killed the girl, jumped into the air, and aimed for its throat with the dagger. The sharp spring knife grazed the monster's neck, but the monster reacted quickly, retreating and dodging this fatal blow, leaving a red line on its neck. The monster howled in pain, and Wang Xin's strike only barely cut through the monster's skin, failing to kill it, and instead, he was punched in the stomach by the monster. Bang! Wang Xin felt as if his insides had shifted, and the muscles in his face twitched in pain, with a metallic taste rising in his throat that he forcefully swallowed. Right now, Wang Xin only had one thought: to take him down, to kill him. He must die. Die! Wang Xin roared in anger, ignoring the pain in his body, and stabbed the knife into the monster's arm, which retaliated with another punch. They exchanged blows, one knife, one punch. Wang Xin didn't know how many times he stabbed or how many punches he took. His whole body became numb, and it wasn't until the monster fell that he realized he had won. At that moment, Wang Xin felt drowsy and exhausted. His body felt like it was falling apart, and some areas were even numb, making him unable to feel his body at all. Wang Xin, wake up, don't sleep. He squatted in front of Wang Xin, tears streaming down her face. In his memory, Wang Xin recalled that this seemed to be the second time he had gone berserk. The first time was during a mission when he was surrounded and fought desperately to survive. Is the monster dead? Wang Xin mumbled. Dead, you killed it. He cried like a tearful person, nodding incessantly. Looking at the monster's corpse, Wang Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief. A monster with such strength, if released into the outside world, would definitely be at the level of a soldier king, and now, he had killed another. Xian'er held Wang Xin's face in her hands, her expression filled with worry and panic. Chapter 129, A Tall Tale. Wang Xin felt a salty taste in his mouth and touched it with his hand, which was immediately stained bright red with blood. Am I going to die? Wang Xin felt a wave of spasms in his stomach, and his whole body trembled slightly. Under the circumstances of outdated equipment, lack of stamina, and fewer numbers, the price he paid to take down this monster was truly too great. No way, you won't die? Xian'er suddenly covered Wang Xin's mouth, trying to prevent the blood from flowing out. Suddenly, Wang Xin noticed that Xian'er's expression seemed a bit off. Was it tragic? Or sad? In any case, it was a complex look full of care that warmed the heart. Wang Xin knew that his situation was not good. Lying on the ground, he was completely still. The only thing he could move was his mouth, and standing up was utterly impossible. He had no strength left in his body. Don't move yet. Let me take a look. At that moment, a handsome young man stepped out from the team that had just rescued Wang Xin. To be honest, although he wasn't drop-dead gorgeous, he had reached a level that could debut, looking quite delicate. Isn't this the man from the Scarface team's group? Wang Xin vaguely remembered that this was the person who examined Li Yong's corpse. Clearly, Xian'er recognized him too. She held Wang Xin tightly, her gaze warily fixed on the young man. Wang Xin felt a bit dazed. Could it be that he had just escaped the tiger's den and entered the wolf's lair? Was he really this unlucky? Don't be afraid. I'm a doctor. My name is Han Mo. Han Mo pursed his lips and smiled at Wang Xin. Although he said this, Xian'er still refused to let Han Mo touch Wang Xin. Your boyfriend is injured, very seriously. If I don't treat him, he could be in danger. Don't worry. I won't harm him. Han Mo looked seriously at Xian'er and explained with a smile. Upon hearing the word boyfriend, Wang Xin instinctively glanced at Xian'er. Perhaps in the city, many people would want to be Xian'er's boyfriend, given her celestial beauty. What are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll dig out your eyeballs. Xian'er glared at Wang Xin, somewhat angrily, but she didn't refute Han Mo's words. Wang Xin smiled. For some reason, he felt that Xian'er seemed to tacitly agree with what Han Mo had just said. Xian'er, let him take a look. Wang Xin said with difficulty. If Han Mo really wanted to harm them, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble of saving them. It was clear that Han Mo's team far outnumbered Wang Xin in both personnel and weapons, And if they wanted Wang Xian's life, it wouldn't be so complicated. He Xian'er pouted, following Wang Xian's words, and slowly let go of her grip, but her gaze remained fixed on Han Mo's hands, like a protective tiger. If Han Mo made any wrong moves, He Xian'er would immediately pounce on him to fight. Wang Xian suddenly felt that being protected by a woman was quite nice. Han Mo gently lifted Wang Xian's shirt, examined him for a while, and said, "Some muscles have suffered severe damage, but there shouldn't be any internal injuries. You won't die. However, the wounds need to be treated quickly. Otherwise, if they get infected, it will be troublesome. Then you're in trouble." Wang Xian nodded weakly. Muscle damage was an external injury, likely caused by the monster's punch just now. With careful recovery, it would heal. However, as for the mention of potential infection, it seemed he would need Han Mo to apply medicine for him. "In trouble? You think I will treat you? Don't forget, we are enemies now." Han Mo raised an eyebrow, looking at Wang Xian with great interest. "Aren't you a doctor? Isn't saving lives and healing the wounded your duty? Are you really going to watch me slowly die?" Wang Xian rolled his eyes. What he said earlier was mainly to see whether this team still retained some humanity. It seems that the man should be the leader of this team. He looks very ordinary, but his physique is quite good. He wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, making him look highly educated. The glasses man hesitated for a moment, then looked at Wang Xian and shook his head, saying, "The medicine is too valuable. You figure it out yourself." After saying that, the glasses man paused and continued, "We were originally hunting you too. But I saw what you did for Yuan Yuan just now. This time, we will let you go. If we meet again in the future, it won't be so simple. However, with your injuries, whether you can meet us next time is another question, unless you find the medicine." Hearing the glasses man's words, Wang Xian felt like this person might have a split personality. Wang Xian sneered and deliberately said, "Don't talk about the future. With my injuries, I probably can't last even an hour. If you want to kill me, just do it quickly. Why pretend to let me go?" Although Wang Xian said this, he was sure that if the glasses man made any move, He Xian'er would definitely fight to the death. Chapter 130, Small Villain? Big brother, don't listen to his nonsense. This kid is quite the smooth talker, full of lies. A discordant voice rang out from behind the crowd. Wang Xian glanced over and found that the speaker was someone from Li Yang's previous team. This person looked like a thug, leaving a deep impression on Wang Xian. Li Yang was already dead. How did all his subordinates survive? "Big brother, you must not trust this kid. He is clearly trying to manipulate you. And he even killed my previous boss. This beast must not be let go," the little thug said. Wang Xian felt a headache coming on. Didn't he know what was going on lately? Was he being targeted by small villains? He had already been slandered by Daniel, and now that Daniel was dead, another guy like this appeared. Did these bastards need to blacken him to survive? After hearing the little thug's words, the glasses man's expression changed, and he frowned. Wang Xian thought to himself, "This is bad. I can't let this group of Li Yang's subordinates wrong me again." So he quickly retorted, "What nonsense are you talking? Who eats human flesh? Be clear." Now that Wang Xian was injured, his speech was somewhat weak. With only He Xian'er by his side, it was clear that he couldn't fight against so many people, especially with Chu Dabing in their hands. "I heard Daniel and his other companions say that your boss was killed by your own people, and they even wanted to eat his flesh. Don't think I don't know. You didn't eat it, you just wanted to frame me," Wang Xian said. The names of the two were quite strange. One was called Daniel and the other Lu, and he couldn't help but wonder what their parents were thinking. Impossible. Daniel wouldn't even dare to step on an ant, let alone kill someone. "Big brother, you must not believe him. When we joined the team, we dedicated all our supplies to Biao Ge. How could we be the bad guys?" Lu spoke with a noticeable lack of confidence, and his eyes showed a hint of panic. The glasses man was someone without a strong opinion. Upon hearing something related to Biao Ge, he turned coldly to stare at Wang Xian. Wang Xian didn't dodge, he stared back. After all, these people were all in cahoots, and he knew he couldn't clarify anything now. "Think what you want. The innocent will clear themselves," Wang Xian said coldly, and then fell silent. Wang Xian looked around, and when he saw Lu, it was clear that Lu was avoiding eye contact, not daring to look Wang Xian in the eyes. The woman who had called Yuan Yuan earlier seemed to want to speak, but ended up remaining silent. Likely being Yuan Yuan's sister or friend who had been killed by the monster. "Since you said you've seen Daniel, do you know where he is?" the glasses man asked. Wang Xian really didn't want to waste time with them. The longer this dragged on, the more dangerous Chu Dabing would be. "They are over there. Just go see." Wang Xian pointed to the grass nearby, where Daniel and that man had died. Wang Xian had thought that Lu would be very sad upon seeing Daniel's death, as they had been through so much together. However, he noticed a hint of happiness in Lu's eyes, though he wore a sad expression and even shed tears. This was quite the act. When it came to acting, Li Yang's group were all masters. Since Daniel was already dead, Wang Xian had no evidence to refute anything, so he shook his head helplessly and said, "I don't want to explain, but I have something to say. Go ahead. Given that you avenged Yuan, I can satisfy you, the glasses man said, looking at Wang Xin with a cold gaze. Let my companion go. I will stay. You can do whatever you want with me. Wang Xin glanced at Hsiener and ultimately decided to act nobly this time. By now, Wang Xin was starting to feel uncomfortable. Perhaps it was the pain that was messing with his nerves. Hsiener tightly grasped Wang Xin's shoulder, slowly tightening her grip, and the next second, she unexpectedly started to cry. Wang Xin didn't expect that he would move this thorny rose to tears. My request isn't unreasonable, right? Wang Xin didn't have time to comfort Hsiener and could only think of ways to persuade the glasses man. Lu spat and said angrily, "What right do you have to negotiate with us? This woman once betrayed us. She absolutely cannot be let go. Lu, don't be so ruthless. She is still a woman. Be magnanimous." The glasses man pushed Lu aside and then turned to Wang Xin, saying, "Let her go, and you must die." At least the glasses man had some humanity, unlike Li Yang's group, who had no sense of compassion at all. Chapter 131, Agent. After the glasses man rejected Lu, he angrily stood to the side, secretly glaring at the glasses man, perhaps out of jealousy. "Okay, it's a deal. Let my companion go, and I will stay." Wang Xin glanced at Hsiener again and said in a deep voice. In fact, Wang Xin was also afraid of death. Thinking of the scene of barely escaping from the monster's hands still sent chills down his spine. But fear aside, if he didn't choose to stay, Hsiener would definitely not survive. Now, he could only rely on Hsiener to find help. "You go," the glasses man said to Hsiener, and then he walked toward Wang Xin, holding a spear. "Brother, let me take action. I love doing this." Lu excitedly glanced at Wang Xin and then requested the glasses man. Wang Xin glared fiercely at Lu. He didn't care if he died, but dying at the hands of this trash was quite insulting. "If you make a move, I will definitely take you with me to meet your deceased boss. Do you want to try?" Wang Xin stared at Lu and said coldly. The glasses man clearly didn't get along with Lu, shaking his hand impatiently and saying, "Go stand in the corner." After saying that, he swung the spear, preparing to stab Wang Xin in the stomach. If Wang Xin were really stabbed by the spear, he probably wouldn't die immediately. The painful struggle was something he couldn't bear to imagine. In desperation, he pulled out a spring knife from his pocket. The glasses man, seeing Wang Xin take out the knife, cautiously said, "What? Having second thoughts?" Wang Xin grinned, threw the knife to the glasses man, and said, "Your wooden stick probably can't kill me. Why not use this to give me a quick end?" To be honest, Wang Xin could have chosen to commit suicide. But for some reason, he didn't choose that route. "No, Wang Xin." Hsiener screamed loudly. Bang! Wang Xin never expected that Hsiener would suddenly throw herself on him, intending to block the knife for him. But she was quickly pulled away by the glasses man. "Brother, I hope you keep your word." Wang Xin suddenly opened his eyes and said seriously to the glasses man. Hsiener struggled continuously, her slender white legs kicking back and forth as she pleaded, "Wang Xin, I don't want you to save me. I just want you to live. Bastard, do you hear me? Your wife and brothers are still waiting for you. I don't care about your rescue. Just get lost." Seeing Hsiener on the verge of collapse, Wang Xin didn't know what to do. Now he even felt a bit regretful. As he watched the bespectacled man getting closer, a strange feeling surged in his heart. He had nothing to do with these enemies. Why should he trust these cannibals? In a flash, Wang Xin's mind raced, and he quietly winked at Hsiener, a plan forming in his mind. Hsiener's clever mind made Wang Xin admire her greatly. Every time he was in a life-and-death situation, she would quickly grasp his meaning. And this time was no exception. When Hsiener saw Wang Xin wink at her, she was slightly stunned and then understood. "Don't act yet." Just as Wang Xin was getting ready to defend himself and counterattack, the woman beside him suddenly shouted. The speaker was a girl named Yuan. Her short hair and striking looks giving her a cool, poker-faced appearance. To be honest, her voice was very pleasant to hear. At this moment, the spring knife held by the bespectacled man was only 30 centimeters away from Wang Xin's heart, hovering in mid-air. Wang Xin's muscles were tense, already prepared to fight back. But this shout disrupted his plan. Wang Xin looked curiously at the cool girl, unsure of what she wanted to do or why she wanted to save him. If she wanted to save someone, why not say it earlier and wait until this critical moment to speak? It was more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. The cool girl glanced at Wang Xin, walked over to the bespectacled man, snatched the spring knife away, and casually tossed it at Wang Xin's feet. This scene left everyone in the bespectacled man's group stunned. To be honest, Wang Xin was also dumbfounded. Despite having seen many storms, he had never encountered a situation like this and had no idea what to do. "None of you are allowed to touch him today," the cool girl said, sounding very impressive. Standing at 1.60 meters, dressed in tight-fitting clothes that accentuated her figure, she looked just like one of those female agents from a spy movie. Nearly identical to those in films, very distinctive. If she were wearing a pair of big sunglasses right now, she would probably be no different from a Hollywood star. Hey Hu, do you know what you're doing? The bespectacled man shouted angrily at the cool girl. Wang Xin then realized that the cool girl was called Hey Hu, which sounded less like a name and more like a code name. Could it be that her real identity was that of an agent? Chapter 132, Aloof. Hey Hu ignored the bespectacled man, took out a small bottle of medicine from her pocket, and opened the cap to sprinkle some on Wang Xin's wound. Wang Xin sniffed slightly and realized it was iodine. Fortunately, it didn't hurt too much, and he could withstand it. Wang Xin didn't know what this woman was planning. Why did she suddenly start cleaning his wound? To be honest, he found the people in this group quite puzzling. Each one of them seemed odd. I don't have any other medicine here, just disinfect it for now. I hope you can hold on. If you get infected, you can only blame yourself, Hey Hu said. Glancing at Wang Xin with a flat tone, devoid of emotion, she gave off a sense of being different from everyone else. He Xian'er was aloof mixed with a hint of pride. Zhang Rui, while also cold, had a noble aura, a typical mature woman. Senna was a well-behaved lowly. Hey Hu was unlike anyone else. She could be described in 2 words as heartless, emanating an emotionless coldness from her bones. As if everything she did was in accordance with her own will, unrelated to anyone else. Wang Xin observed closely and found that this woman was not very old. Probably around his age, about 27 or 28. What impressed Wang Xin the most was her short hair, which was stylish and showcased her beauty on the island. Wang Xin suddenly felt like he was in a gathering of stunning beauties. Thank you. Regardless, Wang Xin decided to thank her first. After all, she had disinfected his wound. He noticed that Hey Hu's gaze was very cold, as if everyone in the group, including him, was as insignificant as air. Hey Hu, you really don't take us seriously. Daring to save Bio's enemy, the bespectacled man couldn't hold back any longer and stepped in front of her, saying viciously. Wang Xin felt very pleased at this moment. As long as there was infighting in their group, he would have a chance to escape. I don't need you to teach me how to do my job. To be honest, just seeing you disgusts me, Hey Hu replied coldly. The bespectacled man froze for a moment, his face turning red to his neck, and he shouted, You. Hey Hu scoffed, her lips curling up. I saw him avenging Yuan. Where were you? What were you doing? Indeed, Wang Xin hadn't guessed wrong. The reason this person saved him was because of Yuan. The bespectacled man's expression stiffened. Hey Hu's words clearly hit his sore spot. What intrigued Wang Xin was that this bespectacled man seemed to be the leader of this small team, yet Hey Hu dared to directly oppose him, indicating her special status among them. Moreover, as a woman, especially a beautiful one, she wasn't afraid that these men would harbor ill intentions, which was quite rare. You didn't help Yuan take revenge, but I absolutely won't allow you to harm her benefactor. Hey Hu glanced at Yuan's lifeless body on the ground. Her eyes filled with sorrow. Hey Hu, don't mess around, otherwise I'll do whatever you want. Hey Hu no longer spoke to the bespectacled man and turned to Wang Xin, saying, You avenged my sister, and I saved you once. From now on, we owe each other nothing. If we meet again, don't blame me for being rude. Upon hearing this, Xian'er hurried over to support Wang Xin. Hey Hu walked straight to Yuan's corpse, silent, no longer speaking. Wang Xin felt a bit anxious, although Hey Hu had let them go. The bespectacled man's group hadn't spoken yet. If they really left just like that, and those people ambushed them from behind, it would be disastrous. You can go. After a long while, the bespectacled man sighed and waved his hand at Wang Xin. Finally, he led his people away from there. Watching this group leave, Xian'er looked at Wang Xin in disbelief, wondering if they had really avoided a calamity just like that. Wang Xin reached out and patted Xian'er on the forehead, saying, Remember, no more crying next time. Xian'er tightly linked her arm with Wang Xin's, fearing that he would lose his footing, surviving a disaster. Both of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the heroic spirit in Xian'er's brows, Wang Xin felt she resembled a modern-day Hua Mulan. If it weren't for Zhang Rui's presence, he might have fallen for this woman uncontrollably. Women like Xian'er had an innate charm that attracted people. Even heroes found it hard to resist beautiful women, and Wang Xin was no exception. Wang Xin clearly noticed these small gestures, making his heart race. But he pretended not to see. The sky gradually darkened, and Wang Xin vaguely began to recognize the road ahead. This place should still be more than half an hour away from the valley. Chapter 133, Difficult to Handle. You won't get into trouble here alone, will you? Xian'er was a bit worried about Wang Xin. After all, he was injured all over. Xian'er nodded and quickly disappeared from Wang Xin's sight. After Xian'er left, Wang Xin, even though he felt drowsy, did not dare to blink. To be honest, Wang Xin didn't know the extent of his injuries. But he was confident that they weren't life-threatening. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Remember that little puppy said that his internal organs were fine. Just some superficial injuries and muscle strains, and it shouldn't be a big deal. After about half an hour, Wang Xin, feeling drowsy, vaguely heard a commotion of footsteps not far away. Wang Xin's expression changed, and he struggled to move, hiding behind a tree. When those people appeared, Wang Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Leading the group was Zhang Rui. Wife. Wang Xin weakly shouted. Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Rui quickly ran to Wang Xin's side. Seeing his miserable state, tears immediately streamed down her face. Wang Xin, how are you? Hang in there. How did you get so badly hurt? Zhang Rui was heartbroken, her face filled with panic. Seeing Zhang Rui's concerned inquiry, Wang Xin smiled warmly, and the pain from his wounds didn't hurt as much as before. He just grinned foolishly. Wang Xin. At that moment, someone suddenly grabbed Wang Xin's ear. Wang Xin glanced and realized it was Hsiener. What's wrong? Be gentle. It's going to come off. Wang Xin said irritably. Hsiener had surprisingly developed a tendency for violence again. It's nothing. Just wanted to see if you can still feel pain, Hsiener said with a smile, then stood aside. Her actions made Zhang Rui chuckle. Wang Xin had a face full of confusion, thinking, what the heck? Back to the camp. Gao Qian hurriedly gave Wang Xin some medicine and bandaged him up, then gave him some oral medicine to promote blood circulation and reduce bruising. Wang Xin felt much more comfortable. Then, Wang Xin noticed something else. Sina was missing. According to Xiangzi, shortly after Wang Xin, Chu Dabing, and Hsiener left, the girl disappeared. Xiangzi searched around the valley for a long time, but found no clues. After learning this, a trace of doubt flashed through Wang Xin's mind. He didn't know where that girl Sina could have gone. She was only in her teens and had almost no survival skills on her own. If she left the valley, she would probably encounter danger. Then he thought, could Sina be a spy? After all, Hsiener had met her on the deserted island, and no one knew her previous identity. Wang Xin sat aside, running through almost all the possible scenarios in his mind, frowning in contemplation. Hsiener stood beside him as if nothing was wrong, completely unconcerned. Wang Xin, somewhat curious, asked, aren't you worried that Sina is missing? Hsiener pouted and said, she's not as helpless as you think. At least her skills are no worse than mine. I remember the last time we climbed a tree, she went up in just 2 seconds. That speed even puts me to shame. You could say she's as light as a swallow. Hearing Hsiener's words, Wang Xin finally understood why she wasn't worried. It seemed Sina was a concealed expert. At such a young age, she had such impressive skills, and her true identity was definitely not simple. The waters on this island were getting deeper. It turned out that in this world, rare experts were as common as dirt, and some dangers even made it difficult for him to cope. After confirming with Hsiener that Sina was skilled and wouldn't get into trouble, Wang Xin stopped worrying too much. As long as she didn't provoke trouble, she should be fine. Damn, brother Xin, do you think that captain is an idiot for daring to accept those freaks from Liang's group? Is he out of his mind? Xiangzi cursed. After returning, Wang Xin told him everything that happened with Hsiener. If it hadn't been for Sina's incident, Xiangzi would have probably started cursing long ago. Wang Xin planned to rescue Chu Dabing immediately. Human lives were at stake, and they couldn't afford to delay even a moment. But the others disagreed. Since Wang Xin was also seriously injured and had severely depleted his stamina, everyone unanimously agreed that they could save him. But at least Wang Xin needed to rest for an hour before setting out. The campfire was lit. Gao Qian prepared to change Wang Xin's dressing and pulled him into the grass shed. The moment the bandage was opened, Gao Qian's hand instinctively trembled. What are you afraid of? It's not the first time we've seen it, Wang Xin said, feeling a bit strange. However, Gao Qian didn't seem to catch on and softly said, I'm not scared, just a little. A little. Gao Qian, this girl, was actually stuttering, after so long. She still hadn't finished her sentence. Wang Xin curiously asked, what's wrong with you? Why are you so hesitant? Just say it. It's nothing, I'm not scared. I just feel sorry for you, Gao Qian said shyly. Wang Xin didn't expect that Gao Qian would actually feel sorry for him. In the shed, with the flashlight's light, Wang Xin vaguely saw Gao Qian's face flushed red. Wow, this silly girl, could it be that she has feelings for me? Don't feel sorry for me, I'm tough. This little injury is nothing. Wang Xin patted his chest, pretending to laugh, acting foolish. Brother Xin, Gao Qian seemed to muster great courage. Suddenly looking up and gazing at Wang Xin longingly. Seeing Gao Qian's eyes, Wang Xin suddenly felt flustered. He had never feared anything, yet at this moment, he felt afraid. This silly girl, could it be that she wants to confess to him now? Wang Xin had always had the notion in his heart since childhood that he would marry Zhang Rui when he grew up. So he was quite naive when it came to feelings. He had never had any inappropriate thoughts about any woman, at most just some playful banter. Gao Qian's unusual behavior today left him unsure of how to respond. Looking at Gao Qian's pitiful eyes filled with mist, it was evident she was emotional and heartbroken. Wang Xin swallowed hard and glanced around, looking for an escape route. Suddenly, Gao Qian directly wrapped her arms around Wang Xin's neck, leaning in closer. Gao Qian's unexpected action stunned Wang Xian for a moment. He didn't react. Girl, don't do this, Wang Xian said nervously, his voice becoming a bit hurried. Brother Xian, I know many people look down on you, giving you all sorts of unpleasant labels, like son-in-law, useless, good for nothing. But I know you are a real man. You just don't bother with those people. I don't even know when I started to like you. Whenever I see you, my heart gets all mixed up. Gao Qian looked straight into Wang Xian's eyes, her gaze filled with deep affection. Wang Xian felt a bit bewildered. Why would this girl suddenly like him? Although Gao Qian's confession caught Wang Xian off guard, it also touched him. After all, many people look down on son-in-law types, but Gao Qian truly understood him. That's right. Wang Xian had never refuted those titles before, mainly because he didn't care to argue with those people. Xiangzi and Shitu were also quite manly. Wang Xian quickly changed the subject. On this desolate island, he couldn't promise Gao Qian any happiness, and in his heart, there was only Zhang Rui. I just like you, Gao Qian said without the slightest hesitation, her gaze filled with determination and seriousness. Wang Xian fell silent, unsure of how to respond. He worried that saying something too harsh would hurt her. After a long while, Gao Qian bit her lip and said, somewhat dejectedly, I know you like the boss. But it's okay. I just want you to know that I like you. After saying that, she smiled slightly at Wang Xian, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. But that smile carried a hint of sadness. Just then, as Wang Xian was feeling awkward and unsure of what to do, the door of the shed was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Rui's head peeked in. Upon seeing the situation inside the room, she froze at the door, looking foolish. At that moment, Gao Qian and Wang Xian were very close, one with an embarrassed face and the other blushing, clearly in a strange state. Even a fool could see that something was unusual between them. What are you two doing? Zhang Rui instinctively asked. Wang Xian's heart raced to 200 beats per minute. Unable to stand or sit, feeling helpless. That wife, it's nothing. No, Zhang, I just confessed to Xian Go, and I haven't finished speaking yet. Can you step out for a moment? Wang Xian was about to find an excuse to send Zhang Rui away. If she knew about this, it would definitely hurt Gao Qian's pride. Unexpectedly, Gao Qian, that girl, took the initiative to explain the situation. In front of Zhang Rui, she confessed to her husband and even asked Zhang Rui to step out temporarily. Everything felt strange. Sure enough, the air froze the next second. Zhang Rui stared at Wang Xian for a long time, wanting to say something but ultimately didn't, giving Gao Qian a deep look before closing the door. Wang Xian was a bit dazed. He didn't expect that the usually strong Zhang Rui would choose silence. What did she mean? Wang Xian had clearly rejected Gao Qian. But for some reason, facing Zhang Rui, he felt like he was caught cheating. Chapter 135. Rejection. Girl, you've really put me in a terrible position this time, Wang Xian said with a bitter smile. At this moment, in Zhang Rui's heart, Wang Xian's image must have been shattered. Wang Xian didn't know how to explain. This was simply a botched project. How could he wrap it up? He wanted to cry, but there were no tears. Xian Go, do you really not like me at all? Gao Qian asked softly, looking down. Wang Xian glanced at her, unable to express his feelings. When a beautiful woman confesses, which man can refuse? Gao Qian had the looks and the figure, and she was a naturally cute girl. Wang Xian dared to say that any man would not ignore a beauty like her. Wang Xian remained silent for a long time before saying, Girl, I've always seen you as a sister. There are many kinds of affection. It doesn't necessarily mean being together. No matter what, as long as I'm here, I will protect you and not let you suffer. After thinking it over, Wang Xian could only say this. Saying anything else might leave her with lingering thoughts. Some things are better resolved quickly. Xian Go, don't make it hard for yourself. I just want to know what you really think. Even if you don't protect me, I will still like you. It's just that it feels uncomfortable to keep some things bottled up. I want to say them. Gao Qian suddenly smiled, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. Wang Xian was taken aback, unable to understand what was going on in her mind. The speed of her mood change was too fast. I'll go call Zhang back in. Otherwise, she might think we're up to no good. After saying that, Gao Qian ran out, leaving Wang Xian alone in the shed, lost in thought. Moments later, Zhang Rui walked in. She looked at Wang Xian's injury, said nothing, and remained silent, as if nothing had happened. The more silent a woman is, the worse the situation is. We really didn't have anything just now, wife. Please don't be angry. Let me explain, Wang Xian stammered, unsure how to explain. Zhang Rui glanced at Wang Xian and said lightly, rest for a while. We'll set off to rescue Chu Dabin later. Helpless, Wang Xian sighed and closed his eyes to rest. He was really tired, having been through a day of turmoil, barely eating or drinking, and almost losing his life. As he dozed off, Wang Xian vaguely felt Zhang Rui sitting closer to him, her hand gently wrapping around his waist, seemingly intending for him to lean on her to rest. The fragrance of Zhang Rui and the warmth from her body surrounded him. leaving Wang Xian puzzled about what was happening today. Why were all these women acting so strangely? Wang Xian, from now on, no matter where we go or what we do, I want to be with you. Zhang Rui suddenly broke the silence and said. Hearing this, Wang Xian's first thought was, it's over. Zhang Rui wants to monitor him all the time to prevent him from cheating. Wife, I almost got killed today, Wang Xian said in a low voice. I don't want you to die out there without anyone to claim your body, Zhang Rui replied calmly. Wang Xian was speechless. After resting for about 2 hours, Wang Xian felt much more refreshed and called Xiangzi and the others to prepare quickly and set off to rescue Chu Dabin. Because Wang Xian had decided earlier that they needed to take all their supplies with them. After all, Liang's subordinates knew the location of this valley. If the supplies were left behind and the enemy suddenly visited, wouldn't that mean they would be wiped out? Rather than suffer heavy losses, it was better to take all the supplies with them. After all, there wasn't much, mostly medicine and some tools. Those people also knew about this valley. It was probably not safe here anymore. He Xiener pouted, glancing at the valley, somewhat reluctant. Wang Xian shook his head. He had never thought of giving up this place. Taking the supplies was just a precaution. Hearing the word corpse, everyone fell silent. Wang Xian couldn't bear to see his brothers end up as corpses. Finally, everyone set out, filled with the determination to rescue Chu Dabin, willing to do anything. Over an hour later, Wang Xian and his group arrived at the place where they had previously encountered the scarred man. Since it was night, visibility was poor. Chapter 136, Hiding. Wang Xian felt that there must be an enemy camp nearby. The location was decent, hidden in a grove. While it wasn't as good as their valley, it was still quite good, very concealed. Wang Xian signaled everyone to be quiet, while he quietly scouted the surroundings to determine the enemy camp's position. In the end, Wang Xian confirmed that the camp was in the northwest direction, within 100 meters, as there were many signs of trampled wild grass and broken branches in that direction. About 10 meters away from the enemy camp, Wang Xian lay on the ground, not daring to advance rashly. He had no idea about the manpower or firepower of the scarred man's group. If he rushed in to rescue someone, it would definitely be a disaster. Seeing Wang Xian's cautious demeanor, the others followed suit, all lying on the ground, not daring to breathe. Wang Xian instructed. The 3 of us started running from here during the day, and then Dabin was lost. If I'm not mistaken, Dabin must have been captured by them, and their camp is about 20 meters ahead. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, He Xiener looked around, a bit uncertain, feeling that she was lost. Zhang Rui scanned the surroundings and nodded. What intrigued Wang Xian was that Zhang Rui took some saliva from her tongue and placed it on her fingertips. What did that mean? Suddenly, Wang Xian's eyes narrowed. He thought of a folk method to determine direction. Could Zhang Rui also know how to do it? Sure enough. Moments later, Zhang Rui smiled and said, if I'm not mistaken, this place is quite close to the beach. Beach. If there's a beach, then it means we're not far from the sea. After saying this, Wang Xian quickly climbed up a nearby tree to look ahead. I see the sea. It's very close. Confirming this, Wang Xian jumped down from the tree. It was indeed not far from the seaside, less than a mile. Just as Wang Xian was about to ask Zhang Rui how she knew that method to determine direction, he saw Zhang Rui wink at him, signaling him not to ask too much. Seeing this, Wang Xian had to suppress his curiosity. Zhang Rui whispered to Wang Xian, if I'm right, this group of people has a big problem. If we rush in to rescue someone, we will definitely suffer losses. Just based on the fact that the enemy set up camp by the sea, there were already many issues to consider. Wang Xian felt bewildered, as if his intelligence was being rubbed against the ground. He didn't know what kind of scheme Zhang Rui was plotting. With a direct assault ruled out, the only option left was a sneak attack. Fortunately, it was night. Taking advantage of the timing and location, the chances of a successful sneak attack were high. After all, it was easier to act under the cover of darkness. Wang Xian shared the plan for a sneak attack with everyone and assigned tasks. What should I do? Zhang Rui saw that Wang Xian had not assigned her any tasks and quickly stepped forward to grab his shirt, frowning as she asked. The reason Wang Xian had not brought Gao Qian and Zhang Rui along before was that their strengths were not in combat. And not assigning them tasks now was the same. Honey, you shouldn't go. I'll go with Changzi and He Xiener. And Shirtu will stay behind to protect you and Gao Qian, Wang Xian said. For safety, Wang Xian absolutely would not agree with Zhang Rui's idea. After all, the 3 of them still had the ability to protect themselves. Even if they couldn't win, they could still run away. Bringing along 2 girls like Zhang Rui and Gao Qian would not be of any help and could even slow them down. Zhang Rui shook her head stubbornly and said, wherever you go, I will follow. I must be with you. After saying that, Wang Xian hard-headedly called for Changzi and He Xiener to leave. Reality was cruel. Sometimes one had no choice, especially on a deserted island, where the lack of choice would be magnified many times over. Wang Xian felt quite reassured about Shirtu. Although he was a bit simple-minded and not very quick-witted, he would carry out orders seriously and thoroughly. If a stranger approached, regardless of the purpose, Shirtu would rush over immediately and use the metal spear in his hand to eliminate any intruders. Wang Xin felt very confident leaving the protection task to Shirtu. Nonsense. Wang Xin directly refused. Changzi shrugged and stopped talking. Originally, Xianer wanted to persuade them, but seeing Wang Xin's very ugly expression, she tactfully kept quiet. Wang Xin, I won't let you off. Zhang Rui remained unyielding. Wang Xin couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart and unconsciously quickened his pace. Xin go, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? I can't keep up. Changzi shouted from behind as he chased after them. With his skills, it was a bit difficult for him to keep up with Wang Xin and Xianer as they quickly ran through the woods. Soon, the three found a hidden spot very close to the camp and kept a close watch on the situation in front of the camp. Chapter 137, Command. A small-scale camp, which was quite well organized, looked like a small tribe. Just the grass huts for living were several in number and varied in size, indicating that their personnel division was quite clear. On this resource-scarce deserted island, achieving this level was truly admirable. Xin go, there are too many of them. Rushing in would be seeking death. How do we sneak attack? Seeing the camp situation, Changzi swallowed hard, clearly feeling intimidated. Wang Xin glanced at Xianer, whose expression was similar to Changzi's, looking grim. Wang Xin said, for the sake of Debing, we must take a chance. I'll make the first move. And you two cover me. As soon as we find Debing, we retreat immediately. Absolutely do not get into a prolonged fight. With such a short time frame, scarce supplies, outdated weapons, and insufficient information, Wang Xin really couldn't think of a better plan. Although he had once been a war god, he was not a god after all. Those protagonists in novels who could take on 100 enemies unscathed existed only in fiction. Reality was not a game. A small mistake could cost lives. After confirming the current situation and seeing no other options, Wang Xin led Changzi and Xianer forward cautiously. This camp occupied a large area of woods, and the further they went in, the sparser the trees became, indicating that they had been cut down for living supplies. The open area was their living space, quite large, and it looked like they had cut down quite a few trees, with some places being very empty. Wang Xin led the two to a quieter corner, whispering, you two wait for me here. I'm going to check the situation and see if I can find where Debing is being held. After saying that, Wang Xin tightened his grip on the crossbow, preparing to sneak toward the camp. Wang Xin was confident in doing this. As long as he was careful and not overly unlucky, he shouldn't be discovered. Just as Wang Xin stood up and was about to make a move, he felt a chill at his waist, a sharp object pressing against him. Exposed. Was he destined for misfortune, to die before even starting? At this moment, the bespectacled man was holding a sharp knife against Wang Xin's waist, his expression very cold. Xin go, we're really unlucky. We haven't even started, and it's already over. We're doomed this time. Changzi was also being held by the Black Fox, looking mournful as he stared at Wang Xin, wanting to cry but having no tears. Shut your crow's mouth, Wang Xin said irritably. He didn't like Changzi's pessimistic words. Throw down your weapons, the bespectacled man ordered in a low voice. Wang Xin sighed and tossed the crossbow aside. Fortunately, he still had a knife tucked at his waist, which the bespectacled man had not noticed. The bespectacled man kicked the crossbow away and said coldly, I just let you go. And I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door again. This time, let's see who comes to save you. After saying that, the bespectacled man glanced at the Black Fox. The Black Fox did not speak, not even looking at Wang Xin. In this situation, Wang Xin steeled himself and said, I'm here to save my brother. I don't want to hurt anyone. Haha, you must be dreaming. Save someone. You're about to lose your own life. How can you save anyone? The bespectacled man scoffed. You'd better report this to the captain. You know the captain hates it when people do things behind his back. The Black Fox unexpectedly spoke. Presumably, the captain she mentioned was that Bio Go. Hearing the Black Fox's words, the bespectacled man hesitated for a moment, then pushed Wang Xin, intending to take him to see Bio Go. Wang Xin sighed. Things were not going well, and now he could only take it one step at a time. Once you see Bio Go, your death will be imminent. Enjoy your last moments. The Black Fox said coldly, pressing down on Changzi from behind. Indeed, as the Black Fox had said, once they met again, they would be enemies. And she would not help Wang Xin in the slightest. Stubbornly, Wang Xin was pushed forward step by step by the bespectacled man. At this point, Wang Xin was prepared for a desperate fight. Even if he died, he wanted to take someone down with him. The further they walked into the camp, the more people followed behind, all coming to watch the excitement. Wang Xin noticed that this group was indeed powerful, with many people. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Whoosh. Before Wang Xin could react, he felt a hot object brush past his scalp. Reaching up to touch it, he found that his scalp had been grazed and was faintly bleeding. An arrow was stuck in a nearby tree trunk, buzzing loudly. Wang Xion's heart sank. Damn it. He had just taken a walk around the King of Hell's Hall, and if the arrow had been any lower, it would have hit him in the head. Not good. Someone is attacking. Protect the camp. The camp was instantly thrown into chaos. Someone shouted, and Wang Xian then heard a loud sound of metal clashing. It seemed they used something like a gong to sound the alarm. The current situation in the camp could only be described as a chaotic mess. With shadows everywhere and utter confusion, it was unclear what they were running from. Everyone stay calm. Find out where the enemy is. The bespectacled man shouted. With someone directing, the scene became somewhat more orderly. Suddenly, two people burst out from the nearby woods, running and shouting, quickly take defensive positions. The enemy is attacking. Prepare to confront them. It turned out this camp also had lookouts. Chapter 138. Are monsters attacking? Whoosh. Just as they finished speaking, two arrows shot out from behind these two, instantly taking their lives. Archers. Could it be that monsters are attacking? Sure enough, within seconds, the ominous sounds of "oh, oh, oh" echoed from all directions. Oh, 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 oh. Upon hearing this sound, Wang Xian felt his scalp tingle. The overall strength of these monsters was definitely not weaker than that of regular elite soldiers. And he was currently injured all over. Facing the monsters, he was absolutely facing death. Ignoring the others, Wang Xian quickly urged Xiangzi and he Xianer to lie down on the ground. Standing out in the open would surely make them live targets. Hu kicked Wang Xian from behind and scolded. Why are you lying down? Hurry and run inside. Do you want to get shot? Wang Xian sighed. This group was in serious danger and still didn't realize it. However, he thought for a moment that entering their camp, with their subordinates providing defense on the perimeter, would be much safer than hiding here. So he quickly called Xiangzi and he Xianer to run inside. The assault by these monsters had nothing to do with Wang Xian. If he had known about the attack tonight, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to rescue Chu Dabin at this time. Xiangzi stood up and darted out like a shot, faster than a 100-meter sprint, and quickly hid behind a straw shed. Xianer was not slow either, following Xiangzi over. You don't have to keep an eye on me. I can't run. Wang Xian was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly saw something that nearly made his heart stop. Get down. Behind Hu, there were two monsters drawing bows and arrows. Wang Xian instinctively shouted. To his surprise, Hu reacted very slowly and didn't seem to notice. In a moment of desperation, Wang Xian tackled Hu to the ground just as an arrow shot past, grazing his scalp. The monsters, seeing they had missed, shouted in frustration and quickly drew two long spears from their waists, preparing to throw them. Wang Xian intended to pull Hu up during this moment of distraction. But seeing the movements of the two monsters scared him so much that he hurriedly pinned Hu down again. Buzz. Buzz. The monsters threw their spears. Their throwing skills not much worse than Chu Dabin's. Two long, sharp spears flew right over Wang Xian's head. Although they didn't hit Wang Xian, they struck two other people who were trying to dodge, resulting in two screams before silence fell. Such thick wooden spears would certainly mean death if they hit. Wang Xian had dealt with monsters a few times and had a basic grasp of their tactics. These monsters always started with arrows, then threw spears, and finally engaged in close combat. Get up, Hu suddenly said. Wang Xian was focused on the monsters, afraid they would make their next move. Hearing this, Wang Xian pushed himself up to stand. Suddenly, he felt something was off. How could the ground be so soft? Soft. Out of curiosity, Wang Xian looked down and felt his scalp tingle. At that moment, his hand was pressing on something it shouldn't be. Hu's face changed from white to green, then to black, her murderous gaze making Wang Xian break out in a cold sweat. I'm sorry, it was just too thrilling earlier. I didn't mean to. Wang Xian quickly released his hand and stepped aside. Hu said nothing, but her icy glare made Wang Xian feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. Wang Xian thought, it's over, it's over. He had initially thought of saving this woman's life, so she could help him later, but now, judging by her murderous gaze, she might want to eat him alive. The two monsters beside them moved, charging towards Wang Xian, intending to engage in close combat. Don't just stand there, run. Wang Xian had no time to think about anything else, and pulled Hu forward to run, but as they ran, Hu suddenly seemed to vanish. Now, most of the group had hidden behind the straw shed, which provided a barrier against arrows and thrown spears, allowing them to counterattack. A very small number of people who hadn't managed to hide had already started to fight the monsters, but hardly anyone was a match for them. Xian, go. Over here. Just when Wang Xian was panicking and unsure where to go, Xiangzi shouted loudly. Hearing Xiangzi's voice, Wang Xian glanced over and ran towards him. When he got closer, he was surprised to find Chu Dabin there too. Dabin, you got out? Wang Xian said happily. No matter how chaotic it was outside, at least seeing that Chu Dabin was safe calmed Wang Xian's heart. Their mission was accomplished, and now they just needed to figure out how to escape. Xiangzi pointed at Wang Xian, and said, "The woman who was with you earlier, she's the one who let Dabin go." Hey who? He remembered running with Hey who, and didn't he know when they had gotten separated? He never expected that she would let Chu Dabin go. It seemed this woman had a strong personality. Having just saved her life, she immediately returned the favor. Xian Gu, now that we've found Dabin, let us retreat quickly. Xiangzi looked at the dangerous situation outside and discussed it with Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded, took out the knife that hadn't been confiscated earlier, and prepared to retreat. Sure enough, the monsters were entangled with the camp's people, completely unaware of Wang Xian and his group. While the camp's people were busy counterattacking and couldn't pay attention to them. After returning to the place where Zhang Rui and the others were hiding, half an hour had passed. The area was now a chaotic battlefield, with monsters swarming like bees disturbed from a hive, and since they were not far from the camp, Wang Xian worried about being discovered by the monsters and getting caught up in it, so he prepared to lead everyone to withdraw, no matter what action they took, or how they did it, on this island. Only by surviving could they have the right to speak. Xian Gu, I have something to tell you. While walking, Xiangzi came up to Wang Xian and whispered. Wang Xian nodded, signaling Xiangzi to hurry up and speak. I have two things. Which one do you want to hear first? Xiangzi said playfully. Seeing Xiangzi enjoying the suspense, Wang Xian felt like giving him a slap. Even at this point, he still had the leisure to joke around. Let us hear the bad news first. Wang Xian said. No good or bad, just two pieces of news. Upon hearing about the attack on the valley, Wang Xian couldn't help but chuckle to himself. They probably couldn't even take care of themselves right now. Whether they could survive was still up in the air. The monster attack could not be underestimated. A slight misstep could lead to total annihilation. Even if they managed to repel the monsters, they probably wouldn't have the energy or strength left to seize the valley. Xian Gu, do you want to hear the other piece of news? Xiangzi asked when Wang Xian was silent for a long time. Wang Xian shot a glare at Xiangzi, really wanting to slap him. This guy was always like this, talking as if squeezing toothpaste, enjoying the suspense. Fortunately, Xiangzi was perceptive, chuckling as he said, that woman said that as long as we keep going that way, there will be a place better than the valley, very suitable for us to live. Wang Xian looked in the direction Xiangzi was pointing, frowning as he asked. That way is the beast forest, which is highly dangerous. According to Chu Dabin's earlier speculation, the area they were currently in was at the junction of the beginner forest and the beast forest. The beast forest was much more dangerous than the beginner forest. But why did He Who want them to find a camp in the beast forest? What did it mean? Xian Gu, when that woman told us this, I saw her expression. She didn't seem like she meant harm, and she came from the beast forest. After speaking, Chu Dabin hesitated for a moment before continuing. Even if they don't launch an attack, we will have to give up the valley sooner or later. The resources in the beginner forest are just too scarce, and we have very little food and water left. The beast forest was inevitable. It was just a matter of time, wasn't it? Wang Xian felt a bit of a headache. As Chu Dabin said, going to the beast forest was inevitable, but in the current situation, it seemed like they were being forced to go there. They were not prepared at all, and charging in recklessly could be fraught with danger. Subsequently, Wang Xian discussed this with Zhang Rui, who also agreed. Sometimes, one needed a spirit of adventure. Being overly defensive would only lead to stagnation and ultimately trap oneself. Having made up his mind, Wang Xian led everyone away from the vortex of battle to find a safer place, planning to take a short rest and set out at dawn. A night passed without incident. The next day, Wang Xian and the others woke up early, packed their things, and prepared to head to the beast forest. Along the way, the thorns became more and more numerous, almost beyond Wang Xian's imagination, and the path became increasingly difficult to navigate. Shirtu was in front, using a shovel to clear the way for everyone, but his speed was very slow. After more than an hour, they had only covered less than a kilometer, moving as slowly as snails. Wang Xian, let's slow down a bit. Look at Shirtu. His hands are injured, said Zhang Rui.